May 20th, 2025, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau in Binzhou, Jiangnan Province. Su Yunzhou lit up his phone screen for what felt like the thousandth time. 1715. He drew in a deep breath, suppressed the flicker of unease in his chest, and dialed that number he knew by heart. He tried his best to keep his voice even. The Civil Affairs Bureau closes in 15 minutes. From the receiver came a noisy background mingled with Su Qianran's familiar, slightly coquettish panting. Yunzhou, I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you. My mom suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. It's really urgent. I'm already on the high-speed train back to Mingzhou. Su Yunzhou's fingers tightened slightly around the phone. They had met in college and been in love for 5 years, countless days and nights spent together. They had planned to register their marriage last mid-autumn festival, but postponed it just to choose today, a day with special meaning, and now it was ruined again. But what could he say? A mother falling ill and needing to be visited was perfectly natural beyond reproach. He pressed down his disappointment, his voice still gentle. Annie's health comes first. Be careful on the way, don't rush too much. Baby, you're the best. I've really wronged you today, you have to be good all by yourself. Love you, Mua. After hanging up, he remained where he was, watching through the glass doors as the last couple inside the Civil Affairs Bureau emerged, leaning against each other. Afterward, he returned to their marital home. There were no complicated customs, the two of them had already been living there for a year. The living room walls were covered with wedding photos, embracing beneath a blue sea and sky, gazing at each other on a stone bridge in an old town, kissing under studio lights. In every photo their smiles were happy and painfully dazzling. In the eyes of both families and friends, they had long since been husband and wife. Only that one certificate was missing. Su Yunzhou casually boiled a bowl of plain noodle soup cracked in an egg and finished his dinner. He sat down in front of the computer, ready to work overtime. The mortgage, future expenses, debts incurred for the wedding preparations, and bride price all lashed at him like countless whips, leaving him no courage to pause. Halfway through the clacking of keys, a sharp WeChat notification chimed. Su Qianran sent a voice call. Yunzhou, can you transfer me 20,000 yuan right now? My mom needs to pay the hospitalization fees, it's urgent. Su Yunzhou's heart tightened. He suspected nothing. His fingers flew over the keys, sending over the last 20,000 left in his account. Don't worry too much, Annie will be fine. Okay, I won't say more tonight, we'll definitely be busy. Su Qianran replied with a hugging emoji. About half an hour later, another message popped up. It was not from Su Qianran, but from Chun Beichen, the rich second generation, who had relentlessly chased Su Qianran back in college. They had not been in contact for 4 years. What did he want now? A nameless tightness seized Su Yunzhou's chest, a bad premonition rising as he tapped the message open. What met his eyes was a photo of Su Qianran. In the photo, she wore a black lace camisole dress he had never seen before, makeup exquisite, her eyes carrying a lazy, seductive charm. The background was the suggestive lighting of some upscale restaurant with red wine placed on the table. When had this photo been taken? Before Su Yunzhou could figure it out, Chun Beichen's words jumped out one after another, dripping with undisguised malice. Ha ha ha, Su Yunzhou. Surprised. Caught off guard. You're going home to take care of mom. Fiancé is having dinner with me right now. I'm done. What good are your grades? No matter how well you performed, how handsome you are, no matter how much of a pathetic pushover you are, it doesn't change the fact that on the day you were to register your marriage, your woman climbed into my bed. In this world, what matters is strength. Your 10 years of hard study can't compare with the wealth my family has accumulated over 3 generations. Did she just borrow 20,000 from you? Her acting is good, right? She said she wanted it to feel real, and she even covered tonight's hotel bill for us. She said she couldn't let me be the only one giving all the time. So considerate. I heard you've never even touched her. What a waste. Don't worry, after tonight, she'll be molded to my shape. I'll send you photos of the process so you can enjoy them properly. Su Yunzhou stared at the screen in silence as bloodshot veins surged across his eyes, his fists cracking as they clinked. He did not lash out immediately. Outrage would solve nothing. What he needed now was to confirm whether this was true, whether it was merely Chun Beichen provoking him, given the long-standing grudges between them because of Su Qianran. Su Yunzhou found the WeChat of one of Su Qianran's female colleagues, a contact he had added last time she came over to play. Hello, sorry to bother you. May I ask what time Qianran left the company today? The other side showed typing for quite a while before the reply finally arrived. You already know. Honestly, I've wanted to say this for a long time. I feel it's not worth it for you. Recently, there's been someone coming to see her in a Ferrari, sending flowers and bags. His pursuit is very aggressive. As for looks, he's really not as handsome as you. Su Yunzhou slowly closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to a college classmate now working at a law firm. I'd like to consult on behalf of a friend. His girlfriend used her mother's illness as a pretext to trick him out of 20,000 yuan. Can this be filed as fraud? The reply came quickly. Is this a friend out of thin air by any chance? Seriously, in what you describe, it's very hard to initiate a criminal case. They've been living together long-term, cohabiting with mixed finances, and she hasn't disappeared. Plus, the evidence is insufficient. The public security and prosecutors will tend to treat this as a dispute over property within a romantic relationship. If he really wants to get the money back, he can only file a civil lawsuit. In a civil suit, this involves dividing common property accumulated during cohabitation. He'll have to sort out records of shared accounts, receipts for large purchases. Su Yunzhou fell silent. He lifted his head and looked around at this home. The living room's delicate Nordic-style furniture, the bedroom with her dressing table piled high with skincare and cosmetics, the walk-in closet full of designer bags. Did any of this really need to be sorted? It was all his one-sided contribution. Tomorrow he would find a lawyer, get proper advice, and bring this doomed entanglement to a complete end. He opened Su Qianran's WeChat chat window. The contact he had pinned to the top and annotated as the best Ran in the whole world. A strong visceral revulsion surged up within him. It was not hatred, but something even more absolute. He no longer wanted to see that name, so he tapped the icon in the upper right and chose delete contact. A system prompt popped up. This will also delete all chat history with this contact. He did not hesitate at all as he pressed. The avatar vanished, the chat window emptied. He knew very well that these records might be useful. But not long after they had begun dating, his programmer's insecurity and romantic streak had mingled in a strange way, prompting him to set up an automatic backup system. All chat records would be fully encrypted and uploaded to his private cloud space. Back then he had wanted to protect every fragment between them in case the phone was lost, in case time blurred the details. When they were old, they could open it together, laughing as they reminisced. So the few recent records on his phone did not matter. Deleting them was simply deleting them. Only when he had set up that backup back, then it had never crossed his mind that this carefully preserved memory would first be retrieved before a lawyer or a judge, piece by piece reviewed and tallied. He went downstairs and carried up a case of beer. With a sharp pop, he pulled open a can. The icy liquid rushed down his throat, laced with bitterness. Many details he had ignored now strung themselves together with startling clarity. Recently, she had often come home very late with a faint smell of alcohol, always saying it was overtime social gatherings. And he, desperately taking side jobs to earn more and pay off debts, had been too busy investigating anything, even feeling sorry for how hard her job seemed. So it had been because Chun Beichen had returned. The rich second generation who had been publicly rejected by Su Qianran in front of their entire class in college, yet later had tried to force himself on her in a grove only to be knocked away by Su Yunzhou's punch. Back then he had been a hot-blooded youth treating money like dirt. Now, after so long in society's murky dive, at having witnessed drunken decadence, he knew that under a stronger assault of wealth, hearts do change. Reality truly was a cold joke. He blamed no one but himself for being blind. Out with the old, in with the new, the next one will be more obedient. With a soft crunch, the beer can in his hand was easily crushed flat. Facing the prosperous yet icy city lights outside the window, he bared his teeth in a smile tinged with alcohol and a vagabond's nonchalance. Speaking of which, Chun Beichen is quite the idiot too. Su Qianran must have had some repair procedure done to fool him, right? Who still believes there are couples these days who've been together 5 years and never slept together. Absurd. Suddenly, ding. An extraordinarily crisp notification sound exploded in the silent room. Su Yunzhou jerked upright, his heart pounding wildly. That sound. Could it be that after reaching rock bottom, the legendary system had finally descended? Of course, online novels had not lied to him. When heaven was about to entrust a great mission to someone, it would first place a green hat upon his head, grind down his will, exert his body, then bestow upon him a cheat-like golden finger, helping him defy fate, slap his ex, and rule both lands and beauties. He held his breath, adrenaline surging, waiting excitedly for a mechanical voice in his mind or a light screen to appear before his eyes. 1 second, 2, 3. Nothing happened. Only the computer fan kept humming tirelessly. Then he realized that the ding had been the notification that a Thunder download had completed on his computer. Damn, got excited for nothing. But then he thought of something. No, he hadn't downloaded anything at all. He swayed over to the computer and clicked open the download list. A compressed file named Goddess Cultivation popped up. Inside lay a single executable, its icon a simple design of a golden crown that somehow radiated mysterious nobility. What on earth is this? Some knockoff Reskin adult game. Muttering to himself, half drunk and half curious, he moved the mouse and double-clicked the crown icon. There was no complicated login interface, no character creation flow. What appeared on the screen was a remarkably clear image, like a real-time surveillance feed. In the image, a slender girl with a ponytail stood with her back to the camera, facing a full-length mirror. She seemed to have just finished working out, humming off key to Cowboy is very busy while lifting her hands to pull off the pure white tank top, clinging slightly, with sweat outlining the youthful lines of her back. Su Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, his drunken haze pierced by a trace of amused distraction. Tisk, starting off these games that splice together footage from those Eastern little movies really do understand their users. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, even picked up the half-finished can of beer for another sip, wearing the numb resignation of a man with nothing left to lose, ready to enjoy the impending restricted scenes. Yet in the very next second, the girl in the video froze abruptly. Through the reflection in the mirror, her clear, bright, almond eyes widened in terror as she stared rigidly in the direction of the camera, as if she could see Su Yunzhou himself. Who are you? How did you get into my room? Ah, there's a thief. Dad, come here quick. The girl's voice came from the speakers, laced with sobs. She stumbled and crawled in a frantic scramble out of the bedroom. The video from a steady trailing perspective moved in sync with her, following right behind her back. Chuan, what's wrong? A middle-aged couple, faces full of anxiety, rushed over at the sound. The mother hastily wrapped her arms around the girl, who was trembling like a frightened rabbit, her small face deathly pale. Mom, Dad, in my room, there was a strange man. He was just standing there watching me. The girl spoke incoherently as tears streamed down like a broken string of pearls, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Her father's expression hardened. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, then, cautious, yet brimming with vigilance, charged into his daughter's room to examine it carefully. The window was tightly shut. He checked behind the curtains, under the bed, inside the wardrobe, even searched the cramped balcony, but there was no one. There's no one here. All the doors and windows are firmly closed. Xuanchuan, did you see it wrong? The father came out, brows tightly knitted, his tone tinged with puzzlement. Xuanchuan, or are you just too tired and hallucinating? The mother let out a breath of relief and gently stroked her forehead. You don't even... The father checked inside and out once more. Certain there were no signs of intrusion, he shook his head with a helpless smile, eyes filled with indulgent affection. Were you just worn out from playing ball this afternoon? Come have some water to calm your nerves. But the girl suddenly whipped her head around, her slender finger trembling as she pointed to the empty space behind her, her voice sharpened by fear. Him. He's been following right behind me. Can't you see him? He even looks a bit like Edison Chun. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou yawned, letting his body sink lazily back into the chair as he cracked open another can of beer. Tisk, so this is a mandatory, unskippable opening cutscene. Only the heroine can sense the player's existence. That setup is way too cliched. He shook the beer can, his tone edged with the impatience of someone being toyed with. Can we hurry up and skip this boring foreplay and get to the main part? Like issuing some kind of fan service quest, changing clothes for the heroine, helping her bathe, something like that. Seeing that the family on the screen were still clustered around the frightened little rabbit of a girl, soothing her, he lost interest in watching this drawn-out plot. He moved his mouse and clicked open the Game Instructions tab in the side menu. Goddess Cultivation Game V1. 0 Core Objective: guide the target character to increase her overall charm score to 90 points. Once her talents are fully developed, the next goddess will be unlocked. Current heroine Lin Ruoxuan, time anchor August 3rd, 2008, location Huzhou Songxi District, Sunshine Garden Residential Complex, year of birth 1990, current age 18, height 168 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms. Current education, high school graduate about to enter university. Su Yunzhou glanced at her age and the timeline, frowning. Isn't the heroine supposed to be a 35-year-old mature woman? Oh, I see. The game set in 2008. He scrolled further down to Lin Ruoxuan's detailed attribute panel. Looks 90100 note, naturally stunning and excellent. Hidden card figure 78100 note, youthful and energetic, well-proportioned. Knowledge 42100 note, first-year student at Yunzhou University. A decent foundation. Temperament 48100 note, still green and unpolished. Poise and presence need refinement. Influence 5100 note, limited to her class and small on-campus clubs. Overall charm score 52. 6100. Calculation average of all attributes. There is still a substantial gap from the target score of 90. Please guide her actively. Hidden talent, business prodigy, inactive. Current available funds 500 yuan. Business prodigy. Looks like the core objective is to cultivate her into a future queen of commerce. But how exactly do I do that? Su Yunzhou rubbed his chin, muttering to himself as his gaze shifted to the control interface. The interface was very simple. Besides the attribute panel, there was only a perspective adjustment, forward pause, and 2 conspicuous icons, a lightning bolt symbol, punishment, pulsing with a dangerous red glow, and a hand symbol, reward, radiating gentle green light, plus an input dialog box. There was no store, no recharge portal. It seemed to be a purely single-player game that relied solely on operations and strategy. I can't directly control the heroine's autonomous actions, but I can communicate with her through the dialog box and use rewards or punishments to influence her. Has AI gaming already gotten this advanced? He mused. Whatever, I'll say hello to this. Lin Ruoxuan first. On-screen, Lin Ruoxuan was still clearly terrified, her gaze flitting now and then in panic toward the direction of his viewpoint. Intrigued, Su Yunzhou adjusted the perspective until he was directly facing her. He clicked the microphone icon in the dialog box and cleared his throat lightly. Classmate Lin Ruoxuan, please calm down. I am not an evil spirit. I am your exclusive guide. You may call me System. At present, only you can perceive my existence. Now go back to your room. We need to talk. Lin Ruoxuan's entire body visibly trembled in the video, but the initial sheer terror seemed to ebb somewhat, replaced by a dazed confusion as her understanding of reality was overturned. Realizing she could not shake off the shadow that clung to her like her own, she forced a strained smile at her parents. It's okay now, Mom, Dad. Maybe I really am just too tired and hallucinating. I'll go back to my room and rest a bit. She walked quickly back to her room, closed the door, leaned her back against it, and took several deep breaths before finally moving to sit down on the edge of the bed. Her gaze, timid yet tinged with curiosity, lifted towards Su Yunzhou's direction. System, what exactly are you? Why did you come to me? Su Yunzhou rubbed his chin, struck by how astonishingly real the AI's interaction and emotional feedback felt. Relying on the buzz of alcohol, he decided to fully throw himself into character and converse with this game character who seemed almost truly alive. Have you ever read online novels? I'm something akin to that kind of existence. I'm here to help you turn your life around. As for why you... He deliberately paused, letting his gaze drift over the pure, yet panic-stricken pretty face on the screen and the dazzling 90-point looks on the attribute panel before speaking in a low, coaxing tone. It's probably because you are the 1 in 10,000 heaven's chosen girl. Lin Ruoxuan blinked blankly for a moment, then blurted out with her quirky train of thought. So that means you'll always be following me. Like Fujiwara-sai following Hikaru in Hikaru no Go. Su Yunzhou answered affirmatively, barring any accidents, yes. Until you achieve your goals, I will always be watching you. Lin Ruoxuan instantly crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of wariness and mortified anger. Then I won't have any privacy at all, will I? Even when I bathe, go to the toilet, sleep, you'll still. And if you're so powerful, can't you change your appearance? I don't like Edison Chen. I prefer someone more stylish and rugged like Su Yunzhou was stunned. He was actually being disliked for his appearance by an NPC. Almost at the same moment, the lightning icon on the interface lit up, emanating a dangerous lure that whispered, do something. Little brat, already picky and choosy. Looks like I need to lay down some ground rules. Su Yunzhou clicked the mouse without hesitation. In an instant, a delicate blue electric arc swept across Lin Ruoxuan's delicate figure on the screen. Ah. She let out a soft cry, collapsing onto the soft bed, her body uncontrollably twitching a few times. Her eyes instantly turned red, tears clinging to her long eyelashes on the verge of falling, evoking pity. Su Yunzhou watched her curled up, pain-stricken figure, the inadvertent display of youthful charm, causing his throat to subtly move as he spoke in a detached tone. Remember, maintain reverence towards the system. Otherwise, next time it won't be such a mild intensity. Lin Ruoxuan touched her numb arm, her voice filled with a whimpering tone as she protested softly. I got it. Why be so fierce? It's completely different from the Gentle's way in the comics. Bad system. Overbearing. Unreasonable. Su Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle. The NPC's emotional feedback and dialogue were quite vivid. He casually clicked the reward button, emitting a green glow nearby. A large hand surrounded by a gentle white light appeared out of thin air, softly brushing over her head, slowly combing through her hair as a warm current flowed in, dispelling the numbness and discomfort caused by the punishment. Lin Ruoxuan's sobbing gradually subsided. Like a cat being stroked, she unconsciously rubbed against the warm palm, then suddenly reacted, her pretty face turning slightly red, pouting and teasing with a nasal tone of giving a whip and a sweet date. Bad system. So what can you help me with? It can't just be shocking me, right? Su Yunzhou provided her a tribute panel through the dialogue box. Take a good look. Your ultimate goal is to achieve a comprehensive charm value of 90. Therefore, knowledge, physique, demeanor, and even the career you need to manage in the future cannot be lacking. And I will supervise and guide you throughout. So now please start learning. Lin Ruoxuan looked at the detailed panel, her beautiful eyes wide open. No way. Is this system designed to torture me? It's the summer vacation after graduating from high school. A sacred and inviolable time meant for napping, binge-watching dramas, traveling, and enjoying life. What do I need to study? She flopped back onto the bed, rolling around with the pillow, wailing, wow. I don't want to. I just downloaded the first season of The Big Bang Theory. Sheldon is still waiting for me. And I just unlocked the Demon Lock Tower in Chinese Paladin 3. My Long Kuei is still waiting for me to rescue her. Su Yunzhou clicked on the lightning icon again, without saying a word. Whoa! The faint sound of electric currents echoed again. Lin Ruoxuan's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, twitching slightly, her long, straight, fair legs also kicking a few times uncontrollably. Stop! Stop! I'll learn. Is that enough? She begged with a crying tone, her voice softening a few. Once that annoying electric shock sensation completely passed, she aggressively rubbed her numb arms and thighs, tears still hanging at the corners of her eyes, slowly sitting at the desk, resignedly opening the computer to start searching for freshman year business management preparatory courses. Tyrant. Electric shock maniac. She typed on the keyboard, murmuring in a voice only she could hear. On the screen, the serious profile of the girl was illuminated by the soft glow of the desk lamp, her nose delicate and raised, her eyelashes long and thick, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Indeed, girls studying are the most beautiful. After a while, Su Yunzhou felt something was off, so he zoomed in on the interface, quickly discovering Lin Ruoxuan's little actions. This girl had actually secretly opened Baidu search, and her search history was glaringly, what to do if possessed by a ghost. Contact information for Maoshan Taoist priests in Hu province, how to effectively exorcise. Does black dog blood really work? Will the master of Yufosi in Hu province perform rituals? Is it expensive? Collection and preservation methods for boy urine. What sutra can expel the possessing spirit? Su Yunzhou chuckled silently. The game designer's dark humor was truly exceptional. So he deliberately coughed, his voice tinged with mockery, ahem, detecting that the host has committed a violation, preparing to execute a level 3 electric shock punishment. Wow. Don't. I made a mistake, system daddy. I'll study right away. Immediately. Lin Ruoxuan was startled, jumping up in a panic and hurriedly switching back to the study interface, sitting up straight with a look of, I'm very serious. Su Yunzhou leaned back in his chair, watching her timid, yet earnest appearance, a smile involuntarily rising at the Strangely enough, in just this brief moment, the agonizing pain brought by Su Qianren's betrayal was considerably dulled, temporarily pushed to the back of his mind. However, after a while it indeed became a bit monotonous, so he continuously clicked the fast-forward function. The scene flashed, arriving at 6 o'clock the next morning, just as dawn broke outside. In the frame, Lin Ruoxuan was deeply asleep, lying in a big posture, completely unguarded, a thin summer quilt covering only to her waist, outlining the youthful curves, one strap of her pajamas slipping down, revealing a small patch of fair skin and a delicate collarbone. Su Yunzhou coughed and issued an order through the microphone. Get up, it's time for morning run. Lin Ruoxuan unconsciously let out a soft murmur, rolling over like a lazy cat, her cheek nestled against the soft pillow as she rubbed it, mumbling incoherently, oh, just 10 more minutes. I beg you, system daddy. Just 10 minutes. 5 minutes will do. Su Yunzhou squinted his eyes, his voice laced with dangerous temptation. Would you like a cup of blue electric coffee with negative ion currents to perk you up? It's free. Guaranteed to be astonishingly effective, instantly waking you up and refreshing you for the entire day. Stop. Up. Immediately. Lin Ruoxuan instantly awakened, almost bouncing off the bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes, pouting, and shuffling in fluffy slippers like a sleepwalker towards the bathroom. Then she habitually began to deftly unbutton the front of her pajama top. Su Yunzhou instinctively coughed to him. Lin Ruoxuan paused, glancing at the camera through the mirror, a faint blush rising to her face, but she forced herself to remain calm, even with a hint of defiance. So what if you look? I can't hide anyway, besides you're just a system, a string of code, not a real man. Right. Su Yunzhou almost laughed out loud. Being called a piece of code was simply incredible. The immersion was simply perfect. The game designers deserve a raise. Lin Ruoxuan suddenly turned around, slightly puffing out her chest, making her youthful curves even more pronounced. With a hint of pride and cautious testing, her voice was soft. By the way, dear system, what score would you give this fairy's? Su Yunzhou looked at the attribute panel and evaluated in an extremely objective, almost academic tone. The system comprehensively assesses a score of 78. There is significant room for improvement. It is recommended to strengthen core muscle and targeted lower body training to optimize body proportions and muscle firmness. Alternatively, consider more direct medical methods for local augmentation, theoretically achieving a visual leap from C to E. Stop. Shut up. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes twitched, her cheeks flushed, interrupting him in embarrassment and anger. Are all systems thinking like this, with a steel straight man mindset? Not a single nice word to say. You're going to die alone. Oh, system daddy, I was wrong. Don't shock me. I'm going for a morning run right now. Immediately. Right now. She hurriedly put on a sports tank top and tight elastic shorts, her youthful vitality and slender curves vividly outlined. Outside it was a summer morning, the sun still gentle, a light breeze brushing her face. Lin Ruoxuan jogged to the nearby park, shaded by lush trees. Su Yunzhu's camera followed her steps from a first-person perspective, capturing the morning scenery of the park, elderly practicing Tai Chi, the shimmering pond, elegant black swans, dew-covered lotus flowers. The smoothness and realism of the visuals left him in awe. How much did this game production team spend? With real scene shooting combined with this seamless following technology, how many TB of materials must have been collected and rendered to achieve this? In the center of the frame, Lin Ruoxuan had already seriously completed 2 kilometers. She was slightly out of breath, sweat soaking her sports tank top, adding a touch of charm and vitality after exercise. Su Yunzhou satisfiedly curved the corners of his mouth, lightly clicking the reward icon, glowing with pink light. That gentle light hand appeared again, first softly brushing away a few strands of hair on her forehead dampened by sweat, then lightly caressing along the contours of her slightly flushed cheeks, like a lover's gentle touch, bringing a refreshing and comforting sensation. Lin Ruoxuan gasped, feeling that strange yet comfortable touch, her cheeks turning even redder, yet she stubbornly murmured, Is that it? No actual rewards. Like making my abdominal muscles instantly defined, or letting me master a foreign language in an instant. Su Yunzhou ignored her little greed, his gaze attracted by the shops along the street outside the park. A thought flashed through his mind. Since this game realistically simulated the year 2008, the data should be the same. I've figured out how to play this game. He almost immediately exited the game screen, opened the browser, and typed in the search bar, 2008, double color ball, issue 200, 808014, winning numbers. The page loaded. The historical winning data was clearly laid out before his eyes. Su Yunzhou took a deep breath, firmly imprinting that string of familiar numbers in his mind. Then he switched back to the game, opened the dialog box, and sent that string of numbers exactly as they were to Lin Ruoxuan on the screen. Lin Ruoxuan, do you see that lottery shop at the intersection? Go in and buy a ticket with the numbers I told you. Lin Ruoxuan's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the floating numbers in the void before her, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it contained 10,000 excited rabbits. Is System Daddy finally going to unleash his power? Is he going to help me soar? She suppressed her excitement, sneaking into the slightly worn lottery shop at the street corner like a little cat that had just committed a crime. Her fingertips trembled with excitement as she compared the numbers provided by the system, while quietly asking System Daddy, is this really the winning number for the next draw? Why only buy 1 ticket? Shouldn't we buy a few more? Su Yunzhou maintained the mystery and profundity expected of the system, saying energy conservation, too much is as bad as not enough. The operation of your world has its rules. Excessive investment can easily attract unnecessary attention and may even lead to deviations that affect the final outcome. A steady stream, do not be greedy. He spoke with a calm tone, but his mind was racing with calculations. Earning money was the top priority at the moment. Don't even mention cultivating a future business empress. Even the basics of body shaping, fashion coordination, skincare, and deeper knowledge accumulation, temperament cultivation, and broadening horizons. Which of these isn't an endless money pit? The realism of this game is so extreme that the economic system must be similar to reality. Without money, one cannot advance an inch. In the afternoon, he continued to play the role of the ruthless electrocution tyrant, commanding Lin Ruoxuan to conquer the tedious freshman preparatory courses, especially the towering mountain known as advanced mathematics. The complex calculus symbols and abstract concepts felt like an alien language, leaving Lin Ruoxuan dizzy. She couldn't hold out for long, collapsing onto the soft bed like a salted fish stripped of its bones, rolling around with her pillow and letting out a desperate wail. System Daddy. If you want me to learn this, it would be more straightforward to just electrocute me. At least a shock would be over quickly. Oh, you really can electrocute me. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. I suddenly feel that. That advanced math is actually quite interesting with rigorous logic, splendid beauty, and captivating allure. I love math and math loves me. With a sorrowful expression, she reluctantly crawled back up, clutching the textbook that resembled an ancient manuscript, her gaze filled with despair. During the break, Yunzhou instructed her to follow along with the yoga stretching video on the computer to improve her body shape and temperament scores. While trying to mimic the inhumanly flexible movements of the instructor in the video, Lin Ruoxuan contorted herself into various bizarre shapes, unable to suppress her small complaints. Breathing heavily from the effort, her little face turned crimson. Oh dear. This position is so awkward, I feel like my waist is about to break. It's totally not right. No one is correcting my movements, I might get hurt. System daddy, this is abuse of an innocent girl. Yunzhou observed her natural, unpretentious youthful charm revealed through her efforts to stretch, and replied, all right, let's stop for now. Once the lottery wins and the funds are secured, you will enroll in the most professional body shaping class and hire the best personal trainer for unknown guidance. Really? Is it possible to win? Lin Ruoxuan panted, her tone still tinged with 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts doubt, as it seemed too unreal to have a pie fall from the sky. After exercising, she entered the bathroom drenched in fragrant sweat, humming a tune out of tune. As the water splashed, she applied delicate frothy bubbles to her body and half jokingly and half pouting complained to the camera, system daddy, if only you had a physical form, you could hand me a towel and help me with my wet hair. It's such a hassle. Or can you cast a spell to dry it? At that moment, however, Yunzhou had no time to appreciate this almost honest encounter benefit. His heart was filled with disbelief. The simulation of the physics engine in this game, the rendering of environmental details, especially the level of intelligent interaction, is remarkably refined and real, far exceeding what could be created with low-quality video material pieced together as study materials. What kind of extraordinary team is behind this? After showering, Lin Ruoxuan, wrapped in a towel, while buzzing her thick long hair with a hairdryer, turned her head and softly pleaded to the air, system daddy, can I have a break tonight, please? I want to watch Kung Fu Panda. I've heard it's hilarious. Let's watch it together. I'll even buy you a ticket. Yunzhou was amused by her childish idea and asked in response, what kind of image do I have in your eyes? He was genuinely curious. He had previously tried looking in the mirror, but it was empty. Lin Ruoxuan had also tried to take a photo, but nothing showed up in the picture. Lin Ruoxuan tilted her head, her wet hair sticking to her cheek, as she pondered seriously. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She ran to her desk, grabbed a brush and paper, and looking at the camera, sketched out the outline of a young man with swift strokes. Yunzhou focused his gaze, feeling a slight stir in his heart. The person in the drawing with handsome features was unmistakably himself. He instinctively glanced at the computer's camera. The indicator light was on, indicating that his image information was probably projected into the game world. His position in the frame seemed to depend on the angle he adjusted. However, upon reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle, though after all, this was a game. How could he really appear inside it? Surely it was programmed to determine how the game character would respond to this question. That evening, he still accompanied Lin Ruoxuan to the cinema, as balance between work and rest was necessary. One couldn't truly cultivate a tyrant who only knew how to study and endure electrocution, could they? Lin Ruoxuan indeed bought 2 adjacent tickets and even patted the empty seat beside her softly, saying to the air, tyrant, your throne is here. Yunzhou smiled. Her whimsical titles for him were indeed spontaneous, sometimes system daddy, sometimes tyrant, depending on her mood. Lin Ruoxuan seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, calling you tyrant outside feels particularly secure. It's like having an extremely powerful bodyguard beside me, and no one dares to provoke me. As the movie hadn't started, yet a later audience member approached, pointing at the empty seat beside her and asking, excuse me, is this seat taken? Lin Ruoxuan immediately nodded, her tone firm and unyielding, exuding an air of inviolability. Yes, it is. That's my boyfriend's seat. What can't you see? After saying that, she turned to the empty seat, sweetly asking, isn't that right, my dear electrocution tyrant? The audience member asking about the seat obviously froze, watching her talk to the air, unable to suppress a shiver, muttering under their breath, she looks quite charming, but what a shame her mind seems a bit off. And hurriedly walked away as if afraid of contagion. Lin Ruoxuan covered her mouth, laughing so hard that her shoulders shook, resembling a little fox delighting in a successful prank. The movie began and the screen showcased the animated blockbuster Kung Fu Panda, which had swept global box offices back in the day. Yunzhou marveled again at how meticulously the game was crafted, perfectly recreating the film shown in the cinema with an authentic sense of era without a hint of sloppiness. However, he naturally had little interest in truly watching a movie whose plot he already knew, so he activated the fast-forward function to skip ahead. While playing this goddess cultivation game, he often employed a god's eye view fast-forward mode, occasionally pausing to supervise Lin Ruoxuan's study or training progress, engaging in some sarcastic banter, or depending on his mood, granting her a merciless love shock or a symbolic encouraging pat. Time in the game flew by and fast-forward scenes rapidly transitioned, and finally, it was the day of the lottery draw. In front of the screen, Lin Ruoxuan was sitting cross-legged on her computer chair, a strawberry-flavored lollipop clutched between her lips, her fair little feet swinging freely in the air, distractedly watching the rolling numbers on the lottery website. Suddenly her swinging feet froze midair, and the lollipop fell to the floor with a thud shattering into pieces, yet she remained utterly unaware. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and sprang up from the chair. I won, I really won. The first prize. 5. Even after paying taxes there would still be 4 million left. I'm rich. System Daddy. I love you to bits. The girl was so excited that her words tumbled out, chaotically bouncing around, without any rhythm, her cheeks flushed with extreme excitement, and her eyes, even glistening with tears of joy, her voice trembling nearly to the point of breaking. Su Yunzhou watched the pure and unrestrained joy on the screen, and a strange, satisfying feeling arose within him, as if he were a creator gazing down and controlling fate. This emotional value was indeed perfectly delivered. With a smile of indulgence that he didn't even realize he wore, he teased her through the microphone. What a pity, I ran out of battery, and you look like you've been electrocuted. You should show some gratitude. How about performing a dance for Daddy? At that moment Lin Ruoxuan was completely obedient to System Daddy. Without a second thought she turned on the sound system, selected a soothing and ethereal piano piece, and spontaneously danced a ballet that was both elegant and joyful. Her skirt fluttered gently with her spins, creating a soft, pure arc of light under the glow of the lamps, resembling a little swan, filled with joy ready to take flight. All right, Su Yunzhou said after enjoying this heartfelt impromptu performance, his tone returning to calm. The joy ends here. It's time to get serious. Immediately head out to the brokerage office to open stock and futures accounts along with margin trading permissions. Once the prize money arrives, transfer 3 million in as startup capital. I want you to witness firsthand in the perspective of a prophet the terrifying power of capital snowballing at the fastest. Su Yunzhou was getting more immersed in the role, feeling as if she were truly living in 2008, and their interaction became increasingly natural, almost forgetting that she was just a program. Her responses were completely like those of a real person, and he couldn't help but doubt again whether current AI technology had truly reached such a level of authenticity. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, instantly retracting all her playful demeanor, obediently kneeling on the soft carpet, looking up with a face even more vibrant with excitement, and chirped, I will obey my father's orders. Her response made Su Yunzhou chuckle, but then he shook his head in mild disappointment. The task assigned by the master. This is clearly a meme from recent years. The game planner has indeed overlooked details, revealing a slip. However, even though it was virtual, he was willing to invest his emotions and feelings. Because this virtual Lin Ruoxuan in the computer would never betray him, her joy and growth were intricately linked to him. Suddenly a complex emotion surged in his heart, and Su Yunzhou couldn't help but hum softly with a hint of self-mockery. You are in your prime, while I am destitute. How dare I embrace you with my meager wealth? But Lin Ruoxuan on the screen blinked, her clear big eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Tyrant, are you confessing to me? Although you are an intangible system, I accept. Why sing so sadly? Su Yunzhou's face flushed, feeling embarrassed, as if his hidden feelings had been exposed, and he immediately straightened his voice. You dare to tease even the system? You're getting out of line. Quickly go open the account, or I'll zap you. Oh, you're such a straight man of steel, utterly clueless about romance. Don't zap me. I'm going right now. Lin Ruoxuan complained while not slowing down her actions, quickly changing into her going out clothes, carefully organizing her ID and bank card, and darting out of the house like a joyful little bird. Everything proceeded smoothly afterward. Accompanied by her family, she discreetly claimed her massive tax prize, and following instructions, she set aside 3 million as her startup capital for entering the financial market, while the rest was given to her astonished parents, still in disbelief, to properly manage and improve their lives. Then, under Su Yunzhou's guidance, Lin Ruoxuan utilized the high leverage of margin trading and futures, making her account's funds soar like a rocket, reaching a staggering 50 million before the end of summer vacation. Su Yunzhou observed the seemingly miraculous speed of profit that appeared to outsiders, feeling both amused and reasonable. Indeed, one of the core pleasures of this game is letting players act as time travelers, leveraging absolute informational advantages to strike a blow to the past world, experiencing the thrill of controlling everything. The financial trends of this virtual world matched perfectly with the real historical data. I searched without any difference, so achieving wealth was simply effortless. Watching the numbers in her account increase wildly by the millions every day, Lin Ruoxuan was so happy that she felt like she might float away, and her daily dance of gratitude for Su Yunzhou grew increasingly refined. She even self-taught several challenging ballet turns, her skirt fluttering exquisitely, showcasing her youthful vitality and energy. One day she even whispered mischievously, suggesting with a hint of shyness, System Daddy, how about I learned that pole dance from the bars? It feels more aligned with your ultimate aesthetic as a straight man. Su Yunzhou was helpless. At this point he no longer regarded this simply as a game, but genuinely wanted to nurture Lin Ruoxuan into a dazzling existence. If you truly want to thank me, then follow my instructions completely and utterly, focusing your time and energy on what truly matters. Understood. Lin Ruoxuan immediately straightened her slender back, then seemed to remember something, and mumbled softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then they'll go drink papaya milk, right now 2 cups every day? But System Daddy isn't your aesthetic standard. That. The bigger the better. Su Yunzhou rolled his eyes at the screen, responding grumpily, this is the foundational setting of your game world. It has nothing to do with my noble aesthetic. Go exercise. Throughout the summer vacation, Lin Ruoxuan strictly adhered to all of System Daddy's instructions. Apart from the necessary time spent monitoring the market, she hurried from one high-end training class to another focusing on self-improvement. High-temperature yoga for body-shaping, stage catwalk for poise, international standard dance to enhance charm and grace, packing her daily schedule to the brim, enduring pain, but also experiencing joy and growth. The sweat and substantial financial investment yielded significant and gratifying results. Yunzhou watched the increasingly dazzling girl on the screen who was beginning to show her charm and nodded in satisfaction, humorously remarking, "Indeed, very filial, taking good care of your grandmother." By the end of summer vacation, Lin Ruoxuan's attribute panel had undergone a striking transformation. Appearance 92100, luminous eyes, radiant complexion, skin like freshly fallen snow. Her fleeting glance already hinted at peerless beauty. Physique 85100, curves growing ever more graceful and harmonious, waist-to-hip ratio nearing perfection. Vitality and allure coexisting in exquisite balance. Scholarship 44100, academic progress lagged significantly due to her intense focus on investment. She would need to redouble her efforts upon returning to school, though her foundational potential remained untapped. Poise 60100, confidence and composure nurtured by wealth and skill, yet inner depth still thin, requiring richer life experience to mature. Influence 15100, gaining modest renown among close classmates and a small investment circle, the moniker Little Stock Goddess had begun circulating spontaneously. Overall charisma 59. 2100, marked improvement, but the path to true goddesshood remained long and arduous. Hidden talent, business prodigy, activated at 5. Current controlled wealth 50 million, liquid market value. Her first fortune firmly secured. Meanwhile, for Yunzhou, only 2 hours had passed in real time, just past 9 o'clock in the evening. Listen carefully. He assumed the stern demeanor of a master instructor and entered the command. Your core mission throughout university is academic mastery, and through it cultivating a network of high-caliber valuable connections to lay the foundation for your future commercial empire. Romance is strictly forbidden. It will only dull your reflexes and cloud your judgment. Your daily training and study regimen must remain uncompromising. Understood? I'll be stepping away for a moment. Be disciplined in my absence. Got a tyrant system, Dad. So when will you be? Lin Ruoxuan's voice carried unmistakable attachment and reluctance. Just a quick trip to the restroom. Urgent to relieve himself, Yunzhou replied with blunt, unvarnished honesty. You, tyrant, how vulgar. That'll pollute my pure heart and drag down my ladylike poise score. She protested loudly on the other end, yet her tone brimmed with affectionate teasing. Yunzhou shook his head with a wry smile and rose from his desk, heading toward the bathroom. When he returned, however, his gaze swept across the screen, and his heart plummeted. Within the simulation, an entire month had silently elapsed. Upon closer inspection, the attribute panel revealed a startling shift. Influence had risen to 20 points, propelled by the spread of her Little Stock Goddess reputation. A wealth had surged past 100 million under his pre-configured automated trading strategy. Yet every other stat had declined sharply. Physique 3, poise 2, and even appearance had dropped 1 point, due to erratic sleep patterns. On-screen, Lin Ruoxuan sat in her dormitory with several fashionably dressed roommates, hosting a late-night snack feast. Fried chicken, skewered meats, and sugary milk tea covered the desk. Oil glistened on their lips as laughter filled the air. She clearly reveled in being surrounded and flattered. This generous sister Xian was being showered with sweet talk. Please adopt us. Take us along to riches. Her cheeks flushed with unmasked pride, her eyebrows lifted in smug delight, utterly intoxicated by the adulation. Yunzhou's brow knotted instantly. A fierce, frustrated fury stirred within him. Without hesitation, he moved the mouse and coldly clicked the pulsing cobalt blue punishment button. ZZZT. Lin Ruoxuan, mid-sip of her milk tea, jolted violently, as if struck by an invisible high-voltage whip. She spat the beverage in a fine mist, then collapsed bonelessly from her chair onto the cold floor, convulsing uncontrollably. Ruoxuan, what's wrong? Her roommates paled in alarm and rushed forward, voices overlapping. What happened? Food poisoning. Oh my God, call 120. Get an ambulance now. No need. Trembling, Lin Ruoxuan raised a shaky hand to wave them off. Her face was paper white, her voice trembling with tearful terror. It's my dad. He's back. The girls exchanged bewildered, horrified glances. Dad. Wasn't he in Yunzhou? Had she suffered a sudden psychotic break? Or a seizure? Wasn't her father stationed in Yunzhou? Had she suddenly slipped into hysteria? Or suffered an epileptic episode? Once the searing pain subsided slightly, she frantically wiped milk tea stains and tears from her face with her sleeve. Then, under her roommate's stunned, almost fearful stares, scrambled awkwardly up to her upper bunk and yanked the mosquito net shut with a sharp rustle, sealing herself into a tiny, fragile sanctuary. Kneeling upright on the mattress, hands folded neatly on her knees, she whispered timidly toward the empty space before her. System Dad, you're back. I know I was wrong. Yunzhou's voice cut like frost. How long have I been gone? A mere month. And you've already reduced yourself to this wreck. Body fat rising, muscle mass dwindling, skin losing its luster, eyes growing dull and unfocused. Lin Ruoxuan, are you trying to kill me outright so you can inherit this system's source code ahead of Schedule A? Lin Ruoxuan's lower lip trembled, her eyes instantly welled with tears. With pitiful practiced charm, she attempted to deflect. Two really missed you so much I lost my appetite and sank into despair. Without Dad beside me to guide me, life feels directionless, empty. So I just ate comfort food to numb the ache. I truly know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, Dad. Lost your appetite and ate comfort food. Which Chinese language teacher taught you to pair those two phrases? Su Yunzhou nearly laughed aloud at her audacious logic, then gave a sharp, icy snort. Tomorrow rent an apartment and move out, live alone. What positive value do these so-called best friends offer you, beyond binge eating and sycophancy? Sever ties immediately. Distance yourself from those who drain you. Reflect deeply on your failures. Starting tomorrow, double the intensity of your daily training regimen. Hearing no threat of sustained electrocution, Lin Ruoxuan instantly shifted. Tears vanished, replaced by a bright, relieved grin. Yes, sir. I knew Dad loves me most. You'd never really fry me into a little dolt. She paused, then leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Dad, my sole audience. Do you think this new lace-trimmed undergarment I'm wearing today suits me? I picked it just for you. Su Yunzhou drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing an inexplicable flicker of disquiet, and flatly ignored the perilously intimate question. Clearly the voltage wasn't strong enough. You still have mental bandwidth for such nonsense. Starting tomorrow, launch the Bubble Tea Shop Entrepreneurship Plan. I'll send you the full blueprint. After you digest this, perform 50 standard crunches to burn off the caloric damage from that junk food. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Don't shock me, Dad. Lin Ruoxuan capitulated, instantly scrambling into position on her bed, then muttered under her breath, barely audible. Stiff plank. Hopeless straight man. Zero romantic intuition. In order to help Lin Ruoxian truly take the first step into the business world and fully activate her hidden talent as a business tycoon, Su Yunzhou had done his homework and invested heavily this time. He meticulously researched the early marketing strategies of popular tea brands like Haiti and Naix Tea, along with classic successful formula ideas that had been validated by the market, filtering through them and compiling a comprehensive guide for the business plan of Ruoxian's tea in the context of the 2008 market environment, consumer levels, and raw material supply chains. He packaged this into a document titled Ruoxian's Tea Startup Comprehensive Guide V10 and sent it to Lin Ruoxian. He thought to himself, the advanced gameplay and core thrill of this game probably lies in guiding NPCs to utilize absolutely cutting-edge information and knowledge to execute precise dimensional attacks on the past world. With Lin Ruoxian's current level of growth comprehension and ample initial capital, she should be able to initially digest and implement this relatively mature plan. System Daddy, you're amazing. Lin Ruoxian's exclamation immediately came through the speakers, filled with unabashed shock and reverence. These ideas, these marketing concepts, these product combinations, and visual designs. Simply incredible. I feel like we've surpassed all the beverage shops on the market by at least 5 years. No, 10 years. But soon her tone shifted from pure excitement to a striking calm and commercial acumen. However, System Daddy, I think we can't just do simple replication. What we need to create is not just a drink, but a brand, a lifestyle, a way of living that generates identity and belonging, which people are willing to pay for as an emotional premium and social currency. Moreover, Su Yunzhou watched as she instantly got into the zone, her analysis clear and structured, as if she had transformed into a different person, and he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, marveling at this business prodigy's hidden talent being truly remarkable. But the next moment he self-deprecatingly shook his head, abruptly snapping back from that moment of immersion. He had almost been led by her performance, nearly believing he was diligently cultivating some future business genius. Truly, life was becoming cyclical. He almost got lost in this game. In the days that followed, Lin Ruoxian displayed an astonishing level of initiative and execution that was entirely inconsistent with her delicate appearance. She first rented a luxurious apartment of over 100 square meters near Yunzhou University, extravagantly purchasing a full set of top-tier fitness equipment, including a treadmill, an elliptical machine, and a Smith machine, converting one of the rooms into a fully equipped private gym. Standing in the newly arranged, spacious, and bright fitness area, she playfully winked at the air. System Daddy, this will be your secret base for training me in the future. Su Yunzhou, watching her change into those perfectly fitting yoga pants that accentuated her curves alongside a professionally hired female trainer, working up a sweat, felt his throat dry up as he involuntarily swallowed hard, silently opening a bottle of chilled beer and taking a few big gulps. During breaks in training, Lin Ruoxian would occasionally take advantage of her trainer's water break to suddenly turn around, a charming smile on her lips, her delicate fingertips seemingly casually brushing the neckline of her fitted sports tank top, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Tyrant, do I look good when I sweat?" Su Yunzhou watched the enticing curve of her physique, now more pronounced and alluring due to exercise, and could only helplessly rub his forehead, thinking to himself, if this game could tone down these perfectly placed suggestive elements, with its vast narrative branches and nearly perverse sense of world realism and intelligent interaction, it would probably have already taken the world by storm, becoming a phenomenally successful product. Meanwhile, the preparations for Ruoxian's tea were also progressing at a rapid pace. From the uniquely crafted logo design to the stylish decor of the store filled with attention to detail, Lin Ruoxian took a hands-on approach, showcasing a level of learning ability and execution that belied her age. When the first flagship store opened in the prime location of the university town, even Su Yunzhou, who had seen countless trendy store designs in the future, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the advanced sophistication and unique atmosphere it presented in 2008. On opening day, innovative drinks with rich textures and stunning appearances, such as cheese delight and fleshy grapes, combined with carefully planned marketing activities, instantly ignited consumer enthusiasm, with a long queue forming from morning till night. With hunger marketing, aesthetic marketing, and social media word-of-mouth marketing all in play, the store almost overnight became a popular landmark that young people in Yunzhou University and the entire area flocked to. Su Yunzhou timely introduced more advanced business concepts. What we aim to create has never been an ordinary milk tea shop, but a significant entry point for offline traffic. In the near future, each store must be equipped with an intelligent tablet ordering system, the core of which is to collect and analyze user preference data. At the same time, a mature membership points system must be launched as soon as possible to lay a solid foundation for building our own private traffic pool in the future. I see, Lin Ruoxian said, thoughtfully, instantly grasping the concept. It's like turning the walk-in customers into digital assets that we can continuously reach and deeply operate. Exactly. Su Yunzhou nodded appreciatively. Once we accumulate 50,000 high-quality member data, there will be so much we can do. Precise personalized recommendations, cross-brand collaborations, and even incubating entirely new sub-brands based on that. Under Su Yunzhou's forward-thinking guidance, Lin Ruoxian began researching the now underappreciated field of big data analysis and boldly experimented with what would later become a viral approach, sharing for discounts, gifts for check-ins, discounts for group purchases. A series of combinations that quickly created a phenomenal word-of-mouth effect and wave of dissemination for Ruoxian's tea in the university town. However, the road to entrepreneurship was never a smooth one. One night, Su Yunzhou saw Lin Ruoxian alone in the empty flagship store, frowning at the reports on her computer screen. "Tyrant," she said, her voice carrying an undeniable fatigue today. A store manager suddenly resigned, taking 3 of the most skilled tea brewers with them. The stable raw material supplier announced an unexpected 30% price increase. Moreover, she paused, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Someone anonymously posted several long threads on the local forum, spreading rumors that I am relying on some unsavory means to secure funding and success through connections with the powerful. That's not true. I'm clearly relying on you, System Daddy." These problems were ones Su Yunzhou could not directly control or eliminate through the game system. They seemed to constitute the refining challenges that entrepreneurs in this world must face and experience independently. He could only arrange for her to tackle those dry, yet wisdom-filled philosophical social psychology and organizational behavior tomes, hoping she could draw wisdom and inner strength from them to find her own way through the complex human nature. To Su Yunzhou's surprise and even slight shock, Lin Ruoxian not only did not falter, but also rapidly digested those difficult theories at an astonishing speed, swiftly mastering the core essentials of crisis public relations and team motivation, perfectly resolving this threatening upheaval in practice. "Tyrant," she once asked softly, with a rare hint of confusion in her tone, after a high-intensity session of reading and reflection, rubbing her throbbing temples, "the world is so vast with so many people. Why did you choose me?" Su Yunzhou felt a bittersweet self-mockery in his heart. How could he have a choice? You are merely a bound character in this game's tutorial. But perhaps he was too deeply immersed in the role, or perhaps the warmth of this virtual world was too real enough to soothe his heart that was pierced by the harshness of reality. He cleared his throat and replied with a hint of jest, but a tinge of seriousness and even affection could not be masked, "Because you just happen to hit my aesthetic point perfectly." Lin Ruoxian's eyes instantly lit up. "The system has an aesthetic sense too. You've been cultivating and shaping me according to your preferred type, haven't you? Is it that once I achieve all my goals and truly become the kind of goddess you expect, you will appear before me no longer just an ethereal shadow?" Su Yunzhou couldn't help but marvel at how this AI's dialogue, logic, and emotional simulation was truly remarkable, almost indistinguishable from reality. He wished that everything before him was not a cold program, but a real parallel world where that girl smiling charmingly on the screen could truly be held in his embrace. Unfortunately, the other party was ultimately just a collection of complex codes, an illusion, a luxurious and extravagant source of spiritual solace. Yet he still couldn't resist playing along with this intoxicating narrative, responding in a low tone with a strong sense of possessiveness that he himself was unaware of. "Yes. So until I officially come to your side, you must not look for any boyfriends." I understand." Lin Ruoxian's fighting spirit seemed to ignite instantly as she nodded vigorously at the air, as if making the most solemn vow. "I will work doubly hard to become the one Awakens goddess worthy of the tyrant. You wait for me." As time passed, the game fast-forwarded to her sophomore year. With her outstanding abilities and brilliant resume, Lin Ruoxian successfully became the student council president and had already gained some fame as a budding entrepreneur both on and off campus. On the screen, Lin Ruoxian donned a well-tailored suit for the first time, standing confidently at the podium of a large auditorium, facing the crowd below and the flashing cameras. Her logic was clear, her points sharp, and her demeanor bore the initial aura of a leader. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou watched that girl who once rolled around in frustration over a complex math problem, now shining brilliantly under the spotlight, feeling a surge of mixed emotions, an indescribable excitement, and pride swelling in his heart, his eyes inexplicably becoming warm, nearly shedding tears. The sense of accomplishment and companionship was far more soul-stirring than any game victory. Due to Lin Ruoxuan's brilliance, she inevitably attracted numerous admirers. Once a rising young entrepreneur brought an entire truckload of red roses covering the path she had to walk after class, and publicly declared his affection, drawing a crowd of students to watch and cheer. Lin Ruoxuan looked at the dazzling sea of flowers with no trace of wavering in her eyes, only a hint of helplessness. She spoke clearly and firmly, her voice echoing through the quiet corridor. "Thank you for your admiration. However, I already have someone I like." In the astonished gazes of everyone present, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes shone brightly, with undeniable sincerity and pride. "All my efforts to become better are for the sake of standing by his side as soon as possible and being worthy of him." As she spoke, her gaze would unconsciously drift towards Su Yunzhu's direction, filled with endless sweetness and dependence. Her words instantly sparked a stir both online and offline, filled with speculations. Lin Ruoxuan, hailed as the most beautiful campus flower of Jing University, a rising star in the business world, was actually a simp. Who was this person that made her love so humbly and devotedly? On Valentine's Day, Lin Ruoxuan meticulously decorated her apartment with vibrant red roses, happily donned a beautiful dress, and took numerous photos with a radiant smile. Then she sat down in front of her computer, took out a drawing tablet, and earnestly and delicately sketched Su Yunzhu's portrait, depicting him with the gentle demeanor she had imagined. She posted this selfie on social media with the caption, "My tyrant, happy Valentine's Day. No matter how far apart we are on every ordinary or special day, we all know that we are spending it together." Su Yunzhou looked at that post, his heart filled with warmth and emotion, but at the same time a tinge of indescribable guilt. What he provided was ultimately just a virtual companionship. This sense of guilt peaked one day when Lin Ruoxuan secretly ordered a few uniquely shaped toys online. That night, Su Yunzhou looked at the screen displaying the boldly intertwined images of innocence and shyness. His heart shook, and his blood seemed to quicken. After a long while, he chuckled, helplessly shaking his head at the screen, muttering to himself, "All right, you got me. This game's boundaries and the NPC's autonomy have never disappointed me." He hesitated for a moment, struggling internally, and with a complex emotion that even he couldn't articulate, he tentatively spoke, as if making a difficult decision. If you feel too lonely and need real, tangible companionship, I allow you to find a boyfriend who you can see and touch. I won't disturb you." As he said this, he felt an inexplicable sourness. Even though he knew it was just a game, he didn't want to see her so wronged, expressing herself in this way. "No," Lin Ruoxuan almost blurted out without thinking. She quickly put away the gadgets, raising her watery eyes, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate the screen, and looked straight into his heart. "Others are not you. I will wait for you." Those words, "I will wait for you," struck Su Yunzhu's heart in the softest spot, pulling sharply. Once upon a time, Su Qianran had nestled in his arms and said the same thing in a similar coy tone. But now time had changed, as she was probably lying in the arms of that wealthy second-generation heir. He fell silent, his fingers hovering over the mouse, feeling the churn of sourness in his chest and the immense comfort offered by the virtual world before him. Ultimately, he gently moved the mouse and clicked on the icon of the reward, radiating a soft, warm green light. "Silly girl." He sighed softly, his voice unexpectedly tender. "Tomorrow we'll take a day off. Let's go out on a date." The next morning at the famous Dillon Commercial Street in Yunzhou, Su Yunzhou looked through the screen as Lin Ruoxuan joyfully fluttered like a bird finally released from its cage, weaving through the crowd in the morning light, filled with curiosity about everything. "The third shop on the left, that one with the old sign, is the 30-year-old soup stew. It has the best flavor." He transformed into a tour guide, his voice tinged with laughter. "Tyrant, you even know this?" Lin Ruoxuan exclaimed, her eyes wide open. "Of course, who am I? Go buy me a donkey meat sandwich. It has to be fresh out of the oven, add more green peppers." Lin Ruoxuan obediently bought it, carefully taking a bite of the steaming sandwich, burning her mouth and sticking out her tongue, blowing on it. Yet she immediately raised the half-eaten sandwich towards the screen with a brilliant smile. "Tyrant, it's your turn to eat. The best part is left for you." Passers-by turned their heads, looking at the beautiful girl talking to the air while holding up food with strange expressions. The lady selling breakfast couldn't help but chime in, "Girl, you're so pretty, you really shouldn't be in a long-distance relationship." Su Yunzhou looked at her, lips glistening with allure, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as an inexplicable thirst arose, yet he still complained, "Immature. Mind your goddess image in public." At night, on the highest astronomical observation deck of Yunzhou, Lin Ruoxuan leaned against the railing, first gazing up at the sparse yet bright stars in the city sky, then looking down at the myriad lights and dazzling neon of Yunzhou City. She suddenly turned her head, locating Su Yunzhe's position, her expression unprecedentedly serious, carrying a solemn promise. "Tyrant, just wait. Once my business empire is established, I will buy the tallest and most expensive building in Yunzhou. Then on the top floor, I will build a palace that belongs only to you, so that you can enjoy the scenery of the city every day." Su Yunzhou chuckled, amused by her childish ambition of spending lavishly for a handsome man, yet his heart softened immensely. "That's quite the ambition. But first, focus on managing your few bubble tea shops and develop them into a national chain. However, watching her hair being blown by the night wind, her smile becoming even more radiant under the urban lights, he moved the mouse again and clicked on the reward. A gentle hand appeared again, delicately and reverently tucking a strand of hair disheveled by the wind behind her ear, the movement careful, as if treating a rare treasure. Lin Ruoxuan enjoyed this intangible intimacy and softly requested, "Tyrant, can you sing me a song? I haven't heard you sing in so long." Su Yunzhou fell silent for a moment, but eventually began to hum softly, his voice deep with a hint of raspiness. "I once lost hope and direction until I saw that the ordinary is the only answer." As he sang, Su Yunzhou suddenly wondered if he had been too harsh on Lin Ruoxuan all along. In pursuit of that so-called goddess goal, he deprived her of the right to enjoy a normal life, leaving her without friends, no social interactions, and even no real hugs. For a moment, an impulse surged in his heart, and he wanted to tell her, "From now on, do whatever you want to know, need to work so hard. I will be with you." However, just as this thought arose, he helplessly shook his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. This is a game. Aren't all her actions and preferences predetermined by the program? Moreover, allowing her to reach the pinnacle of the world, basking in the limelight, aligns more with her chosen daughter persona and the ultimate goal of this game, doesn't it? All day long there were no harsh trainings, no tasks that had to be completed, just two lonely souls, one a lifeless ash in reality, the other blooming vibrantly in the virtual world, awkwardly, yet sincerely drawing close to each other across the screen, absorbing each other's warmth, as if embracing. At midnight, in a luxurious suite of a century-old hotel in the capital, Lin Ruoxuan lay alone on the spacious four-poster bed. She turned on her side, wrapping her slender arms tightly around the soft yet empty pillow beside her, burying her flushed face, fragrant from her shower, deeply into it, breathing in as if there were a warm and solid embrace. "Tyrant, this way, even if we share a bed, right? Good night." Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou gazed for a long time at her peacefully sleeping profile, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He couldn't help but repeatedly and almost obsessively click the reward button, letting the gentle glow envelop her once more, as if he wanted to make up for all the regrets of not being able to touch her in reality. Just then, the screen of the phone he placed beside his computer suddenly lit up, breaking the serene warmth. It was a friend request verification message from Su Qinran. "Yunzhou, why did you delete me? Are you really that petty? Haven't I explained to you? My mom is really sick. Can't you understand me a little?" He stared at the words on the screen and smiled. The reality that once caused him heartache now seemed so pale and ridiculous compared to the warm illusion on the screen. He replied directly, "When you come back, pack your things immediately. I have already prepared to hand this house over to the agent. It's listed for a quick sale at a lower price, and it should sell soon." Then he blacklisted her directly, his actions crisp and decisive. When the 8th branch of Zhuangshuan's tea grandly opened in the most bustling CBD of Jingzhou, its gilded sign glittering under the sun, this newly born brand had already become a phenomenon in the business world, attracting widespread attention from the industry and media due to its unique product power, precise marketing, and outstanding user experience. Lin Ruoxuan, the founder and soul of the brand, was even more reported by financial media and fashion magazines, being crowned with dazzling titles such as Most Beautiful Bubble Tea Queen and Rising Star in Business. Invitations from venture capital firms and requests for interviews from the media came pouring in like snowflakes. But after a crucial investment negotiation meeting, Su Yunzhou saw her return to that familiar apartment, and she didn't even have time to take off her exquisite high heels. Like a kitten deprived of all its bones, she collapsed softly into the sofa, burying her face into the soft cushions. "Tyrant." Her voice was muffled, carrying an overwhelming fatigue. "I'm really exhausted today. I feel like my soul has been drained by those tedious clauses and endless negotiations. Tonight, can you grant me a pardon, exempt me from tonight's physical training? Just for one night, please." She slightly turned her head, revealing a tired, yet charming face, her eyes glistening. "Or, you could give me an electric shock to wake me up." Su Yunzhou looked at her curled-up figure on the screen, and for the first time a sense of pity surged uncontrollably. Perhaps the meaning of nurturing is not necessarily in that cold ultimate score, but like now silently guarding each of her growths and sharing her every fatigue, isn't that also quite good? Go eat the bird's nest warming in the kitchen, then take a nice hot bath. Tonight you are allowed to rest. "Thank you, Tyrant." Lin Ruoxuan's voice still carried fatigue, but it was mixed with a hint of relief and subtle teasing. "You seem to understand how to cherish beauty more and more, unlike that initially cold and unfeeling electric devil." She dragged her weary body to eat the bird's nest obediently, and then immersed herself in the massage bathtub filled with rose petals and steam. The warm water enveloped her aching limbs, making her sigh in comfort. The steam reddened her cheeks, her gaze gradually becoming hazy, her voice lazy and hoarse. Tyrant, have you noticed? My figure has really improved a lot." She half closed her eyes, looking down at the alluring curves faintly visible beneath the water, her tone carrying a hint of pride and subtle allure. "It seems like I have any cup now. My skin is so much smoother, like the finest silk. Hee, I really want you to touch it yourself to verify." Her voice trailed off, extreme fatigue finally overtaking her, and she fell asleep with her head resting on the edge of the tub, her fullness barely hidden in the rippling water. Su Yunzhou took a deep breath, helplessly downing another gulp of ice-cold beer to suppress the inexplicable restlessness in his heart. He skillfully pulled up the latest attribute panel. Appearance 93100 experience has tempered her poise, and her charm shines through in her every glance and smile. Figure 90,100 golden proportions approaching perfection, curves gracefully bestowed by the creator. Knowledge 65100 intense business combat has ignited a deep thirst for theory. Temperament 75100 basic transformation from a naive girl to a mature businesswoman. Influence 55100 successfully elevated from campus star to industry spotlight. Overall charm value 75. 60-100 transformation notable goddess allure begins to radiate. Just then on the screen Lin Ruoxuan, who was soaking in the cooling water, seemed to wake up. She shook her head vigorously and struggled to stand up from the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. During the summer vacation of her sophomore year, just as Lin Ruoxuan believed she would rely on her existing success to usher in a more extensive commercial expansion, Su Yunzhou suddenly said, "Prepare to take action to find a suitable buyer and sell all your shares in Ruoxuan's tea." Lin Ruoxuan nearly jumped out of her chair, still holding the new store concept design she was working on. Why? System data. Our momentum is strong, our brand value is increasing daily, every store is continuously profitable, and our cash flow is very healthy. Because your vision is obscured by the splendor before you. Su Yunzhuo's voice was steady as ever. The ceiling of the milk tea industry is within reach, but at its core it remains a cumbersome channel business. Moreover, in the future cheap substitutes will swarm in like locusts. Your stage should not be confined to this trifling cup. Liquidating now is to accumulate capital for a grander scheme. As he spoke, he called up a meticulously prepared and detailed technological trend chart spanning from 2010 to 2025, with keynote analyses. The clear path resembled notes from a time traveler observing history. Look closely, this is the real battlefield where you should invest and conquer in the future. 2010-2012, the eve of the mobile internet explosion, smartphones will reshape the world. 2013-2015, the popularization of 4G networks will give rise to new industries, such as live streaming and mobile gaming. 2016-2018. The golden age of short videos and content entrepreneurship arrives. 2019-2021, the application of artificial intelligence takes off and smart hardware experiences an explosion. Lin Ruoxuan quickly restrained all her confusion and resistance, picked up her dedicated notebook, and rapidly recorded these prophecies from the future. For her, it was perfectly normal for System Dad to bring insights from several versions ahead of the times. Just looking at the astronomical numbers in her personal and company accounts, which had long numbed her senses, she couldn't help but mutter softly with a hint of confusion, "Tyrant, why are we making so much money? This money could last for several generations, even dozens of lifetimes." How could Su Yunzhou bluntly state that this was ultimately to complete that damned game task and send her to the throne of the virtual world? He paused for a moment, choosing to respond in a manner that was more imposing and educational. To ask such a question proves that your current worldview and understanding are still far from being able to handle wealth of this magnitude. Complacency is the grave of ambition. From today on, read 2 books a week from the business history or philosophy genres that I specify, from Built to Last to Sapiens, and submit no less than 3,000 words of deep reflection and related practical notes each week. I will personally review them. If there is any perfunctory effort. He paused, the threat implicit, you know the consequences. Lin Ruoxuan's shoulders instantly slumped, her pretty face scrunching up in despair as she cried out, "I understand, boo-hoo. Tyrant, you have no humanity. I will read diligently." Although Lin Ruoxuan's heart was turbulent with reluctance, after all, Ruoxuan's tea was her child that she had painstakingly built from scratch, but her instinctual absolute trust in System Dad forced her to suppress all doubts and attachment. When she looked up again, the confusion and fatigue in her eyes had been replaced with sharpness and determination. She was no longer the naive girl who needed to hide under the wings of the system for guidance, but a helmsman capable of steering through the currents of capital, daring to make bold cuts. She decisively released news of a full transfer of control of Ruoxuan's tea through specific channels, creating a stir. At the next negotiation table, she donned the exclusive battle attire designed for her by Su Yunzhou with impeccable logic and an imposing presence. Armed with impeccable, continuously profitable financial reports, a clearly visible brand mode, and a highly imaginative market outlook, she engaged in a fierce tug-of-war war with several capital firms that were keenly watching. Ultimately, she successfully transferred control of Ruoxuan's tea to an industrial giant eager to position itself in the new consumer sector for an astonishingly high price, cashing out nearly 300 million. At the moment of signing the final transfer agreement, her fingertips trembled slightly, as if a corner of her heart had emptied, yet she still wrote decisively, without a trace of hesitation. She believed in him. Unconditionally believed in the chessboard he laid out, which was far grander and more magnificent than the current cup-sized realm. This vast fund, almost the moment it arrived, even before it had fully warmed, was completely thrown by Su Yunzhou into the epic capital frenzy unleashed by the 4 trillion stimulus policy in 2009. Global stock markets, gold markets, commodity futures, and even the nascent real estate sector all became the chessboard. He guided Lin Ruoxuan to navigate through the turbulent and ever-changing global capital market, completing round after round of dazzling capital harvesting. Moreover, he was invincible, never failing. The funds on the account soared in a nearly 90-degree angle, defying all traditional economic principles. When Lin Ruoxuan began collecting the newly birthed Bitcoin in an almost zero-cost manner according to his instructions, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar string of characters on the screen. You've even managed to create such a deeply hidden era Easter egg. Tisk, the details and production level of this game are truly a testament to the industry. He murmured to himself, completely immersed in the pleasure of playing the Prophet. In a few years, when the price of this thing skyrockets, the ROI will be off the charts. The game designers know how to make players feel good. Time flew by amid the almost absurdly rapid appreciation of capital. When the New Year bell of 2010 rang, and the brilliant fireworks exploded in the night sky of Yunzhou, Lin Ruoxuan stood before the wide floor-to-ceiling windows of her newly purchased top-floor apartment in the financial core of Yunzhou, with the flowing radiant star river formed by countless lights and city neon beneath her feet. She looked at the astronomical asset total in her account that had already surpassed 5 billion. A strong sense of unreality and emptiness quietly surged. Tyrant. She gazed out at the boundless night, her eyes filled with a deep bewilderment, as if awakening from a dream. We have accumulated so much. What should we do next? These numbers, what significance do they hold beyond proving our success? On the other end of the screen, Su Yunzhou tilted his head back to drink the lukewarm beer that had long lost its fizz, numb to the absurdly rapid capital inflation that was seriously out of sync with the flow of real time. After all, was it wrong to seek a sense of reality in a single-player game? Just enjoy it. Money has never been the endpoint, nor should it ever be. It is a lever used to pry open the future you desire. It is also fuel and accelerator for building dreams. And as he spoke, his fingers lightly tapped on the keyboard in the real world, pulling up a plan he had already prepared, sending it through the chat. In the next moment, this blueprint was presented before Lin Ruoxuan in a highly visually impactful form, like a holographic projection. A vast business empire concept spanning technology, consumption, and healthcare, the scale and ambition of which far surpassed that of the previous cup-sized milk tea shop. Only such a grand narrative and tangible industrial influence could push her onto the true world stage, completing that damned ultimate task. Su Yunzhou had long mapped out the path to the next pinnacle. His voice came through the screen. Look, this is your new battlefield, and it is also the essential route to the goddess throne. This time we are about to venture into a brand new domain, a golden path capable of igniting the global capital market in the shortest time, AI medical beauty. Su Yunzhou was well aware that in the impending era of mobile internet and artificial intelligence, the global capital would exhibit a crazed, almost irrational pursuit and admiration for the imaginative intersection of artificial intelligence and consumer healthcare. We won't start from scratch with the foundational research. That would be too slow. We will utilize overwhelming capital power to swiftly acquire and integrate all relatively mature, related technology patents and teams in the market, rapidly refining epic-making products that offer disruptive experiences. And you, his voice carried a compelling sense of conviction. What you need to do is shed the guise of the milk tea queen and stand at the center of the world stage under the spotlight. With your unparalleled charm, your legendary story of rising from nothing, and your foresight into the future, paint and promise an exhilarating future to the entire world. Lin Ruoxuan understood instantly. The confusion in her eyes was replaced by ignited ambition and a clear However, before that, Su Yunzhou's tone suddenly shifted, carrying an unexpectedly relaxed mood. I'm giving you— the world is so vast, let's go take a look together. Lin Ruoxuan was taken aback, almost thinking she had misheard, but those newly initiated acquisition plans, the integration of the tech team. Let them wait. Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly. Do you know? True foresight and vision sometimes come from temporarily stepping away from the smoke-filled battlefield. Go see the unmelting snow atop the Alps, feel the scorching sun by the Mediterranean coast. These seemingly useless experiences will silently settle into your temperament, blend into your discourse, allowing you to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future, facing countless cameras and doubts, with a richer story and a more composed, regal demeanor. His voice carried a rare, almost gentle calm. In the next 2 months, we won't discuss business data or capital gains. Let's simply go see the world we aspire to change. After all, to conquer it, one must first truly understand it. Lin Ruoxuan was stunned, tears of emotion gradually brimming in her eyes. In that moment, she suddenly understood that the tyrant aimed not to cultivate just a businessman, but a true creator who comprehends life and understands the world. All right, she softly replied, let's go see this world together. Su Yunzhou, in front of the screen, couldn't help but feel anticipation and curiosity for the upcoming virtual global journey. He speculated Lin Ruoxuan surprisingly raised no practical objections to this proposal. Did the game developers really have the confidence to perfectly and high-definition integrate famous real-life scenes from around the world as they appeared in 2010 into the game? How vast would the required resource library and rendering capability have to be? The first stop of the global tour was Yunzhou, a famous city in Sichuan. This was a special request from Su Yunzhou. He wanted to see if the 2010 Yunzhou in the game could match the memories of his family trip with his parents many years ago. Lin Ruoxuan was not traveling alone. She was accompanied by a capable and low-key small team, including a nutritionist responsible for health management, a fitness coach to maintain optimal condition, and necessary security personnel, ensuring a comfortable and worry-free journey while not overly intruding on her personal space. After the group checked into the hotel, she dismissed her entourage and wandered aimlessly through the bustling, ancient streets. The bluestone path meandered ahead, flanked by ancient-style shops with flying eaves and wooden doors featuring an array of snacks, crafts, and tea houses with tourists jostling against each other, all amidst the rich and vibrant atmosphere of the Sichuanese people. Su Yunzhou watched this familiar yet strange scene from the screen, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, every detail was meticulously crafted, the texture and wear of the bluestone, the faint aroma of spicy food, and the sweetness of sugar-coated fruits in the air, even the vintage fonts and slightly faded paint on the roadside signboards. All matched almost perfectly with what he had seen during the winter holiday in 2010. This extreme level of restoration transcended ordinary gaming realms, creating an almost time-traveling disorientation that left him momentarily mesmerized. Perhaps stirred by the familiar scene, he couldn't help but casually, even somewhat clumsily, hum softly, "Walk with me on the streets of Qingzhou, oh, until all the lights go out, and we don't stop." Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but smile sweetly. Tyrant, if you were in this world with that voice, you could at least be a captivating wandering singer. Su Yunzhou chuckled from the other side. In the future, many zeros will appear here. Well, not just here, but throughout the entire world, plunging into a digital ocean woven from zeros and ones, where the virtual and the real intertwine. But remember, in such an era, those industries that can carry real emotional warmth and resonate with the deeper layers of human nature will become increasingly precious and irreplaceable. Lin Ruoxuan listened to his words, her gaze thoughtfully sweeping over the surrounding crowd, immersed in genuine joy and laughter. Suddenly, her footsteps halted sharply, her gaze fixed on a certain point ahead, her face filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, Su Yunzhou, wanting to skip what he deemed unimportant wandering time, had pressed the fast-forward button. Thus, he had no idea what Lin Ruoxuan had glimpsed in that fleeting, accelerated, dreamlike fragment of images. Naturally, he couldn't hear Lin Ruoxuan suddenly turn around, speaking urgently in disbelief towards his direction. "That man looks just like you." In the bustling street in front of a sugar painting stall stood a refined, middle-aged man accompanied by a gentle-looking wife and a young boy of about 10 whose features already hinted at his handsomeness. The middle-aged man's profile, especially his eyes and expression, remarkably resembled her system dad by a striking. Moreover, the little boy was nothing short of a miniature version, untouched by the passage of time, of the tyrant. The little boy stubbornly stood in front of the sugar painting stall, eyes glued to the skilled hands of the old artist, while his parents tried to pull him away. "Xiaozhou, it's time to go. We have to visit Dujianjian early tomorrow. Just a little longer." The old grandpa said he would soon be able to draw the most intricate dragon. "I want to see how he draws the dragon scales." Lin Ruoxuan, almost unconsciously drawn by an inexplicable force, walked forward, gently squatting down beside the boy to meet his gaze, her voice instinctively softening. "Little friend, do you also like watching sugar paintings?" The little boy looked up at the sound, revealing a handsome, yet slightly stubborn face. "Yes. This grandpa is really amazing. He says he can draw a complete dragon without any breaks." Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but turn back, speaking softly into the air. "Tyrant, they, especially this little boy, have features that are just like you. You wouldn't have modeled these characters after their family, would you? It's just too similar." Su Yunzhou, of course, offered no. Under the fast-forward effect, his presence appeared somewhat unstable, the imagery blurry and illusory, rapidly changing, as if the signal were poor. Lin Ruoxuan pouted slightly with a hint of playful reproach and helplessness, murmuring to herself, "This guy entering that damn energy-saving charging state at such a critical moment, really unreliable." This was an excuse Su Yunzhou had previously made up to explain his occasional disconnections or blurry images due to fast-forwarding or leaving, claiming that maintaining his presence in her world required energy, hence the fragmented nature. She mused, the world is so vast with so many people whose similar appearances are probably just a matter of probability. After all, no matter how varied human genetic combinations are, when broken down, there are only so many appearance templates. Yet this thought did not completely quell her curiosity. She stood up, composed her expression, turned to the couple and smiled. "Excuse me, sir, and madam, I apologize for the interruption. May I ask, could we find a quiet tea house to sit down and have a simple chat? Please don't misunderstand. I am not a salesperson or a scammer. Here's my business card." At 3 in the morning, the real world was enveloped in deep night and silence. Su Yunzhou rubbed his eyes, feeling the intertwining waves of drunkenness and drowsiness washing over him. He only wanted to complete his final guidance for Lin Ruoxuan before collapsing to sleep, pushing her toward the preordained, brilliantly shining pinnacle. When he stopped fast-forwarding and the screen stabilized, Lin Ruoxuan was already in the ancient capital of Chang'an, standing before the underground army that had slept for 1,000 years. Through the screen, gazing at those solemn and magnificent terracotta warriors, he searched while speaking to her. The underlying logic of knowledge in all things is interconnected. These 1,000 faces, yet uniformly regulated warriors, have a fundamental logic of large-scale production that is essentially consistent with the standardized, rapidly replicable commercial model we aim to create. In Dunhuang's Mogao Caves, he said, ultimate beauty possesses the power to penetrate the barriers of time and reach the soul, becoming a timeless classic. This classic quality, which withstands the test of time, is precisely what you need to continuously absorb in order to cultivate the essence of commerce and the soul of a brand. Strolling through the exquisitely crafted gardens of Jiangnan, he integrated Eastern architecture, spatial psychology, and visual aesthetics, deeply interpreting the construction of experiential depth and brand mystique. At the Golden Pavilion in Kyoto, he not only explained the aesthetic implications of Zen, but also cleverly extended them to the creation of brand imagery and benchmark effect in modern commerce. Before the massive statue of Ramses II at the Abu Simbel Temple in Egypt, he narrated how this pharaoh perfectly combined personal deification with national theocratic rule, sharply drawing parallels to the top strategies of modern commerce, the mutual empowerment and achievement of the founder's personal IP and corporate brand value. 2 months later, when Lin Ruoxuan returned to the penthouse in Yunzhou that overlooked the entire city, she stood quietly before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze completely different from when she left. The previous sense of confusion and tension from rapid success was replaced by a calm, warm glow radiating from all around her. There flowed a unique aura that was both expansive and majestic, yet also reserved and profound. That was the confidence and composure that naturally settled after being nourished and baptized by vast knowledge, profound insights, diverse cultural collisions, and grand natural scenes. Su Yunzhou squinted his weary eyes watching the screen where the attributes panel was automatically refreshing with various values, especially temperament and knowledge, steadily rising, contentedly leaning back in his chair with a long sigh. The feeling of transporting easily accessible knowledge and insights from the real world into another time and space, witnessing their blossoming and reshaping of a person's soul, was far more satisfying and captivating than any simple game completion or cold numerical search. The game developers truly understood human nature, knowing what could genuinely touch a player. I've rested enough. Lin Ruoxuan spoke up, her voice calm and soothing, yet containing a powerful force akin to the depths of the ocean. Tyrant, let's begin. It's time to seize the future that belongs to us. The continuous influx of massive capital and the official commencement of this grand campaign seemed to further activate Lin Ruoxuan's talent as a business prodigy. Taking the lead herself, she established a new holding group, rapidly assembling a team of elites covering technology, marketing, and management from around the globe with substantial investment and an enticing vision. With an astonishing premium of 30 or even more above market valuation, she initiated a series of acquisition battles, bringing various startup teams or patent holders with unique technological advantages in niche fields into the fold. Under Su Yunzhu's guidance, which surpassed the vision and understanding of this era, the acquired technical teams began a frenzied integration of technology and productization, working day and night against the clock. However, the road to the pinnacle was never smooth. Troubles soon arose. Tyrant Lin Ruoxuan spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Our progress is much slower than expected. Dr. Huang, the chief technology officer, just told me clearly that according to the current technological path and understanding level to achieve the kind of effect you described, he pessimistically estimated it would require at least 10 more years, if not longer, of technological accumulation and breakthroughs. Su Yunzhou raised an eyebrow at her words, not surprised at all. This trivial trouble had long been anticipated, and he had already prepared a solution. He opened open-source code repositories like GitHub and Hugging Face in the real world, quickly searching for and downloading a large number of disguised timestamp-removed relevant open-source program codes and algorithm models with his programming skills. For the technological environment of 2010, every line of code and every architectural idea was akin to knowledge from a higher dimension, overwhelming. Hand these materials to your technical lead. Remember, the source must be kept absolutely confidential, and the external unified statement should be open-source technology solutions provided by an overseas anonymous geek team. About an hour later, Lin Ruoxuan excitedly replied, her tone filled with awe. Director Huang was very shocked after looking at the first part of the code. He said the ideas in this code are incredibly ingenious, and the architectural design is far ahead of the current level. Many underlying algorithm efficiency and accuracy problems that had plagued our technical team for months have almost perfect solutions in this code. He pressed me for which team's work it was, and I said it was through confidential channels. He sighed, saying he had encountered a true expert. Su Yunzhou smiled with satisfaction, the drowsiness seemingly dissipating a little. The immense sense of achievement from using absolute informational disparities to solve problems in real time, propelling the game plot at high speed, and immediately receiving strong positive feedback was simply addictive. About 2 weeks later, a dramatic scene unfolded at the Technology Research and Development Center. Dr. Huang rushed in with the freshly printed code analysis report, finding Lin Ruoxuan, who was inspecting progress, his face mixing extreme excitement and confusion. President Lin, it's amazing. Look at this core algorithm for real-time detection of 3D facial key points and muscle micromovement tracking. Its processing efficiency and accuracy are nearly 18 times faster than our lab's current optimal solution, and it occupies extremely low resources. This idea is pure genius. He pointed with slightly trembling fingers at a line of English comments behind a piece of code, his tone filled with confusion. But, President Lin, look here, it cites a comment saying refer to SOTA solution from 2023. 2023. Did it? Write it wrong. Or is it some internal version naming rule we don't know? Lin Ruoxuan calmly took the document, quickly scanning that line of comments, then explained in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, it should be an internal version number or some special project code, no need to delve too deeply into its literal meaning." Dr. Huang, our most important task right now is to concentrate our efforts, quickly digest and integrate these technologies, and produce a mature product that can disrupt the market. Not to chat about this sci-fi novel of time travel, understand? Yes. After Dr. Huang left Lin Ruoxuan subtly raised the corners of her lips in a proud arc. Her system father was omnipotent. Wasn't it reasonable to obtain technology solutions from the future? In front of the screen, Su Yunzhou, having witnessed the whole scene, was first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even such careless future timestamp details were checked, and they provided such realistic and reasonable NPC reactions and plot feedback. The designers of this game are so detail-oriented to this extent, it's simply divine. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxuan leveraged all her accumulated top-tier media and investor resources to continuously heat up the concepts of new-generation technology and AI aesthetic medicine, creating a frenzy. Her image began to frequently appear on the covers of major financial magazines, sparking heated discussions with each appearance. 8 months later, the New Generation Technology Group held a product launch conference that shocked the entire industry and capital market. On the enormous holographic stage, lasers focused. Lin Ruoxuan, donned in a sharply tailored, futuristically styled white suit, resembled an envoy stepping out of a sci-fi movie, radiating brilliance and stunning the audience. She confidently showcased to the world the revolutionary products developed based on those future codes: AI smart skin diagnostic devices, AI-assisted precision aesthetic medicine robots, all far exceeding the industry's highest standards. Products that completely do not belong to this era. The competitors in the audience exchanged glances, utterly unable to comprehend. How could this company, established for less than a year, achieve such epic-making breakthroughs in fundamental algorithms and engineering implementations? Standing at the center of the stage, she spoke eloquently, transforming complex and obscure technical parameters into promises of safety and effectiveness that consumers could empathize with. We redefine beauty with AI. This powerful and ambitious declaration, accompanied by her confident, elegant, and professional image, instantly ignited global social media, becoming a phenomenon of the year. After the launch conference ended, and she returned to the tranquil private lounge, Lin Ruoxuan finally removed the tough mask of a strong woman. She gazed at the familiar yet strange radiant reflection of herself in the mirror, softly asking the air, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible yearning. Tyrant, did I do well today? Did I not disappoint you? Su Yunzhou stared at the screen, where the beautiful face, intertwined with exhaustion, excitement, and a tremendous sense of accomplishment, appeared without a hint of hesitation. His fingertip lightly tapped on the enticing pink glow of the reward button. Excellent. Today you are the goddess everyone admires, and the world shines because of you. The familiar, comforting sensation enveloped her, causing the strong facade Lin Ruoxuan had been maintaining to collapse in that moment. Her eyes quickly reddened. The long-suppressed tears could no longer be contained, rolling down like pearls strung on a She bit her lower lip, fiercely mustering all her courage, her voice trembling violently with a near-desperate longing as she choked out, Tyrant, how much longer will you hide in the unseen corners from me? How long must I wait before I can truly touch your face, hold you tightly with all my strength, and kiss your lips instead of forever only conveying my longing to this cold air? Su Yunzhou fell silent. His gaze swept over the adjacent attribute panel, now perfected with dazzling data. Appearance 96100. Both bone structure and skin are perfect, with eyes that retain the clarity and agility of youth, while embodying the sharpness of a business leader. Figure 94100. The golden ratio, crafted by the most professional sculptors, enhances every curve, radiating health, strength, and extreme beauty. Knowledge 82100. Exhibiting astonishing insight and complex capital operations and cutting-edge technology, combining theory and practice with a masterful demeanor. Charm 92100. The calm demeanor, cultivated by managing billions in capital and leading industry trends, exuding a kingly aura of strategic prowess and decisive victory. Influence 81100. Successfully breaking boundaries with disruptive AI aesthetic medical products, becoming a tech business star sought after by global media. Though top international reputation and deep political and business connections require time to settle. Ovra. Soon Su Yunzhou spoke to the empty room, as if giving her a glimmer of hope, yet also seeming to deceive himself. When the bell rings for the IPO, the moment you truly wear the crown, perhaps that will be enough. This statement sounded so illusory, even to himself. In November 2011, New York Nasdaq, radiant and highly anticipated. Under the spotlight, this was Lin Ruoxuan's crowning moment. She wore a handmade pure white suit that outlined her already mature and graceful curves. Her makeup was exquisitely flawless, yet her gaze shone brighter than all the spotlights in the venue. Standing at the world's focal point in this moment, she subconsciously tilted her head slightly, whispering in a near-reverent tone to the void that only she could perceive, Tyrant, I made it. Look, I finally arrived at the place you asked for. In front of the screen, Su Yunzhou tilted his head back, downing yet another can of ice-cold beer, the alcohol blending with the scene before him into a dizzying euphoria. He typed a line of text on the keyboard, both a blessing and a final command: go. Let this world remember, my Ruoxuan. Lin Ruoxuan took a deep breath, as if drawing endless strength from it. She concealed all her private, fragile emotions, donning the hardest armor, stepping confidently and gracefully towards the bell-ringing platform that symbolized the pinnacle of capital. Facing the global media and financial elites eagerly looking up from below, she revealed a flawless smile that instantly captivated countless cameras. Behind her, on the massive electronic screen, the stock code of NTG New Times Group lit up like a newly erupted star, heralding the official beginning of a legend. Just as the ceremonial staff signaled that it was time to ring the bell unexpectedly, she raised her hand signaling to wait. Then under the curious and expectant gazes of everyone, she took the microphone from the host. With a clear, resolute, and powerful gaze sweeping across the audience, her voice resonated through high-quality sound equipment reaching every corner of the world. In the past period, many people, including some well-meaning friends, have asked me the same question. A young girl who once started selling milk tea, how could she stand here today? Her words paused slightly, leaving a second for the audience to ponder, then her lips curled into that iconic confident arc that had been immortalized on countless financial magazine covers. I want to say dreams do not discriminate against origins. The key lies in whether you possess the foresight to see through the fog of the times, as well as the nearly obsessive determination and execution to turn the blueprint in your mind into reality beneath your feet. Today, new generation technology is going public, and this is by no means just a milestone for a company. Her voice rose, filled with a declaration-like power. It also represents a belief, a direction. We have always adhered to cutting-edge technology should humbly serve humanity's truest and most enduring pursuit, the desire for beauty. Our mission is to make this pursuit unprecedentedly safe, precise, and accessible. Her gaze seemed to unintentionally sweep across a certain void, her tone softening and deepening. Here, I must thank a special mentor. In my moments of confusion, not knowing where to go, it was he who cleared the fog for me and pointed the way when I was most vulnerable, almost ready to give up. It was also he who gave me strength, reigniting my fighting spirit. He once told me that my stage should not be confined within a small space, but should be in the vast starry sea. Her voice rose again, filled with the spirit and determination of a pioneer. So please remember, the ringing of the Nasdaq bell at this moment is by no means the end of our journey. It will be the first starting shot for our new generation technology ship setting sail toward a broader, more unknown, and more exciting future. Thank you, everyone. The chime rang like a dragon's roar, piercing through the clouds. A cascade of golden ribbons poured down from the sky, transforming the entire Nasdaq trading hall into a magnificent sea of gold. The thunderous applause and cheers threatened to topple the dome as countless fervent gazes fixated upon that figure from. At this moment, the frantically jumping green numbers on the screen behind her represented billions, a future worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and symbolized the coronation of a commercial empire. She was undoubtedly the queen, standing atop the global business world, receiving worship from millions. Yet, at this pinnacle of extreme glory, this queen who had just conquered Wall Street slightly tilted her head willfully and secretly, avoiding all cameras, hiding her truest expression in the shadows. She spoke to that presence which only she could perceive and had accompanied her through her entire youth, using her last ounce of strength, her voice light as a sigh, yet filled with heartbreaking fragility and stubbornness. Tyrant, did you see it all? Every step you asked of me I have taken. All the trials you said I have completed. Now, when will you redeem your promise and truly come to my side? Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was unwavering. I am willing to give you everything, all my glory along with my complete soul. You are the only deity I believe in. A drop of scalding tear finally broke free from all restraints and silently fell. Before the screen, Yunzhou watched as the girl, in the moment of ultimate success, revealed her vulnerability and hope to the void, tears streaming down his face. He fumbled for tissues, wiping away the surging tears, muttering incoherently, damn game designers. What the hell? It's just a broken game. Why make it so sentimental? Do I have to cry my eyes out for it to be worth it? Damn it. I didn't shed a single tear when I was betrayed or pressed down by reality, but now, crying like a fool over a virtual character. What separated him from her was not thousands of mountains and rivers, nor even thousands of years, but an insurmountable chasm of different dimensions. He raised his head almost in self-destructiveness, pouring down yet another can of beer, trying to numb the heart-wrenching pain. Ding! A crisp yet cold system notification sounded from the speakers. Lin Roakshuan comprehensive charm value has steadily surpassed 90. Hidden talent, business tycoon, activation reached 90. Lin Roakshuan business goddess coronation has been completed. Reward settlement 100 mall coins, system mall officially opened. You may say one last blessing to her, after which you will proceed to the next cultivation target, Songjiro. Hidden talents, would you like to enter immediately? A series of emotionless system notifications rang out like a final judgment. The next moment, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Lin Roakshuan's radiant figure, along with the bustling scene of the Nasdaq with golden ribbons flying, instantly shrank down, ultimately becoming a still preview image in the corner of the main interface, like a preserved specimen. Beside it, a new preview box appeared, revealing the silhouette of a completely unfamiliar girl labeled with 3 words. Songjiro, the Queen of Song. Yunzhou felt no interest. He only wanted to retrieve his Lin Roakshuan. He frantically clicked on the now grayed out preview image. However, the screen froze on the moment she rang the chime as the golden rain curtain fell like eternal amber, unable to advance a single step further. Is it over? Just like that. It ended. What the hell is this bullshit setting? Completing the task means saying goodbye. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known it would be like this. If I had known, I would never have completed this damn task. At that moment, he discovered that the Lin Roakshuan interface, now a historical record, offered a function for time rewind. His fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on that option, dragging the timeline. In an instant, countless fragments of memories he had fast-forwarded and ignored surged forth like a burst dam, flooding the entire screen and violently crashing through his last psychological defense. She, after being punished with electric shocks, teared up and rubbed her numb arms, murmuring complaints softly, yet still obediently picking up the book. She jumping foolishly when she won the lottery for the first time, her eyes filled with pure starlight, she practicing in front of the mirror. Repeatedly before the milk tea shop opened, forcing herself to appear calm, but unable to hide the slight tremor in her voice when speaking to him. She collapsing on the cold office sofa late at night, curled into a small ball fragile enough to break one's heart. And those words, whether playful complaining or filled with complete trust and attachment, system daddy tyrant, echoed through the speakers, ringing clearly in the now silent room, each syllable stabbing into his already battered. He clicked on each time, Node numbly, almost self-destructively watching as she transformed from a naive girl whom he had trained into the queen, now commanding a commercial empire. More significantly, the details he had fast-forwarded out of a desire for efficiency, thinking them boring, now presented themselves as a cruel delayed judgment. He saw her running barefoot on the beach for the first time, finally squatting down, writing earnestly with her fingertip, "Tyrant, I want to see you," and watching as the tide slowly erased her words, her gaze dimming. He saw her lighting a sky lantern for the first time in an ancient town, the warm candlelight reflecting her devoutly closed face, with clear handwriting on the lantern, saying, "May I see the tyrant," every year, watching as she looked up at the lantern merge into the starry sky, a hopeful, yet lonely smile on her face. He saw her once with a high fever, the nanny trying to feed her medicine, but she stubbornly turned her head away, her flushed face buried in the pillow, repeating in a nasal voice, almost inaudible, "No. Wait for the tyrant," he said. "When I am sick, he will use light to touch my head." Countless images, countless voices, all belonging to Lin Ruoxuan's softest, most unreserved inner world that he had easily discarded or ignored in the name of efficiency, boredom, and unimportance. Hearing that voice, so familiar it was etched into his very bones, a crushing wave of loss and emptiness swallowed Su Yunzhou whole. On the screen, a cold, unfeeling countdown pulsed. "Please enter your final message to Lin Ruoxuan within 1 minute. Of failure to do so will be deemed forfeiture." Su Yunzhou's hands trembled violently as he placed them upon the keyboard. Yet each finger felt impossibly heavy, as if weighted by mountains. He knew with chilling certainty that he was on the verge of breaking apart from sheer agony. But a far crueler thought pierced his mind. What if she were not merely cold data? What if she truly possessed consciousness and emotion? That tyrant who had stood beside her for 4 years, witnessing every fragile moment of her growth, every crack in her composure, had vanished from her world without warning, utterly and irrevocably. How utterly shattered must she be? How then would she navigate the long, silent expanse of her life, standing alone atop a frozen summit? This imagining choked him more fiercely than the system's sterile prompt, more deeply than the raw finality of farewell. No, this could not be allowed. Even if it were but a faint gossamer possibility, even if she were truly nothing more than lines of code, he could not bear to become the source of her suffering. A look of absolute resolve flashed across his eyes. His fingers stilled, then flew across the keyboard, typing swiftly into the dialog box. Lin Ruoxuan listened carefully. There was never any system at all. The lottery numbers you chose. Your intuition guided you. The uncanny precision of your stock and futures trades. Your innate financial genius speaking through instinct. Every seemingly prescient business decision. Yours alone, born of your own judgment and courage. I, the so-called tyrant, the system father, was merely a guide conjured by your subconscious under unbearable pressure, a vessel for your hopes of projection, or perhaps the dormant, stronger, calmer second self you had yet to awaken. You rose from nothing to this dazzling pinnacle, not because of me nor fate nor fortune, but solely through your own extraordinary talent, unyielding perseverance, and relentless sweat. None of it had anything to do with me, or any external force. Now lay down every burden. Step forward and savor the tangible triumphs and the rich real life that are wholly, irrevocably yours. No farewells, because we have always been one. No sorrow, no glances backward, only forward. May you soon find someone you love, walk hand in hand down the aisle, grow old together, and fill your home with generations of joy. With the final character typed, his fingertip trembled, then gently pressed send. An eerie, suffocating silence fell over the room. He leaned slowly back into his chair, staring blankly at the screen. A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched his lips, part wry self-mockery, part quiet release. His eyelids grew warm. He closed his eyes, drew in a deep, steadying breath, and let it out slow and deliberate. "I've truly lost my mind," he murmured softly. "To care so deeply for mere data, to fret whether she'll grieve when the game ends." Beyond the window, the sky bled into a pallid pre-dawn gray. It was already 5:30 am. Su Yunzhou rubbed his tired eyes, then sat in silence before his computer, watching looped playback clips of Lin Ruoxuan, haunted by a conviction even he could not fathom and a sliver of absurd, irrepressible hope. With a sense of fated inevitability, he opened his browser and with solemn, unhurried precision, typed 3 characters into the empty search bar. Lin Ruoxuan. The page refreshed, flooding the screen with dusty, time-worn headlines. Lin Ruoxuan, CEO of Neo-Generation Tech Group, rings the Nasdaq bell today. 2011 news. From campus milk tea stand to AI aesthetics titan, the legendary ascent of billion-dollar business queen Lin Ruoxuan. 2012 news. Unveiling the most beautiful CEO Lin Ruoxuan, did her first fortune come from a cup of milk tea? 2000, and so on. The archived headlines and accompanying images aligned flawlessly with the face he had watched evolve night after night in his game, witnessing every triumph and tremor. Her real-world biography was equally astonishing, rising from Xuanxuan's tea to becoming the famed goddess of stocks through uncanny market intuition, then pivoting boldly into artificial intelligence and medical aesthetics, founding Neo-Generation Tech Group, and finally ringing the Nasdaq bell 14 years ago. Every milestone, every turning point matched the trajectory he had guided in his game, down to the very day. But something was wrong. Why were there virtually no recent updates about her after the IPO? How could such a radiant business icon vanish almost entirely from public view at the height of her fame? Suppressing a mounting dread, he clicked directly into Lin Ruoxuan's encyclopedia entry, his fingers stiff with inexplicable tension. The entry recorded in stark clinical prose what followed the company's listing. 6 months post-IPO, Lin Ruoxuan, founder and CEO, abruptly stepped away from daily operations citing health reasons and gradually divested her shares until she held none. Without its visionary leader, Neo-Generation Tech Group spiraled rapidly. Its core technical team disbanded, strategic direction collapsed, and its value plummeted in a catastrophic freefall. By 2015, just 4 years after its triumphant debut, it was delisted entirely, dissolving into oblivion. And Lin Ruoxuan herself. After stepping away, she vanished, leaving no trace, no statement, no whisper. Beneath the entry, only a few unverified rumors surfaced in recent years. An insider claims Lin Ruoxuan, who disappeared years ago, has quietly re-emerged, investing through personal or offshore entities in several venture capital and media culture firms, though she has never appeared publicly. A fan reported spotting the former milk tea queen, Lin Ruoxuan, seated calmly in the audience at a small concert by singer Song Jiru. On a live streaming platform, an anonymous account once gifted over 10 million virtual tokens during a performance of The Ordinary Road. Its ID and behavioral pattern widely speculated to match Lin Ruoxuan's. Then, like lightning splitting his thoughts, a wildly improbable notion detonated in Su Yunzhou's mind. What if everything just now had been more than an immersive game? Had he unknowingly breached some unfathomable dimensional rift and reshaped reality itself in another timeline, forging this business queen with his own hands? Otherwise, how to explain her profound love for songs like Yunzhou and The Ordinary Road? Those were the very melodies he'd sung to her, spontaneously, tenderly, across countless shared moments. Yet the next instant he shook his head sharply, laughing aloud, dismissing the idea as madness. Impossible. It defied every known law of science, more akin to the desperate hallucination of a mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Clearly the game's designers had modeled their protagonist after this enigmatic real-world business luminary. In this age of technological explosion, crafting hyper-realistic digital avatars had long ceased to be remote, and the fact that the next goddess in the game was the real-life superstar singer Song Jiru only confirmed that all in-game characters were inspired by actual celebrities. So, all of it was simply an exquisitely crafted game. Su Yunzhou continued to search online, and amidst the chaotic flow of information, he finally found a blurry photo captured by paparazzi recently, captioned as a profile from a charity gala in 2020. In the photo, Lin Ruoxuan, now in her 30s, had shed her youthful innocence, looking even more breathtaking. Yet the pair of eyes that once spoke seemed now as silent as a deep pool, a stark contrast to the girl who would cry, laugh, and act spoiled. They were undoubtedly two different people. Indeed not the same person. It was just a figment of imagination fueled by drunkenness. He rubbed his temples vigorously, attempting to expel that illusory figure from his mind. He then powered off his phone and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. 2 hours later, his biological clock stubbornly yanked Su Yunzhou from the chaotic depths of shallow slumber. With the effects of alcohol completely gone, rationality returned with the morning light, and his brain felt much clearer. Reflecting on everything that had happened the night before, the tears, the frantic breakdown, now felt somewhat laughable and even a bit embarrassing. Perhaps he really had drunk too much to the point of breaking down over a virtual game character. He gazed out the window at the bustling morning, and then looked around at the disheveled room that had turned chaotic overnight. A surge of impulse to bid farewell to the past washed over him. He picked up his phone and sent a leave request to his boss. Then he found the WeChat of his close friend Xinjie, who worked at a real estate agency, and typed directly, "Brother, help me out. Put my apartment up for sale, and do it quickly." Xinjie almost instantly replied, filled with shock. "Aren't you getting married soon? Why are you in such a hurry to sell the wedding house? Are you crazy? Not getting married anymore? What the hell? What happened? Don't act impulsively. Besides, with the current market, if you sell now, you'll at least lose 30. That hurts. It's fine to just sell it quickly." Su Yunzhou's fingers paused on the screen. "Also, help me see if there are any suitable single apartments for rent, preferably close to the company. I want to move in today." Xinjie paused for a few seconds, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, and didn't ask further. "Okay, you. Stay calm. We'll talk when we meet." Su Yunzhou quickly tidied up his clothes and that laptop. He took down the wedding photos hanging on the wall, tearing them one by one and tossing them into the trash can. As for the newly bought furniture and decorations meant for the wedding, he didn't even glance at them again, feeling they were tainted with a nauseating aura, far too dirty. At noon, with Xinjie's help, Su Yunzhou moved into a simple single apartment near the company, only about 20 square meters. The space was small with white walls on all sides, yet inexplicably comforting, as if it could completely isolate him from all past. After Xinjie got a grasp of the situation, he patted Su Yunzhu's shoulder with a sigh. "Buddy, take it easy. Discovering this now is better than after getting the marriage certificate, at least it's not a second marriage. By the way, Song Jiru is coming to Binzhou for a concert this weekend. I have a couple of inner tickets, take one and go have some fun. Sing a few songs, and who knows, you might meet a beautiful girl and start a new life." "Concert? Not interested." Su Yunzhou instinctively refused, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. "Wait, who are you talking about?" "Song Jiru." Instantly, the irritating prompt from the game Goddess Development flashed through his mind. The development target for the second level was indeed Song Jiru. However, he quickly shook his head and chuckled to himself. He had long realized that the game used real-life celebrities as materials for development. One must admit they really had guts, weren't they afraid of copyright infringement? Moreover, they included so many rated scenes and interactions. No wonder this game could only be released discreetly hidden from the light. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the Shangtian Hotel in Binzhou, Su Qianran woke up in the morning, lazily picked up her phone, and tried once again to add Su Yunzhou on WeChat, only to find that the message simply wouldn't go through. She was momentarily stunned, then disdainfully snorted. "So Su Yunzhou, you've grown some skills. Daring to block me. Fine, this time I won't forgive you easily. Let's see how you beg me later." Beside her, Qin Beichen was stirred awake by the commotion, chuckling as he pulled her over and pinned her down. "Stop it, not again." Su Qianran half-heartedly resisted, but soon wrapped her arms around his neck, asking in a spoiled tone, "Qin Xiao, will you marry me? When will you take me to meet your parents?" Upon hearing this, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm flickered across Qin Beichen's face. "Babe, marriage is the grave of love. How boring is that? Isn't what we have now good enough?" Su Qianran's heart sank suddenly, but her face still wore a pitiful look. "Qin Xiao, Su Yunzhou has blocked me. He must know about us. You have to take responsibility for me." She wasn't naive. Seeing Su Yunzhu's sudden change in attitude, she had already guessed about 8 points. She suspected it must be that loose-lipped female colleague who had betrayed her after all she had seen herself getting into Qin Beichen's car, and she also had Su Yunzhu's contact information. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but spit in her heart. Indeed, one must guard against fire, theft, and close friends. Qin Beichen casually moved his body. "Don't worry, that lovesick fool will definitely come back to beg you in no time. He loves you so much, has invested so much, and the sunk cost is too high for him to bear. As long as you firmly claim that you were just visiting your mother at home yesterday, what evidence could he have? Then with a little crying and fussing, if he softens his heart, won't it all be over?" Su Qianran was actually quite certain of this in her heart. She understood Su Yunzhu's almost blind love and dedication to her. Even if he really knew something, as long as she crafted a decent excuse, he would most likely choose to forgive. Moreover, they were about to get married, all their friends and family had been notified, and the hotel was already booked. At this critical juncture, where could Su Yunzhou retreat to? Sooner or later, he would obediently come back to beg her. "No matter what, you dared to doubt me, and even block me, how vile. If I don't properly teach you a lesson this time, I won't be called Su Qianran." She feigned a look of sorrow, and said, "Qin Xiao, can you really bear to see me with him? Just thinking about sleeping next to him in the future makes me feel sick. I really wasted my youth over the past few years." Qin Beichen's eyes flashed with a hint of twisted pleasure as he chuckled. Don't you think that's more fun? You both can get married, and we can continue like this in your wedding bed looking at your wedding photos. I could even have a child, and besides, breaking up with him now would be too cheap for him. Hurry up and get married, then divorce. That way you can squeeze out all his family's assets. After all, you sacrificed 5 years for him, right?" Thinking of Su Yunzhou, Qin Beichen was filled with pent-up frustration. Back when he was relentlessly pursuing Su Qianran, he almost succeeded one night in the school grove, only for Su Yunzhou to suddenly appear out of nowhere and knock him down, ruining his chances. Later, he gathered a few people to seek revenge, but coincidentally, during a crackdown on gang violence, he was caught by passing police and spent several days in jail, suffering immense humiliation, ultimately having to study abroad. So this time he swore not to rest, until Su Yunzhou felt like living was worse than death. Su Yunzhou slept drowsily in his cramped rental apartment, awakening to find it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The chaotic feeling from his hangover had completely faded, and the cold clarity of reality lay before him, forcing him to confront his predicament. With a monthly salary of 30 to 40,000, he was considered to have a decent income by others, but after paying rent, he was left with only 5 to 6,000. Over the years, Su Qianran and her family had drained his savings under various pretenses. Every holiday and anniversary required expensive gifts. Not only did he have to please her, but he also had to show filial piety to her entire family. Roughly calculated, he had spent at least 500,000 on her over the years. To make matters worse, he was burdened with a mortgage along with the credit loan he took out to prepare for the wedding and dowry, totaling over 2 million in debt. Even if he gritted his teeth and sold the wedding house at a discount after repaying all the loans, he would only have around 400,000 left. He was left owing the bank 400,000. After years of hard work since graduation, holding what seemed to be a glamorous salary, burning the midnight oil, compromising his health, he ended up in such a dire situation. It was truly laughable. Fortunately, he had stopped the losses in time. He could only comfort himself in his heart money could be earned again, and realizing the truth about people was a stroke of luck. From now on he must keep his eyes wide open. With this thought the sense of oppression in his heart did indeed lighten a bit, even bringing a hint of long-lost, nearly cruel ease. Finally he no longer had to meet the endless demands of that family, working tirelessly on side jobs, staying up until dawn, and compromising his health to the point of near collapse. Moreover, finding a reliable lawyer to help organize transaction records and file a lawsuit might allow him to recover some of his money. He rubbed his swollen temples, got out of bed, and walked into the small bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. He looked up at the mirror at the tired face with dark circles under the eyes. He could not continue like this. He needed to pull himself, starting over. Before heading out he thought of Lin Ruoxuan again. In the game she had transformed from an innocent 18-year-old girl nurtured by him into a business queen named Xianxian. Her smile, her playful demeanor, her cleverness, her occasional rebellion, her dazzling growth. Every detail was vivid. It felt as though the version of her in the game truly existed. With a complex and indescribable emotion, he mindlessly opened his computer again and clicked into the game goddess nurturing. Let me take another look at her. He dragged the timeline back, reliving the moments he shared with Xianxian. Suddenly the timeline stopped on the day they traveled to Yunzhou. Su Yunzhou's gaze casually swept across the screen, and in the next moment his pupils constricted sharply as he sprang up from his chair, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the screen. In the scene Lin Ruoxuan was not alone. She was standing in front of a couple with a little boy and was taking out a business card from her handbag to hand to the husband. And that couple, the incredibly familiar faces, just younger by a decade, were clearly his parents, Su Chongshan and Yang Wenwei. And that little boy looking up curiously at the candy art stall was none other than his 10-year-old self. What? How is Su Yunzhou's breath hitched, his mind going blank, with only his heart pounding wildly. When he was 10 he indeed traveled to Qingzhou with his parents. But why was it so clearly appearing in this game? Did the game developers use surveillance footage from back then? Not to mention, there was no omnipresent high-definition surveillance like now in early 2010. Even if there was, how could they have obtained it? More horrifyingly, did he really meet Lin Ruoxuan when he was a child? In an era without smartphones and underdeveloped internet, in the ancient streets of Jinli and Qingzhou, had he actually crossed paths with this business queen? Su Yunzhou suppressed the pounding of his heart, trembling fingers continuing to watch. In the scene Lin Ruoxuan gently bought the candy dragon that the little boy had been yearning for, then walked into a nearby tea house. Lin Ruoxuan seemed to be mainly inquiring about some basic information from her parents, carrying a barely perceptible urgency and curiosity. Meanwhile his parents wore expressions of obvious vigilance and politeness, seemingly only vaguely informing her of their hometown's location without revealing more personal information. A fleeting disappointment crossed Lin Ruoxuan's face, but she quickly adjusted her emotions, taking out a seemingly ordinary USB drive from her bag, solemnly handing it to her father Su Chongshan, and then politely saying goodbye before leaving. The more Su Yunzhou watched, the more alarmed he became. He tried to recall the scene from their trip to Qingzhou. During that family trip he indeed had clung to a candy art stall in Jinli, reluctant to leave. It seemed there really was a particularly beautiful, elegant older sister who came over to talk to him and even bought him the most difficult candy dragon. At that time he seemed to have stammered due to shyness and nervousness. No, wait. Was this memory originally real, or was it a result of just watching this game footage that his brain had fabricated and confused? He shook his head hard, trying to clear his chaotic thoughts. Right? Mom and Dad. They must know. He felt like he had grasped a lifeline, quickly taking out his phone, aimed at the computer screen, and recorded this unbelievable encounter clearly. Just as he prepared to find his father Su Chongshan to inquire about what was going on, his phone rang, first displaying the words Dad. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Immediately his father's anxious and confused voice came through, clearly laced with anger. Qingzhou. What on earth is going on? Qianran just called us, crying uncontrollably, saying you want to kick her out and sell the wedding house. It's normal for young people to argue. Why can't you sit down and talk it through? Why escalate to this point? Do you know how much you'll lose by selling the house? Don't act impulsively. Su Yunzhou felt a sinking sensation in his heart and tried to keep his voice calm. Dad, this matter is very complicated. You don't need to worry about it. By the way, I was just about to ask you about when we traveled to Qingzhou. Su Chongshan interrupted him directly, his tone even more urgent. Can we not be involved in this matter? Can we not worry about your marriage? We are already on our way to Binzhou. Whatever it is, let's talk when we meet. After saying that, without waiting for Su Yunzhou to respond, the call was disconnected. Su Yunzhou held his phone that had gone dead, waiting for them to arrive to show them the chat records with Qin Beiqin. After all, the other party was driving, and it would be worse if they got upset. The most critical thing was that he still needed to show them the photos and videos of Lin Ruoxuan to help them recall what had happened back then, so everything could wait until they met. He put down the phone and saw a WeChat message pop up from Shun Jiezhou. I just took a client to see a house, and my sister, Su Qianran, has come back. Seeing us in the house, she yelled and jumped around like crazy, saying we were thieves, and even forced both me and the client out. What should we do now? Su Yunzhou's expression turned cold as he understood. It was clear that Su Qianran had returned to the wedding house, and upon discovering that he was serious, and had even brought the agent, she panicked and hurriedly called his parents to cry for pressure. He took a deep breath and replied to Shun Jie, sorry brother for causing you trouble. I will handle this matter properly when I return. At 6 in the evening, Su Yunzhou returned to the marriage apartment that once held countless dreams, but now only served as a reminder of discomfort. As the key was inserted into the lock, the door was suddenly yanked open from the inside. A figure bringing with her a fragrance blocked the doorway. It was Su Qianran. With her eyebrows raised and hands on her hips, she looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Yunzhou. You still know to come back. Her sharp voice pierced through the corridor. Have you grown some courage? Selling the house behind my back, while I'm not here, and even daring to block me. Who gave you the audacity? Su Yunzhou ignored her, shouting calmly, scanning her before striding into the house. Inside the living room, it was indeed as Shun Jie had said. Somewhat messy, clearly having just undergone a scene of chaos. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Su Qianran stomped in her high heels, once again rudely blocking his path. I'll tell you, this marriage apartment is half mine. If you plan to sell it secretly, you might as well forget it. Right now, immediately take me off your blacklist and bow your head to apologize. Otherwise, I will never forgive you, and I definitely won't get the marriage certificate with you. Su Yunzhou finally stopped, slowly turning around. The gaze that once held tenderness now turned icy, making her inexplicably shiver inside. Su Qianran, haven't you acted enough yet? Su Qianran gasped, her momentum immediately weakened by a third. But she quickly raised her voice, desperately trying to cover her anxiety with bravado. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Don't play tricks here. My dad is coming soon. Let's see how you explain this. Explain. Su Yunzhou seemed to have heard the biggest joke. To your severely ill mother. Or to that Chun Deshao who drives a Ferrari and couldn't wait to sleep with you on the day you got the marriage certificate. Su Qianran's face turned pale instantly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. You're talking nonsense. Spreading slander. She retorted sharply, her fingers trembling. You can't stand to see others do well, just because you're incompetent, can you? Is it that Zhang Xiaoyu that BTCH has been gossiping about me? You tell me. Have you been with her all along, plotting against me? Before her words could finish, the door was suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. Su Qianran's father Su Dazhuang and her brother Su Yaowang stormed in with a fierce presence. Su Dazhuang's sharp eyes scanned the room, finally landing on Su Yunzhou, adopting a serious elder demeanor as he spoke in a low voice. What's going on? The sky is about to fall with all your shouting. What can't the young couple discuss properly? Why must it disturb the neighbors? Su Yaowang, however, wore a smile, his tone oily. Brother-in-law, calm down. If my sister has done anything wrong, just teach her a lesson. But don't say break up so casually. Invitations have already been sent out, and the hotel is booked. If this falls through, where will we put our family's faces? Su Yunzhou glanced at them, smiling. Aunt Zhang hasn't come. It seems she really is gravely ill. Su Yaowang's expression froze, and he quickly retorted, brother-in-law, that's not nice of you. How can you curse our mother? Su Yunzhou, tired of talking directly, pulled out his phone, opening the chat records and scandalous photos sent by Chun Beichen, thrusting the screen in front of Su Dazhuang and his son. You look for yourself? Well, I feel nauseous just talking about it. Su Dazhuang focused on the screen, his face darkening instantly. He raised his hand sharply. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Su Qianran's face instantly, leaving 5 red marks. Shameless thing. Apologize to Xiaozhou right now. Su Qianran struck, and seeing stars, her ears ringing, never expected that the pervert Chun Beichen would provoke him just to satisfy his twisted pleasure of humiliating Su Yunzhou. Fortunately, that pervert hadn't gone so far as to film explicit photos, otherwise there would have been no turning back today. She gritted her teeth, covering her face as she cried out, it's fake. These are all fake. Su Yunzhou, to dump me, you actually teamed up with Chun Beichen to fabricate these to smear me. I've never even met him. Su Yunzhou was almost amused by her shamelessness, coldly retorting, oh. Then where were you last night? I was scared at the thought of getting the marriage certificate, so I went out alone to think quietly. Is that not okay? Su Qianran's voice trembled with tears, her logic clear, as she argued, I thought about how I was about to get the marriage certificate and be tied to you for life, and I felt scared and anxious. I ran out alone to calm down. Is that not okay? This is all because of you. If you hadn't pressured me so much, could I have run out alone? It's all your fault. You need to apologize. Looking at her textbook-level shamelessness, Su Yunzhou lost all desire. He couldn't be bothered to mention the matter of the 20,000 yuan. This woman would certainly come up with another excuse. Fine, you keep acting. Anyway, since we aren't married, from today on the bridge is a bridge, and the road is a road. Now please get out of my house. Su Dazhuang, seeing his resolute attitude, furrowed his brow tightly. Xiaozhou, your words are too hurtful. Even if Xiaoran has done something wrong, you can't be so heartless. She's just a girl, as she's been with you for 5 years, wasting her youth on you, and you say break up just like that. Su Yaowang immediately chimed in, right. If you want to break up, that's fine. But this house is the marriage apartment, and my sister has a share. It must be divided equally. In addition, you need to compensate my sister 20,000 as a loss for her youth. She has slept with you for 5 years. That he was quickly calculating in his mind. Even if the housing prices had dropped, this house could still sell for 170 to 80,000. Divided in half plus 20,000, they could recover about 100,000, and he would also have a place to stay. Su Yunzhou looked at this family of blood-sucking leeches, feeling disgusted. They truly weren't a family, they didn't belong together. He turned around to leave. You have 3 days to pack up all your belongings and get lost. If you're still here after 3 days, don't blame me for calling the police and accusing you of illegally occupying someone else's residence. Su Yaowang, seeing him about to leave, instinctively tried to grab his arm to stop him. Su Yunzhou abruptly turned around, his eyes sharp as a knife. Let go of me. Your current behavior is considered trespassing and assault. I don't mind calling the police immediately, but with solid evidence you could easily spend 3 to 5 years in prison. Su Yawang was intimidated by the ferocity in his eyes. He had never seen this usually timid brother-in-law display such a terrifying side. He reluctantly let go, forcing a hideous smile. Brother-in-law. What are you talking about? We are still family. Su Yunzhou scoffed. I cannot afford to reach such heights. With that, he left directly, completely shaking off this pile of muck behind him. He had more important matters to attend to, finding his parents to clarify the shocking mystery surrounding Lin Ruoxuan. As soon as the door closed, Su Dazhuang's expression darkened instantly as he looked at Su Qianran. Is that Chun Beichen really wealthy? Su Qianran nodded repeatedly, her tone eager and flattering. He's rich. Extremely rich. His family runs several large companies, has over 10 houses, and several luxury cars. He's not at all comparable to Su Yunzhou, who is completely drained and still has decades of loans to pay off. Su Yawang's eyes lit up at the words, excitedly rubbing his hands together. That's great. Having this new brother-in-law is even better. Sister, you must seize the opportunity. Su Dazhuang narrowed his eyes, calculating, and issued an order. All right. Find a time to bring him back. Ooh, let's have a good chat with him. As he spoke, he glanced around the exquisitely decorated house, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. As for this house, it can't be so cheap for Su Yunzhou. Your new boyfriend is rich and powerful, right? He must have a way to make him obediently give us this house. Su Qianran tightly gripped her phone, feeling uncertain about Chun Beichen's attitude. But thinking about Su Yunzhou, her eyes flashed with cold light. Su Yunzhou, you think you can dump me and find someone new? No way. If you don't come back begging me, I will definitely make you miserable. At the entrance of the community, Su Yunzhou saw his parents getting out of the car from a distance. He took a deep breath, and Su Chongshan looked at his son standing alone in the cold wind, his brows immediately furrowing. What's going on? Why are you standing here in this freezing weather? Aren't you going to say anything? His mother Yang Wenhui hurriedly grabbed her son's hand. Xiaozhou, when a couple quarrels they make up on the bed, that child Ran has a bit of a temper. Just coax her a little, and it will be fine. Don't impulsively say to break up. Su Yunzhou did not respond directly, but forced a slightly weary smile, quietly took out his phone, quickly swiped across the screen a few times, and then handed it to his parents. Dad, Mom, take a look at this first. Su Chongshan and Yang Wenhui took the phone with suspicion, leaning together under the streetlight to examine it closely, their expressions gradually changing. After a long while, Su Chongshan let out a heavy sigh, patted his son's shoulder, his voice slightly hoarse. Since it's like this, Dad supports your choice. In any case, don't let yourself be wronged. Yang Wenhui's eyes immediately turned red. She wiped the corners of her eyes, her tone filled with pain and relief. I knew it. You are not someone who acts recklessly. You must have been wronged. Su Yunzhou took back his phone and shook his head. Dad, Mom, let's not talk about her for now. I have something more important to ask you. Su Chongshan was taken aback. What could be more important than this? After all, the wedding plans were falling through, which not only incurred huge losses, but also made them the laughingstock among relatives and friends. Su Yunzhou did not explain. He directly pulled out a high-definition photo of Lin Ruoxuan from years ago and turned the screen towards his parents. Take a good look. Do you remember her? 15 years ago, our family went to Chengzhou for vacation, and we ran into this girl in front of the sugar painting stall, ingenely right. She even spoke to you. He didn't dare to directly show the video clip from the game. First, he could not explain its origin, and second, he was afraid it would disrupt his parents' original memories. Su Chongshan squinted at the woman in the photo, scrutinizing it for a long while with a hint of uncertainty. Now that you mention it, it seems. There was indeed someone like that. There was a rather eye-catching girl who came over to talk. What do you mean seems? It was definitely her. Yang Wenhui's memory seemed to burst open. I remember it clearly. That girl was so beautiful with a special aura. At that time, she even handed your dad a business card, acting all mysterious. I was worried that we had run into some high-level scammer. Su Yunzhou trembled all over, a surge of electric shock like shivers racing up his spine. The scenes from the game. Could it really be true? He suppressed his racing heart, his voice trembling with urgency. So, did she give you a USB drive? She said it was a gift for me, and that I could only open it 10 years later. Yes. That did happen. Yang Wenhui was startled. How could I forget that? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. How come you remember everything? Su Chongshan also finally recalled, nodding repeatedly. That's right. There was indeed a USB drive. After I got home, I was curious about what was inside, so I secretly opened it, only to find a bunch of incomprehensible English programs, a mess, and no one I asked understood it. I didn't think much of it, and just tossed it aside. That USB drive. Where is it now? Su Yunzhou clenched his fists tightly, faintly feeling that he was getting closer to the truth. How many years have passed? Su Chongshan was startled by his reaction and tried hard to recall. I think I just tossed it aside when we got home. Whether it's still around is uncertain. Let's go home now and look for it. Su Yunzhou spoke with an urgency that brooked no denial, pulling his parents to go and get in the car. Yang Wenhui was puzzled by his frantic demeanor, mumbling as she followed. What's so urgent? That girl. By age, she must be at least 35 or 36 now, right? She might even have kids by now. Su Chongshan also chimed in. Yeah, don't tell me you've been thinking about her ever since you met her back then. Now that you're heartbroken, you're reminiscing about your childhood goddess. Su Yunzhou knew his parents had misunderstood. He couldn't afford to explain, so he pulled out his phone again, quickly searching for the financial headlines of Lin Ruoxuan, ringing the bell at Nasdaq, and shoved it in front of his parents. She is Lin Ruoxuan, the founder of New Generation Technology, who went public on Nasdaq in the United States 14 years ago, once a business queen worth hundreds of billions. Su Chongshan stared at the figure standing at the pinnacle of the World Financial Center receiving the attention of thousands, and after careful scrutiny, he was shocked and could only utter, "My goodness. This girl turned out to be so impressive." Yang Wenhui was also astonished. "I even thought of her as a scammer back then." Su Yunzhou's vague guess was becoming clearer, but he still needed final confirmation. Without saying another word, he pulled his parents quickly toward the parking lot. "Let's talk on the way. Dad, Mom, buckle up." All the while Su Yunzhou drove the car at high speed. Su Chongshan sat in the passenger seat nervously gripping the armrest. "Son, slow down. Safety first." Su Yunzhou's parents lived in a town under Binzhou, which wasn't far away. Typically the drive only took about an hour. But today this stretch of road felt infinitely long to Su Yunzhou. Finally arriving home looking at the old house where he grew up, Su Yunzhou's heart raced uncontrollably, as if something was about to burst forth. The three of them immediately began rummaging through the old house. With the passage of time and numerous items, searching for a small USB drive from over a decade ago was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In the midst of their anxious search, Yang Wenhui's gaze suddenly fell on a dusty ceramic piggy bank atop the bookshelf. A chubby little pig, which was Su Yunzhou's piggy bank when he was a child. "Hey, I think I remember a bit. Wasn't the USB drive stuffed in this pig's belly because your dad thought it had no place?" Without saying another word, Su Yunzhou reached up, took down the heavy piggy bank, and smashed it directly onto the ground. With a crisp sound, the ceramic pig shattered, and countless yellowed coins and a few small bills rolled out, scattering. Among the pile of change and ceramic fragments, a slightly old-fashioned black USB drive lay quietly. "Can it still be used after all these years?" Yang Wenhui looked at the inconspicuous little object with a worried tone. Su Yunzhou did not answer, his fingers trembling slightly from uncontrollable excitement. He grabbed the old USB drive and forcefully inserted it into the laptop's port. Click! A faint recognition sound echoed clearly in the silent room. The prompt immediately popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Removable disk H connected. Su Yunzhou took a deep breath and moved the mouse at the fastest speed, double-clicking to open the disk icon. The disk space was nearly empty with only a solitary file lying there, Bitcoin wallet. The modification date of the file startlingly showed January 9, 2010. Upon seeing this file name and date, Su Yunzhou's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered. Last night in the game he thought it was an Easter egg planted by the developers. He had casually directed Lin Ruoxuan under the guise of System Daddy to collect over 10,000 bitcoins during their initial period of almost no value, storing them across multiple USB drives as the most primitive cold wallet. This one before him was one of them. He immediately downloaded specialized software compatible with this ancient wallet format. After the installation was complete, he attempted to import the wallet. A password input box popped up on the screen. It was a 4-digit password. Su Yunzhou remembered Lin Ruoxuan had set it as 0803. That was the day he first appeared in her life. If this password is correct, then the Lin Ruoxuan in the game and the real-life business Queen Lin Ruoxuan, who rang the bell at Nasdaq and mysteriously disappeared, are undoubtedly the same person. This realization made his heart race, and with a barely noticeable tremor in his fingertips, he pressed each digit one by one. 0803. Enter. The wallet interface refreshed in response, smoothly completing the import. Balance 100 BTC, a simple, yet weighty number prominently displayed in the center of the screen. What is this? A bunch of numbers. Su Chongshan leaned over, staring at the string of characters on the screen with a puzzled expression. Su Yunzhou fell silent. He was afraid that directly saying this is virtual currency worth over $100 million would frighten his parents. After some thought, he explained in as neutral a tone as possible, "This is 10 bitcoins. Now, one is worth about $110,000. How much?" Su Chongshan's eyes widened like saucers, his voice changing pitch. 110,000. One. Is it in US dollars? Just this little USB drive. So these 10 would be $1,100,000. Yang Wenhui was also stunned, quickly followed by a surge of great confusion. Why is such a huge boss just randomly giving something so terrifying to a child they barely know? This doesn't make sense. Could there be some trap? Su Yunzhou tried to make his explanation sound reasonable. Back in 2010, this thing was practically worthless, just a few cents each, and nobody wanted it, even if it was given away for free. Even if there were 1,000 of them back, then the total might not even cover the cost of this USB drive. At that time, people dealing in virtual currency often gave them away as a common marketing tactic to promote the concept. Just like later when the founder of Ethereum came to Binzhou for a roadshow, I heard he gave away thousands to everyone present, and at the time hardly anyone wanted them. Now those are worth tens of millions, or even billions. So in that environment back then, giving this away was really not strange. It was like giving away a beautifully printed flag. Su Chongshan had also heard about the wealth myths surrounding Bitcoin, having caught glimpses of it in the news, but he never thought such a legend would land in his own home. He struggled to digest this sudden information, and the shock on his face gradually gave way to overwhelming joy as he patted his son's back vigorously. Good boy. It seems the heavens are fair. They may have shortchanged you in this aspect, but they compensated you elsewhere. $1,100,000 according to the current exchange rate converts to over 7 million yuan. For an ordinary family, this is a sum that could change their lives, yet it has not reached the astronomical figure that would make one completely financially free, sitting perfectly at a threshold that would allow the parents to slowly digest and accept after the shock. Su Yunzhou carefully stepped on this point to help his parents accept it gradually. After simply having dinner, Su Yunzhou cautiously put away the USB drive and picked up his computer. Dad, Mom, I have to return to Binzhou. I have to go to work tomorrow. Back in the tiny rented room, it was already late at night. Su Yunzhou felt no drowsiness as he reopened the game titled Goddess Development and clicked on the now grayed out save file of Lin Ruoxuan. He dragged the timeline back to the trip to Qingzhou, finding Lin Ruoxuan gazing at the direction he had left after their encounter, her eyes filled with a hint of tenderness and an incredible sense of fate, softly murmuring, "Tyrant, isn't it strange? That little boy, his brows and demeanor really looks so much like you. If it weren't for the fact that I know you're just charging temporarily, I would almost think that you've reincarnated and come to me." She tilted her head slightly, revealing a mischievous, yet purely kind smile, "Since we are so fated. Tyrant, didn't you always tell me that this little thing called BTC might be worth a lot in the future? Then I'll give him 1,000 as a New Year's gift. I hope it blesses this little guy who looks so much like you to have less trouble and more happiness in life." However, after a while, as if suddenly remembering something crucial, Lin Ruoxuan jolted awake from her sentimental mood, annoyedly slapped her forehead, her beautiful brows furrowing. "Oh no. Tyrant, I made a foolish mistake." Her tone carried genuine urgency. "I just realized I forgot to tell him the password. Without the password, it's worthless." "Oh." Su Yunzhou repeatedly listened to this line, each word striking like a hammer upon his soul. What he felt towards this game was no longer just shock, but a kind of spine-chilling awe that touched the depths of his soul. Everything it recorded was indeed a part of history that had truly happened. It was not merely a game, but a mysterious window that connected the past and reality in a way he could not. Yet there was still one critical question left unresolved. Did the Lin Ruoxuan in reality, during her rise to prominence, truly perceive the existence of this tyrant? Were the astonishing accomplishments she achieved the result of her own talent and effort, or was it genuinely because there was a future self guiding her from the shadows? After all current evidence could only prove that the life trajectory of Lin Ruoxuan he saw in the game was real, but it did not directly prove that there existed some extraordinary interaction between him and her that transcended dimensions. It's a pity. Lin Ruoxuan's whereabouts are now a mystery, as if she evaporated into thin air. Otherwise, I would really want to find her at all costs and ask her directly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the news Shun Jie mentioned during the day. This Saturday, the diva Song Jiru would hold a concert in Binzhou. His gaze involuntarily turned to the game interface, where the Yeto Bianlock preview of the second level was right next to it. Clearly indicated the name of the next target, Song Jiru. A thought flashed like lightning, instantly cutting through his chaotic mind. If I start Song Jiera's quest line, now intervening in her life, then by the time of the concert on Saturday, I might find an opportunity to get close to her in reality and personally ask that radiant diva surrounded by stars, "Have you ever sensed the existence of me on your path to greatness?" However, before dealing with Song Jiru, the immediate priority is to handle this unexpected fortune. Su Yunzhou focused all his attention on the Bitcoin wallet in front of him, containing 1,000 Bitcoins. According to the current market value, this amounts to a terrifying wealth of over $100 million, nearly $1 billion. This sum of money could drive anyone to madness, yet at this moment it felt like a searing hot iron exuding an aura of extreme danger. If mishandled, it could attract the attention of regulatory agencies, hackers, or even ruthless criminals with consequences too dire to imagine. "I absolutely cannot sell it all at once," he muttered to himself calmly, while staring at the dizzying numbers on the screen. That would be like lighting a bonfire in a dark forest, akin to seeking one's own demise. It must be broken down into smaller parts. He murmured, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He carefully dispersed the 1,000 Bitcoins from the original wallet through multiple cross-timed complex operations, transferring them to dozens of newly generated, completely unrelated cold wallet addresses. The amount stored in each new address was meticulously designed, ranging from dozens to nearly 100, simulating the behavior patterns of different individual investors or early adopters to avoid alerting on-chain analyses. However, even such careful operations still significantly impacted the cryptocurrency market. Just after he completed the final transfer, he checked the real-time price of Bitcoin, which had already dropped by nearly 2. Discussions were already emerging on forums and social media. "Damn. Alarm. Just detected an ancient address from 2010 has awakened. It transferred 1,000 BTC all at once. Has Grandpa Miner come back? Is this a signal to crash the market and run? Send me the address link." Hissing. It really is an ancient deity, holding for 15 years without a move. I admire such resolve. After holding for so long, it suddenly moved. Could the holder have just completed their sentence? Su Yunzhuo's heart tightened, realizing he was now on the radar of some keen eyes. This further solidified his determination to handle things discreetly and steadily. He couldn't use conventional, strictly KY-compliant large exchanges. He needed more covert and direct offline trading. A name immediately floated into his mind: Lu Jian. His college roommate, a fellow native from Jiangnan province whose family was engaged in international trade, using cryptocurrency for cross-border funds settlement was routine for them. He got straight to the point. "Jian, I have about 20 BTC I want to sell. I wonder if your side is interested." The price can be slightly discounted based on market rates. Lu Jin quickly replied, wow, have you struck gold? Absolutely clean. I mined it casually when Bitcoin first came out and later forgot about it. You can verify the source anytime on the blockchain. The address is transparent. Lu Jin replied succinctly, alright. As long as it's clear 20 BTC, it's just a matter of 1,000 or so. They'll be heading back to Yunzhou tomorrow night. Let's set a place and discuss it while eating. Su Yunzhou couldn't help but smirk at the words a small deal on the screen. Indeed, in Jiangnan province where talents abound and the private economy thrives, a flow of tens of millions may truly be just a small deal to some. Thinking of his marriage house that he was eager to sell, which had cost him over 3 million at the time, this amount of over 10 million might really just be an inconspicuous ripple in the true flow of capital. But for him, it was the first fulcrum to leverage his fate and gain freedom. So next, Su Yunzhuo's gaze slowly shifted to the screen, landing on the thumbnail, Song Jiru. Now it's time to meet you, big star. Current female lead song, Jiru. Time, Anchor, July 9th, 2012. Location, Yunzhou, 7th Middle School, Class 7. Senior year, birth year, 1994. Current age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Current education, high school graduate. Appearance, 92100. Exceptional bone structure. Picturesque features. Skin, as white as fresh snow. She is the kind of stunning presence that can be locked onto in a crowd. Figure 74100. Naturally model-like frame, long neck, slender limbs, but overly thin and lacking curves resembling a bud yet to bloom. Knowledge, 32100. Barely passed the critical line with a last-minute push. Entered an ordinary first-tier university in a niche major within the province. Charisma, 38100. Long-term social anxiety, leading to habitual hunching eyes, always subconsciously dodging. Lacking security, yet exuding a fragile and aloof artistic vibe. When alone, influence, 5100. Known only within a small circle due to the title of school beauty, but strongly rejects this designation. Overall, hidden talent, celestial voice not activated. Current available wealth, 600 RMB. The entirety of her mother's high school graduation, reward, and living expenses for the next few months. Time, Anchor, locked in the summer of 2012. Su Yunzhou meticulously browsed the brand new attribute panel, his fingers subconsciously tapping on the desk, rapidly calculating in his mind. At this point in time, less than a year remains until Lin Ruoxuan completes her ascent to Nasdaq. Perhaps I can guide Song Jiru along this timeline, allowing her to connect with, or even find Lin Ruoxuan, who should still be active at this time. If I can clarify things face to face, he'll know what happens later. A plan to explore old mysteries through a new character gradually took shape in his mind. The scene gradually transitions. The corridor of Yunzhou 7th Middle School's senior year building appears somewhat empty, as most students have already completed their applications and left. In the last seat by the window in Class 7, Song Jiru sits alone. She curls up slightly, trying hard to minimize her presence, her delicate fingers gripping the edge of the application form. At that moment, a small commotion arises at the classroom door. A tall, handsome boy in a basketball uniform, amid the cheers of his friends, nervously yet nonchalantly walks in, holding a large bouquet of vibrant roses. He is the star of the school, the captain of the basketball team, and the crush of countless girls, Zhou. His target is clear as he strides directly toward the quiet girl by the window, who seems almost invisible. His footsteps echo sharply in the quiet classroom, and Song Jiru's body visibly stiffens, her head lowering even further, almost shrinking beneath her desk. Song Jiru. Zhou kneels in front of her desk, presenting the overly ostentatious roses, attracting the gaze of the few remaining students in the classroom and passers-by outside the window. I've liked you for 3 years. Since the first time I saw you in freshman year, I've liked you. He takes a deep breath as if reciting a script rehearsed countless times. I was afraid it would affect your studies, so I never dared to say it. Now that the college entrance exam is over, can we date? Wow. Zhou really can. School heartthrob and school beauty, how romantic. Outside the window and at the door, many curious students gather, whispers and cheers crashing in like waves. Countless gazes converge on Song Jiru like spotlights. She feels as if she has been stripped bare and thrown into the center of a square, utterly exposed. Her cheeks turn pale at first, then flush red from embarrassment. Her breathing becomes rapid and difficult. Her beautiful eyes quickly fill with tears, reflecting helplessness and fear. No, don't look at me. She emits a whimper like a small animal, her voice faint and trembling. Zhou attempts to say more. Jiru, wow. Song Jiru finally breaks down, suddenly standing up, the legs of the chair scraping loudly against the floor. She resembles a startled rabbit, not daring to look at Zhou or the people around her, covering her face and fleeing the classroom in tears. Zhou, still holding the flowers, stands frozen in place, his expression shifting from anticipation to awkwardness and embarrassment. After a brief silence, in and outside the classroom, the discussions grow louder. Is that really necessary? Cried in fear. Is the school beauty that timid? Zhou is too miserable being in front of so many people. Su Yunzhou watched this scene in front of the screen, helplessly rubbing his forehead. The future diva was once socially anxious. This game is starting to get difficult. Song Jiru was like a startled deer, desperately fleeing from the suffocating scene of onlookers. All she wanted was to find an absolutely quiet corner, without any gazes, burying herself deep within, letting the entire world forget her. However, fear shadowed her relentlessly. For she discovered in horror that no matter where she ran, there was always a young man in a loose cartoon dinosaur pajamas leisurely following her. He looked to be in his early 20s, like a young man who had just rolled out of bed with messy hair and a face marked by curiosity and mischief. He was watching her frantic escape with great interest. When did he appear? How could someone be wandering around the school in pajamas? Ah! Song Jiru screamed in terror, her footsteps faltering, nearly falling. When did he start following me? Why is he swaggering around in such ridiculous pajamas at school? Why is he following me? What does he want? She desperately quickened her pace, nearly jogging, her slender figure swaying precariously in the summer breeze. She turned a corner, and he turned as well. She accelerated, and he picked up a slight pace too, maintaining that unsettling distance, neither too far nor too close, yet enough to send chills down her spine. Like a silent ghost in a comical pajama haunting her. The campus during summer vacation was already deserted, and Song Jiru dared not run towards crowded areas, as that would only attract more attention. Finally, in a dim corner behind the experimental building piled high with abandoned desks and chairs, Song Jiru, exhausted, leaned against the cold, rough wall and slid down. She tightly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from screaming again, but tears surged forth like a flood, her thin shoulders trembling violently. And the man in the cartoon dinosaur pajamas stopped a few steps away. He was coming closer. In despair, Song Jiru shut her eyes tightly, curling herself into a smaller ball, waiting for the unknown horror to descend. However, the anticipated violation or harm did not come. A lazy voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm suddenly echoed directly in her mind. Tisk, why are you running? I won't eat you. Lift your head and look at me. Song Jiru trembled all over. Her fear reached its peak, yet it gave rise to a numb courage. She shook as she slowly, almost imperceptibly lifted her tear-streaked eyelashes. Through her blurred vision, the man in the ridiculous green dinosaur pajamas stood before her. His gaze was strange, devoid of the lewdness, greed, or ferocity she had imagined. Instead, it was pure, filled with a curiosity and inquiry, as if observing some fascinating creature. What made her heart stop was that several patches of mottled sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, perfectly landing on him. Light penetrated his body, leaving no shadow where he stood. What exactly is he? A ghost? An illusion? Just as Song Jiru felt herself about to faint from fear, the voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, the superstar system binding is complete. From today onwards, this system will be with you. I will be your best friend. Song Jiru's teary eyes widened, her small mind filled with enormous question marks and lingering fear. System? Isn't that something only found in novels? And friend. That word was too foreign and distant to her, even carrying a hint of instinctive rejection. Don't believe it. The voice seemed to sense her doubt, laced with an almost imperceptible laugh. You can touch and see. As the words finished, the man in the dinosaur pajamas took a step closer to her. Song Jiru trembled, mustering all her courage to extend her finger, cautiously reaching forward. Her fingertip passed right through his body without any resistance. No physical form, like passing through a beam of light. She was stunned, looking at her perfectly normal finger, then at the shadow before her that was palpably real, the extreme shock oddly calming her chaotic thoughts. You really are the system. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou was somewhat surprised. This kid was accepting new things even faster than Lin Ruoxuan had. Was it because of her loneliness that made her more receptive to this non-human existence? He did not answer, but instead focused his thoughts and clicked on the reward button, emanating a gentle green light. An invisible warm energy swept over Song Jiru's head like a gentle hand, soothing her heart and tense nerves with an oddly calming force. From now on, just call me Big Brother. The lazy voice carried a comforting magic. Big Brother will look out for you. Song Jiru felt that peculiar warmth, instinctively wiping the tear marks on her face, timidly responding, thank you. Now go back to the classroom and finish filling out your application form. The Big Brother's voice held an undeniable guidance. Remember, from now on you are no longer alone. I will be behind you, supporting you, solving your troubles, and accompanying you until you reach the unparalleled peak. He understood that for a girl as socially anxious as her, establishing unconditional trust and providing absolute security was the first step. Song Jiru nodded vigorously, as if gaining some invisible strength and promise. She took a deep breath, summoning unprecedented courage as she walked towards the teaching building. However, trouble always comes uninvited. On the tree-lined path to the teaching building, 4 fashionably dressed girls with unfriendly expressions blocked her way. The one at the front was the notorious queen bee of the school, also a crazed admirer of Zhou's. At this moment, she was fiercely glaring at Song Jiru, clearly directing the anger from Zhou's failed confession entirely at this ungrateful, socially anxious school belle. Song Jiru, what do you think you are? How dare you embarrass Zhou? It's your honor that Zhou likes you. What are you pretending to be? Are you deliberately toying with him? Crying? Is that all you can do? Just looking at you is disgusting. If we don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think you are some remarkable school belle? Filthy words mixed with shoves. The 4 girls formed a siege, trapping Song Jiru in the middle like a pure white lamb trembling in a wolf pack. The little courage Song Jiru had just gathered dissipated instantly, tears once again welling up in her eyes, and she instinctively looked at the man in dinosaur pajamas beside her, whom only she could see, her gaze filled with helplessness and a plea for help. Su Yunzhu's calm voice echoed in her mind. Tell me, do you need my help? He needed her to ask for help herself, to take the first step in resisting rather than always passively enduring. As Song Jiru looked at those malicious faces and felt the pushing force coming from her body, a wave of unprecedented grievance and anger mixed with the dependence on Big Brother she had just established suddenly broke through the shackles of fear. With a tearful voice, she silently cried out, "Big Brother, please help me." All right. Su Yunzhou had already studied the newly unlocked system shop, which featured a function called consciousness synchronization priced at 100 shop coins per use lasting 5 minutes. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase and confirmed the use on Song Jiru. In an instant, Song Jiru felt as if the Big Brother beside her transformed into a beam of light, merging with her in an instant. Immediately, a strange feeling of loss of control surged over her. She could clearly feel that she was still here, but the control over her limbs seemed to have been taken over by another calmer and more decisive consciousness. Her body was no longer entirely under her control. In the astonished gazes of the girls around, Song Jiru, who had just been trembling and bullied, suddenly displayed a cold and fierce gaze, as if a different soul had taken over. Still that delicate and fragile frame, as if it could be blown down by a gust of wind, yet her movements were swift as a ghost, striking with precision and ruthlessness, showing no mercy. Slap. A crisp and resounding slap echoed down the alley, knocking over the girl who had been leading the insults. With a twist of her hand, she easily subdued another girl, trying to pull her hair, the sound of bones cracking, sending the girl screaming to her knees in pain. She sidestepped and precisely kicked the knee of the third girl, rushing at her, sending her crashing to the ground with a scream. The last girl, frightened and wanting to flee, was swiftly caught by Song Jiru, who grabbed her hair and delivered a fierce knee strike to her abdomen. The movements were simple and efficient, carrying a ruthlessness and decisiveness not typical for someone of her age, reminiscent of a battlefield. Though her physical capabilities and strength were still at Song Jiru's level at this moment, controlling this body was Su Yunzhu's combat awareness honed through societal experience, knowing how to swiftly incapacitate an opponent. Dealing with a few girls who could only bluster required being even harsher, more fearless, and more adept at targeting. In just 1 or 2 minutes, those once arrogant girls were sprawled all over the ground, some covering their faces, some clutching twisted wrists, others rolling in pain, and some curled up and gagging, wailing endlessly. The expressions in their eyes when they looked at Song Jiru were filled with sheer terror and disbelief, as if they were staring at a monster. Song Jiru shook her slightly numbed wrist, looking down at them from a height, her originally gentle voice now delivering chilling words, "From now on, be wise, and keep your distance from me." After speaking, Su Yunzhou patted his chest, ending the consciousness synchronization. In that moment, the intense feeling of exhaustion and muscle soreness surged towards Song Jiru like a tide. Her legs weakened, and she hurriedly reached out to support herself on the rough tree trunk, barely preventing herself from falling. She looked at the girls on the ground who moments ago had been threatening, but now lay in pain like broken dolls, then looked down in disbelief at her own seemingly delicate and weak hands that had just unleashed astonishing power. An indescribable, exhilarating feeling breaking through all the grievances, fears, and restraints she had long endured exploded in her heart, causing her body to tremble slightly. Did she really achieve it? With the help of Big Brother. She resisted, she protected herself, and seeing it, Su Yunzhu's voice timely echoed in her mind. "I only used your own strength to resolve this trouble. Thus you possess such potential yourself. You can also achieve it, as long as you are willing to muster the courage and learn to utilize." Song Jiru held onto the tree trunk, nodding vigorously, her voice still slightly panting from the struggle, but filled with unprecedented conviction. "I see it. Thank you, Big Brother. I understand now." After a few seconds, she seemed to calm down from her intense emotions, suddenly recalling something, and timidly raised her still reddened face to ask, "But, Big Brother, there's one thing I don't understand." "Go ahead." Song Jiru blinked, her big eyes innocently asking, "Why? Why did you have to pat your chest before leaving my body?" Ahem. Su Yunzhu's face flushed outside the screen, almost choking on his own saliva. How could this girl have such sharp observational skills? He forcefully composed himself and responded in a cryptic tone, "It's a sense of ritual, a necessary procedure for the system operation." After filling out her application and leaving the school, Song Jiru seemed to have finally discovered the most precious treasure in the world, one that belonged solely to her, joyfully dancing around the phantom only she could see. She cautiously maintained a slight distance, as if afraid to shatter this miracle, yet could not help but orbit around Big Brother like a small satellite wanting to get closer. "Big Brother, do you drink milk tea? I know a place at the school gate with the most delicious one. The boba is super chewy. Big Brother, how about I treat you to Pizza Hut? Their newly launched cheese waterfall pizza is so delicious. Can you taste the flavor?" Seeing Su Yunzhou not responding, she tilted her head, thoughtfully considering for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had found the key to the problem, bursting with excitement. I got it. Is it that? I need to burn something for you to be able to taste it. I'll go prepare some ingots and candles." Su Yunzhou watched her serious and determined demeanor on the screen, unable to help, but facepalmed and clarified into the microphone with exasperation. "Once again, listen carefully. I am a high-level intelligent assistance system, not a ghost. No offerings needed. Thank you." His attention was suddenly drawn to a large poster at the bus stop on the side of the road. The poster featured Lin Roakshuan in a beautifully tailored white suit, her makeup exquisite with sharp and confident eyes, accompanied by a striking slogan, "New Generation Technology Redefining Beauty with AI." However, the edges of the poster showed some wear and fading, clearly having been posted for several months. It seemed that not much time had passed since her peak market launch. Juru, he interrupted her new round of chattering speculations about whether the system needed charging. Help me contact her. Song Juru followed his gaze towards the powerful and radiant woman on the poster, first stunned, then her small face instantly fell, her voice trembling with evident apprehension. Me. Contact her? How? How is that possible? She's Lin Ruoxuan. The business queen Lin Ruoxuan. I don't even have the right to speak to her. I have her phone number, just give her a call. Su Yunzhou recited a string of numbers. That was Lin Ruoxuan's most private number, known only to a very few close individuals. Song Juru was astonished. Her elder brother actually had the phone number of Lin Ruoxuan, the commercial goddess. How? She quickly took out her phone and dialed the number, but after a long wait, only a cold and standard system prompt came through. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Su Yunzhou fell silent. Not in service. After just over half a year, this personal number that used to be on 247 is now out of service. What sudden upheaval had occurred in her life after reaching its pinnacle? Noticing his unusual silence, Song Juru carefully observed the expression of his virtual figure, as if she were a small animal that had just found a home afraid of being abandoned by its owner, and gently asked, elder brother, Are you going to come home with me? Su Yunzhou instinctively touched his nose. What? Are you unhappy? To be honest, as he increasingly realized that the character in this game might actually exist in reality, and that he would be spending 24 hours a day alongside this teenage girl, a sense of indescribable embarrassment and subtle moral pressure indeed surged within him. Unexpectedly, Song Jiere's eyes instantly lit up, and she eagerly nodded him. Happy. So happy. That's great. Finally someone can play with me. I'm no longer alone. Her family was relatively well off. Although her parents divorced when she was young, her mother was a successful local businesswoman who purchased a spacious high-end apartment in the city center. However, her mother was often busy with business, and the large house usually had only a nanny named Aunt Yang to take care of her daily needs. Aunt Yang, I am back. Song Juru opened the door with her key, nervously stepping aside, as if letting an invisible guest enter first. Aunt Yang, wearing an apron, came out from the kitchen. Upon seeing her strange actions and slightly messy school uniform, her gaze immediately fell on the bruises and swelling on Song Jiere's knees, and she frowned with concern. Oh my Juru, what happened? Did you fall? Or were you bullied? Tell Aunt Yang. Song Jiere's heart tightened, fearing that Aunt Yang might notice the existence of the elder brother, and she quickly waved her hands. No. It's just, I accidentally tripped. Aunt Yang, I'm fine. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that like a frightened little rabbit, she quickly dashed to her room, not forgetting to give the heir a catch-up glance. Once inside her room, she locked the door behind her and immediately leaned against it, letting out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that Su Yunzhou's virtual figure indeed followed her closely, standing steadily in the center of the room, her face instantly blossomed into a pure and radiant smile, filled with unprecedented comfort and immense joy. That's great. Others really can't see you. Elder brother, we can really be together all the time from now on. She excitedly pulled Su Yunzhou's virtual figure and ran to sit on the soft carpet by the window, as if showcasing a treasure, dragging out an exquisite wooden box from under the bed, which contained an old set of Ludo, its pieces worn smooth at the edges. Elder brother, let's play a game. Her eyes sparkled with cautious anticipation. No one has ever played this with me before. Su Yunzhou silently sat across from her, though it was just his virtual figure adjusted. Thus on this evening, when the lights first lit up in this luxurious, yet empty apartment, a soul from the future accompanied a lonely girl in playing one simple, yet profoundly meaningful game of Ludo after another. He also accompanied her in watching her favorite somewhat childish animated series, listening to her suppressed laughter that had been held back for so long. Finally, the two sat side by side in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, watching the gradually brightening city outside, illuminated by countless lights like a galaxy. Elder brother. She looked up, gazing in his direction, her eyes slightly unfocused, as if transcending time. Do you know? When I was a child, my mother was always exceptionally busy with work. Often I was alone at home. My mother was afraid I would go out and be unsafe or cause her trouble, so every time she left, she would lock the door from the outside. At that time, I could only hold my old doll, or like now play chess by myself, then lean by the window. Downstairs, the neighbors' kids would be running around playing ball, laughing loudly. Their parents would sometimes watch from the side, calling. I would just keep watching for a long time. I felt their happiness seemed to float up just a little bit with the wind, but she withdrew her gaze and refocused on Su Yunzhou's virtual figure, forcing a shy, yet sincere smile onto her. So, elder brother, now that I have you to play with me, it's really so great. I feel like I finally don't have to be alone by the window watching others anymore. As night deepened, the city's clamor gradually quieted down. She curled up on the soft bed, softly asking with a hint of anxious confirmation, elder brother, you'll still be here tomorrow? You won't suddenly disappear like mom did, locking the door, leaving me all alone, right? Su Yunzhou did not answer immediately, but moved the mouse and gently clicked the softly glowing green reward button. An invisible, reassuring warmth slowly enveloped Song Juru like a silent promise. Then his voice echoed in her mind, I will always be here. Until you become. Elder brother, can you take me out to play tomorrow? She immediately took over the conversation, her eyes shining with anticipation in the darkness, as if having him gave her the courage to face the world. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. All right, he replied shortly, yet with conviction. With this definite promise, Song Jiaru finally felt as if she had swallowed the last reassuring pill contentedly. With a sweet, dependent smile at the corners of her lips, her breathing gradually became even and long, and she slowly sank into a peaceful slumber protected by her elder brother. Su Yunzhou watched Song Jiaru, who was quietly asleep on the screen, as if having laid down all her defenses. He knew that guiding her out of the shadow of social anxiety could not be rushed. It must be nurtured like a delicate seedling, patiently watered and waiting for it to bloom. The urgent task was to first address her social anxiety, allowing this girl who had been shrouded in loneliness for over a decade to truly feel the warmth of the sun, to become cheerful and confident from the inside out, so that he could proceed with the subsequent singer cultivation plan and the secret plan of using her to find Lin Ruoxuan. He exited the game rubbing his somewhat dry eyes. The computer displayed the time in the bottom right corner. It was already 2 in the morning. It was time to sleep. After all, he had to go to the company tomorrow to submit his resignation. With hands gripping Bitcoin worth billions, who would still want to live like a program machine, working 9 to 5, watching others' faces, sacrificing health and freedom for a meager salary. Speaking of the Binhao Hengchuang technology company he worked for, it indeed had an air of peculiarity. With average business volume and seemingly ordinary profits, the employees' salaries were, however, far beyond the industry standard. There had long been rumors that the elusive big boss had a background too deep to fathom, and that this company was merely one of the white gloves used for money laundering within a vast system. In the past, for the sake of mortgage and the so-called future, he could only pretend not to know, but now, to hell with it. The next morning, as Su Yunzhou settled into his workstation, the human resources director, Zhao Lily's internal phone call came through. Su Yunzhou, come to my office. Zhao Lily, 34 years old and unmarried, was dressed in a striking red suit today, and the heavy scent of her perfume wafted over from 3 meters away. Leaning back in her leather chair, she resembled a queen waiting for her subjects. Director Zhao, is there something you need? Su Yunzhou sat across from her, already sensing something was amiss. Zhao Lily placed her hands crossed on the table, her bright red nails particularly eye-catching, adopting a condescending posture. I know all about your situation with your girlfriend. Su Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly news spread. He recalled that Zhao Lily was a senior to Su Qianran, so it seemed last night's drama had already reached her ears. This is my private matter. There's no need for Director Zhao to concern herself with it. Private matter? Zhao Lily scoffed. Our company's corporate culture despises behavior like yours that starts and abandons relationships. A girl dedicates her best 5 years to you, and you say it's over just like that. What if she does something extreme or causes a scene at the company? Have you considered the impact on the company's reputation? Su Yunzhou could hardly contain his laughter at such twisted reasoning. Director Zhao, have you already decided him at fault without knowing the facts? Facts? Setting aside facts, don't you bear any responsibility? Zhao Lily leaned forward, her gaze aggressive. You work overtime until the late hours, neglecting your girlfriend, ignoring her emotional needs. Isn't that your problem? One project after another. Do you really think the company can't function without you? Su Yunzhou looked at her face, slightly distorted with agitation, and found it utterly absurd. I'm working overtime to fulfill my duties and create value for the company, yet now that's turned into my original sin. Overtime is not an excuse to neglect your partner's feelings. Zhao Lily grew more animated. A man with true responsibility and empathy can provide emotional value to his partner no matter how busy he is. That girl Qianran is so innocent, as she just wanted you to spend more time with her. What's wrong with that? If you can't even manage that, what kind of man are you? Su Yunzhou looked at her face, which could not hide its bitterness beneath a meticulous makeup, and suddenly found everything laughable. Director Zhao, I actually came here to resign today. Zhao Lily was momentarily taken aback. Su, don't be agitated. I'm communicating with you as a woman and an elder. I'm not criticizing you, I'm helping you. The company emphasizes corporate culture and positive energy, and your behavior is severely inconsistent with our values of responsibility and friendship. What would other colleagues, especially female colleagues, think if they knew about this? As she wore her I care for your well-being, and I represent justice mask, Su Yunzhou's last bit of patience evaporated. He slowly stood up, uninterested in wasting any more breath on this foolishness. Director Zhao, no need to waste your words. He pulled out a folded A4 sheet from his pocket and gently placed it on the polished desk. This is my resignation letter. Please expedite my resignation process and transfer my owed salary directly to my account. Zhao Lily clearly did not expect him to be so decisive. She was stunned for a moment before sharp sarcasm burst out. Resign. Su Yunzhou, who do you think you're intimidating? What are you without our company? With your mediocre background, do you really think you can find a job paying $30,000 a month in the— Stop dreaming. She crossed her legs again, regaining her arrogant posture, and said, as if bestowing charity, I'm giving you one last chance. If you obediently apologize to Su Qianran, I might consider letting you stay for observation. Otherwise, once I spread your glorious deeds throughout the industry, let's see which company would dare to hire someone of your questionable character. Su Yunzhou didn't even bother to give her a glance and turned to leave. Stop! Zhao Lily screamed behind him, furious. Su Yunzhou, if you dare step out that door today, do you believe I can make it so you can't survive in the entire IT circle of Binzhou? Su Yunzhou shrugged and walked out of the office without looking back. The digits quietly resting in his Bitcoin account gave him the confidence to say no to this nonsense. Watching Su Yunzhou's indifferent figure disappear, Zhao Lily stood frozen, her face burning. Suppressing her rising fury, she took out her phone and quickly dialed Su Qianran's number. Hello Qianran. I spoke with Su Yunzhou today. But after just a few words he actually said he wanted to resign. Didn't you say he has a loan of several 100,000 and wouldn't dare to lose his job? What's going on? On the other end, Su Qianran was also stunned, pausing for a few seconds before analyzing with some arrogance. Sister Lily, don't let him fool you. He's definitely doing this to show off to you, trying to pressure me through you, so I'll apologize first. How could he really resign? Without this job, how would he pay off his debts? See, I told you, trying to play this game with me. This man is so childish. Qianran, listen to me. You must not soften your heart this time. He must realize reality. If he doesn't kneel down to beg you, you absolutely cannot forgive him. I understand, Sister Lily. This time he must learn a profound lesson. Su Qianran vowed on the other end of the line. At that moment, another phone on Zhao Lily's desk rang, sharply displaying the name General Manager Li Yuan on the screen. Her heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition hit her. She quickly told Su Qianran, I have something to attend to, I'll hang up now, and picked up Li Yuan's call. Before she could say anything, Li Yuan's anxious, almost panicked voice exploded in her ear. Zhao Lily. The OA system shows Su Yunzhou has submitted a resignation application. What's going on? What have you done to him? Zhao Lily was startled by Li Yuan's tone, mumbling to herself, is it really that serious? But she feigned calmness and replied, Mr. Li, yes, he just came to resign by himself. Let him go, we can easily find another programmer in this market, we can just hire another one, and maybe even pay them less. Li Yuan's voice suddenly rose, almost shouting, the panic in his tone no longer concealed. I'm telling you, Zhao Lily, use every means. Do whatever it takes to keep him. Otherwise you're out too. No, I'll be the one getting kicked. The whole company would be finished. Zhao Lily was completely stunned, her hand holding the phone, trembling uncontrollably, her face turning pale in an instant. What does this mean? Is the company run for Su Yunzhou? Or is it that layoffs have reached a critical point? How could Su Yunzhou be just an ordinary programmer with a bit of skill? Why should this be? Meanwhile, in the open office area. After completing the handover, Su Yunzhou calmly packed his personal items at his workspace, while a few colleagues with whom he usually had a good relationship gathered around, their faces filled with concern and confusion. Yunzhou, what happened? Is it because Zhao the witch is bothering you again? I heard you're resigning. However, in the corner, a few discordant comments emerged, filled with schadenfreude and dark speculation. Humph, offending director. Zhao, can he expect a good outcome? He must have been advised to leave by HR, right? He deserves it for always acting so arrogant and ignoring others. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, Zhao Lily strode over in her high heels, forcing out a smile that looked more painful than crying. Oh, little Su, why are you taking this so seriously? Zhao Lily's voice was overly sweet. I was just joking with you to test your stress tolerance. Why are you so easy to tease? Come on, put your things down and we can discuss anything. This sudden change in demeanor left the entire office area in stunned silence, as all the colleagues stared in disbelief, questioning if they were hallucinating. Su Yunzhou continued his work, not even raising his head, his tone indifferent. No, director, Zhao, I'm a person who can't take joke. Moreover, someone like me staying would only tarnish the company's rich values of responsibility and camaraderie. He paused, then added, in fact, even if this hadn't happened today, I was planning to resign. This statement was like a stone dropped into water, stirring up countless waves. Is it true? Is he really resigning voluntarily? Has he found a better opportunity? Is it BAT or TMD? At this moment, a 30-something programmer Wang Pengzi stepped forward, adopting a somewhat conciliatory tone. Su Yunzhou, come on, sister, Zhao has already given you a way out. Just take the offer, and don't make everyone uncomfortable. A female colleague from the planning department, Han Mushue, who usually liked to curry favor with Zhao Lily, chimed in sarcastically. Exactly, Su Yunzhou, when has sister, Zhao, ever given someone such face? Don't be ungrateful, just accept it. Su Yunzhou glanced coldly at them, about to speak, when an even more unexpected figure appeared. General Manager Li Yuan rushed over, panting. He pressed down on the cardboard box. Su Yunzhou was about to lift his face, filled with an unprecedented, ingratiating smile, his tone almost humble. Brother Su, what are you doing? We've fought side by side for so many years. Is there any misunderstanding we can't sit down and talk over? Is it really necessary to escalate to this point over something trivial? This scene left all the onlooking colleagues slack-jawed. The general manager actually called Su Yunzhou Brother Su. He even referred to himself as brother. Su Yunzhou finally raised his gaze, calmly sweeping past the pale-faced Zhao Lily and landing on Li Yuan, his tone still flat. Li Yuan, it's not a misunderstanding. The main issue is your company's corporate culture, especially the values promoted by the HR department. I really can't. Li Yuan instantly understood, almost instinctively spun around, pointing at Zhao Lily with a stern voice. Zhao Lily, as of now you are fired. Immediately. Right now, go to the finance department for your final settlement and pack your things, get out. Just a moment ago, Wang Pengzi and Han Mushue, who had jumped in to act as mediators, turned as pale as paper, frozen in place. After scolding Zhao Lily, Li Yuan quickly changed his face to a bright smile as he turned to Su Yunzhou, almost swearing an oath. Brother Su, I've removed the troublemaker. Are you satisfied with this handling? Additionally, I will immediately apply for a raise for you. 30. No. 50. As long as you are willing to stay, the conditions are entirely negotiable. Shares, dividends, anything can be discussed. At this point, the entire office erupted into chaos, gasps, and discussions nearly shaking the ceiling. My God. The general manager publicly fired Director Zhao. A 50 raise. That means a monthly salary of at least 600, plus shares and dividends. What on earth is Su Yunzhou's background? Could he be the illegitimate son of some big shot at headquarters? Did they really cut to the bone with layoffs? Wang Pengzi and Han Mushua must feel like idiots now, right? They really flattered the wrong person. Under the complex gazes of shock, envy, and jealousy from all his colleagues, Su Yunzhou simply pushed away Li Yuan's hand on the cardboard box gently, but firmly. He steadily lifted the cardboard box containing his personal belongings. Glancing around at the various expressions on the faces of those present, he revealed an annoyingly casual smile. General Manager, Li, I appreciate the kindness. However, I'm not particularly ambitious, I just don't want to work with an idiot anymore. With that, amidst the dead silence, he swaggered away with the cardboard box, leaving everyone with a back view that seemed to hold hidden talents and accolades. Li Yuan stared blankly as Su Yunzhou's figure disappeared behind the elevator doors, his face alternating between red. He suddenly turned around, almost staggering back to his office, trembling hands grabbing the desk phone, dialing a number. The call was almost instantly connected. Hello, is this Director Song? Li Yuan's voice trembled with uncontainable fear and humility. Su Yunzhou. He resigned. I tried my best to keep him. I offered all kinds of conditions, even firing Zhao Lili on the spot, but he is determined to leave and can't be retained. On the other end of the line, a young-sounding, yet eerily calm female voice responded without a hint of emotional fluctuation. All right. These few casual words made Li Yuan's heart sink to the bottom. The woman continued, according to our previous agreement, pay him a year's salary, not a penny less. Also, she paused, her tone still flat, we are preparing to withdraw our investment as well. General Manager Li, you should take care. Director Song, can we not discuss this further? I beg you. Without this funding, the company is finished. Hello. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Li Yuan felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the expensive leather office chair. About half an hour later, in the company group chat, which had been buzzing with discussions about Su Yunzhou's resignation and Zhao Lili's firing, a sudden official notice appeared, personally issued by General Manager Li Yuan. Important notice: dear colleagues, we regret to inform you that due to severe operational difficulties and a broken funding chain, the company announces bankruptcy effective immediately and enters the final liquidation phase. Thank you all for your contributions. This news detonated like a deep-water bomb, completely blowing up the entire company. What? Bankruptcy? What kind of international joke is this? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? We were discussing new projects yesterday, and today we're directly entering bankruptcy liquidation. Is Su Yunzhou the reason for the collapse? Did he really bring this company down? Almost 100 employees were engulfed in chaos, panic, and disbelief. Not long after leaving the company, Su Yunzhou was staring at the bank notification message he had just received on his phone, his brows furrowed, filled not with joy, but with doubt and unease. 420,000. A whole year's salary. He had originally thought that receiving his legally mandated monthly salary along with a bit of compensation would be a stroke of luck, considering he had resigned voluntarily. This sudden influx of money did not bring him surprise, instead it felt strange to him. What on earth is this company up to? He murmured to himself. Li Yuan's groveling demeanor earlier was already suspicious, and now they're so quick to hand over such a large sum of money. Could it be that the company is about to pull something major and wants to drag me down as a scapegoat? He quickly found his colleague Xiao Zhang, who had a good relationship with him and was quite straightforward on WeChat, and typed rapidly. Xiao Zhang, I feel that this company is very suspicious and may have problems. If you get a chance, you should also hurry and find another job. Don't get caught up in this. Not long after sending the message, Xiao Zhang's voice reply popped up. Damn. Yunzhou, what exactly is your background? You've only been gone for less than half an hour, and the company just issued a notice in the group announcing its bankruptcy. They've directly liquidated and dissolved. Can you believe it? The company went bankrupt right after he resigned. A fleeting absurd thought crossed Su Yunzhou's mind, but was quickly dismissed. What possible connection could there be between the two? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that as an ordinary programmer, he had no such influence. Rather than getting entangled in this fog, it would be better to address the more immediate practical issues at hand. He thought of the virtual image in the game, always dressed in a ridiculous dinosaur onesie, and frowned slightly. Showing up in front of Song Jiru and those young girls every day like that was indeed somewhat unpleasing to the eye, let alone guiding them to enhance their aesthetic senses. It's time to change my approach to life. He murmured softly, his tone imbued with a sense of determination to renew himself. He headed straight to the top shopping center in the city and walked into a store named Ether. This designer brand had gained fame in recent years, highly sought after by the fashion industry and young elites. As soon as he stepped into the store, a sales associate dressed in the brand's signature gray and white uniform with impeccable makeup greeted him with a smile. Su Yunzhou, it's been a while since you last visited. Su Yunzhou recognized her. Qiao, she is university classmate. Qiao, she smiled warmly, her gaze habitually scanning him from head to toe. Are you here to pick out a gift for Su Qianran? We just received a batch of limited edition scarves and handbags, she would definitely love them. This was almost everyone's default assumption about them. Su Yunzhou shook his head, his tone calm yet firm. It's not for her. It's for myself. Besides, I've already broken up with her. Weren't you two supposed to get engaged? Qiao, she was clearly taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of an indescribable complex emotion. She quickly regained her composure as it involved the customer's privacy and shifted to a more professional smile. Oh, I see. Then how about we check out the men's section? Where we have many unisex styles that would actually suit your temperament very well. Sure, Su Yunzhou nodded, his gaze sweeping across the store displays. Help me put together an outfit from head to toe. No need to worry about the budget, I have just one requirement. He looked at Xiao Shi, his eyes serious. It has to be something that... There's no other choice. He needs to create an initial trustworthy aesthetic standard for those young girls in the game. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi's eyes lit up, and she began to seriously assess Su Yunzhou once more. Setting aside his overly ordinary attire, she noticed that this old classmate had an excellent foundation. His figure was tall and well-proportioned, a natural model, broad shoulders, and long legs with handsome features. However, the fatigue and concession that had always clouded his brow from the struggles of life seemed to have dissipated significantly, and his eyes now held a touch of detachment and an indescribable calm, yet resolute sense of strength. Leave it to me. Xiao Shi's enthusiasm was mixed with genuine interest and a desire to showcase her skills. She swiftly navigated the store, her fingertips gliding over rows of clothing, quickly picking out several items and mentally formulating combinations. How about this set? This intellectual romantic style, which is between formal and casual combined with a hint of subtle elegance, is essentially a killer combo for women aged 20 to 40. I guarantee it will make you look completely new. Su Yunzhou looked at his reflection in the mirror and could barely the fitted attire indeed elevated his aura to the maximum, and the man in the mirror exuded a calm, yet fashionable vibe, contrasting starkly with the image of him in a dinosaur onesie or cheap t-shirt. Alright, let's go with this feel. I'll put together a few more outfits for me. Su Yunzhou spoke casually. Xiao Shi suppressed her inner excitement and joy, maintaining a professional smile, as she skillfully packed and calculated the 5 selected outfits along with matching shoes and accessories. When the POS machine emitted a beep and printed out the bill, she quickly glanced at the number on it, her heart racing. 2,120 yuan. The generous commission from this transaction would easily make her the sales champion for the month. Carefully, she categorized all the items into an exquisite large paper bag featuring Ether's minimalist logo and handed it to him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Old classmate, thank you so much for your support today. This order has practically saved my life, relieving me of half a month's pressure on performance. She took a half step forward, looking up at him, carrying a hint of just the right amount of shyness and anticipation. You see, I owe you such a big favor. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. I know a great Japanese restaurant nearby, and it's really hard to get a reservation. I happen to be a VIP. In college, she had thought Su Yunzhou was quite decent, but at that time, he only had eyes for Su Qianran. Now it seemed, after the breakup, he appeared to have become even more charming. This confidence and composure radiating from within was more attractive than any luxurious outfit. Su Yunzhou took the heavy shopping bag, but his expression remained calm. Thank you, let's do it another time. I have plans tonight. Just as expected. Money is something to be shown to women, not something to be given to them. He used to misunderstand this principle, always believing that giving his all and fulfilling every request was true sincerity. It wasn't until reality slapped him hard that he understood that when you lay all your cards on the table, without reservation, what you often receive in return is not appreciation, but rather a sense of entitlement and ultimately contempt. Now he would not make the same mistake again. A flicker of obvious disappointment crossed Xiao Shi's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Alright, let's talk again next time. Keep in touch, and I'll let you know first when there are new arrivals. Xiao Shi watched his departing figure, took out her phone, and opened the private chat window with Su Qianran. Ran Su Yunzhou just came to ether. The message was quickly replied. Smirking emoji. Is he finally unable to hold back? Is he trying to secretly buy me an apology gift? I knew he couldn't live without me. Keep an eye on what he buys, but this time I won't forgive him easily. Her words were filled with certainty and superiority. Xiao Shi looked at the screen, a meaningful smile curving her lips. She did not reply, nor did she expose the truth. At that moment, Su Yunzhou returned. Xiao Shi, help me pick a gift for a girl. At that moment, Su Yunzhou, who had already reached the atrium of the mall, received a call from an unfamiliar number. Who is this? A uniquely cold and clear female voice came from the receiver. My surname is Song. The caller got straight to the point without any pleasantries. I heard you left Hongchuang Technology today. She accurately named his former company. Are you interested in changing your environment and developing here with me? Su Yunzhou frowned slightly. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Song, but I have no plans to look for a job for the time being. I want to rest for a while. Heh. A light laugh came from the other end of the line, carrying a condescending scrutiny. Having received a severance of 420,000, you intend to lie flat and enjoy life. She paused deliberately, slowing her voice. It seems your aspirations and ambitions are limited to this point. Su Yunzhou's brow furrowed. This matter had only occurred 1 or 2 hours ago, and apart from Li Yuan, the finance department, and himself, almost no one knew the exact amount. How could this mysterious woman know so precisely down to the last detail? Who in the company was the traitor? No need to be surprised. The caller seemed to possess mind-reading abilities. As he was stunned, she calmly revealed the truth. I am the largest investor in your previous company, Hongchuang Technology. That 420,000 was personally approved by me for them to transfer to you. Her tone was as flat as if she were stating an unrelated trivial matter. As for the sudden closure of the company, it was naturally my order to withdraw investments immediately. All the clues connected at this moment. Li Yuan's unusually humble retention, the company's sudden collapse, and this unexpectedly high severance. It turned out they all pointed to the same source. Why was she paying such special attention to him? Su Yunzhou took a deep breath, his intense curiosity completely ignited. May I ask, Miss Song? His tone became much more serious. Which company do you oversee? Qingxing Media. Su Yunzhou was even more shocked. Oh, wasn't this the company that Su Qianran worked for? Two unrelated companies had the same boss behind the scenes. This world is too small. Suddenly, he remembered the kindness Zhang Xiaoyu showed him by revealing the truth yesterday. He needed to repay that favor. So he turned back to the store. Xiao, she helped me with one more thing. Pick a gift suitable for a girl. It should express gratitude but shouldn't be too extravagant. Xiao, she suppressed the myriad of questions in her heart, her professional demeanor prompting her to spring into action, carefully selecting a limited edition starry blue velvet clutch. She handed the bag to Su Yunzhou, but her tone carried a hint of cautious probing and a trace of unrecognized resentment. This one is our limited edition for this season. There aren't many in Binzhou. It's really beautiful. Is it for Ranran? Su Yunzhou took the bag and smiled lightly. No. After quickly settling the bill and leaving Xiao, she glanced at her phone screen, where Su Qianran's earlier message filled with superiority was displayed. With a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, she replied, he indeed bought a gift, the most popular and hard-to-get starry blue limited edition clutch of our season. It's incredibly beautiful. However, he clearly said it wasn't for you, Ranran. What exactly happened between you two? Behind the bright and polished front desk of Qingxing Media, Su Qianran was sulking at her phone screen. Xiao's eyes, message laced with obvious provocation, felt like a thorn digging into her heart. Not for you, huh? Those words kept flashing before her eyes, making her chest tighten. The starry blue limited edition clutch. She had been longing for it since she saw it in a magazine, even hinting to Su Yunzhou several times, but he had dismissed it as too expensive and not practical. Now he bought it, and it wasn't even for her. Which little vixen did he intend to give it to? Just as she was gritting her teeth, unable to hide her pale complexion under her foundation, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar, yet strange tall figure walking through the company's entrance. It was Su Yunzhou. Su Qianran's heart skipped a beat. She saw him wearing a tailored light gray suit instead of his usual casual attire, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, making him look tall and slender. His hair seemed to have been meticulously styled, exuding an unprecedented calmness and an elite aura. And in his hand, he held that signature exquisite shopping bag from Ether, just the right size and shape to fit the clutch. In an instant, all her gloom and anger were swept away by an uncontrollable joy. Huh, as expected. That little vixen Xiao, she was just trying to sow discord. What do you mean it's not for her? Su Yunzhou, clearly dressed to impress, bringing a gift like a peacock, trying to reconcile. She knew he couldn't live without her. Though her heart was bursting with joy, Su Qianran showed no signs of it on her face. She quickly adjusted her expression, forcing down the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, deliberately turning her head away, focusing intently on her computer screen, presenting her profile to him, silently thinking of, now you know to come and seek me out. It's too late. I won't let you have an easy time if you don't apologize humbly in front of the whole company and present the bag with both hands. I won't be called Su Qianran. I must make him stop before everyone and beg for forgiveness, then offer the bag before I consider whether to forgive him. She deliberately slowed her breathing, straining her ears, waiting for those familiar footsteps to stop in front of her, waiting for that pleading call. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The anticipated scene did not unfold. The reception area was eerily quiet, only the faint sound of a colleague typing on their keyboard could be heard. Su Qianran finally couldn't hold back, stealing a glance from the corner of her eye. Where Su Yunzhou had just stood, there was... She raised her head in shock, looking around. Where was Su Yunzhou? Where did he go? She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, her face filled with confusion. A colleague nearby, reapplying her makeup, overheard her and casually replied, oh, you mean that handsome guy from earlier? He was personally taken upstairs by Director Zhang from HR. Looks like he's here for an interview. His demeanor is really good. Is he applying for operations or as an agent? Su Qianran froze again, but then a wave of ecstatic emotion engulfed her. Just now Zhao Lily had said that Su Yunzhou had resigned and was curious. It turned out he had immediately come to interview at the company she worked for. He must have come to seize the opportunity to see her every day, to keep an eye on her, to avoid another accident like yesterday. He even gave up a technical career he had worked in for years to come to this completely unfamiliar media company. How deep must his obsession be? How strong his love? At least you have a little sense knowing to chase me here. Su Qianran thought happily. Even the guilt she felt for messing around with Chun Beichen yesterday was diluted by this overwhelming sense of being highly valued. It seems he still isn't sure about my night with Chun Beichen, or... After weighing things, he found he simply can't live without me and chose to pretend he doesn't know and let it go. That's fine, given how sincere he is, even dressing impeccably to come to my territory for the interview. She was already determined in her heart, even beginning to construct the following scenario. Once he successfully joins, as long as he comes to say a few soft words in front of all the colleagues, with a suitably humble attitude, I will give him a little favorable response and reluctantly forgive him. She even began to imagine that after Su Yunzhou successfully joined the company, how she would enjoy his cautious flattery, making everyone envy her for having such a devoted ex-boyfriend who was willing to change jobs for her. Su Yunzhou was respectfully led by Director Zhang to a heavy solid wood door. Director Zhang cautiously knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, gently pushed it open, stepping aside, while speaking with evident reverence. Director Song, Mr. Su Yunzhou has arrived. After speaking, he quietly retreated, closing the door behind him. The office was spacious to the point of being empty, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window revealing the city skyline. Behind a minimalist yet imposing desk sat a young woman. She appeared to be of a similar age to Su Yunzhou, dressed in a tailored navy blue suit skirt, her beauty striking the kind that was aggressive and unforgettable. However, what stirred an inexplicable feeling in Su Yunzhou was not her beauty, but a vague sense of familiarity between her brows, as if he had seen her somewhere before, yet he could not recall it. Suppressing his unusual feelings, he got straight to the point. "Director Song, have we met before?" The woman, Director Song, lifted her eyes, her cold gaze resting on his face for a moment, not answering his question, but instead curling her lips into an undisguised sneer. She extended her slender fingers, neatly pushing a document on the desk toward him, her tone commanding, and without room for negotiation, "Sign it." Su Yunzhou picked up the document in confusion and quickly scanned it. It was an employment agreement, the position of operations director, and the monthly salary column boldly stated 100,000 yuan. He frowned, completely unable to comprehend. "Director Song, forgive my bluntness, but I have always developed in the technical field and have never been involved in operations. Are you hiring me as the operations director? Isn't that a bit childish?" Director Song snorted coldly, leaning back slightly, her gaze filled with mockery. "As a pretty boy, why do you care about the title? It's just a name. If they give you money, just accept it quietly. Asking so many questions seems unnecessary." The term pretty boy struck Su Yunzhou like a needle, causing his expression to darken instantly. "Director Song, please show some respect." "Respect?" Director Song seemed to have heard a joke, chuckling mockingly, her eyes filled with derision. "During your years at Hengchuang Technology, earning a salary far above market levels, while working on trivial projects, didn't you ever find that strange? Did you really think you were exceptionally talented, worth such a price?" Su Yunzhou felt a chill in his heart. This had been his long-standing doubt. He stared at this cold and eccentric woman in front of him, trying to find answers on her face, when a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Director Song has taken a liking to me? "Mr. Su, you are quite amusingly self-assured." Director Song's expression turned completely cold. "Those who are interested in you are someone else. Your first task upon joining will be to travel to Yunzhou and serve that person well. If you can make her happy, you'll reap the benefit." Her words fell like ice water mixed with insult, dousing him entirely. It turned out that the 1 million annual salary and the so-called director position were merely a service fee and a cover-up. Su Yunzhou, enraged to the point of laughter, ceased further conversation, directly taking the agreement and tearing it in half with a swift motion, tossing it into the nearby trash can. "Sorry, but serving others is the last thing Su Yunzhou will do in my life. Director Song, you should seek someone more capable." "You?" Director Song slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, clearly not expecting him to be so resolute. "Who do you think you are? If it weren't for her repeatedly instructing me to look after you, do you think you could have had such a smooth sailing these past few years? Ungrateful wretch." Su Yunzhou simply shrugged, indifferently, too lazy to argue, and directly turned around, pulling open the office door and striding out. Walking down the corridor, he was filled with questions. Who was this person that Director Song referred to as taking a liking to him and instructing to look after him? Just then he remembered who this mysterious Director Song was. Her name was Song Jinxian. She was Lin Ruoxuan's cousin. This cold and assertive young Director Song was someone he had encountered in the game. She was always following Lin Ruoxuan, looking at her cousin with admiration. However, back then she was still young, her features still immature, which was far from the image of the businesswoman she presented now, causing him to fail to recognize her immediately. Su Yunzhou's steps abruptly halted, almost overwhelmed by the impulse to turn back and knock on that door. The truth seemed just within reach. However, just as his finger was about to touch the doorknob, reason regained its dominance. Assuming the person she referred to was indeed Lin Ruoxuan, and assuming that he had once appeared in Lin Ruoxuan's life trajectory under some incomprehensible force guiding her as the tyrant system, then why would her attitude toward him be so condescending, filled with disdain and charity? That feeling didn't resemble that of a former guide, but rather of someone handling a leftover item from the past that needed to be properly dealt with. 13 years. Time has indeed passed too long, and people do change. Su Yunzhou silently told himself, suppressing that inexplicable bitterness. And if he did meet Lin Ruoxuan, then what? Would he directly say to her, "Hey, I'm the system daddy who used to shock you every day"? Perhaps she would believe him, but she would definitely ask, "Why did you have such abilities back then? Do you still possess the ability to see the future and manipulate fate?" At that time, how was he to explain? Should he expose the existence of the goddess cultivation game? This secret was his greatest reliance and an inexplicable anomaly, and it absolutely could not be revealed to anyone, not even to Lin Ruoxuan. With that thought, Su Yunzhou took a deep breath, suppressing that impulse deep within. No need to rush. The priority now was not to recklessly acknowledge each other, but to find a way to figure out what kind of person had Lin Ruoxuan become now. What kind of mentality and purpose did she hold toward him? Saturday was Song Jiera's concert, and he had a feeling that many things would become clear then. Descending to the front desk area, Su Qianran, who had been waiting for a long time and had concocted a grand drama in her mind, straightened her back immediately upon seeing him come out, adopting the proudest posture, speaking in a tone laced with condescension. "Su Yunzhou, weren't you quite impressive yesterday? Selling houses and blacklisting people. So have you realized your mistake today and are willing to lower yourself to come and apologize to me? I'll tell you, had I known today." Her words abruptly halted. because she noticed that Su Yunzhou did not pause in his steps, nor did he glance at her, and walked directly toward the open office. Hey, I'm talking to you. Su Yunzhou, are you deaf? Su Qianran yelled, her face burning, feeling like a clown desperately performing to an empty audience. Su Yunzhou ignored her, shouting his target clear. Yesterday's colleague who kindly revealed the truth to him, Zhang Xiaoyu. He walked to Zhang Xiaoyu's workstation wearing a sincere expression of gratitude, gently placing a gift bag imprinted with the Ether logo containing a starry blue handbag on her desk. Xiaoyu, I really appreciate what you did yesterday. If it weren't for your wake-up call, I might still be stuck in the mire. This is a small token of gratitude. I hope you like it, and please be sure to accept it. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the obviously expensive bag, startled, quickly waving her hands and lowering her voice. Su, I just couldn't bear to watch. I just said a few words. Really don't need to do this. A small token of thanks, no need to decline. Su Yunzhou spoke, gently yet firmly nodded at her, and without saying more turned and left with swift, decisive movements. This action instantly stirred a small commotion in the office area. Wow, Xiaoyu, who is this handsome guy? He has such great aura. Is he your boyfriend? He's well hidden. Look at that bag. It's Ether's. He wouldn't have gifted you that starry blue limited edition that broke the internet, would he? I just saw that on the official website. It was gone in seconds. It seems to be over 10,000. Oh my, he's so handsome, tall and stylish, and so generous and considerate. Xiaoyu, you're so lucky. The colleagues' exclamations and envy were like needles piercing Su Qianran's heart. Zhang Xiaoyu was initially a bit embarrassed by Su Yunzhuo's actions, and her cheeks flushed slightly from the teasing around her. However, when Su Qianran made such a ruckus without any consideration, her temper flared up instantly. She suddenly stood up, sneering. First of all, Su Qianran, listen clearly. Su Gu and I are completely innocent. He gave me a gift to thank me for revealing the truth to him yesterday. Thank me for helping him see the ugly faces of certain people. Secondly, she deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze sizing up Su Qianran with disdain. Just Yui. Do you think you have the right to stand here and accuse Su Gu? Don't you have any shame? Do you need me to remind you of what happened the night before last in the B area of the underground garage? Who was it that called out so loudly that the entire garage could hear? The car windows weren't even closed tightly, as if afraid others wouldn't know that you, Su Qianran, were flirting with Su Gu while having fun in someone else's car. Sure enough, it's you, this shameless person, who's causing trouble. The curtain of shame was drawn in public, and Su Qianran completely lost her rationality, screaming as she lunged forward to grab Zhang Xiaoyu's hair. Zhang Xiaoyu was not willing to back down either, and the two instantly got into a physical fight, screams and curses blending into a cacophony. Enough! Director Zhang, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, had a grim expression and sternly intervened. Colleagues nearby hastily pulled the two women apart. After clarifying the situation, Director Zhang's cold gaze swept over Su Qianran, whose hair was disheveled and makeup ruined his tone devoid of warmth. Su Qianran. What do you think this company is? A vegetable market or your backyard? You throw a tantrum and resort to violence over a trivial jealousy issue. Look at what you look like now. I warn you, if there's a next time, pack your things and leave immediately. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the silent employees, deliberately emphasizing his tone, both a warning to Su Qianran and a message for everyone. Listen well. Mr. Su Yunzhou, who just left, is a distinguished guest personally invited by our director Song Jinxian. Anyone who dares to gossip or maliciously slander him will be held legally accountable by the company. Director Song's guest. Su Qianran, who had been struggling and feeling indignant, suddenly froze in place, even forgetting the stinging pain on her face. Su Yunzhou, the one she thought would be helpless without her, who would have to come back and plead with her. How could he be the guest of the enigmatic and powerful director Song Jinxian, who commanded the media industry? Wasn't he just an ordinary programmer? When did he climb such a high branch? At that moment, her phone in her bag rang sharply, breaking her dazed state. She mechanically took out her phone, and just as she answered, Zhao Lily's frantic voice tinged with tears erupted in her ear. Su Qianran. What on earth have you been hiding from me? Hengchuang Technology. That company was only set up for Su Yunzhou. The moment he resigned, the company immediately announced bankruptcy. What exactly is his background? Is he a prince sent by headquarters to investigate incognito? Su Qianran, holding her phone, listened to Zhao Lily's almost frantic questioning. Looking at the chaotic office and the mixed gazes of pity, mockery, and curiosity from her colleagues, she felt the world spinning around her. Su Yunzhou. This man she thought she had completely under her control, whom she and her family would soon consume entirely. How could he transform overnight into someone so foreign, so unattainable? What on earth is going on? On the top floor in the chairman's office, the esteemed Song Jinxian listened to her assistant report on the earlier commotion, a hint of unanticipated cold amusement appearing on her exquisite face. She picked up her phone and dialed a number in Huzhou, reporting with dissatisfaction. Cousin, that Su Yunzhou you asked me to take care of is absolutely worthless. A gentle, slightly lazy female voice came from the other end of the line. What happened? Why are you so upset? Song Jinxian immediately embellished the events of the day, highlighting Su Yunzhuo's so-called misconduct. How he shamelessly presented a lavish gift to another female colleague in her company, while still entangled with his ex-girlfriend Su Qianran. Her tone was filled with disdain. Cousin, I really don't understand how you could be interested in such a man. Aside from his looks, what redeeming qualities does he have? He's nothing but a pile of mud that can't be propped up. The woman on the other end of the phone, instead of getting angry as Song Jinxian had anticipated, merely chuckled lightly. Jinxuan, you're overthinking it. I have no romantic notions about him. She paused, seemingly pondering her words. It's just that he resembles a dear friend I lost contact with many years ago, so I casually asked you to look after him just to keep a memory. Her voice revealed little emotion. Since he is so unworthy, you don't need to concern yourself with anything about him in the future. Just treat it as if this never happened. At this moment in Yunzhou, within an old villa hidden deep among the phoenix trees, Lin Ruoxuan put down the encrypted phone. At 35, she wore a soft cashmere loungewear, set her figure still maintaining a youthful grace, a result of years of strict self-discipline and top-tier care. Her appearance was favored by time, showing little sign of wear save for her eyes that had once reflected the dazzling lights of Nasdaq, now filled with an unfathomable weariness and a sense of indifference after witnessing countless experiences. On her desk lay a tablet, the screen illuminated, frozen on a candid photo. Su Yunzhou outside a corner cafe, smiling at a young girl, sunlight resting on his shoulder, radiating an ordinary, yet accessible happiness. The contours of his features and the lines of his profile almost perfectly overlapped with the shadow of the tyrant that had been imprinted in her soul for over a decade. She extended her slightly trembling hand, gently gliding over the screen, her fingertips caressing the youthful and vibrant face displayed. A flash of extremely complex emotions crossed her eyes. Concern, nostalgia, momentary daze, but ultimately it all transformed into a sigh, filled with endless melancholy. As if having made a certain resolution, she selected all videos and photos related to Su Yunzhuo's life trajectory over the years on her computer, and without any hesitation pressed the delete key. Lin Ruoxuan felt a near self-destructive pleasure, as if she were personally excising a festering wound. The images of Su Yunzhou smiling, frowning, and laughing with different girls instantly dissolved into nothingness, as if he had never left any physical traces in her world. After finishing all of this, she slowly stood up and walked into the bedroom that no one was ever allowed to enter. On the entire wall facing the door hung a large oil painting nearly reaching the ceiling, depicting a man's profile. The brushwork of the painting was so meticulous it bordered on obsession, with light and shadow cleverly employed, outlining a contour that bore an astonishing resemblance to the Su Yunzhou who had just vanished from the screen. Anyone who saw it would marvel at this inheritance that transcended time and space. However, those were certainly not the eyes that Su Yunzhou could possess. They did not reflect the joys, sorrows, and occasional confusion or struggles of the man in reality. The eyes in the painting were profound, sharp, carrying a sense of detachment that transcended dimensions, containing a mockery that seemed to see through everything along with a godlike absolute control. They belonged exclusively to her system father, her tyrant, the gaze that had been polished, beautified, and ultimately This was an image she had expended immeasurable financial resources and effort to piece together, turning to multiple retired or contemporary masters of painting, revising repeatedly based on her fragmented and stubborn descriptions, even driving away several artists who couldn't comprehend her demands. Lin Ruoxuan approached the painting, tilting her head back, as if the most devout of believers were gazing upon a singular deity. She extended her slightly trembling hand, gently caressing the visage of the canvas, as if touching a warm and tangible embrace. She murmured to herself, her voice barely above a whisper filled with boundless sorrow, "Tyrant. That little boy who was fixated on the sugar painting back on Jinli Ancient Street. Grown up, he truly resembles you to a T." Her fingertips lingered on the brow of the figure in the painting, where only a silhouette remained, yet it could never replicate that unique soul. But indeed, it is not you. A single hot tear, finally unable to be restrained, slipped quietly from the corner of her eye silently. "I'm sorry." Her voice was choked. "Please forgive me. For these past times, like a wretched voyeur, I couldn't help but focus on every detail of him, trying to find your shadow in him. Today's call from Jin Xian, like a bucket of cold water, finally woke me up. My tyrant, how could you make such a fuss over a colleague of an ex-girlfriend? How could you get caught up in such a vulgar love triangle, struggling in the throes of passion? My tyrant, you are a being that transcends all of this, a presence that gazes down upon the tumult of mortals like a god. And that's Su Yunzhou." She paused, her tone infused with a clear, painful disdain. "He is merely an ordinary man with a similar facade, rolling about in the secular world, easily toyed with by others. He is even somewhat foolish." She confessed to the figure in the painting, her voice trembling as if she had survived a catastrophe. "I almost tainted your existence, blurring the lines between the divine and the mortal." That most secret, most insane thought lay bare before her. "I even despicably considered using technology to have a child with him in order to continue my obsession with you. I truly am insane." She gazed into the eyes of the painted figure, which seemed to see through all her disgraceful fantasies. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated him as your substitute, nor should I have harbored such absurd thoughts." Her forehead rested against the canvas, drawing warmth that did not exist. "I am just too lonely. In a world without you, no matter how great the success, no matter how much wealth, it feels like a barren desert. You once said I should move forward to enjoy a life that belongs to me. I tried, I truly did. I have acquired wealth and status that ordinary people could never hope to attain in several lifetimes. I have traveled to every corner of the world. Yet without you by my side, what meaning does it all hold?" Her shoulders trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, as if she had to summon all her strength to continue. "These years, I have been a persistent traveler, visiting all the places we once walked together. I sat alone under the starry sky in Dunhuang until dawn, hoping that a shooting star would bring me your words. I nearly froze in the deep snow of the Alps, fantasizing that you would suddenly appear, scolding me with a fool, then using your warmth to comfort me. I knelt before the colossal statue of Ramses II at the Abu Simbel temple, praying to the legendary deities who could traverse time and space for even a sliver of miracle. I even bought that old shop in Kyoto where we once had matcha ice cream, stubbornly keeping it the same, yet I could never again taste the bittersweet flavor of memory that came with your presence. Her voice grew softer, ultimately dissolving into a heartbroken whisper, but having searched every corner of the world, knocking on every possible door, I could not find you. Tyrant. She offered her last prayer to the painting that would never respond. If you truly existed, even if only in another dimension I cannot reach, please occasionally, just occasionally think of me. Lin Roakshuan trudged out of the bedroom, her phone flashing, indicating a new message. She tiredly swiped the screen, finding a message from the senior blockchain analyst she had hired. Sister Lin, the ancient Bitcoin address 1A1ZP1 that you asked me to monitor has shown activity. Last night, the 1,000 BTC in that address were completely transferred, dispersed across dozens of new addresses. The operation was very cautious, but the volume was so large that it still left a significant trace on the chain. Lin Roakshuan's fingers tightened around her phone. She stood frozen, not because the 1,000 bitcoins were now worth over $100 million, but because a more crucial detail thundered in her mind like a lightning strike. The USB drive she had given to that boy Yunzhou, who resembled the tyrant back, ingenely filled with a complex and unexplainable emotion. She clearly remembered that it contained 1,000 bitcoins as a gift from the future. But more importantly, she had forgotten to tell that boy the password. The password was 0803. That date, which belonged solely to her and the tyrant. The day he first appeared in her life. How could he know the password? No one else in this world should know that number. Could it be that Yunzhou, he is impossible? This thought only lasted a moment, quickly suppressed by her stronger rationality, almost cruelly. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calmly analyze, seeking a seemingly reasonable explanation. Early Bitcoin wallets had relatively simple password mechanisms. Brute forcing a 4-digit number is not a barrier for a programmer. Moreover, there are already professional Bitcoin wallet cracking services available. With money, someone can surely handle such antique. He must have cracked it through technical means. It has to be that way. It is I am overthinking again, nearly falling back into that pathetic fantasy. She murmured to herself as if trying to convince herself, while also mocking the fleeting resurgence of hope. However, while emotions can be suppressed, rational analysis could not be halted. Regardless of the process, the result has already occurred. Yunzhou has obtained that money. Her gaze turned somewhat distant, filled with an indescribable complex emotion. She whispered to herself, Yunzhou, you indeed became wealthy overnight. This windfall, let it be a blessing for you because of this face you bear. I only hope that this windfall brings you freedom and happiness rather than confusion and disaster, for I do not wish to see pain etched on that face. She set her phone down, walking to the window, gazing at the quiet night of Huzhou. She knew that from this moment forth, the Yunzhou who once needed her clandestine care and struggled in the mundane world had vanished. In his place stood a stranger, now wielding vast capital with a life trajectory completely transformed. I am rather interested in the life that lies ahead of you. Yunzhou carried several shopping bags, symbolizing a fresh start as he returned to his small apartment. The most direct change brought by wealth is the freedom of choice. Just as he took out his key, the door next door clicked open. The charming landlady Lu Qian stepped out, holding a garbage bag. Upon seeing Yunzhou, Lu Qian's gaze lingered on his new high-quality outfit for 2 seconds, then quickly swept across his more handsome and defined face, after his grooming finally resting on the exquisite shopping bags in his hand. A fleeting look of realization flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. Dressed so elegantly and looking so outstanding, yet renting a place like this. And at this time, shouldn't a proper office worker be busy at their desk? Yet here he was carrying shopping bags that clearly held significant value. She smiled with a hint of playful teasing in her voice, drawn out as she said, "Oh, handsome, back already. Dressed so well. Where are you working? Tell me, you'll come by and check on your business sometime." Yunzhou replied. He was taken aback for a moment, then realized, feeling both amused and helpless. He sighed and explained, "Sister Lu, you're overthinking it. I just lost my job." Lu Qian found his sudden embarrassment even more entertaining. She stepped forward, naturally reaching out to brush off imaginary dust from his shoulder, her movements carrying a subtle hint of flirtation. "Lost your job? Tisk, how unfortunate. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? With your looks, you'll definitely be in demand." Yunzhou instinctively stepped back half a pace, creating a bit of distance. "Thanks, Sister Lu, but I think I'm good." "All right, then let me know if you change your mind." Lu Qian didn't press further, waving her phone in her hand, adding before she left with a knowing glance, "Don't worry, it's a legitimate one selling houses." After saying this, she swayed her hips, exuding charm as she walked away. Yunzhou watched her disappear at the stairwell, shaking his head helplessly. What is even going on? Once inside, he carefully hung each newly purchased clothing item in the cramped closet. After doing this, he sat directly in front of his computer. On the screen, the icon for goddess development lay quietly. He took a deep breath as if preparing for some important ritual, moving the mouse to enter Song Jieris level. As the light and shadow shifted, the interface loaded completely. The in-game time had paused at the point he logged out last night. Song Jiru had just fallen asleep, and the room was peaceful. Su Yunzhou directly used the fast-forward feature to adjust the time to the next morning. On the screen in a bedroom filled with a youthful atmosphere, Song Jiru's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings before she slowly opened her eyes. Almost as soon as she woke up, a hint of panic and tension flashed in her clear apricot eyes as she quickly scanned the entire room, searching for the presence that gave her comfort. When her gaze caught the exciting figure in front of the window bathed in morning light, leisurely sipping coffee while gazing outside at the street scene. Big brother. She almost instantaneously sprang up from her bed, her voice filled with uncontained joy, as if afraid that if she hesitated for even a second this illusion would vanish. You really are still here. I thought everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. She sighed in relief while her eyes sparkled, scanning Su Yunzhou's new. Big brother, you look so handsome today. This outfit is a million times better than that dinosaur pajamas from yesterday. Seeing her unreserved dependence and pure joy, a faint smile of satisfaction crept onto Su Yunzhou's lips. This money was well spent, the emotional value for both sides was fully realized. He moved the mouse and gently clicked on the reward icon, radiating a gentle green light. An invisible wave of warmth, both reassuring and delightful, swept over Song Jiru, making her comfortably squint her eyes like a cat being petted. Stop flattering me. Su Yunzhou's voice came through the microphone, carrying a hint of indulgence he wasn't even aware of. Hurry up and wash up today. I'm taking you out to have fun all day. He paused for a moment and added, by the way, don't wear a skirt today, change into comfortable jeans and sneakers. Today you're going to walk a lot. Got it. They'll be ready in a sec. Song Jiru nodded vigorously like a happy puppy receiving instructions, bouncing into the bathroom while humming a tune. Su Yunzhou listened intently to her unadorned, clear voice coming through the door, a hint of amazement flashing in his eye. He nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, her tone is pure, her breath natural, and her musicality innate. She truly is a future diva, and even without professional training, her foundation is already exceptional. Soon she emerged from the bathroom, wearing fitted blue jeans and a loose t-shirt printed with cute cartoon animals, her hair pulled into a sleek high ponytail radiating youthful vitality, a stark contrast to the shy girl from yesterday. Su Yunzhou's gaze lingered on her long straight legs for a moment, unable to resist teasingly remarking, "Tisk your legs, but you're a bit too thin, you need to eat more and gain some weight for your health." If this were said in the real world, any stranger man telling the socially anxious Song Jiru this would likely leave her pale and fleeing in fear, possibly even leaving her with psychological scars. However, at this moment, hearing the playful teasing from her big brother, she displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she smiled, and with a hint of pride, deliberately closed her legs together, showcasing her graceful lines, and with surprising boldness said then, "Big brother, why don't you come play with me? After all, I can't escape anyway." Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes radiated trust and an innocent, natural flirtation she wasn't even aware of. Su Yunzhou was momentarily stunned by her daring reaction, then chuckled, shaking his head, and replied to the microphone in a tone that was half joking, half prophetic. One day it will come to this. Song Jiru's face turned even redder. Her heart raced like a deer, yet inexplicably filled with sweetness as she skipped to the door to change her shoes. Su Yunzhou watched her back, his smile fading. Today he would begin her true training. Singing techniques and music theory could wait, but the deeply ingrained shyness and timidness had to be addressed first. In the early morning of Yunzhou, the old streets near Quanzhai Alley had already awakened, filled with a rich atmosphere of the Song Jiru instinctively wanted to shrink away to a less crowded place, her steps becoming hesitant. Su Yunzhou had already given the order. Go to the stall on the right with the best business, stand in line to buy a bowl of dan dan noodles and a steamer of sauced meat buns. Remember, clearly express your preferences to the boss, be specific, and don't just brush it off out of fear. Song Jiru looked at the long queue and the loud-voiced boss, her heart pounding, trying to bargain. Big brother, can we buy from that convenience store over there? Same thing. The convenience store would be so much better, where she wouldn't have to speak, just grab what she needed and pay. Su Yun's tone was unyielding. No way. Either stand in line to order or I'll log off right now and won't play with you today, tomorrow, or the day after. You choose. This felt like a chokehold on a little rabbit's lifeline. Song Jiru panicked instantly. No. I'll go right now. For someone who had been lonely for too long, the company of Big Brother was the most important thing. She steeled herself and squeezed into the crowd standing at the end of the line, so nervous that she nearly stumbled. The ant in front was haggling with the stall owner, while a young man behind was playing a catchy tune on his phone. Various sounds surged like a tide, making her dizzy. When it was her turn, the boss didn't even look up. What do you want to eat? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. A bowl of dan dan noodles, a steamer of buns. What? Louder. I can't hear. The boss's loud voice made her eardrums throb. Song Jiru blushed, took a deep breath as if using up all her courage. A bowl of dan dan noodles. A steamer of sauced meat buns. Got it. The boss skillfully prepared her order, and the steam from the steamer hit her face, making her eyes sting. Finally managing to find a corner to sit down with the steaming bowl, she felt like she had just fought a battle, her back completely. How does it feel? Su Yunzhou asked at the right moment. Song Jiru looked at the red saucy dan dan noodles in her bowl, then glanced at those around her, who were focused on their food. Although her heart was still racing, she strangely found that the overwhelming feeling of panic seemed to have subsided somewhat. It seems not so scary after all, she replied softly, picking up a pair of disposable chopsticks, awkwardly mixing the noodles. They seemed to be too busy eating their own to pay much attention to me. Remember this feeling. Su Yunzhou's voice carried a hint of amusement. The world is busy, it doesn't have time to keep staring at you. Consider yourself an ordinary member among them, not the focal point under the spotlight. After eating, we'll go to the panda base. Yes, great. I love pandas. Song Jiaru's eyes immediately lit up again, her mood soaring. At the panda base, Song Jiaru completely let herself go. She leaned over the railing watching the pandas munch on bamboo, for half an hour being amused by the round chubby cubs, her peals of laughter attracting the attention of passers-by. However, good times are always fleeting. A few flies buzzed around her. Hey beautiful, wandering alone. How lonely. The brothers can play with you. A spirited young man with dyed yellow hair and tight pants was the first to speak. Come with us, it's much more fun than watching these silly pandas. Another buck-toothed guy chimed in. We can help you take pictures, our skills are top-notch and free. The third one with a boozy nose said as he reached out towards Song Jiaru's shoulder. Song Jiaru froze instantly, tears welling up in her eyes as she cried out in her heart, Big brother, they are coming. I'm so scared. What to do? Help me. Hearing her tearful plea and seeing the few crooked guys on the screen who thought they looked cool, Su Yunzhou's expression, he knew that in such a situation the other party wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This was a perfect opportunity for real combat. Listen. His voice was firm, shout back loudly. Just 5 words. Please leave me alone. Make sure you put your heart into it, and be fierce. This is your compulsory lesson. Ooh, I can't always handle it for you. Song Jiaru trembled, her voice thin and pitiful as she sobbed, I'm sorry. Please leave me alone. Can you? This soft, trembly refusal only seemed to pour oil on the fire. Oh, that voice, love it. The yellow-haired guy became even more excited. Don't be afraid, little sister, big brother is a good person. The buck-toothed guy grinned, his smile astonishing. Su Yunzhou outside the screen facepalmed, unable to bear to watch. This was not a refusal at all. It was clearly an invitation for the thugs to get even more excited. Her tone was so soft it could squeeze out water with a charming lilt of, can you? It was practically an invitation to. Looking at Song Jiaru's helpless state, tears about to overflow, Su Yunzhou once again deeply understood a truth. Beauty, like wealth, if one lacks the ability and disposition to protect it, what it attracts may not be fortune, but rather disaster. Agree to synchronize my consciousness. Su Yunzhou calmly issued the command. I will teach these social scum a lesson on what it means to let me teach you how to behave today. Almost simultaneously, he quickly purchased the consciousness synchronization function again in the system store. Song Jiaru felt a slight dizziness, and the next moment, she found herself as an observer. Just as the yellow-haired guy's filthy hand was about to touch her shoulder at the very last moment. Song Jiaru, the previously tear-filled, timid and panicked gaze vanished, replaced by an extremely impatient and disdainful look. Keep your paws to yourself, or I won't hesitate to help you twist it off as a souvenir. Her voice still carried Song Jiaru's clear tone, but the intonation was filled with a condescending sarcasm and a sense of oppression. The mixed stench of your low-quality tobacco, unwashed hair for 3 days, and the distinct odor of a scum is a terrible attack on the air. Please roll away and undergo biological degradation, okay? The smiles on the faces of the few froze instantly, as if they had collectively been paused. This abrupt shift in atmosphere was just too absurd. The leader, the yellow-haired guy, forced himself to maintain his dignity, stiffening his neck. Oh. This little girl is quite spicy. Spicy? Song Jiaru scoffed, as if hearing the greatest joke, cutting him off mercilessly. With your average height of less than 1.7 meters, and a face as abstract as if fate had rubbed you on the ground repeatedly, you dare to comment on me. She pointed delicately at the buck-toothed guy. You with teeth sticking out more than your IQ, are you preparing to perform a live act of gnawing on a metal railing to prove your ancestry as a rodent? Her finger then turned to the guy with floppy ears. You with ears spread like a satellite receiver, are you afraid others don't know your mother hit your head in the door when you were born? Her gaze locked onto the yellow-haired guy with the boozy nose. And you with a nose as red as a monkey's bottom, are you afraid others won't see your liver and kidney function failing, living on borrowed time? Lastly, she glanced at the bespectacled guy hiding at the back, pretending to be cultured. Oh, the furried frog back there, even your lenses can't hide the pus flowing in your eyes. With that face, you dare to play at stalking and taking pictures. I suggest you directly register at a mental hospital. Don't harm society here. You speak so fast like a Gatling gun firing. Please gather your group and find a mirror, or just piss, and look at it. Wake up that blurry self-awareness. Looking so visually offensive and affecting the city's appearance is not your fault, but banding together to scare children and national treasures is a decline in your morals and a loss of humanity. You still dare to flirt with me? Is it Liang Jingru who gave you the courage? I see the pandas over there looking at your hellish level beauty group will be so scared they'll eat less bamboo tonight and have nightmares all night long. This series of precise strikes, each hitting the mark, left several people dumbfounded and flushed with embarrassment. Their barren brains were operating at high speed, nearly overheating, unable to organize any effective counterattack, just staring blankly, mouths agape, like fish thrown onto the shore. One person attempted to salvage their dignity, shouting in a voice that cracked. You. How can you speak like that? It's too insulting. Song Jiaru not only did not retreat, but also stepped forward, towering over these shorter thugs with her height of 172 centimeters, looking down on them. Her slender figure stood tall, her eyes exuding a fierce determination of, if you don't agree, come and try me. Is this what you call an insult? I merely made a brief, somewhat pessimistic assessment of your overall image based on objective facts. What can't you handle? She paused, her gaze casually sweeping over the lower halves of her opponents, her tone as relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Want to make a move? Sure, it's been a while since I've had a good workout, my hands are itching to move. But a friendly reminder, I've practiced women's self-defense, specializing in low strikes. I guarantee a precise kick that will make you deeply understand what the pain of an egg truly means. So do you want to experience? These young men were typical bullies who preyed on the weak, emboldened by their numbers and the fact that their targets were often solitary, timid girls. Now seeing this girl transform from a docile little rabbit into a fierce dragon from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, towering in height, and glaring at them, as though they were trash, they felt a sudden loss of courage. Looking around, they noticed a crowd of onlookers had gathered, pointing and discussing, with some laughing openly, causing them to feel utterly humiliated, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. The group exchanged glances, their bravado having long since evaporated, and could only bluster weakly, "You certainly, damn it, crazy, unreasonable. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Let's go. Such a fierce woman will definitely not get married in the future." As soon as that last bitter curse left his lips, Song Jiaru scoffed. "You guys needn't worry about that. My future boyfriend will at least be a proper person, not someone like you who doesn't even understand basic etiquette. After all, there is a difference between humans and animals." The group, like wild dogs scalded by boiling water, stumbled and pushed each other frantically, escaping the crowd. Their disheveled figures drew hearty laughter from the onlookers, with someone shouting at their backs, "Run faster. Don't waste the young lad's time watching pandas." As the consciousness sink was released, control returned. Song Jiaru felt her body sway, slightly regaining control. Her heart was still racing, but the fear that had nearly engulfed her was replaced by a tremendous sense of wonder, unprecedented excitement, and a satisfying feeling of triumph. The crowd did not disperse. Instead, several tourists gave her thumbs up, smiling in approval, exclaiming, "Little girl, well said. You can't give any face to these shameless harassers. That was such a brilliant scolding. So satisfying. It felt, that's how you push back. Let them know their limits." Nyonyo, remember this: if you ever encounter bad people, learn from this sister, brave and smart, using wisdom and confidence to protect yourself. A mother with a little girl even used Song Jiaru as a positive teaching example on the spot. For the first time, Song Jiaru felt the support and praise from strangers. This exhilarating feeling of defeating evil forces on her own, although controlled by her older brother, made her dizzy. Big brother, you're amazing. So handsome." She blushed with excitement, internally cheering like a child who had just completed a hunt, feeling like running 3 laps around the hot pot restaurant. Did you see their expressions just now? Like they swallowed 10 flies at once and choked. Huh, that was so satisfying. I think I kind of like this feeling. Su Yun's his voice, filled with obvious amusement, echoed in her mind. Just basic operations. Remember that feeling? If anyone dares to provoke you again, find their weak spot and push back just like that. Words are your first line of defense. Got it? Got it. Song Jiaru nodded vigorously, feeling as if a long-blocked corner of her heart had been illuminated by a strong light. For the first time, she felt that the external world, which once scared her into wanting to escape, seemed not so bad, and occasionally it could even be unexpectedly fun. Su Yunzhou trained Song Jiaru, gradually expanding her comfort zone. At noon, he arranged for her a challenge that ranked high on Cheng's loneliness index: eating hot pot alone. Big brother, eating hot pot alone is so strange it will attract a lot of attention. Song Jiaru stood at the entrance of a bustling hot pot restaurant, watching the groups of diners inside laughing and chatting, her footsteps heavy, as if weighed down by lead. The awkwardness of being alone made her feel uncomfortable all over. "If it didn't attract attention, I wouldn't have you come." Su Yun's his tone was calm and steady. "You need to learn to do your own thing calmly, and even enjoy it under the gaze of everyone, treating others' attention as if it were air. Go and order a 9-grid red pot, and eat it from start to finish without skipping any item. Big brother is right." Song Jiaru encouraged herself internally, gritting her teeth, and pushed open the heavy glass door. "One inside, please." The server called out in a prolonged tone, her voice loud enough to draw the attention of several nearby tables to this beautiful girl dining alone. She was led to a small table against the wall, where the server handed her a greasy menu. Around her were sounds of lively drinking games, boisterous laughter, and the bubbling of the hot pot base, with various spicy aromas mixing with the chatter of the crowd. She forced herself to calm down, ignoring the gazes, focusing intently on the menu and ordering with as clear a voice as possible. Alone in this restaurant that belonged to reunion and celebration, she stubbornly battled a pot of red oil for a whole hour. As she walked out after paying the bill, breathing in the relatively fresh air, she felt as if she had just completed a personal war, a surge of unprecedented, almost tragic sense of achievement swelling inside her. "Big brother, I did it. I finished the entire hot pot by myself. I did it." She internally cheered like a little beast that had just independently completed a hunt, so excited that she felt like running 3 laps around the hot pot restaurant. "My Jiru is the best," Su Yunzhou said with a hint of lazy teasing. "I can't believe you managed to eat hot pot alone. That's quite an achievement." Song Jiaru paused for a moment, keenly sensing something amiss. "Big pot, you're mocking me, aren't you?" "Not at all," Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly. "It seems while treating your social anxiety, your intelligence has also improved, as you can pick up on the subtleties now." "You..." Song Jiaru stomped her foot in anger, but couldn't help but laugh. "In the afternoon, it'll take you to a livelier place to see the world." Su Yunzhou changed the subject. By the way, remember to stop by Decathlon on the way. Decathlon? What for? Song Jiru blinked, looking puzzled. To buy a pair of nunchaku, or a baton, whichever you find easier to handle. Su Yunzhou spoke as casually as if he were discussing buying a lollipop. Nunchaku. Song Jiera's eyes widened. I can't even use them. It's better to be prepared. Su Yun's voice carried a hint of mysterious confidence. Physical deterrence is sometimes more direct than words. Remember, your big brother is a serious martial arts master, more than capable of teaching you a few self-defense moves. He wasn't entirely boasting. In the system mall, there was indeed a clearly priced item labeled Super Martial Arts Master Experience Card, though it cost a whopping 1,000 mall coins for just one use, a price that made one wince. It should be no problem to use a weapon against 10 or 8 adult men. Although in a law-abiding society, especially in a well-policed city like Yunzhou, the chances of encountering a situation that requires force to resolve are as rare as winning the lottery, having something with deterrent power on her person would not only help her defend herself in critical moments, but also build a solid psychological safety barrier. After all, sometimes confidence comes not only from within, but also from the stick at her waist that can crack walnuts. In the afternoon, Song Jiru followed instructions and purchased a pair of wooden nunchaku from Decathlon, slipping them deep into her backpack like a secret weapon. Then she took several deep breaths and strode toward her assigned afternoon trial, the bustling arcade. Here, sound, light, and electricity converged in overwhelming intensity, deafening rhythmic music, cacophonous game effects, and players' exhilarated shrieks intermingled. A true ultimate challenge for Song Jiru. Su Yunzhou's voice resonated in her mind. Ding. Main quest updated. Trial name Arcade Survival Challenge. Objective independently complete. 4 designated activities. Dance Revolution, Tycoon, Drum Master, Basketball, Shooting Game, and Claw Machine. Each successfully 3 times. Mechanics: random special events, such as onlooker crowd or unwanted approaches, may trigger during gameplay. The host must respond flexibly and independently. Special notice: the system possession function is on cooldown and will not activate except in life-threatening situations. Rely on acquired skills and available tools. Reward: praise from senior brother, a substantial boost to courage points and accelerated progress toward future pop diva. Go forth, brave young woman. Create miracles. Acknowledged senior brother system. Inwardly, Song Jiru snapped to attention, clutching her newly exchanged courage medal, a handful of arcade tokens, with the solemn resolve of one marching toward the river, and plunged headlong into this dazzling, roaring arena of light and sound. Tactically, she chose the relatively secluded Tycoon Drum Master Station, hoping to vanish into the background like an unremarkable wall panel. Yet gold inevitably gleams, and beauty inevitably attracts flies. After only a few strikes, a group of nonconformists, sporting rainbow-dyed hair, wearing so-called fashion pieces that looked salvaged from a landfill and blowing gum bubbles, drifted over as if drawn by scent, encircling her like zoo visitors, gesturing wildly and clucking disapprovingly. Hey gorgeous, did a dog eat your rhythm? You're utterly tone-deaf. Need big brother to hold your hand and teach you properly. Playing solos so lonely. Team up with us and we'll make you feel like you're flying. Familiar panic drenched her like icy water. Her drumsticks trembled in her grip, and her rhythm collapsed into survival instinct drove her to scream inwardly. Senior brother, possess me. Possess me now. Hurry. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou, mid-sip, choked violently, his face flushing crimson as he nearly sprayed water across his keyboard. This girl's plea was refreshingly unconventional. He suppressed his amusement and adopted a cool synthetic tone. System alert warning. Possession function is on cooldown. Forced activation may cause system overload. Suggestion: resolve this independently. Revisit the panda-based trial footage and deploy the sarcastic retort skill. Reminder: you, Song Jiru, are the future global superstar, not some random passerby to be mocked at will. Assert your presence. Song Jiru's heart hammered like a frantic rabbit. She paused, closed her eyes, drew a slow, deep breath, and frantically replayed in her mind the icy, contemptuous aura she'd embodied when senior brother had taken control. She lifted her head, striving to make her gaze appear less timid. Though her palms still sweated around the drumsticks and her voice retained a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, her tone remained deliberately steady and edged with mild impatience. No thank you. I prefer to study alone, savoring the process of discovery. She paused, then, channeling senior brother's signature acerbity, added, her gaze sweeping over them. Also, you're blocking my light. And your commentary is rather loud. It's disrupting my sense of rhythm. The youths were clearly unprepared for such direct, barbed retaliation from a girl who appeared fragile and tear-prone, like someone who might crumble at a raised voice. Their smirks froze. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Song Jiru didn't spare them another glance. Instead, she refocused intently on the screen and resumed striking the drums. Her rhythm remained imperfect, but her silhouette radiated unwavering resolve and frosty detachment, a clear, keep your distance aura. Feeling foolish and slightly humiliated, they muttered half-heartedly, who does she think she is? So boring. Before slinking away. The instant they turned away. Yes, yeah. A marmot-like shriek erupted inside Song Jiru's mind. She'd done it. She'd driven off the pests, all by herself. That exhilarating rush of earning respect through sheer personal strength was more intoxicating than 10 extra sweet bubble teas combined. Watching from beyond the screen, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but applaud softly, his eyes shimmering with the quiet paternal pride of a father witnessing his daughter's first true blossoming. Momentum carried her forward. Emboldened by her initial victory, Song Jiru surged ahead with unstoppable confidence. She stepped onto the Dance Revolution platform, ignoring admiring or curious stares, and moved with graceful, immersive precision to the pulsing beat. Truly destined to become a pop diva, her innate rhythmic sensibility and physical expressiveness were extraordinary. Within moments, even simple steps drew appreciative glances. She challenged the basketball shooting machine, clanging miss after miss, yet stubbornly retrieved the ball each time, refusing to quit until her arms burned with fatigue. Finally, before the claw machine, she combined sharp judgment with patient persistence, and seized in a single decisive motion an irresistibly adorable Changjiang No. 7 plush toy. As she emerged from the still thriving arcade, cradling this trophy, symbol of independence and triumph, the golden glow of the setting sun bathed her in a warm, radiant halo. She glanced back at that once terrifying dragon's lair and tigers, then her heart swelling with the profound exhaustion and immense satisfaction of a conqueror. "Senior brother," she murmured softly, her voice now imbued with the calm of transformation, "I think I'm truly not so afraid anymore." System notification: Arcade Survival Challenge completed. Rating A class. Su Yunzhou's voice retained its system-imposed aloofness, yet upon closer listening held a subtle softening hum. "You've barely taken your first step from chronic social anxiety toward ordinary human functionality. Don't get complacent." Next phase: adaptation training in Chuanxi Road and Taiguli Core Commercial District. Qingzhou's most vibrant commercial hub, teeming with fashion-forward locals, tourists, and street photographers, where society's kaleidoscope unfolded and where stories and incidents were most likely to unfold. Where is Taiguli? Song Jiru blinked wide-eyed and utterly unfamiliar with this future landmark. Su Yunzhou hesitated for half a second before replying with an air of cosmic foreknowledge. A place you'll understand fully 2 years from now." True to Su Yunzhou's prediction, Song Jiru hadn't wandered 10 minutes through this architecturally refined district before it felt as though she'd triggered a monster spawn mechanism. From his system perspective, Su Yunzhou instantly locked onto 3 middle-aged men at 9 o'clock, standing beside a flowerbed, shoulders hunched under heavy telephoto lenses, their gazes mingling scrutiny with predatory hunger as they brazenly aimed their big guns at Song Jiru for targeted surveillance photography. "Attention! Elite enemies, greasy old sorcerers, spawned at 9 o'clock beside the flowerbed." Su Yunzhou's voice snapped instantly into combat alert mode. "Your new mission: engage directly. Demand, immediately, unconditionally, that they delete every image of you on the spot." Me. Following the system's guidance, Song Jiru looked over, and seeing men older than her own father, a wave of bewildered despair washed over her like a minor river demon ordered to eliminate Sun Wukong himself. "They look intimidating. Unapproachable. I can't. It's just a few photos. What harm could it do?" "What harm?" Su Yunzhou's tone darkened instantly. "You're being sent there precisely to forge your negotiation skills with all manner of people, and to cultivate the courage to confront them head on. Just a few photos. Do you realize where those images might end up? On flyers advertising beauty services outside seedy roadside motels. Photoshopped into grotesque, degrading fantasies on shadowy forums. Or worse, exploited for vile, illegal purposes. Does the thought of your face linked to such filth not revolt you? Not enrage you? Does your portrait right, your privacy, hold so little value in your eyes?" His barrage of questions struck Song Jiru like rapid-fire machine gun rounds, leaving her reeling. At the thought of those revolting possibilities, nausea surged. Then like a sudden flame, fierce protective anger blazed. I'll go." She gripped her backpack strapped tightly, the wooden nunchaku inside offering a firm reassurance. Su Yunzhou began to provide real-time tactical guidance in her mind, her tone as calm as if commanding a battle. "Attention, the target has been locked. Plan A: first show courtesy, then take action. Walk over, don't be timid, and look the other party in the eye. The first sentence: politely inquire to gain the moral high ground." Song Jiru took a deep breath, straightened her slender yet determined back like a soldier heading to the battlefield, and walked towards the 3 old masters who were still filming without restraint. Her heart raced, but the support from Big Brother behind her made her gaze lose most of its panic, leaving only a resolute determination. She stood in front of the man in the main camera shot, blocking his uncomfortable framing, and spoke as steadily as possible. "Sir, may I ask if you have been filming me without my permission?" The 3 men were clearly taken aback, their cameras halted. The one being confronted put down his long gun, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as if caught red-handed, but his experience on the streets made him quickly put on a greasy smile, attempting to muddle through, "No, little sister, you misunderstood. We were just filming the street scenery, taking pictures of the architecture. Look how interesting the design of Chuanxi Road is. Please stop filming immediately and delete all the photos of me from your cameras." Song Jiru was not thrown off rhythm by him. Following Su Yunzhou's guidance, her tone was firm and unyielding. "Your actions have already infringed upon my right to portrait and privacy. According to Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishments Law, filming or prying into others' privacy without consent or openly insulting others are all illegal acts." She even accurately quoted the legal provisions. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 men completely changed, shifting from slick to uncertain. The originally hurried pedestrians around started to slow down, curiously stopping to watch, and the sounds of pointing and whispering gradually became clearer. Another man, sensing the situation was not good, tried to defuse it with a conciliatory approach. "Oh, little girl, we just thought you had a good temperament and fit perfectly with the scenery, so we took a few artistic shots. Absolutely no ill intent. Look at you. Whether there is ill intent is a matter of your motives. But filming without permission is an established fact. It is an illegal act." Song Jiru stood her ground, her voice rising another notch, her clear tone resonating distinctly in the relatively quiet area outside the luxury store, attracting even more curious gazes. She felt her palms sweating, but her back remained straighter. "I now demand that you immediately right now delete all my photos. Otherwise I will call the police." The words "call the police" were like an ultimate ultimatum. Combined with the increasing number of onlookers and phone cameras, the three old masters could no longer maintain their composure. They exchanged panicked glances, and under the gaze of the crowd their arrogance and lewd thoughts were fully exposed, appearing extremely awkward. "Delete, delete, delete. Do it now." The first man, whose face shifted from pale to flushed, muttered as he operated the expensive camera, pulling up the photos, and under Song Jiru's burning gaze reluctantly pressed the delete button. The other two also complied reluctantly, their actions rough, clearly feeling humiliated. "Please check thoroughly, including burst shots, and any possible backups. Everything must be deleted clean." Song Jiru recalled Su Yunzhu's last instruction and added, "Is it done? Really done? All deleted?" "Yes." The three men almost frantically put away their cameras, looking disheveled, and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to escape the scene. Watching them awkwardly disappear into the crowd, the tension that had held Song Jiru tightly suddenly relaxed, and she realized her back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat, her legs feeling a bit weak. But immediately after, an unprecedented and immense sense of exhilaration and accomplishment surged in her heart like a volcanic eruption. She had solved a major problem all by herself. Moreover, this time, she had directly confronted more difficult, cunning, and socially experienced older men. The thrill of successfully defending her rights, using her own knowledge, courage, and calmness, rendering the infringers speechless, and making them flee in embarrassment, was simply more exhilarating than drinking ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. Big brother, did you see that? They ran away. The photos are all deleted. I succeeded." She excitedly screamed in her heart, like a little peacock celebrating a victory. System prompt: Street Monster Hunting Elite Monster, Old Master X3 mission completed. Evaluation A. The host demonstrated exceptional adaptability, a firm stance, and precise application of legal weaponry in real combat. Courage 10, social adaptability 15, Big Brother favorability 100. Su Yunzhu's voice finally carried clear approval, though still restrained. "Well, you handled that well this time. The logic is clear, the presence is strong, and the legal provisions were applied appropriately. Remember this feeling in the face of injustice and infringement. Calmness, knowledge, and courage are your sharpest weapons." He paused, then shifted his tone, issuing a new directive. "All right, monster hunting is over. Stamina consumption is massive. We need to recover health and energy. Next one of you go challenge an upscale buffet. The goal is, make the boss feel the pinch. Get back those few pounds of..." During the following game time, Su Yunzhu appropriately utilized the fast-forward function to condense the tedious and repetitive training process. In the subsequent week of real time, he completely transformed roles. No longer the guardian who did everything for her, but a strategic observer hidden behind the scenes. He tossed Song Jiru into various social situations she once considered nightmares, like throwing a sandbag, making her face adapt and even conquer them on her own. He made her venture alone into the bustling morning market, learning to haggle with shrewd vendors. He forced her to attend offline book-sharing sessions, mustering the courage to share her personal insights on a book she had read under the watchful eyes of many. He even made her try volunteering, helping to guide people in a busy park, though most of the time, she simply stood quietly holding a sign. Of course, the training list also included more challenging quests. Pool Hall Solo Challenge: successfully completed an entire game alone in the corner, completely ignoring the curious stares and ambiguous whispers from a few boys at the adjacent table, focused as if participating in a world championship. Bar refusal practice under Big Brother's remote guidance: successfully repelled 2 batches of flies trying to flirt with her, using the line, "I'm waiting for someone, it's not convenient," along with a cold glare. Amusement park roller coaster scream release: even though she was scared and kept her eyes tightly shut, gripping the handrail, she felt a sense of liberation after getting off. Haunted house courage limit test: ran out screaming within 3 minutes after being scared by NPCs, the only failed task, but at least she dared to buy a ticket to enter. Su Yunzhu inwardly: damn, I wouldn't dare go in alone either. The results were significant and gratifying. The girl who once ducked and blushed like a startled fawn seemed to have been infused with a strong, resilient spirit. Although she still felt a bit uneasy when facing strangers, she had learned to control her breathing, straighten her back, and strive to express her needs and thoughts in a clear voice. She began to willingly look into others' eyes, and though it was not for long, it was already a significant improvement. The world in her eyes was no longer a thorny place to avoid, but a vast expanse filled with opportunities to observe, try, and even conquer in small ways. One evening in the game, Su Yunzhu stared at the screen as Song Jiru emerged from the bathroom, humming a cheerful tune, her hair damp and tousled by a towel. She looked like a freshly washed, vibrant little cabbage, exuding an aura of relaxation and joy. He smiled and asked, "How have you been feeling these days? Are you still happy? Upon hearing his voice, Song Jieris' eyes instantly lit up, curving into a beautiful crescent shape as she nodded vigorously. Happy. Super happy. Thank you, big brother. I've never been this happy in my life. She could vividly feel the change within her, that sensation of breaking free from shackles and embracing the sunlight, a feeling so wonderful it was beyond description. Su Yunzhou gazed at her genuine smile, maintaining his tone as he continued, next, shouldn't it be my turn to have? Song Jieris' heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Though she had previously struggled with severe social anxiety, her long periods of solitude had immersed her deeply in the world of online novels, equipping her with a wealth of theoretical knowledge about the blush-inducing interactions between men and women, often knowing more than many girls who had experienced love, yet she had never had any practical opportunities. At this moment, hearing her fully dependent and almost bird-like big brother say, "Let me have some fun," in that deep tone. Countless scenes from the romance novels she had read flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Wall slams, bed slams, various dangerous declarations of devouring you. Her cheeks flushed a shocking shade of crimson from her previously pale skin. Instinctively, she bit her moist lower lip, her mind a chaotic blend of confusion and embarrassment, filled with the ultimate shyness of a girl, yet also an odd realization that what is meant to come will come, and there's no such thing as a free lunch mingled within her even. A hint of anticipation she was too shy to admit, and an impulse to please her big brother and repay his recreation. It was as if she had finally made a certain sacrificial resolution, striding to the bedside with a posture almost heroic in its sacrifice, yet subtly laced with an unnoticeable invitation. She lay straight on the bed, tightly closing her eyes, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, trembling as she said, "Big brother. You can come now? I am ready." Su Yunzhou. He looked at the bizarre scene on the screen, which seemed as if she were waiting for a royal favor, momentarily speechless, utterly bemused. What on earth was this girl thinking all day? With her eyes closed, Song Jieris' senses became exceptionally sharp in the darkness. Based on her vast theoretical knowledge, she nervously imagined and awaited the potential unfolding of various domineering big brother falling for me scenarios from novels. Perhaps a shift in the air, perhaps an invisible touch, or perhaps. However, after a few seconds of waiting, besides her own drumming heartbeat, none of the anticipated plots unfolded. She quietly opened one eye like a vigilant little cat, sneaking a glance into the void. Nothing had changed. Suddenly, she realized something. An overwhelming embarrassment washed over her as she buried her face into the pillow, muttering in a muffled voice with a hint of tears, "I'm sorry. Big brother, I forgot you can't touch me." After saying this as if to make amends for her mistake, or to prove her sincerity, she actually began to unbutton her nightgown. The action was imbued with a sense of reckless, clumsy, yet resolute determination, her fingertips trembling. Soon the soft nightgown was shed and carelessly tossed aside on the bed. She lay down straight again, tightly closing her eyes, her fair skin glimmering like pearls under the light, her body slightly tensed from extreme shame and anxiety. Would this be enough? Su Yunzhou watched the unexpected development on the screen, his throat involuntarily rolling as he helplessly rubbed his forehead, shaking his head in disbelief. He finally understood why those well-protected good girls were often easily harmed by the flowery words of young rascals. Because those guys could indeed provide simple, direct, and striking emotional value and unprecedented experiences. "Get up." Su Yunzhou's voice finally broke the silence, tinged with a hint of exasperation and amusement. "Little fool, when I said let me have some fun, I didn't mean this. Physical level of pleasing." Song Jieris exclaimed, her blush deepening to the point it seemed ready to drip blood. In a fluster, she tried to pull the quilt or some clothing to cover herself, feeling utterly embarrassed, her toes curling in awkwardness. But clothes. Su Yunzhou deliberately paused, taking a malicious delight in her rare and vividly embarrassing state before leisurely adding, "There's no rush to put them on. Let's maintain this state of honest encounter for now." He noticed the girl's body on the screen stiffen noticeably. "We can conveniently assess your current physical condition more directly and efficiently, while also discussing our upcoming core tasks and long-term development goals." As he spoke, he projected Song Jieris' latest attribute panel into the void before her, the azure light screen contrasting sharply with her snowy skin appearance. 92100 Exquisite bone structure, picturesque features, skin as white as new snow, a stunning presence that can be spotted in a crowd. Figure 75100. After a week of regular exercise and diligent eating, her slenderness has decreased, and her curves are beginning to show no longer just a mere stick, but with some gentle undulations. Promising for the future. Knowledge 33100 slightly relaxed during the break, maintaining the status quo, needs improvement. Temperament 42100. Due to increased confidence and more interactions, her hunching and slouching have significantly improved, and her gaze no longer constantly flinches. She has initially acquired a natural sense of blending into a crowd. Influence 50-100 limited to the original small circle. Overall charm value 49. 40-100 significant progress, but the road to becoming a go. Su Yunzhou explained, his gaze lightly brushing over her slightly heaving chest due to nervousness. Your ultimate goal is to raise your overall charm value to 90 points, and to completely activate your hidden talent, celestial voice, becoming a singer of great renown. Recently, your temperament and figure have improved due to your courage to step out, which is a great start. However, next we will need to undergo various targeted professional training. Song Jiru looked at the attribute panel, especially at the celestial voice, a glimmer of curiosity and longing flashing in her eyes as she temporarily suppressed her bodily shyness with focus. She nodded vigorously, asking earnestly, "All right, big brother. What should I do? Just tell me, I will definitely do it. I will do my utmost." The summer vacation still has over a month left. Su Yunzhou planned, his tone returning to its usual calm. First, enroll in a reliable music training class to systematically learn music theory and vocal basics, tapping into your musical potential. Then the daily physical training must not stop. Enroll in various body-shaping etiquette and yoga classes, and keep up. The most crucial thing is, he scanned her slender waist where he could faintly see her ribs and curves that needed development. Eat more. Transform that body of yours, which is as thin as a bean sprout, into a healthy and plump one. There must be, I got it. I promise to complete the task. Su Yunzhou looked at the burning ambition in the girl's eyes and suddenly remembered a practical issue. By the way, how much money can you gather right now? He started calculating whether he should once again employ his prophetic financial tactics to support her. However, Song Jiru did not hesitate for a second, her gaze clear and determined. "Big brother, how much do you need? I can give you all my lucky money and pocket money. There's probably around 60 or 70,000 in my card. Do you need me to buy gold ingots to burn for you?" Su Yunzhou. He felt a black line sliding down his forehead. No wonder the news often reports about naive girls being swindled by their online dating partners. Clearly, silly sweethearts are produced in batches in this world. "Stop. I'm not a ghost." Su Yunzhou quickly extinguished her dangerous line of thought. "I mean for you to spend the money on yourself. In the upcoming devil training, inviting industry experts, purchasing professional equipment, and top-notch nutritional supplies. Each of these is a money-consuming beast. I initially estimate that at least 100,000 a month is needed as a base." "Oh, I see." Song Jiru suddenly realized and immediately proposed a solution. "Then I can go ask my mommy for some angel and just say I want to enroll in an interest class." "No, use your own money. That's more convincing." Su Yunzhou rejected this idea, directly activating his cash ability again. "Here's the deal tomorrow. Buy a lottery ticket with the number I give you. After winning, immediately open a futures and stock account. I will guide you in trading, striving to help you achieve initial financial freedom before the summer vacation ends." He understood all too well that money is not only the rocket fuel for dreams, but also the forge that shapes a person's confidence and perspective. Only with economic independence and abundance can one immerse themselves in training without distraction and maintain that calm and detachment when facing capital and power in the future, believing that I am the wealthy heir myself. Song Jiru's eyes widened in surprise. This suddenly appeared big brother not only acted as her guardian spirit and life mentor, but now he even had to double as her financial benefactor, guiding her in making money. A wave of immense emotion surged within her, and her voice became slightly choked. "Big brother, why are you so good? Have I exhausted all my luck for the next life just to meet you?" Su Yunzhou did not answer this question of why, only saying lightly, "When you become a diva, I have a favor to ask of you." Song Jiru's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What favor?" "Su Yunzhou, you will know when the time comes." In the following days, with his absolute control over the past financial market trends, Su Yunzhou precisely guided Song Jiru in short-term trading at several key points. The funds rapidly snowballed, and soon Song Jiru's account accumulated over 10 million. This substantial amount cleared all material obstacles for the subsequent wealth cultivation plan. What relieved Su Yunzhou even more was that compared to Lin Ruoxuan, who needed him to occasionally shock her into action, haggle, and even flirt back, Song Jiru could be considered an angelic training subject. She exhibited an almost faith-like absolute trust and complete reliance on him. Every command he issued, no matter how outrageous, she would execute unconditionally and to a high standard, never asking why, but only striving to do her best. Once the funds were in place, Su Yunzhou immediately activated the top-tier resource bombardment mode exclusive to RMB players. He hired retired national-level artists with heavy remuneration to refine her vocal techniques and emotional expressions. Unknown, a star-level choreographer tailored dance training for her, top music theory teachers, physical nutritionists, and image consultant teams, creating a comprehensive and all-encompassing approach. Not only did her skills improve, but her previously closed heart, under professional guidance and continuous positive feedback, began to open further to the world. She began to walk confidently in crowds, her gaze no longer shying away. That gradually built self-confidence from within added even more brilliance to her already outstanding appearance. Whenever she completed a high-difficulty training session, she would instinctively gaze into the void, as if waiting for the recognition from that invisible presence. All of Song Jiru's top mentors praised her endlessly, especially the old artist, who repeatedly remarked that Song Jiru possessed near-perfect musicality and a highly recognizable timbre, a rare talent that appears once in a decade, lamenting that she had not received systematic training earlier, even hinting that he could recommend her for a special admission into a top music academy. At this moment, the future diva Miss Song Jiru had already been accepted into the ancient Chinese language program at Bat. There was no need for any complicated preparations for school, as her only requirement, when filling out her application back then due to her severe social anxiety, was that the school must be within 10 kilometers of home. Yes, Basha University is exactly 3 kilometers from her home, making transportation very convenient. Su Yunzhou was indifferent to whether or not she attended a music academy. He had his own comprehensive plan. While the academic route was undoubtedly stable, he aimed to create a faster and more dazzling shortcut. Looking at the attribute panel with steadily increasing values, especially in knowledge, charisma, and physique, and seeing the increasingly bright light in Song Jiera's eyes, and her demeanor becoming more composed with every gesture, he knew it was time to give Song Jiero an exam. Song Jiero, he announced, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, like issuing an ultimate mission. Talking about it on paper is ultimately shallow. Tomorrow we will change the map and conduct the first real field exercise. Singing on the streets in a high-traffic commercial area? Singing on the streets. Song Jiero couldn't help but feel nervous. This was different from being in a well-soundproof professional practice room, and it was not facing familiar mentors. This required facing a variety of strangers, withstanding various unknown gazes and evaluations, stabilizing her mind, and singing completely and expressively. Undoubtedly, this was one of the ultimate tests of her courage, composure, and professional ability. However, the absolute trust she had formed over time made her learn not to reject any of Big Brother's commands. She only quietly asked, "Big Brother, you'll be with me, right? You won't leave me alone, will you?" Of course, Su Yun's voice was reassuringly absolute. "I will always be by your side, facing everything with you." With Big Brother around, she felt no fear. Song Jiero took a deep breath, as if drawing endless strength from this promise. Her eyes regained their determination as she nodded vigorously, as if making a military oath. Then, "Okay, they'll go prepare the props right now." Su Yunzhou watched the game interface where Song Jiero was seriously adjusting, a valuable professional speaker preparing to warm up her voice. Her focused profile looked stunning in the soft light. He smiled with satisfaction, exited the game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was time to meet Lu Jian. He stood up lazily stretched and felt the delightful crackle of his joints. A sense of indescribable power and flexibility filled his body. Perhaps this was the invisible benefit of attending top-level physical training classes with Song Jiero. However, a subtle sense of discord lingered in his heart. Time in the game had clearly passed for over a month, while in reality his computer clock showed that only a few hours had elapsed. Despite the heavy use of the fast-forward feature, the disparity in the flow of time still felt excessively pronounced. Even more bizarrely, he could distinctly and clearly feel the passage of that long period. His ironclad evidence being that when Song Jiero was grappling with the obscure harmony theory and form analysis in the game, he unconsciously followed along, learning and understanding, as if a complete foundation of music theory was being implanted in his mind. This had been vaguely sensed during his previous training with Lin Ruoxuan. Then he thought it was a trick of alcohol. But this time it was particularly evident, clear to the point of being undeniable. Moreover, physiological needs do not lie. During the immersive gaming session, he had ordered takeout 7 or 8 times due to genuine hunger. Now his stomach felt empty again, reminding him of his energy consumption. Perhaps it was the extreme concentration that had heightened his brain's reception state, leading to an extended subjective sense of time, while his physical energy expenditure doubled, then doubled again. Su Yunzhou ultimately found himself a relatively scientific explanation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at a whiskey bar in Binjiang known for its serene ambience and emphasis on customer privacy. Soft jazz floated through the air, and the lighting was ambiguous. Su Qianran was sitting there with her close friend Han Fei. The mojito in front of her, garnished with mint leaves, had barely been touched. The meticulously crafted expression on her face was no longer one of simple grievance, but intertwined with anxiety, unwillingness, and an increasingly difficult-to-hide panic. "Fei, do you think Zhao Lily was fired on the spot, and the whole company declared bankruptcy? Are these things really related to Su Yunzhou?" Su Qianran's voice was extremely low, trembling with disbelief. "And then there's President Song from my company. Director Zhang explicitly said that Su Yunzhou is her valued guest." What kind of high branches has he climbed? How is this possible?" Han Fei also wore a serious expression, taking a sip of her cocktail. "Yeah, it's too unusual. Shinran, think carefully. Could Su Yunzhou have some deep background that we don't know about? Like coming from some hidden noble family to experience life? What background could he possibly have?" Su Qianran irritably poked at the ice in her glass with her straw. "I know his family. The best is just a regular government office position. His previous job had a decent salary, but it was far from revolutionary. Unless..." She had Su Yunzhou's banking app open on her phone. She had seen the notice of the 42,000 severance payment that popped up in the afternoon. But large transfers require a verification code, and she couldn't move, otherwise that money would have been transferred to fill her shopping cart by now. Unless he hit the jackpot. Or has he encountered some incredible stroke of luck, making a fortune we don't know about? Han Fei followed her train of thought, lowering her voice, and her eyes glimmered. In recent years, many in computing and blockchain have become overnight millionaires, quietly amassing wealth. Do you think Su Yunzhou has secretly hit some hotspot and accumulated terrifying capital? Su Qianran bit her full lower lip, a flash of greed and calculation in her eyes. If that's true, then he must give me a large share of that money. I gave him my best 5 years of youth, accompanying him from having nothing to now. He can't just turn his back on me now that he's That's too unfair to me. He must compensate me." Just then her gaze inadvertently flicked to the door, and her breath caught sharply. Su Yunzhou walked in. He had changed into a different outfit, one that had a bit more rebellious design than the one he wore during the day, even slightly ostentatious, yet it didn't feel out of place on his tall frame. What puzzled her even more was that the Su Yunzhou who had previously appeared slightly hunched due to long hours at a desk was gone. He now stood tall, his entire aura seemingly refreshed and elevated several notches. He looked like a completely different person. Han Fei also noticed and nudged Su Qianran with her elbow, her tone, laced with mockery. Hey Qianran, look quickly. Your Su Yunzhou has coincidentally arrived, huh? I knew it. How could he really let you go? Is he here to check on you, or to seek reconciliation? Su Qianran paused for a moment, quickly calculating in her mind. Based on her understanding of Su Yunzhou's past behaviors as a loyal admirer, his cold treatment would never last more than 3 days. He always lowered his head first. And now, the time limit was about to expire. Sure enough, her expression shifted from sunny to cloudy in an instant, even picking up her stance, snorting through her nose hum. He followed me here. Such low-level tactics. Dream on. I won't forgive him easily. He made me feel so humiliated at the company during the day, losing all my face. Han Fei immediately agreed, entering the supporting role. He's just trying to provoke you, playing hard to get to catch your attention. Otherwise, what a coincidence is this? But you're right, this time he must learn a lesson. Kneel down and apologize. I can't let him off easily. However, the next scene left both of them stunned. After entering, Su Yunzhou sat down at a nearby empty table, looking at his phone without caring about them. Han Fei chuckled, thinking she had seen through him. Qianran, he's playing mind games with you. Feigning indifference, waiting for you to take the initiative. He's really putting on a show. Su Qianran was so irritated, her teeth ground together, her sense of superiority and stubborn pride forcing her to hold her ground. How dare he act cool in front of me? I won't indulge his bad habit. Let's see who can outlast whom. Wait until he can't hold on any longer. Before long, the bar door opened again, and in walked Lu Jian, Su Yunzhou's college classmate, a second-generation rich kid from Jiangnan province, whose family was involved in international trade. Lu Jian also spotted Su Qianran smiling as he approached, surveying the booth casually and greeting her. Oh, sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Isn't Yunzhou here yet? He clearly had no idea that the two had completely torn their relationship apart. Su Qianran frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. What do you need him for? Lu Jian wore a knowing smile tinged with a bit of envy and jealousy. What? He hasn't told you. Haha, I get it. He must be planning to give you a huge surprise. Holding back a big move. Han Fei's gossiping spirit ignited instantly, and she hurriedly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. What surprise? Hurry up and tell me. Lu Jian, however, remained tight-lipped, waving his hand dramatically. Well, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. It's better to leave it for him to announce personally. Anyway, congratulations in advance to my sister-in-law. Soon you will see the light after the clouds part. From now on, you can buy any limited edition Hermes without batting an eyelash. His tone was filled with genuine envy and joy for his friend, not a hint of pretense. At that moment, Su Yunzhou spotted Lu Jian and also caught sight of Su Qianran. He frowned slightly, as if feeling that this coincidence was somewhat awkward. He sent Lu Jian a message. After reading it, Lu Jian laughed heartily and said to Su Qianran, Yunzhou is calling me over. This is our secret among men. Sister-in-law, you two sit first, we'll chat later. Get ready to receive a big gift. He finished and quickly walked towards Su Yunzhou's booth, where they exchanged a familiar high five and began to converse quietly. Once Lu Jian left, Han Fei couldn't contain her burning curiosity. What exactly is the surprise Lu Jian mentioned? It sounds like a big deal that could make the news. Su Qianran shook her head, her heart feeling like it was being scratched by 100 cat paws, itching to hear the distant conversation. Unfortunately, the perfectly balanced music of the bar and the distance made it impossible for her to catch any key information. Just as she was anxiously guessing whether it was a diamond ring or a property deed, her phone suddenly vibrated repeatedly, the screen lighting up instantly, with several notifications from the bank app, like heavy bombs exploding one after another. There were 3 transfers. The first 2 were 5 million each, and the third was over 3 million. Su Qianran was stunned for several seconds, her brain processing the string of zeros. Flustered, her fingers trembling, she opened Su Yunzhou's bank app to check the balance, over 13 million. The transfer was from Lu Jian's trading company. In that moment, all the clues came together. The terror and chaos when Zhao Lily was fired, the company's sudden collapse, the identity of the esteemed guest Mr. Song, Su Yunzhou's transformed demeanor, Lu Jian's cryptic surprise, and the tangible 8-digit sum before her. It all made sense. No wonder he so decisively wanted to sell the wedding house. With over 13 million, it was enough to buy a luxurious flat in the top-tier riverside properties in Yunzhou, or a detached villa a bit farther away. Who would still want that small 3-bedroom apartment with a heavy mortgage? So this is the surprise Lu Jian said he would give me. Su Qianran murmured, her face flushed with excitement and joy. She immediately straightened her back, tidied her hair and dress, striking the prettiest pose, her heart racing in it, waiting for Su Yunzhou to finish with Lu Jian and then come to her with the new house keys, playing out a scene where the wayward son returns and the domineering CEO seeks reconciliation with enormous wealth. However, time ticked by. She saw Su Yunzhou and Lu Jian chatting happily, even clinking glasses. Then, they both stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Su Yunzhou didn't even glance her way again, just walked out of the bar door with Lu Jian laughing and chatting. The anticipation and flush on Su Qianran's face instantly froze, turning into shock and disbelief. Men, she screamed inwardly in frustration, truly good at pretending. I wonder how long you can keep this up. Tomorrow. At the latest tomorrow, you will definitely come with the keys and gifts to beg me. Outside the bar by the Binjiang Bridge, Lu Jian leaned against the cold railing, lit a cigarette, the crimson ember flickering in the night. Su Yunzhou gazed at the familiar buildings across the river, his former school Binzhou University of Technology. It was also his youth. Lu Jian exhaled a puff of smoke looking at the distinctly different Su Yunzhou beside him, sincerely lamenting, half jokingly, and half seriously. Tisk, indeed, wealth is the best cosmetic and confidence for a man. Brother, your demeanor is like you've been reborn. It's completely different now, and it feels like you've even grown a bit taller, more upright. Su Yunzhou knew it was due to attending top-tier body language classes with Song Jiru, subtly improving his posture, but he merely smiled and didn't explain. He changed the subject, his tone calm. By the way, I haven't formally told you I broke up with Su Qianran. Lu Jian nodded, not surprised. He had already sensed the subtle and stiff atmosphere in the bar earlier. In his circle of Jiangnan rich second-generation, changing girlfriends was as common as changing clothes for the season. He just patted Su Yun's shoulder, asking no further questions and offering no consolation. Su Yunzhou didn't need consolation either. He quietly gazed at his distant alma mater, his expression complex. On the bridge, a female singer holding a guitar was live streaming, singing a familiar old song. Walk with me on the streets of Qingzhou, oh oh. It was indeed that song, Qingzhou. Su Yunzhou felt nostalgic, walked over without hesitation, took out his phone, scanned the QR code beside the singer, and directly entered an amount, sending 1,000 yuan in Lu Jian's astonished gaze. The tip notification sounded particularly crisp. Lu Jian smiled, watching the astonished female singer repeatedly thanking him, and said to Su Yunzhou, this song by Song Jiru has been so good for all these years. Every time I hear it, it still feels nice, with an indescribable flavor. Su Yunzhou looked at the flowing river below the bridge, but remained silent. He furrowed his brows, slightly feeling that something was amiss, as if a wrong link had slipped into the logical chain. Because in the game, Goddess Cultivation, he personally taught Song Jiru to sing this song, correcting her pronunciation and emotions word by word. So where did he learn it himself? Did he learn it from Song Jiera's songs after hearing the future songstress? Then go teach her again. Isn't that ridiculous? And who is the actual author of this song? Is it Su Yunzhou, or is it Song Jiru? Or perhaps a displacement from some parallel universe? Could it be that he isn't changing history at all, but merely a bystander watching historical surveillance footage? That all interventions have long been part of predetermined facts. But how to explain the 1,000 bitcoins in that USB drive from Lin Ruoxuan? Just pure coincidence. Headache. Su Yunzhou rubbed his temples, feeling trapped in a whirlpool of time paradox. Now the core of all questions still boils down to that old issue. He needs to confirm whether he truly exists in some dimension in the worlds of Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiru. And perhaps the answer lies on Saturday. Everything will be revealed at Song Jiera's concert on Saturday. He needs to personally verify whether the dazzling songstress on stage still remembers a big brother from the other dimension. Su Yunzhou returned to his rather shabby rental apartment, took a shower, and washed away his fatigue. Just as he relaxed, his stomach unexpectedly began to rumble. He took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. He'll just order some rice bowl to get by, he thought while his fingers swiped across the screen. Wait, what if I stay up late tonight to nurture the song and get hungry again? I need to prepare in advance. With that, his finger made a decisive move, quickly jumping from ordering a yellow braised chicken rice to the ordering page for a whole roasted lamb. This portion should be enough for a late-night snack. He nodded in satisfaction, just about to make the payment. Ding. System notification: your account activity is abnormal, suspected of fraudulent ordering service, suspended for 24 hours. Su Yunzhou stared at the cold notification on the screen, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Damn. He almost threw his phone away. Is ordering food 9 times in a day considered fraud? Does this broken system look down on the capabilities of us food lovers? He angrily exited the yellow food delivery app and opened the backup blue app to reorder that unfortunate roasted lamb. The whole roasted lamb required time to bake slowly. There was no rush. In the meantime, he sat back down at his computer, powered it on, and opened the game Goddess Training, entering Song Jiera's level. He fast-forwarded the timeline directly to the evening of the next day. On the screen, Song Jiru had already tidied up, holding her wooden guitar, her eyes sparkling with a mix of nervousness and excitement as she energetically shouted at Su Yunzhou, big brother. The time has come, let's set off. Su Yunzhou was pleased to see that she moved without hesitation, showing no signs of He smiled as he moved the mouse and gently clicked on the glowing green reward icon. An invisible warmth swept over Song Jiru, causing her to comfortably squint her eyes. Not bad, the momentum is strong, Su Yunzhou praised. Feeling the familiar warmth, Song Jiru straightened her chest with a hint of pride, of course. In the woman trained by Big Brother himself. In Jinli Ancient Street, the lights began to glow. The heat of summer had lessened, and the bluestone path reflected the warm yellow light of lanterns bustling with tourists. Song Jiru walked over with her guitar and stopped in a relatively open corner backed by an ancient gray brick wall. Although she was full of enthusiasm before setting off, when she actually arrived on site surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces and noisy sounds, her heart raced uncontrollably and her palms began to sweat slightly. Don't be afraid, take a deep breath. I'm right beside you, watching you. Su Yun's voice was like a calming pill conveyed through an invisible connection. Just think of the people below as moving backgrounds or as experience points waiting to be harvested by your song. You are performing just for me. Song Jiru nodded emphatically, as if drawing infinite courage from his word. She slowly set down the open guitar case, adjusting the slightly shabby microphone connected to a small speaker. Today she wore the simplest white pure cotton t-shirt, and fitted blue jeans with a neat high ponytail. Her natural beauty, unadorned, yet pure, resembled a quietly blooming gardenia in the mottled light and shadow of the ancient street. Let's begin to sing the first song I gave you, Yunzhou. Song Jiaru took a deep breath again, as if trying to suppress all her nervousness. Her slender fair fingers with clearly defined joints trembled slightly as they gently strummed the strings. A few clean chords carrying a hint of ethereality and subtle sadness instantly attracted several curious gazes. When she sang the first line, her clear, clean voice, as if washed by mountain spring water, suddenly pierced through the noise and grease of the ancient street, like a radiant moonlight, cold and moving, shining into the hearts of every passerby who happened to hear. The tears that fell were not just from last night's wine. The reluctance to part was not just from your tenderness. At first she was a bit nervous, her long eyelashes drooping, and she dared not meet the eyes of any passerby, focusing solely on her guitar strings. But as the song progressed, with Su Yunzhou's silent support and the powerful emotional pull of the music, she gradually immersed herself in the world built by the melody and lyrics, even unconsciously closing her eyes, swaying her body slightly with the rhythm, her singing becoming more stable, full, and invested. Originally hurried tourists busy taking photos and shopping involuntarily slowed their pace and paused to listen. A couple selecting unique souvenirs stopped their movements, leaning in to listen, exchanging amazed glances. People chatting on the rattan chairs of a roadside tea house also gradually fell silent, their gazes collectively turning towards the girl whose singing had a captivating charm. The song she sang had a beautiful yet unfamiliar melody imbued with a unique temperament and cultural poetic quality not belonging to the mainstream pop music of 2012. The profound lyrics painted vivid imagery combined with her pure and clean voice and sincere performance, creating a wonderful soul-stirring chemical reaction. Who is this girl? Her singing is so beautiful. My ears are about to get pregnant. Is she a student from Chuanin out for social practice? With this level she could debut and release an album right away. I've never heard this song before. Is it original? The lyrics and melody are amazing. It feels better than the songs on the current charts. Quick, film it. Post it on Weibo. Let my friends who only know how to shout 666 see this. This voice, these lyrics. They're incredible. This is simply the exclusive BGM of Yunzhou. This was 2012. Smartphones had begun to become popular, but the pixels weren't very high yet, and the internet was primarily 3G, with 4G yet to be widely used. On social media, Weibo was on fire, and the WeChat Moments feature had just been launched. But that didn't dampen people's enthusiasm for sharing. In the crowd, many raised their phones, screens lit up, carefully adjusting angles to capture this stunning street performance. Doodle post this video on Weibo as soon as I get back to the hotel and connect to Wi-Fi. I've already thought of a title. Heavenly Fairy Sister appears in Jinli. Her singing is the healing ceiling. I've already posted it on Moments, and in just a few minutes many people have liked it and asked where this is. I've uploaded it to 2. I hope it goes viral. In the guitar case no longer were there just a few scattered coins. Of bills of various denominations began to accumulate, and someone even quietly slipped in a conspicuous red 100 yuan bill expressing silent admiration and support. After Song Jiaru finished her first song under Su Yunzhou's encouragement and the expectant gazes of the audience, she picked up her guitar again and sang her second song, Ordinary Road. I once lost, disappointed, lost all direction until I saw that being ordinary was the only answer. Her demeanor became more relaxed, and occasionally she would raise her head, revealing a shy yet sincere smile, filled with gratitude to the audience standing by to listen. That smile was like ice and snow melting for the first time, spring flowers blooming, making many people swoon. The click of cameras and the flashing lights of phone recordings became even more frequent. It was at the most passionate climax of her second song when her emotions were the fullest and most invested. Su Yunzhou's perspective suddenly locked onto the outskirts of the crowd. A woman dressed in a simple beige long coat, wearing black sunglasses that covered most of her face, exuding an aura completely at odds with the casual tourists around, seemed to be drawn by some invisible sound wave, walking out of the crowd in a daze, her steps unsteady, almost in a trance. Then she stood frozen in place as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Her eyes behind the sunglasses widened suddenly, as if she had seen something utterly unbelievable, and her breath seemed to freeze at that moment. It was actually Lin Ruoxuan. Su Yunzhou's breath came to a complete halt in that instant. On the screen, the woman wearing oversized sunglasses almost covering half her face trembled as she slowly removed the obstruction. The moment the sunglasses slipped off, time seemed to freeze. It was Lin Ruoxuan. It truly was her. Her beauty remained astonishing, but a layer of deep-seated weariness and indifference clouded her brows, as if she had witnessed countless sails pass by. At that moment, her beautiful eyes were staring incredulously at the singing Song Jiaru, her pupils wildly contracting and trembling, as if shaken by a 10-point earthquake. It was as if she was not seeing a girl holding a guitar, but a ghost crawling out from the deepest, most untouchable grave. Her ears accurately captured the melody and lyrics that should never ever resonate in this world, in this place. It was Ordinary Road. It was that night on the highest astronomical observatory in Yunzhou where her tyrant sang a song with a slightly raspy voice, only for her facing the flowing urban star river beneath him. It was the unique password engraved deep within her soul. And the earlier song Yunzhou. It was also the tune he casually hummed while touring Yunzhou with her on this very street. She later utilized all available resources and connections, scoured through global music libraries and copyright registrations, even privately consulted countless top music producers and songwriters, all with the utmost certainty. These were two songs that completely did not exist in the current world, songs that had never been created. Why? Why would this young girl who looked to be only 18 or 19 as pure as a blank sheet of paper sing them? Word for word. The melody was identical. Even the subtle, unique vocal inflections were the same. Lin Ruoxuan's expression shifted from extreme shock to a profound bewilderment. In the next second, this commercial queen who once stood at the pinnacle of the world and could face global media with ease began to weep loudly like a child amidst the bustling and noisy streets of Jinli. Tears streamed down her face and her slender shoulders trembled violently. Ruoxuan, Ruoxuan, look at me, breathe. Quick, breathe. A nearby woman dressed professionally and appearing to be an assistant turned pale, with fright hurriedly supporting her collapsing body, frantically pulling out a small white pill bottle, her voice cracking with panic. Don't think about it. Please don't think about it. The doctor said you can't get emotionally agitated. Quick, take your medicine. I'm begging you. Yunzhou was completely stunned in front of the screen. A huge shock surged through his heart. After searching everywhere with no success, he had unexpectedly found what he sought without any effort. He had desperately sought her out, even contemplated using Song Jiru to track down Lin Ruoxuan, and she had dramatically and cruelly crashed into his line of sight in this way. Only she could not see him. And her sudden complete breakdown at this moment felt like a blunt knife cutting deeply into his heart. Jiru, stop singing. Yunzhou ordered immediately, his voice carrying an urgency and slight tremor that he himself did not notice. Quick, do you see that woman crying hard? The one in the trench coat. She is Lin Ruoxuan. Go stop her and ask what's wrong. Hurry. Song Jiru was startled into silence by the almost frantic shout of her big brother. Though she did not understand the situation, her absolute obedience to him made her unhesitatingly put down her guitar, part the crowd, and rush forward. Miss Lin, what's wrong? Do you need help? Song Jiru squeezed closer, her voice trembling with anxiety as she looked at the other person's pained, curled form. However, Lin Ruoxuan had been completely dragged into the storm of her collapsing world. She gripped her hair tightly, her nails almost digging into her scalp, her body shaking violently as she mumbled incoherently, it's not an illusion. This song. Only he knows. Only he existed. Not what I imagined. Not my second personality. Not. I can't find him. Can't find him anywhere. I've turned the world upside down. Sob. The female assistant, while firmly supporting her, cast a mixed look of apology, caution, and desperate pleading at Song Jiru. I'm sorry, young lady. Thank you. But my friend has an old ailment and cannot be stimulated. We must leave immediately. Make way. Please everyone stop filming. I'm begging you. After saying this, she used almost all her strength to half support, half drag the emotionally collapsed Lin Ruoxuan into a quietly parked black sedan at the roadside. Song Jiru chased a few steps, but was blocked by the crowd and flashing phone cameras, helplessly watching the car slip into the flow of traffic like a shadow disappearing into the night. Yunzhou's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Lin Ruoxuan's broken, bloodstained words pierced through his understanding like ice picks. It's not something I imagined. It's not my second personality. He understood everything. The second personality lie he had fabricated years ago, thinking it would help her let go, had not only failed to liberate her, but had instead become a giant hand pushing her into a darker abyss built upon her firm belief in his real existence. She might have been diagnosed with severe delusions because of this. She had been struggling alone in the crevice between reality. No wonder she had withdrawn from the world, disappearing from sight. She was not enjoying success, but was battling against the entire world's denial and the collapse of her inner self. And her appearance in Yunzhou today, in Jinli, was by no means a coincidence. Yunzhou's heart clenched tightly. She was retracing the path they had once walked together, desperately searching for any possible overlooked traces that could prove his existence, wanting to see where she had lost him in the corners of her mind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Jinli gradually dimmed, and Song Jiru squatted on the ground, mechanically sorting through the cash in her guitar case. 1,372 yuan and 50 cents. Far exceeding the level of an ordinary street performer, but this unexpected gain could not bring her any joy at this moment. Carrying her guitar, she walked home, hesitating for a moment before softly asking the air, "Big brother, was that really the legendary Lin Ruoxuan?" Yunzhou's phantom walked silently beside her, and upon hearing this, he gently nodded. Song Jiru pursed her lips and cautiously continued to probe with the unique sensitivity of a young girl peeling back layers when she mentioned the second personality. "She was referring to you, right? And that song she said only he had sung. That he is also you, isn't it?" Yunzhou's figure swayed gently under the moonlight, nodding heavily once more. Song Jiru nodded thoughtfully, carrying a sense of realization beyond her years and a hint of sympathy. "Then I think I understand a bit. No wonder she could achieve such great success at a young age, it turns out. It was because you, big brother, were there helping her from behind." Her voice gradually lowered, tinged with an undeniable fear and a sob. Suddenly looking up, tears rolled down, without warning, glimmering in the moonlight. "Big brother, is it possible that one day, once I have completed all your tasks and become good enough, you will also leave me completely, just as you did with her?" Yunzhou fell silent. The boundary between the virtual and the real, the weight of promises and lies became so heavy at this moment that he could not speak easily. After a long while, just as Song Jiere's heart began to sink, his voice slowly emerged. We'll meet again in another time and space. He paused and reminded her. Do you remember I told you that when you become a big singer there is something I need you to do? Song Jieru wiped her tears forcefully, her voice thick with nasal tones as she replied, yes. I remember. What is it? I want to know now. Su Yunzhou's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, looking towards some distant future point. His voice was clear and resolute. Remember, on May 24th, 2025, hold a concert in Yunzhou, Jiangnan province. By then, I will appear. Song Jieru was stunned, counting on her fingers and muttering, 2025. That's nearly 13 years away. By then, I will be 31 years old. Suddenly she raised her head, a hint of resolution and even rebellious defiance flashing in her eyes. Brother. I don't want to sing anymore. Su Yunzhou was taken aback, completely unprepared for her to say this. Why? Song Jieru bit her lower lip hard until the color drained from it. With a choked voice she nearly shouted out her deepest fear. I understand everything. Isn't it true that once I complete all the tasks you said achieve the goal, you will like completing a task? Immediately just like what you did to Lin Ruoxuan. Su Yunzhou's silence was the cruelest confirmation. Song Jiere's tears flowed even more fiercely. She suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. A few seconds later, when she raised her head again, she had forced out an unusually determined, even slightly fierce smile. I'm sorry, brother. Forget what I just said. She took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. I will do my utmost. I will fulfill all your requests as quickly as possible. I will become your most perfect creation. Because she suddenly realized, if she were to let her brother disappear because of her unwillingness, would she still be human? Perhaps after he completed his tasks, he would no longer be in a wandering spirit state, and might even be reborn, fully achieving enlightenment or becoming a Buddha. This was the promise for 2025. He had done so much for himself, how could she not help him? Suddenly she seemed to think of a way to break the deadlock, breaking into a smile, her expression filled with vengeful courage and a hint of recklessness. She swung her fist at the air with determination, making a shocking vow. Humph. The concert in Yunzhou in 2025, right? Brother, just wait. Then it's my turn to take you on. Su Yunzhou rubbed his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Where did you learn such fierce words, you little girl? However, before his teasing words could finish, a few greasy, sticky laughs suddenly came from the shadows at the alley's entrance. Yo, little vixen, can't wait to find a man. Here come the brothers. Come to me, haha. So proactive, today will be fun. This little voice sings pretty sweetly, it must be sweet when she calls. This face is so beautiful, don't know how it came to be. Old 3, why waste words with her? Just act, and let the brothers test the goods. Song Jiere's heart sank. She suddenly realized that in her emotional agitation, she had unknowingly turned into a dimly lit, secluded alley. Before her stood 7 flashy, multicolored-haired thugs, blocking her way, weighing steel pipes and switchblades in their hands, their eyes scanning her sensitive areas like hungry wolves filled with unabashed lust and malice. Clearly they had been eyeing her for a long time. She must have been targeted as prey while singing. Song Jiere's back slammed heavily against the cold, damp brick wall, her petite body trembling uncontrollably, her stomach churning violently, making it difficult to breathe. Brother, what should I do? There are so many of them, and they have knives. I can't handle this alone. She shouted frantically in her heart, her voice filled with a desperate cry. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Yunzhou's voice was as calm as a rock, but deep within it suppressed a hint of anger that was about to explode like a volcano. Almost at the moment of sensing the danger, he quickly entered the game mall. Ding. Consumed 1,000 mall points, successfully exchanged for Super Kung Fu Master Experience Card, 5 minutes. Consciousness synchronization request has been sent. Host Song Jieru has agreed. Synchronization begins. In an instant, Song Jieru felt a strange sense of detachment, as if her soul had retreated to the background, becoming it. Meanwhile, her body was taken over by another calm, precise, and explosive consciousness. Just as the thug known as Old 3 with yellowed teeth was unbuckling his belt and grinning while reaching for her chest, Song Jieru moved. Her movements were swift as a ghost, completely different from the timid girl before. Her actions showed no sign, flowing as if honed through countless trials. Her right hand shot into the side pocket of the guitar bag, pulling out the wooden nunchaku in one smooth motion. Swish! The nunchaku flew through the air, emitting a piercing scream that tore through the air, transforming into a blurred shadow. Crack! The sickening sound of bones cracking and a piercing scream rang out almost simultaneously. Old 3's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, and the switchblade clattered to the ground. He knelt on the ground, clutching his hand, his face filled with disbelief and pain. What had just happened? How did that stick come? Damn it! Ungrateful bitch! Fuck! This girl dares to fight back. Break her hand. One thug holding a steel pipe was both shocked and angry, swinging the pipe down hard towards Song Jiere's waist. His face still bore a cruel excitement, as if he could already envision the scene of her kneeling down and letting them do. However, Song Jieru merely shifted slightly to the side, and the steel pipe brushed past her hair, crashing heavily against the wall, sparking a shower of sparks. At the same time, her wrist flicked strangely, and the nunchaku, like a snake with life, rebounded with force. Bang! The head of the nunchaku struck with precision at the assailant's temple at a tricky angle. The thug's fierce expression froze in an instant, replaced by shock and blankness. His eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground unconscious. Damn it. She's still a hot chick. Brothers, let's go together. We have to have her tonight. I don't believe it. Can we really not hold down a single woman with so many of us? Tie her up and then deal with her. The remaining 5 were completely enraged by these fierce 2 strikes, their ferocity overshadowing any sense of unease. They brandished their weapons and rushed in from different directions. With expressions of mixed anger and a hint of provocation, they attempted to suppress her with their numbers. Facing the encirclement, Song Jiru, under Su Yunzhou's control, remained calm, her gaze as tranquil as a still lake, exuding an icy calm. He fully utilized Song Jiru's height of 172 centimeters and her long limbs, causing the nunchaku to create dazzling arcs of death in the confined space, maximizing the advantage of mid-range attacks. Chop, sweep, lift, flick. The moves were simple, efficient, and devoid of any frills, each strike aimed precisely at the botus, most painful and vulnerable joints and areas. Wrists, elbows, knees, shins, chin. The nunchaku danced in the air, accompanied by a series of sickening crack sounds and the howls of wailing victims. It was as if Bruce Lee had been reborn. These thugs might bully honest people, but they had never seen such a scene. This was no helpless little white rabbit as they had imagined. This was clearly a human-shaped tyrannosaurus dressed in the guise of a beautiful girl. Damn it. Grab the weapon. Disfigure her. The remaining 5 were completely enraged. The cold gleam of their daggers and the swishing sound of their clubs formed a deadly web, rushing towards Song Jiru from different angles. However, in the face of the supreme combat awareness of the super kung fu master, their movements were full of flaws, slow, as if they were in a slideshow. Song Jiru transformed into a dark knight warrior, embodying both strength and flexibility. Her leg shadows whipped like whips, and her club struck like a dragon. Facing the thug charging at her with a knife, she did not retreat, but advanced, arching her body back, nearly parallel to the ground. Her right leg coiled like a bowstring full of power, delivering a fierce high side kick that struck precisely at the opponent's chin with a sharp sound of slicing air. Crack. The painful sound of bones breaking echoed, and the thug did not utter a sound, directly kicked away, crashing heavily against the wall and falling unconscious. Her long legs traced a powerful arc in the air, the tight jeans accentuating every inch of her muscles as they... Meanwhile, the dual baton in her hands did not cease. Whitesnake spitting venom struck the wrist of a side attacker, knocking the dagger away. Using the momentum, she executed a nimble spin, her ponytail whipping out a graceful arc in midair, and her left leg flicked back like a scorpion's tail, the heel striking fiercely at another thug attempting to grab her from behind. Ugh! The thug felt a wave of intense pain and suffocation, clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground. Facing the last 2 thugs who were scared out of their wits and wanted to flee, she charged forward with the swiftness of a leopard, leaping into the air for a beautiful flying swallow continuous kick. Her right leg swept and struck one thug's temple, while her left knee heavily impacted another's abdomen. Both fell to the ground, curling up like shrimps. Throughout the entire battle, she perfectly combined the ferocity of the dual baton with the grace of her kicking techniques, illuminated by the moonlight and the faint glow from the alley, resembling a vibrant and perfect sculpture in combat. In less than 2 minutes, the 7 thugs who had just been so arrogant lay sprawled on the ground, rolling and howling while clutching their injured parts, unable to get up. Song Jiru, holding her dual baton, stood proudly among the sprawled bodies, her chest slightly heaving, breath. A few damp strands of hair clung to her slightly flushed cheeks and long neck, adding a touch of post-battle sensuality and defiance. Sweat dripped down her defined jawline, landing on her exquisite collarbone. Her clear almond-shaped eyes coldly swept over the debris on the ground, her red lips parted slightly as she clearly uttered for words not worth a hit. After speaking, she flicked her wrist, the dual baton slicing through the air with a crisp trajectory, swish, accurately sliding back into the side pocket of her guitar bag, her movements fluid and graceful. She didn't even glance back at the moaning thugs, as if she had merely cleared a pile of debris blocking her path. She secured her guitar, her steps steady, her figure tall, as she walked out of the dimly lit alley filled with pained groans, merging into the warm and safe glow in the distance. The moment control returned, a strong sense of exhaustion and muscle soreness flooded over Song Jiru like a tide. Her legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She hurriedly grasped the streetlight pole beside her, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest, almost leaping out. There was a strong aftershock from surviving a crisis, mixed with an indescribable excitement and exhilaration from breaking free of all restraints. The feeling of controlling power and effortlessly defeating the villains was simply breathtaking. Big brother, you are so amazing. I felt like a legendary heroine from a Hong Kong martial arts movie. So cool and stylish. She excitedly shouted in her heart, her voice trembling. Su Yunzhou's voice carried a hint of subtle praise. It's your botus, excellent motor nerves and reaction speed. I merely guided out the hidden power within them. Remember this feeling of being in control, fearless. At that moment, a clear and reassuring sound of police sirens approached from afar. It turned out that a passerby who had just finished their night shift had already sensed something was amiss in the alley and quietly called the police. He initially wanted to muster the courage to intervene, but was dumbfounded as he witnessed the seemingly fragile girl in white wielding dual batons, moving with the grace of a dragon, effortlessly taking down the 7 armed thugs. He quickly took out his low-resolution HTC phone, slightly trembling as he recorded this incredible scene. Later, Song Jiru went to the police station with the patrol car to give her statement. At first, the young officers who received her assumed she was a victim in need of comfort based on her gentle student-like appearance speaking to her in an especially soft tone. Until the passerby provided the video from his phone, though the quality was rough, the actions and results were remarkably. As the police officers gathered around the small phone screen and watched the slender girl use almost artistic fighting skills to swiftly take down burly men, the office fell into a brief, eerie silence. When several officers looked up at Song Jiaru sitting across from them, holding a hot cup of water, appearing somewhat uneasy, their expressions completely changed. Shock, disbelief, curiosity, and unabashed admiration. During the recording, the older officer tasked with taking notes spoke with a hint of incredulity. "Little girl, have you practiced before? Is it a family tradition?" Song Jiaru, following Su Yunzhou's guidance, vaguely stated that she merely practiced a bit of self-defense as a hobby, solidifying her image as a gifted martial artist. Ultimately, it was classified as justifiable defense, and the process moved swiftly. When she left, a young female officer even secretly gave her a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. The next morning, Song Jiaru, feeling sore all over, was awakened by a flurry of urgent QQ message notifications. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she reached for her phone and unlocked the screen. Her Weibo followers had skyrocketed by tens of thousands. The number of private messages and mentions turned into an astonishing 99. Days she clicked on the trending topics and hot discussions. Jinli, white-clad fairy, celestial voice, her video of singing from last night, with her pure image and enchanting voice starting to gain traction. Real-life heroine, dual batons teach thugs a lesson. The short video shot by the passerby, though the quality was poor, the actions and outcomes were stunning. Most beautiful girl can sing and fight. The combination of the two videos created a strong contrast and topic effect. Opening the comments section, it exploded from the singing video comment section. "Which school is this girl from? Her voice is so beautiful. Yunzhou. Ordinary road. Can't find it. Is it an original? Seeking the full version. Such a clean aura, love it." From the alley fighting video comment section, "Wow. Is this real? This girl is so capable. That leg technique. Sister, kill me. That last flying kick was so cool. Both beautiful and fierce. Does this skill really exist? Dual batons are a killer. Those thugs were completely helpless. That last line, not worth a hit, was awesome. Totally exuding queen vibes." Even her rarely logged Renren profile was flooded by classmates and unfamiliar strangers, with the comment board filled with exclamation marks and messages like "Let's get to know each other." "And you are amazing, Junior." Looking at the explosive messages on her phone, Song Jiaru rubbed her eyes and pinched her arm again, incredulously stammering to the air, Big brother. It seems we really became famous. Overnight sensation." What made her scream even more was that when she refreshed the page, she saw her idol, the king of Bay Island Zhou Dong, had retweeted the alley fighting video with the caption, "Wow, not bad, use dual batons. Hehe." Su Yunzhou watched the rapidly increasing follower count, trending topics, and the boost from the superstar. Everything was going according to plan, even exceeding expectations. A perfect start. Through the screen, he seemed to have already seen the starry path leading to the pinnacle, whispering in his heart, "Next, it's time for this world to witness what a true epic-making superstar cultivated by my own hands really looks like." The doorbell rang, cutting through the tranquility of the night. Su Yunzhou was staring at the screen, his fingers instinctively tapping the keyboard to fast forward before he lazily got up. Upon opening the door, a wave of heat laden with the scent of cumin and charcoal rushed towards him. The delivery guy handed over a tightly wrapped foil package containing the whole roasted lamb he had ordered. "Thanks." The rented room was too small, so he could only bring it back to the computer desk to unwrap it. As he tore open the foil, he had already popped a piece of the freshly torn, sizzling lamb rib into his mouth. By the time he refocused on the game, a significant amount of time had passed, and the scene had shifted to the welcoming party. The stage lights were dazzling. Below, the crowd was packed, the cheers rising higher and higher. Just as she became a new student at Basha University, Song Jiaru stepped up to the standing microphone, the height of the mic still unadjusted. "Song Jiaru. Goddess. Oh." The audience erupted like a boiling pot, a mix of cheers, screams, and whistles, creating a cacophony that seemed ready to lift the roof off. This scene resembled not a welcoming event, but rather a grand concert. There was no denying that Song Jiaru was no longer the timid girl she once was. After the viral spread of the video showcasing her heavenly voice during street performances, combined with the legendary retweet from King Zhou, she had already become a fiery sensation online, dubbed the dual baton beauty, singer, a national internet celebrity. The audience was not only filled with her own department's faculty and students, people from other colleges had also. They held up glow sticks and light boards hastily made with various designs, creating a flickering sea of lights in the dim audience area. "Junior, sister, fly bravely. Senior will always accompany you. So beautiful and cool, Song Jiaru. The light of Basha University. Goddess, look at me. I want to have your baby." The atmosphere was fervent, with glowing lights waving, rivaling the fervor of a fan meeting. With the familiar wooden guitar slung over her shoulder, Song Jiaru appeared relaxed and at ease, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth as she started to relish the feeling of being in the spotlight. She seemed to casually tilt her head, catching a glimpse of the empty space behind her that only she could sense. There, her omnipotent brother Su Yunzhou was holding a roasted lamb leg, chewing with greasy lips. She couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, her eyes curving as she silently teased into the air, "Brother, you're hogging it again." Then she took a deep breath, turning back to face the darkened audience that had gathered for her. Her face showed no signs of nervousness or awkwardness, replaced instead by a sense of poise and strength as she began to enjoy the taste of fame. Her slender fair fingers with clearly defined knuckles gently touched the strings, then smoothly strummed. A refreshing and upbeat prelude, rhythmic and full of hope, flowed like a mountain stream, instantly capturing everyone's ears and silencing the noise in the venue. She opened her mouth and sang a song titled Youth. Change the way of life, make yourself happy. I am still the same youth from before, without a shred of change. This was yet another hit that Yunzhou had borrowed from the future for her. The melody was catchy, memorable, and the lyrics were uplifting, filled with sincerity and strength, perfectly suited to the pure and fervent atmosphere of campus life, instantly stirring a desire for a massive sing-along and deafening screams. Outside the screen, Yunzhou was munching on a real roasted lamb leg, his mouth greasy, while his mind subconsciously tapped along to the clear voice and passionate rhythm from the game, mumbling indistinctly home. So Song Jieris' breakout song Youth was performed at the university welcome party. I was still young back then with no memory of it. But it really is beautiful. That voice, pure, yet powerful, no wonder it was later referred to as the voice kissed by angels. Just as he was lost in thought, immersed in the joy of nurturing, his phone rang at an inopportune moment, shattering his immersive experience. Yunzhou frowned and glanced at the screen. The caller ID displayed, landlord Lu Qian. He was instantly puzzled. In the middle of the night, could it be that she smelled the aroma of roasted lamb from across the street and wants to come over for a bite? He wiped his greasy hands and answered the call, trying to keep his tone as neutral as possible. Hello, Qianjia. On the other end, Lu Qian's voice came through, tinged with obvious drunkenness, yet deliberately softening her tone. Xiaosu, you're not resting yet, are you? I hear it's quite lively over there, are you? Singing. Yunzhou felt like rolling his eyes. Are we that familiar? We've only met twice, why the sudden familiarity? Qianjia, I'm at home playing a game, the sound might be a bit loud. What's the matter at this late hour? His tone remained flat, laced with distance. Lu Qian's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, yet also a sense of entitlement in her request. There's a little thing I'd like to trouble you with. I drank a bit too much tonight, my head is a bit dizzy. Could you come pick me up? Not far, just at the nightclub next to our community. Yunzhou felt a wave of speechlessness. In the dead of night, a man and a woman picking someone up from a club. This script looks like a legendary honey trap, or perhaps this alluring landlord is trying to play some flirtatious trick. He directly refused. At this hour, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to come, Qianjia? What about your friends? Or you could easily call a ride. Oh, I don't trust anyone else. What's wrong with you coming to pick me up? Lu Qian began to act a bit spoiled, throwing out what she thought was an irresistible bait. If you come pick me up, I'll waive a month. How about that? Yunzhou almost laughed in anger. Over 1,000 yuan. Does she really think I'm a male model at her beck and call? Qianjia, it's really not about money, it's just that I'm not very convenient today. He was preparing to refuse once more. Lu Qian tugged on the phone for a while, and seeing that the lure had failed, she finally hesitantly revealed the truth, half embarrassed and half pleading. Xiaosu, to be honest. I have a big client here, and just now she accidentally caught a glimpse of your avatar on my WeChat. She said she really wants to meet you in person. She said that as long as I can bring you to drink a few cups, she will sign the contract immediately. This deal is pretty important for me. What do you think? Can we cooperate on this? I guarantee I won't treat you badly. Yunzhou was genuinely stunned, nearly choking on the lamb in his mouth. There's such a thing. Am I? Some kind of male bait? Instantly alarm bells rang in his mind. The first thought that popped up was, could it be that damned Chen Beichun is behind this? Playing such underhanded tactics to humiliate me? He suppressed his doubts and asked in a deep voice, who is that big client friend of yours? Lu Qian seemed to seize a lifeline, quickly reporting the name. It's the chairman of Qingxing Media, Song Jinxian. Yunzhou fell silent for a moment. Qingxing Media, Song Jinxian, the woman who mocked him all day. Although their interaction during the day was quite unpleasant, remembering she was Lin Ruoxuan's cousin. This connection seems worth exploring. Perhaps I could glean some insights about Lin Ruoxuan's current situation. All right. Yunzhou made a decision. Send me the exact address and box number. I'll head over shortly. At night, color KTV in a certain private room. Lu Qian hung up the phone, plastering a flattering smile on her face, cautiously addressing the imposing Song Jinshuan, who sat in the main seat of the sofa. Chairman Song, my friend. He agreed to come over later. Song Jinxian swirled the amber liquid in her glass, merely nodding slightly at the words, her exquisite and cold beauty, revealing no discernible emotion. She turned her head and casually instructed her waiting assistant, have the waiter bring 4 more bottles of Ace of Spades. In the dimly lit private room, the ambience was ambiguous and the music flowed lazily, yet there was an underlying sense of impending tension. Half an hour later, Yunzhou arrived at the dazzling hall of night color and found Lu Qian already waiting there. At 29, she was at the ripe age of womanhood, with a slightly tipsy flush on her face. Her eyes, usually full of charm, now revealed a clear sense of unease. As soon as she saw Yunzhou, she hurriedly approached him, almost whispering in his ear with an apologetic tone, Xiaosu, you finally made it. I can't shake off this feeling that something is off. Earlier, when Director Song mentioned your name, there was something strange in her eyes and tone. I'm worried she might not be very friendly towards you tonight. Sai, I'm sorry to put you in this position tonight. Please try to go along with her, don't offend her. Just consider it a favor for me. I promise I'll make it up to you later. As she spoke, her eyes were pleading, and she instinctively reached out to grab Su Yunzhu's arm. Su Yunzhu looked at her, caught between wanting to comply and fearing trouble, and suddenly found it amusing. He smirked. Of course, she doesn't like me. Because earlier today at her company, I directly rejected her proposal for financial support. Huh. W.H. Lu Qian's eyes widened in shock, her previous worry instantly replaced by astonishment. She stared at the handsome and tall Su Yunzhu, momentarily unable to process the information. Oh my god. So my tenant's client is at such a high level. A woman like Song Jinxuan, who is so demanding, actually offered to support him. This isn't the small handsome guy I thought he was. He's practically the king of the Duck King realm. I was planning to use $1,000 in rent to negotiate with him. How embarrassing. Su Yunzhu ignored her astonishment and accompanied the anxious Lu Qian into the dimly lit private room. Inside, 4 stylishly dressed young women were seated, and in the central position, elegantly swirling her wine glass, was none other than the formidable Song Jinxian from earlier. She raised her eyes, locking onto Su Yunzhu with a smile that was not quite a smile, a hint of mocking on her lips. Su Yunzhu met her gaze calmly and smiled back. Director Song, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Song Jinxian slightly curled her red lips, letting out a cold chuckle. Mr. Su, it seems you aren't as principled as you claimed earlier. Any woman can summon you from home at midnight with a phone call. Su Yunzhu recognized her sarcasm regarding his earlier refusal, but did not get angry. Instead, he played along with a hint of provocation. Indeed, so I regret it now. Director Song, I wonder if that job opportunity can be reconsidered. Song Jinxuan's sarcasm intensified, as if looking at a discounted item from last season. It's too late. The other party has clearly expressed disinterest in you. You are out. Su Yunzhu was taken aback. What does that mean? If that person is Lin Ruoxuan, the one desperately searching for a system daddy, how could she suddenly lose interest in? He frowned and pressed on, may I ask Director Song, who exactly is the person you're referring to? Song Jinxian merely smiled, her gaze filled with mockery, as if enjoying his anxiety, and did not answer. Su Yunzhu's mind raced as he bluntly pointed out, is it your cousin surnamed Lin? Only then did Song Jinxian look at him seriously, a hint of barely detectable surprise flickering in her eyes. You're not as dull as I thought. Su Yunzhu felt a mix of confusion in his mind. The attitude of this Lin Ruoxuan in reality is completely different from that of the Lin Ruoxuan in the game who was infatuated with him. If they really are 2 different people, how could the other one know him? What does she see him as? He was determined to get to the bottom of this. Can you tell me why she was interested in me before? Song Jinxian pointed her chin at the just-opened bottle of Ace of Spades on the table, her tone commanding. Finish a bottle. Su Yunzhu looked at the bottle priced at 8 containing 1.5 pounds with an alcohol content of about 12. It was not an impossible task, but it certainly would not feel good. He gritted his teeth, said no more, and directly picked up the cold, heavy bottle, tilting his head to chug. Gulp, gulp. The spicy sweetness of the bubbles violently assaulted his throat and esophagus. As all the women in the private room looked on in surprise or amusement, he managed to down the entire bottle. Bang! The empty bottle thudded heavily onto the coffee table. He wiped the spilled wine from the corner of his mouth and stared sharply at Song Jinxuan. Director Song, can we talk now? Song Jinxian fixed her gaze on his eyes and spoke deliberately, because her first love from her youth, the man she deeply remembers, but ultimately disappeared, looks almost identical to you. The little interest she had in you before was merely because she saw you as a cheap substitute for that man. But now she has come to her senses and grown tired of it. Su Yunzhu listened, nearly laughing out loud. Lin Ruoxuan's first love. Looks exactly like me. Isn't that goodness, I've become my own substitute. What kind of nesting doll substitute literature plot is this? He suppressed the absurdity and asked in succession, have you seen that person? Song Jinxian smiled her smile, carrying a sense of superiority. Of course I have seen him. His photo is still hanging in my... Su Yunzhu furrowed his brow tightly. A photo? Still hanging on the wall. If Lin Ruoxuan merely projected her feelings onto the system, I could understand. But if even Song Jinxian has seen him in person and there are physical photos, how could that person possibly be me? Is there some connection between the game and reality that I completely don't understand? Or is Song Jinxian lying? The alcohol began to take effect, and his thoughts became entangled like a ball of yarn, growing more chaotic. Beside him, Lu Qian observed his silent profile, a pang of bittersweet sympathy rising in her heart. She had understood the previous conversation. Her handsome tenant was seen as a substitute by a wealthy woman who would toss him aside once bored. Those wealthy women are truly something else. Come here, let me take care of you. As the atmosphere grew icy, a neatly dressed androgynous woman, aiming to lighten the mood, handed the microphone to the slightly dazed Su Yunzhu. Handsome guy, don't just sit there, sing a song. Sing a song to relax. Su Yunzhu, buoyed by the rising alcohol, took the microphone without much thought and casually picked a song. As the prelude began, he may not have realized that the song he started to sing was actually the same one Lin Ruoxuan had hummed in the game. You are flourishing, while I am in dire straits. How could a poor man dare to embrace you? In his drunken haze, he was even less aware that the singing skills and musical sense he had subtly developed under the guidance of a top vocal coach during his time in Song Jiera's quest were now being fully unleashed under the influence of alcohol. His hoarse and heartfelt voice, laden with the frustration and unwillingness of being toyed with by fate, instantly pierced through the noise in the private room. The women who had initially come to watch were stunned, and some moved by the sincerity and fragility in the song. Quietly, Lu Qian murmured to herself as if she had found the answer. So, there's the skill. No wonder he's the king of ducks. With this business acumen, this singing talent, and this ability to empathize, which rich woman could resist? Song Jinxian leaned back on the sofa listening to half of the song, her expression complex and inscrutable. She took out her phone, silently activated the recording function, capturing a clip of Su Yunzhou immersed in his performance, and quickly sent it to her WeChat contact labeled cousin for Lin Ruoxuan. With a brief note, sister, look, that Su Yunzhou is not entirely useless. However, now it was already past 1 in the morning, and Lin Ruoxuan, who had long developed an extremely healthy routine and had not stayed up late for a long time, was likely already deep asleep with her phone set to do not disturb mode. The androgynous woman also quietly raised her phone, recording a short segment of Su Yunzhou's singing climax, filled with excitement at discovering a treasure, sending it to her friend saved as Jeru in her contacts. Jejia, are you asleep? I'm at KTV with director Song from Qingxing tonight, and just bumped into a divine little brother. His singing skills feel like they were taught by the same teacher as yours. You're the professional, give me your evaluation. As the music came to an end, its echoes seemed to linger in the private room. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause rang out. A gender-ambiguous woman suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the dazed Su Yunzhou, solemnly handing him a simply designed business card. Hello, Mr. Su. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chang Yuan, the manager of the Diva Song Jieris team. Her tone carried an excitement, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. To speak frankly, have you considered entering the entertainment industry? Your appearance and vocal talent, especially that unique storytelling quality in your singing earlier, is truly a gift from heaven. Su Yunzhou, upon hearing the name Song Jeru, glanced at her in a daze, instinctively asking, does Song Jeru? Nope. Chang Yuan was momentarily stunned by this nonsensical question, glancing at her silent phone, feeling a bit awkward. I just sent her a video of your singing, but at this time she might already be resting and hasn't replied yet. Su Yunzhou fell silent. He felt increasingly confused. What kind of existence was this game? No. He couldn't remain passively lost in the fog. His muddled thoughts struggled to turn. He needed to find a way to clarify things. But he must never expose himself. Alcohol. Alcohol could numb the nerves and serve as the best disguise. Meanwhile, Song Jingshuan's gaze subtly changed. The initial sarcasm and coldness faded, replaced by a mix of admiration and possessiveness. She discreetly exchanged knowing glances with her other companions, who had already become savvy in the private room. The others immediately understood, smiling as they raised their glasses, surrounding the increasingly dazed Su Yunzhou and frequently toasting to him. Mr. Su, drink one more. Handsome guy with such a beautiful voice, your drinking capacity must be quite good. Come on, I'll drink, you can do as you please. The group of female companions found ways to get Su Yunzhou to consume various mixed drinks. Seeing him becoming increasingly muddled, nearly unable to sit upright, collapsing onto the sofa, they exchanged a triumphant, yet ambiguous smile. Easily managed, task accomplished. Lu Qian saw that he was completely wasted and quickly apologized to Song Jinshuan, saying, Song Dong, I'm really sorry, my friend is too drunk. I need to take him back to rest, he can't drink anymore. However, Song Jinxian waved her hand, her gaze fixed on Su Yunzhou's face. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. They'll take him back tonight. Lu Qian's heart sank, wanting to negotiate, but isn't this inappropriate, Song Dong? He is my responsibility, I must ensure his safety. Song Jingshuan's two female assistants had already stepped forward with smiles, subtly linking arms with Lu Qian, enthusiastically pulling her to sit down. Sister Qian, don't worry, will Song Dong neglect Mr. Su? Come on, let's drink a bit more and discuss the contract. Lu Qian could only watch helplessly as Song Jinxian personally stepped forward, half supporting and half embracing the already unconscious Su Yunzhou, leading him out of the private room amidst a sea of ambiguous gazes. The door gently closed behind them. At this moment, the Olympic Sports Center in Binzhou was deserted in the midnight air, where the sound of the wind could be heard. Beneath the enormous dome lay endless darkness, with only a solitary cold white spotlight illuminating the figure of Song Jiru in the center of the stage, holy yet lonely. The wedding dress she wore, specially customized for the concert in 2 days, sparkled with tiny lights under the stage illumination, its layered sheer skirt resembling frozen moonlight. Her team and designers praised this creative idea, calling it the ultimate romance of marrying music marrying the stage. No one knew that this wedding dress was a sacrifice for a ceremony of an illusory promise. A sacrifice for the one who, when she was 18, intruded into her life like a deity, shaped her, yet completely vanished, her big brother. As her gaze swept across the boundless sea of seats submerged in darkness below, her heart inexplicably tightened and began to race painfully. It's been 10 years. Big brother, it's been exactly 10 years since you left. Big brother, will you really appear tomorrow, the day after? What sustained her through these long years at the peak besides music was that deeply ingrained promise, that hope so faint it was nearly illusory. She murmured to the empty venue, her voice soft as if afraid to disturb something. Sometimes I even doubt if everything was just a beautiful dream I had at 18 that I don't want to wake from. Upon thinking of this, she suddenly laughed to herself, trying to suppress the growing fear within by joking. What if Big Brother really comes? What will he be like? He wouldn't have reincarnated, would he? Then right now, wouldn't he just be a 10-year-old kid? She chuckled at this thought, her eyes brightening. Oh my, what should I do? Should I just recognize him as my son on the spot? No, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist squeezing his face every day, forcing him to call me mama. Oh dear, that would be so disrespectful to Big Brother, what a sin. Images of her chasing a little boy resembling her big brother, holding a candied fruit ran through her mind, and she couldn't help but laugh aloud. But as she laughed, her eyes unconsciously grew moist. Big Brother, you must come. No matter what you become, I want to see you. After standing in place for a long while until the night's chills seeped through her thin wedding dress, she took a deep breath, preparing to return to the hotel. Just as she picked up her bag, her phone screen lit up with a message from manager Chong Yuan accompanied by a video. Song Jiru opened it absent-mindedly, thinking it was another newcomer profile that needed her feedback. The next second, her blood seemed to freeze in an instant. In the video, the man with dazed eyes holding a microphone. That face. That familiar expression between his brows. It was Big Brother. Exactly like the figure she remembered from 10 years ago. Even that carefree and unrestrained aura remained unchanged. Not a 10-year-old child. So great. Song Jiera's fingers trembled, nearly dropping her phone, and she quickly replied, Sister Chong. Send me the location immediately. The moment she received the location, Song Jiru couldn't care about anything else. One hand tightly gripping the phone, the other hand suddenly grasping the heavy skirt, like a white bird determined to break free from a lavish cage. Her high heels clicked rapidly on the empty corridor as she dashed out of the stadium. On the late-night streets, she dragged her enormous white skirt, hailing a taxi. The driver looked at this woman dressed in an extravagant wedding gown in the early hours, wearing a black mask that couldn't hide her red-rimmed eyes, her expression anxious as she waved for a taxi. His eyes widened in shock, instantly imagining a dramatic 80-episode urban romantic drama. My goodness. A bride running out. Is this a runaway bride? Going to a KTV? Could it be that her first love heard she was getting married and heartbroken went to get drunk, and then her conscience struck her, leaving the groom in the church to comfort her old flame? Wow. The young people nowadays are playing too wild. This plot is so cliché. The taxi let out a low growl, carrying this anxious runaway bride deep into the city's dark night. Meanwhile, in another more raucous VIP room of the night, KTV smoke curled around as a group of portly middle-aged men puffed away, raising their glasses with chinbachin. Su Qianran coughed repeatedly from the smoke, her stomach churning from drinking too much mixed liquor. She couldn't help but deeply miss Su Yunzhao's thoughtfulness and cleanliness. He didn't even smoke, always saving the best and cleanest things for her. He would never bring her to such a messy occasion, nor would he let her be treated like a mere vase and accessory, openly scrutinized by a group of gluttonous old smokers. Yunzhao, oh Yunzhao. In the deafening music and clamor, she lamented and felt wronged inside. Why haven't you come back to apologize yet? As long as you hold me in your palm like before and hand over that more than 10 million for me to manage, I might still soften, and for the sake of our 5 years of feelings, reluctantly forgive you. Nearby, Chun Baichen noticed her distraction and leaned closer to her ear, his voice low. What are you daydreaming about? The gentlemen beside you are all influential executives. As long as you make them happy, getting a job at any company would be just a word from them. Su Qianran's brows furrowed tightly. After encountering Su Yunzhao at the bar that night, Chun Baichen called her to come out and unwind. At that time, she was furious that Su Yunzhao hadn't come to apologize. Feeling determined, she thought, if you are unjust, don't blame me for being ungrateful, and came out in a huff. Once she arrived, she couldn't hold back, and with a choked voice recounted the humiliating incident at the company, where Zhang Xiaoyu publicly tore her apart. After hearing her, Chun Baichen laughed. What more is there to say? It must be a play directed by Su Yunzhao himself. He deliberately brought that woman to provoke you, wanting you to feel jealous and regretful, so that you'd obediently return to him. Su Qianran felt even more certain after his words, and pleaded softly, Baichen, I really can't stay there any longer. You know so many people, can you help me change jobs? Chun Baichen readily agreed. What a coincidence. A few executives I invited will be here shortly, all important figures in the industry. Just perform well, and there will be plenty of opportunities. To increase her bargaining chip, Su Qianran revealed the explosive news about Su Yunzhao suddenly having more than 10 million in his account to Chun Baichen. Upon hearing this, Chun Baichen's brows furrowed tightly, a trace of coldness crossing his face as he sneered, he really struck it rich. However, a poor fool suddenly becoming wealthy is bound to have a narrow perspective and limited vision. He won't be able to hold on to his wealth. When virtue does not match position, disaster is inevitable. This money might not be his blessing, but rather his death knell. Yet the developments to come left Su Qianran increasingly cold and uneasy. Several more men entered the private room, some portly, others balding and lecherous, the older ones even old enough to be her father, their gazes making her skin crawl. Instead of protecting her like a knight, Chun Baichen frequently signaled her to actively pour drinks and flatter those men. As the men's hands grew increasingly inappropriate, taking advantage of the moments to pass drinks, clink glasses, and whisper, their greasy fingers would accidentally slide across her waist, back, and even thighs, with their suggestive words becoming more explicit. Su Qianran felt disgusted and frightened. Why didn't Chun Baichen stop this? Couldn't he see? I'm his girlfriend. No, it must be a misunderstanding. Is Baichen testing me? Finally, when a balding, pot-bellied, middle-aged man fueled by liquor wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered suggestively about taking her home to discuss work details in depth, Chun Baichen actually stood by, grinning, without a hint of stopping his gaze, even encouraging and approving. At that moment, all of Su Qianran's fantasies and endurance completely collapsed. With all her strength, she violently shook off that repulsive greasy arm, not even looking at Chun Beichin as she stormed out of the suffocating private room in her high heels. Chun Beichin immediately chased after her, grabbing her arm in the hallway, still maintaining his nonchalant, playful demeanor. Hey Ran, why can't you take a joke? I was just testing your loyalty to me, to see if you truly love me and can endure a little hardship. Why are you taking it so? Su Qianren's face was cold as she shook off his hand, her voice filled with suppressed anger and disappointment. Chun Beichin, this isn't funny at all. I kicked out the obedient Su Yunzhou for you, and now you treat me like this. I really must be blind to give up Yunzhou for you. He now has over 10 million. He truly loves me. Ran, don't you know that in our circle this sort of thing happens all the time? If you want to marry into our family, can't you endure this little test? Yet he secretly mocked her. Do you not know what kind of person you are? A woman who could betray 5 years of feelings with just a flick of my finger. What kind of pedestal are you trying to stand on? Su Qianren was stunned, her heart racing suddenly. What does this mean? Is Chun Beichin really going to marry me? Though Su Yunzhou has over 10 million now, how does that compare to the vast wealth of the Chun family? She immediately softened, wrapping her arm around his, her voice playful. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Chun Beichin smiled, triumphantly, finding it easy to manipulate such a girl. Just as he was about to say something more, he caught sight of a group of people approaching from the end of the hallway. Especially the powerful woman being surrounded in the middle caused a shiver to run down his spine, and the frivolity on his face vanished instantly. He hurriedly released Su Qianren, stepping forward in quick strides, his face plastered with a flattering smile. Andy, what a coincidence, are you also here to relax? But inside he was panicking. It's over. How did I run into Song Jinxian? If she finds out I'm fooling around outside while pretending to be affectionate in front of her niece, I'm done for. How? Why is she supporting a man? What kind of man could catch her eye? At the same time, Su Qianren also recognized the drunken man, half supported and half held by the cold woman, his familiar yet hated face. Her mind buzzed, and she screamed, Su Yunzhou, how could you do this to me? You bastard. Quickly get away from that shameless woman. She instinctively wanted to rush forward, trying to pull Su Yunzhou away from the strange woman, even losing control and reaching out to shove her. Chun Beichin was terrified, his face instantly pale as he tightly grabbed Su Qianren's arm, almost gritting his teeth as he shouted, are you crazy? That's Director Song from Qingxing Media. Your boss. Director Song. As a lowly receptionist in the company, how could Su Qianren have the chance to see the highest authority of the group up close, let alone at the annual meeting? At this moment, being yelled at by Chun Beichin and looking at the extraordinary woman, she froze in place at a loss. It's over. Did I just insult Director Song as a shameless woman? My job? No, my life is ruined. But how could she be with Su Yunzhou? And why are they so close, supporting him? This morning Director Zhang said he was her distinguished guest. Is he this kind of distinguished guest? Song Jinxian coldly glanced at the farce, her gaze lingering on Su Qianren's terrified face for a moment before looking at Chun Beichin. Chun Beichin, is this your new playmate? Does Jia know you're so diligent outside? Chun Beichin's expression changed drastically, as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He forcefully pushed Su Qianren away, eager to clarify his relationship. Aunt, please don't misunderstand. I really don't know her well. It's her who insisted on pestering me, wanting me to introduce her for a job. She's still an employee of your company, the one who made a big joke today. Su Qianren stumbled back from his ruthless push, twisting her foot, and with a heavy thud, she fell onto the cold. Song Jinxian let out a cold laugh, full of meaning. Don't shout. Who is your aunt? We aren't that familiar. I will tell Jia the whole story today, so you better watch yourself. Su Qianren suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her mind buzzed as she pieced together the truth from the short exchange between the two. Chun Beichin had been pursuing Song Dong's niece all along. All those words about being a wealthy wife and marrying into our family were all lies to deceive her. What did she mean? Just a plaything to pass the time. A tool he could use and discard at will. Could he truly trample on her like this just to show loyalty to another woman? Struggling to get up from the cold ground, she disregarded her current disheveled state, in pain, crying out with a heavy voice towards the drunken Su Yunzhou. Wake up, Yunzhou. It was my fault. I really know I was wrong. I regret it. Come back. I won't blame you anymore. Let's go back to how we were and live well, okay? I beg you. She tried to rush forward to grab Su Yunzhou, but was stoically stopped by the female driver Song Jinxian, had brought, unable to move an inch. Song Jinxian looked at the drunken profile of the man in her arms, then glanced at the seemingly mad Su Qianren, and unexpectedly extended her slender finger, gently pinching Su Yunzhu's chin, turning his face slightly towards herself, her tone filled with playfulness and possessiveness. I didn't expect this. Before she finished speaking, under the fiery gaze of Su Qianren, she leaned slightly forward and accurately pressed her lips against Su Yunzhu's slightly parted mouth. The kiss was brief yet intensely aggressive, carrying the aroma of red wine and a hint of indescribable vengeful pleasure. At this moment, a secret corner of Song Jinxian's heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Throughout her life, whether it was academics, looks, or figure, she had always been overshadowed by her cousin Lin Ruoxuan. Even her current career relied on the support from her cousin back in the day. On the surface, she was grateful to her cousin, but deep down, she always harbored a sense of resentment. Now she finally felt a sense of satisfaction. How the man her cousin had quietly admired for so many years, whom she had never even dared to approach, the one who had been hidden in her cousin's heart, was now in her grasp. At least in terms of winning this man, she had finally surpassed her perfect cousin once. Song Dongyu. You shameless woman. Taking advantage of my boyfriend while he is drunk. Su Qianran trembled with anger. Song Jinxian slowly straightened up, leisurely wiping her lips with her fingertip as if savoring the kiss just now. She looked down at Su Qianran with contempt, her gaze as dismissive as if she were looking at trash. Don't say he's not your boyfriend anymore, even if he is. She paused meaningfully. He isn't anymore. Su Qianran's mouth fell open in shock, her exquisitely made-up face filled with disbelief. Could it be that the man she once deemed unworthy of herself was actually the beloved of Song Dong? Had she missed out on some immense opportunity? Beside them, Chen Beichen was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this unbelievable scene. He felt his worldview shattering. What kind of luck had Su Yunzhou hit? How could a top-tier wealthy woman like Song Jinxuan, who was high above, be so enamored with a man who had climbed up from the bottom? Is the world going crazy? Just then a dazzling figure burst into the chaotic corridor, immediately attracting a woman dressed in an exquisitely beautiful white wedding dress was hurriedly running toward them. She was tall and graceful, the wedding dress outlining breathtaking curves, her face covered by a mask revealing only a pair of clear, anxious eyes. She appeared like a bride rushing to meet her fateful promise, hastily brushing past Song Jinxuan, who was still holding Su Yunzhou, creating a faint waft of fragrance. However, just a few steps past them, she suddenly stopped. As if sensing something, she slowly turned around, raised her hand, and gently removed her mask, revealing a face that frequently appeared in major media headlines, music charts, and was known by countless fans. A highly recognizable face, Song Jiru. The scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. Onlookers, the previously entertained Chen Beichen, and even the previously furious Su Qianran, all stood frozen in place, mouths agape, eyes filled with disbelief. Song Jiru. The sensational diva Song Jiru. How could she appear in such a place? Moreover, at this late hour in such a grand and significant wedding dress. If this were to be posted online, it would spark a nuclear-level news explosion that could paralyze social media servers. Who knows how many outrageous associations and overwhelming scandals it could lead to. Yet Song Jiru completely ignored everyone, her gaze fixed firmly on Su Yunzhou. She walked step by step toward him, her eyes filled with incredible joy, her voice trembling with suppressed tears as she called out, "Big brother. I finally found you." Song Jinxian noticed her and frowned slightly, her tone laced with displeasure and a hint of warning. "Teacher Song, is it appropriate for you to appear in public like this at this hour? Please be mindful of your identity and influence, as otherwise it will severely impact our upcoming collaboration. Please head inside. Wu Chongjing is waiting for you." Qingxing Media is one of the organizers of Song Jiera's upcoming concert, and her manager Chang Yuan had come tonight to discuss final details. However, Song Jiru seemed to not have heard her words, her gaze still glued to Su Yunzhou. Seeing this, Song Jingshuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk as she instructed the female driver beside her, "Help him to my car." Then she turned to Song Jiru and said, "I apologize for letting our diva witness this. He's a friend of mine who got drunk. I'll take him home to rest first. After the concert concludes successfully, I will personally host a banquet for Teacher Song to celebrate." With that, she no longer lingered and walked straight to the elevator. Song Jiru stood there in a daze, watching their figures disappear behind the closing elevator doors, her heart in turmoil. Could this person be the big brother she had been searching for over a decade? Or was he simply a stranger who bore an uncanny Oh right. She suddenly recalled that when she participated in a competition in Binzhou years ago, she saw that boy playing football in a certain high school who looked remarkably similar to her brother. Perhaps this drunken man in front of her was that boy, all grown up. Her manager Chang Yuan anxiously chased after her, seeing Song Jiru standing dazed in the corridor, still dressed in the stunning wedding dress, her heart almost leaping out of her chest. She hurried over to shield her and lead her back to the box, her tone filled with lingering fear. "My little ancestor. How could you just run out like this without thinking? Luckily, this venue has top-notch privacy, and there aren't many people on this floor right now. If someone takes a photo, the sky would fall." Although Chen Beichen and Su Qianran did not fully understand the situation regarding Song Jiera's appearance, they clearly witnessed the close relationship between Su Yunzhou and Song Jinxuan, even sharing a kiss in public. Chen Beichen spat on the ground in frustration. Damn. No wonder Su Yunzhou suddenly became prosperous. It turns out he is being supported by director Song. Damn it, eating soft rice and getting money, he's taking all the advantages. He turned to the resentful and unwilling Su Qianran beside him, trying to salvage the situation. Ran, it was truly a matter of circumstance just now. My family is forcing me to go on a blind date with director Song's niece. If I don't go, they will cut off my financial support. Su Qianran bit her lip hard. She clearly didn't believe his words, but she was even more unwilling to give up, and she sighed softly, her tone filled with resentment and a hint of subtle calculation. Young Master Chen Su Yunzhou already has someone else now. If you don't want me anymore, I will really have nothing left. Chen Beichen noticed a slight shift in her attitude and smirked inwardly. While maintaining a smile on his face, he comforted her by wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry, my foolish Ran. Director Song is definitely just playing around with him for fun. How long can this kind of relationship last? When Director Song gets bored, he will be the one crying." He was calculating in his heart. Although this woman was foolish, she still had some value for use, at least to annoy Su Yunzhou and make him uncomfortable. At this moment in the underground parking lot inside a new black Panamera, Song Jinxian had just opened the backseat door, yet before she could sit down she was surprised to find that Su Yunzhou, who should have been completely drunk, was sitting straight with a clear gaze showing no signs of intoxication. Su Yunzhou turned his head to look at the stunned Song Jinxuan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Director Song, you publicly ruined my reputation when I was not conscious just now. How should we settle this account? After a brief moment of shock, Song Jinxian quickly regained her composure. She coldly smiled, bent over to sit inside the car, and slammed the door shut, isolating herself from the outside world. She took out 2 thick stacks of cash from the car's storage compartment, casually tossing them onto the carpet by Su Yunz's feet, then pulled out a slender lattice cigarette from her handbag, lit it, and exhaled a thin plume of smoke, her tone carrying a condescending generosity. As long as you serve me well tonight, you won't be treated poorly. This is just a deposit. Su Yunzhou, however, did not even look at the stack of money. I don't want this. Song Jinxian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and a hint of interest sparked. Then what do you want? Su Yunzhou leaned slightly forward, his eyes flickering in the dim light of the car, radiating a chilling brilliance. He said clearly, I want you to convey a message to your cousin Lin Ruoxuan for me. He paused, his voice low, yet imbued with a peculiar power. Tell her that if she has time she should come to Binzhou, as I would like to invite her for a cup of blue electric coffee. Su Yunzhou had actually woken up long ago. The moment Song Jiru removed her mask to reveal her stunningly beautiful face, he recognized her instantly. Despite the passing of over a decade since the naive girl in the game, he still recognized her at a glance. That cry of "Big Brother," tinged with a sob, was like a key that unlocked all the doubts in his heart. All those chaotic speculations about whether the game was real or coincidental were merely him scaring himself. They truly existed, and that transcendent companionship and guidance had indeed occurred. As for the photo in Lin Ruoxuan's room, it was likely something she had drawn from memory and imagination. Although there were still some details he couldn't fully comprehend, like what exactly Song Jinxian meant by first love, it was surely all a misunderstanding. When Lin Ruoxuan hears the mention of blue electric coffee tomorrow, she will undoubtedly reach out to him eagerly, and everything will become clear. He had almost stood up to reveal his identity just now, but held back at the last moment. After all these years, they were no longer those little girls who needed his guidance. Song Jiru had become a highly regarded pop diva, while Lin Ruoxuan was the queen of a business empire. And what about him? Just an ordinary man who unexpectedly acquired 1,000 bitcoins, but had to keep it hidden, afraid to reveal his wealth. In their memories, the big brother and tyrant were omnipotent deities. If they were to discover that he was actually a mortal struggling for life, and even being humiliated by an ex-girlfriend and a rich second generation, could they accept such a huge disparity? Even if they held on to past feelings and were willing to accept such a fallen from grace version of him, how would they interact? Would he have to live off their pity and memories of the past, becoming a kept man in their eyes? Not to mention that his pride could never accept it. Furthermore, once he lost that aura of mystery and absolute control, how long could he maintain that unique, irreplaceable status in their hearts? Moreover, human hearts are hard to fathom. Over the span of a decade, the world could change dramatically. After experiencing so much glamour under the spotlight and the ups and downs of the business world, how could he be sure their dispositions remained unchanged? What if they wanted to delve deeper to uncover the truth behind the system from back, then imprisoning him for interrogation, or worse, sending him to some laboratory for dissection and research? Perhaps this thinking was a bit paranoid, but human nature has never withstood the test of absolute interests. He had to be cautious. Furthermore, he gradually realized that the game goddess cultivation was not only shaping them, but also strengthening himself. If that's the case, why not use this game to first make himself strong enough to handle all possible situations with ease? With that thought, the last trace of hesitation in his heart dissipated, and he made up his mind. The most pressing matter now was to return home immediately and continue playing the game. At the very least, he needed to finish the level with Song Jiru to understand what had happened afterward and what the future trajectory would be, so he could decide on his next steps. Having thought this through, Su Yunzhou said to Song Jinxian in the car, Director Song, if there's nothing else, I will head home first. Su Yunzhou, you will regret this. Song Jinxuan's cigarette flickered in the darkness as she exhaled a thin cloud of smoke, her voice carrying a tone that was hard to tell if it was a warning or mockery. You will soon know the consequences of rejecting me. Su Yunzhou smiled noncommittally, not responding, and directly opened the car door, stepping out without looking back. He flagged down a shared bicycle on the street and leisurely rode back to his rental apartment. As he approached the entrance of the building, he saw a familiar figure leaning against the door security system. She held a slender lattice cigarette between her fingers, and the smoke curled up under the streetlight. Her usually charming face bore a rare look of fatigue, with traces of humiliation and unwillingness lingering in her eyes. Xiao Su. Seeing him return alone, Lu Qian quickly extinguished her cigarette with a mix of surprise and joy, hurrying towards him. Are you all right? Did Director Song give you a hard time later? Just chatted for a bit. Su Yunzhou swiped the security card to enter, turning to look at her. Sister Qian, you seem upset. Did the deal not go through? It did. Lu Qian sighed, her voice lowering, filled with complex emotions. The deal that came from you selling your looks makes me feel particularly uncomfortable. She looked up at him, genuine fear flickering in her eyes. I was regretting all this time if anything really happened to you. Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly. Am I not fine? Suddenly Lu Qian reached out to link her arm with his, her tone filled with a sense of urgency to compensate. How about this? You can stay in this place, and I won't charge you rent anymore. You must be hungry at this late hour. Should I go up and make you some late-night snacks? It's too late. Don't trouble yourself. Su Yunzhou paused, then shifted his tone. However, there is one matter in which Sister Qian you might truly be able to help me. You have wide connections. Could you help me run some paperwork tomorrow to register an investment company? Lu Qian froze for a moment, and under the streetlight studied this young tenant attentively. His expression was placid, yet his eyes were an unfathomable depth. Suddenly she realized she had never really seen this man at all. All right. She stubbed out her cigarette and nodded lightly. Su Yunzhou calculated that registering an investment firm in his own name would be the most discreet and compliant way to convert the remaining bitcoins into cash. Back in that cramped rented room that nevertheless felt inexplicably like home, Su Yunzhou deadbolted the door and without delay sat down at his computer. He drew a deep breath, moved the mouse, and clicked once more on the deceptively simple icon that seemed to bridge past and future, the game titled Goddess Cultivation. That celestial song from the welcome party was uploaded to countless platforms, propelling Song Jiru straight back onto the trending tags exploded by university freshman Song Jiru's heavenly voice, the beautiful and formidable scholar singer. This is the true campus goddess. The short a cappella clip's views surged exponentially. Her voice, pure and ethereal, paired with a barefaced, breathtakingly innocent visage, and the whimsical contrast of being a nunchaku-wielding girl instantly pierced the defenses of untold netizens. This heat was 10 times fiercer than that of the old heavenly fairy sister. Any clear-eyed observer could see a limitless future for this rising star. The only question was how high she could ultimately ascend. For a time her phone and social accounts were drowned in a tidal wave of private messages. A swarm of shell companies and quick money agents descended offering ever more extravagant terms. Song sign with our company, and we'll debut you within a year, and put you on the Spring Festival Gala, in 2. Miss work with us, just a few commercial gigs, and you can buy a house. I know director Zhang, he's prepping a new film, and the second female lead is tailor-made for you. In the dorm, Song Jiru stared at the flowery promises and invitations, blinking in confusion, as she silently asked in her heart, Big bro, are these people trustworthy? Shall we try? From beyond the screen, Su Yunzhou snorted softly, turn them all down. Remember, go slowly, slow is fast. Your foundation isn't stable yet. Do not let these quick money schemes prematurely exhaust your momentum and your carefully built persona. I won't watch you become a meteor that flashes and vanishes. He had seen too many overnight sensations, either drained of value by capital and abandoned or lost in the shallow turmoil of fame only to fade away or be beset by scandal. Got it. He'll follow big bro on everything. Song Jiru nodded obediently, politely, but firmly rejecting all temptations. Thus, amid the roar of national discussion, this newly minted top influencer adopted a regimen almost ascetic in its austerity. She remained an ordinary university student, barefaced in a simple white tee and jeans, a backpack slung over her shoulders, shuttling between lecture halls, the library, the dormitory, and home. A pure two-point life. Occasionally, she accepted invitations to large charity performances hosted by government or reputable institutions, taking no fee, only to accumulate stage experience. Beyond that, she unfailingly rose at 6 every morning to run, and spent her spare hours buried in the library devouring professional texts. Her clear, resolute gaze, modest and pragmatic demeanor, and thorough scholarly air were so pure that even the most imaginative paparazzi restrained themselves, unwilling to invent eye-catching scandals for her. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou chewed on a roasted lamb leg while admiring the game portrait's exquisite profile, studying beneath a desk lamp, and he could not help but sigh. SK. It's like savoring a slowly flowing prose poem of youth, so pristine and lovely it intoxicates. Eating barbecue beside it feels almost sacrilegious. Soon the calendar advanced to the second semester of freshman year. Su Yunzhou checked Song Jiru's attributes: current female, lead Song Jiru, appearance 95100, as a lotus in clear water. Naturally unadorned with the faintest hint of stardust, figure 88100, years of exercise, elegant lines, vitality, and health, a supermodel frame beginning to show, scholarship 60100, top marks in campus courses, a voracious extracurricular reading, an ever-deepening inner world, temperament 85100, having weathered sudden fame, then settled, confident and composed, deep and quietly luminous, influence 65100, online top trend, heat, successfully converted into broad public favor and a solid casual audience, comprehensive charm, value 78. 6100, a raw gem beginning to shine, starlight, just blossoming. Hidden talent, heavenly voice activation 70. Overall evaluation, the rough jade has been carefully polished. She already shows the outline of a superstar. It's time to step onto a larger stage and face real tests. Jiru, Su Yun's voice carried both expectation and gravity. Prepare yourself. This summer we're going to Binzhou. Binzhou. Big bro, what are we going to do there? Song Jiru tilted her head in curiosity. To audition for season 2 of Daxia's great voice at Jiang, it was time to let the ears of all Huaxia hear what could only be described as a voice kissed by the gods. He paused like a strategist issuing orders. Are you ready? Yes, ready. He'll check the registration method right away. Song Jiru's eyes lit up at once, brimming with hopeful anticipation and eagerness to try. Su Yunzhou watched the browser's long-prepared encyclopedia entry, which clearly outlined Song Jiru's profile. In 2013, she competed in Season 2 of Daxia's Great Voice, and with extraordinary talent and unique charisma seized the crown, completing a dazzling metamorphosis from internet celebrity to bona fide singer. This was his most precise playbook. He was guiding the past Song Jiaru step by step to realize the resplendent resume of her future self. Though it resembled a temporal paradox, perhaps as some cutting-edge quantum theories hint, time is not a single unidirectional. Past, present, and future may coexist on a grander plane, entangled like particles that influence one another and weave cause and effect. Su Yunzhou watched the game's interface. Song Jiaru declined her mother's company and boarded the plane alone, and he fell into sending Song Jiaru to Binzhou for the audition was part of the plan, but did she need to meet her 14-year-old, especially rebellious self in that timeline? He shook his head and chuckled. Why be so nice to that brat? Besides, it would be difficult to explain all of this to Song Jiaru. The most important thing now is to let this future queen of song follow the predetermined path and ascend steadily to the peak. July 2013, Binzhou, the audition site for Season 2 of Daxia's Great Voice. The place swarmed with people, hopeful contestants clutching musical dreams waited nervously for destiny's call. When Song Jiaru appeared at registration in a simple white shirt and jeans barefaced, she caused a small stir. Even in such low-key dress, her striking features and upright posture shimmered amid the crowd. Is that the internet-famous nunchaku girl Song Jiaru? She's actually even prettier than in the video. Wow, she's auditioning. With that talent, she should be fast-tracked. For her, the preliminary audition was almost a foregone conclusion. Her unadorned a cappella was like a clear spring that washed away the judge's wearied ears. She passed unanimously and earned a ticket to the blind audition. The true battle begins on the blind audition stage. The lights focus as the four mentors with their backs to the stage quietly await the performance. Song Jiaru takes a deep breath, approaches the microphone, and gently warms up her voice. She chose not to perform any high-difficulty show-off songs, but instead sang Chasing Lights, a song selected for her by Su Yunzhou, which has yet to be released, but will touch countless hearts in the future. If you were the fireworks on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At one moment your light illuminated me. Just those two lines. Just those two lines. Smack. The sharp-tongued rock godfather Zheng Jinyan was the first to laugh out loud, pressing the button with enthusiasm. Wow. This voice. So recognizable. Almost instantly, as Zheng Jinyan's words fell, bang. The queen of love songs Naing laughed heartily, almost slamming down her button, turning around with excitement. Old Zheng got in fast. But I knew it was you the moment I heard this voice. The double sticks girl who has been trending online, Song Jiaru. Am I right? Annie has been waiting for you for a long time. Bang bang. Wang Feng and sister Zhang Huijia immediately turned as well. All four mentors faced her, their faces adorned with radiant smiles that said, it's indeed you. Huh. I knew it was you. Song Jiaru. The audience erupted into cheers, applause, and whistles sweeping in like many young viewers jumped up excitedly, wildly waving their arms. They are part of the Jiaru support group, witnessing their idol conquer authority with pride. As Song Jiaru's final note slowly faded, the lingering sound seemed to swirl in the vast studio. Following that was applause and cheers that threatened to lift the roof off. Song Jiaru breathed slightly harder, looking at the four music giants she could only admire on TV and album covers, who were now all turned towards her, revealing smiles of genuine admiration. Following the Big Brother's rehearsal, she took a deep bow, the spotlight casting a dazzling halo around her. The host Hua Xiao hurried onto the stage, his voice filled with professional excitement. Congratulations, Song Jiaru. All four mentors have turned for you. This is quite rare on this year's stage. Now tell the mentors and the audience, what is your name? Song Jiaru from Qingzhou, a second-year student at Basha University's Department of Ancient Chinese. No need for introduction. We all know you. Zheng Jinyan playfully mimicked the actions of wielding nunchaku. Humph humph. Did you bring your equipment today? Song Jiaru shook her head, her gaze gentle, yet firm, her voice echoing through the microphone. I hope that in the end, everyone remembers me as the singer Song Jiaru, not any other labels. Beautiful answer. Song Jiaru, I admire you very much. Your tone is like a metallic sound with extension, bright, yet not. The key is that the emotion in your high notes is a genuine cry, not showboating. My team needs a voice with narrative. Sister Zhang Huijia immediately interjected, her hands pressed together, eyes glistening with tears. Jiaru, you almost made me cry just now. Your voice carries a pure strength, reminding me of my early days. Come to me, oh, I know how to protect this quality of yours and amplify it. I believe we can create something truly amazing. Naing directly brought out her trump card, pointing at herself. Sister, don't reminisce about the past. Jiaru, when it comes to crafting a voice like yours, I have the most say. Join my team, and I guarantee I won't just teach you how to sing this one song, I will teach you how to become a complete and standout singer. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Zheng Jinyan, who had been watching, smiled slyly and seized the detail. All right, you all are painting big pictures. Jiaru, I noticed that you had a slight chin lift while singing, very rock and roll. It shows you have a rebellious spirit within you. Come to me, let's play with music. I promise it won't be boring. Facing the onslaught of the four mentors, Song Jiaru stood at the center of the stage, wearing a slight blush and a look of bewilderment. At this moment, Hua Xiao took control of the rhythm. All right, all four mentors have made very tempting promises. Jiaru, now is the time for you to make your choice. Your choice is... The whole venue fell silent, all eyes focused on this 20-year-old girl. Song Jiaru's gaze slowly swept across the four mentors. Wang Feng's rock power was very appealing. Na Ying's character resonance moved her, and Zheng Jinyan's fun philosophy was, but in her mind echoed Su Yunzhi's last words of advice: if Zhang Huijie turns for you, choose her. Her path is the shortest and most legitimate to the throne of Queen of Songs. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and spoke clearly. My choice is Teacher Zhang. Yay! Sister Zhang Huijie jumped excitedly from her chair, pumping her fists like a little girl who had just won a competition, rushing onto the stage to give Song Jiru a big hug. The lights focused on the embracing mentor and student as the other three mentors offered applause of blessing, their faces showing regret. Song Jiru smoothly joined Zhang Huijie's team, and in subsequent team evaluations and mentor challenges, she soared vigorously. Su Yunzhou, like her top music producer behind the scenes, tailored each battle song for her, which would become the bomb tracks that would revolutionize the Chinese music scene in the future. In the crucial advancement competition, she showcased an ethereal and melodious Big Fish, demonstrating narrative depth and vocal control beyond her age, making countless audience members shiver with goosebumps. Faced with strong opponents, she also performed a rhythmically powerful and assertive Cassini, showcasing her explosive force and versatility on stage, completely shattering the stereotype that she could only sing slow songs. Every appearance was a dimensional strike. She conquered all mentors, judges, and millions of viewers with her futuristic musical aesthetic and mature performance. Without a doubt, she made it to the finals. On the night of the finals, all eyes were on her. When the host announced Song Jiru's name, she slowly walked to the center of the stage. This time she did not speak, only nodded slightly to the bandleader. As the prelude began, a heavy and powerful electronic sound filled the air, carrying a sense of determination, as if walking alone through a dark alley. She opened her mouth, her voice deep and full of storytelling. Everyone is brave, your foreheads wound, your difference, the mistakes you made. It was the lonely brave. The magnificent melody and the lyrics, filled with the spirit of resistance under her penetrating and narrative voice, instantly ignited the passion of the entire audience. Meanwhile, the enormous circular screen behind her suddenly lit up. A carefully edited, tear-jerking growth MV began to play in sync. The images rapidly flashed back. Clips from interviews with her middle school classmates. Jiru was really shy back then. She didn't even dare to speak loudly to others. It showed the singing girl holding a guitar with pure eyes, softly singing under the yellow streetlights of Jinli Ancient Street. It captured the stubborn figure in a dim alley holding nunchaku, fierce eyes confronting several thugs. The scene of her hurrying down the shaded path of Basha University, clutching books, looking like an ordinary neighborly schoolgirl. It featured her on the welcoming party stage, stunning everyone the moment she opened her mouth, a heavenly singer shining brightly. It showed the chasing light girl during the blind audition of Good Voice, where she made all four mentors fight for her confidently and calmly. Each frame captured in the MV chronicles Song Jiru's journey from obscurity to brilliance at every step. It tells the story of a lonely and timid soul breaking free from its shackles, growing step by step into the valiant figure standing at the peak, facing the gaze of the crowd. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your unyielding stance. I love how you confronted despair without shedding a tear. As she sang the chorus, the pent-up emotions erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire venue. Unknowingly, the entire audience stood up. Countless people with tears in their eyes waved their glow sticks in rhythm, creating a spectacular sea of stars. From this song, from this true and passionate epic of growth, they saw their own reflections, witnessing the indomitable spirit that struggles against the mundane life and the hardships of fate. It exploded, completely exploded. That night, topics like Song Jiru Valiant 1, Song Jiru Epic of Growth, and This Is the Real Counterattack surged across the internet like a hurricane. The Growth MV, which merged her identities as the god of street warfare, genius of music, and new star of the music industry, was wildly shared, edited, and recreated. The views skyrocketed past 100 million at a terrifying pace. I was moved to tears. Watching her fight her way out of the alley to the highest stage is like witnessing the birth of a legend. This is the best interpretation of Valiant 1. Her experience is the soul of this song. From today's Song Jiru is my faith. She deserves all the flowers, applause, and crowns in this world. In that moment, Song Jiru was no longer just a talented singer from a talent show. She became a symbol, a legend of growth, courage, perseverance, and transformation. Su Yunzhou sat alone in front of the cold computer, watching the peak night of Hua Xia Good Voice on the screen. He didn't use the fast-forward, unwilling to miss a single frame of her glory. When the host shouted that earth-shattering name with a voice almost torn apart, "Champion, Song Jiru," boom. The sky was filled with golden ribbons, like a furious god scattering a rain of golden fury, instantly drowning the girl standing at the center of the stage, seemingly gathering the light of the entire world. In the extreme clamor, Song Jiru had a moment of dazedness. She instinctively reached out her hand, accepting the heavy surrounded by thunderous cheers and applause. She was the focus of countless fervent, envious, and admiring gazes. Holding the trophy, she smiled radiantly, confidently, and brilliantly at the camera, at the whole world. In that smile, there was no trace left of the socially anxious girl who once cried at a confession in the classroom. Su Yunzhou quietly gazed at the dazzling figure on the screen, almost too bright to look at, his chest feeling as if filled with something, a surge of hot, indescribable emotions crashing within. It was a sense of relief, of pride, an overwhelming sense of achievement akin to that of a creator. This was the song from the timid little bunny who dared not speak to the new star of the music industry, who can calmly face countless gazes and take control of her own destiny. He watched her raise her glass at the celebration banquet, her eyes sparkling with joy. He watched her handle the barrage of questions from various media with grace and eloquence, her aura fully unleashed. He watched her in the midst of the noise, sneakily, finding a moment of solitude, turning her back to the crowd, hugging the trophy tightly, and then quickly, playfully, making a heart shape with her hands toward the empty space behind her. He instinctively moved the mouse, his fingertips gently clicking on the warm green glowing icon of reward. In that unnoticed moment, Song Jiera's lips suddenly curled into a smile, more genuine, softer, even carrying a hint of mischievousness than when she won the championship. Only she knew that familiar, reassuring warmth had once again brushed over her entire being. He saw it. He had always been there. As the night deepened and the noise subsided, Song Jiru, unable to sleep, snuck out of the hotel she was staying at as if escaping. Wearing a mask and a hat, looking like an ordinary tourist, she strolled alone to the banks of West Lake, shrouded in night. The evening breeze brushed over the lake, bringing moist air, the distant city lights casting fragmented, swaying shadows on the water, while the silhouette of Leifeng Pagoda stood silently in the night. She walked slowly, deliberately, leaving the empty space beside her for the presence that only she could perceive. As she walked, she even quietly and somewhat stubbornly reached out her hand, her slender fingers slightly curled, hovering in the air, as if being tightly held by a warm and strong hand. "Big brother." She spoke to the void beside her, her voice carrying a barely perceptible quiver, but filled with inlet. "Look at Leifeng Pagoda, over there." She raised another hand to point into the distance. Legend has it that Bai Nyangzi was trapped beneath it for 20 whole years, and Su Xian waited his entire life for their reunion after the pagoda fell and the West Lake dried up. Compared to them, I am truly too lucky. The night wind lifted her bangs, her eyes shining astonishingly bright in the night. Bai Suzhen waited for Su Xian for 1,000 years, and Su Xian waited 20 years for her. And I only need to wait for another 12 years to truly see you. Big brother. Her voice trembled slightly, yet was incredibly firm, as if making a solemn promise that transcended time and space. When that day comes after my concert in Binzhou on May 24th, 2025, you must fulfill your promise and truly come to my side. At that time, will you walk by the West Lake with me, just like now? Truly holding my hand. I want to give you everything. My glory, my life, my complete soul. Her fingertips slightly tightened in the void, as if already feeling that real warmth from the future. In front of the screen, Su Yunzhou watched the girl who was talking to the air, yet appeared more serious than ever, watching her empty grasp, listening to her plea filled with tears, yet brimming with hope. He suddenly tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and his throat rolled violently. In the end, he could only respond into the microphone. "Okay, let it be," he roared in his heart. What if the day after tomorrow this girl really decides to tie herself to the operating table in the lab for dissection research? Then so be it. Su Yinzhao watched Song Jiru safely return to the hotel. After hearing her drowsily mumble "Big brother, good night." Through the screen, he finally felt at ease and moved the mouse to click the fast-forward button. The scene rapidly flipped like pages of a book blown by the wind, and when the image stabilized again, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The familiar red brick walls and the rustling, old sycamore trees by the playground. Holy crap! Isn't this my middle school Binzhou No. 5 high school? In the image, a girl wearing a black mask and a baseball cap was strolling alone along the shaded path. Despite her deliberate attempt to be low-key, her long, slender legs wrapped in jeans, and her perfect proportions, which even a loose jacket couldn't hide, made her stand out like a firefly in the dark. The passing boys frequently turned their heads, some even secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Tisk, this girl is the center of attention wherever she goes. Su Yunzhao couldn't help but exclaim. She seemed to sense something suddenly stopping in her tracks, tilting her head slightly. The pair of clear apricot eyes peeking out from her mask curved into a smile as she softly said to the empty space beside her, "Big brother, have you finally recharged and come back?" Su Yunzhao instinctively touched his nose, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "Just got back. How did you sneak over here?" Song Jiru tucked her hands behind her back, her body unconsciously leaning towards him. "I have to fly back to Qingzhou tonight. Suddenly feeling a bit empty, I just wanted to come out for a stroll. I happened to pass by this school, and it felt quite nostalgic, so I sneaked in." She paused, her voice lowering slightly with a hint of self-mockery. "Just wanted to see these truly youthful, carefree kids and feel the rush of youthful energy. And also to secretly reminisce about my own days when I would just hide in the corner like a timid gray little duck." "Big brother, you say? If I had met you back then, how wonderful would that have been?" Su Yunzhao, hearing the faint sentiment and reliance in her words, was about to use his usual teasing to dispel the slightly sentimental atmosphere when his mind suddenly felt like it had been struck by a blinding flash of lightning. Wait, this scene, this moment, Binzhou No. 5 high school. A blurry image nearly forgotten, sealed away in the corners of youth memories, suddenly became clear. He widened his eyes in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. No way. Could it be that next? As if to confirm his premonition, the next second, a boy wearing a blue and white school uniform covered in sweat and with damp hair dashed out from the playground like a whirlwind. His gaze was fixed on the dirty soccer ball rolling out of bounds, but his foot was suddenly tripped by something. Bang! A solid thud. The boy fell to the ground without any buffer, landing awkwardly, his head bumping against Song Jiera's sports shoe, while one hand instinctively clutched tightly to her other ankle. His knee slammed against the rough ground, tearing his school uniform pants, and fresh red blood oozed out. Ouch, damn. Oh, I'm sorry. The boy grimaced in pain, looking up to see a strikingly beautiful older sister, and was instantly startled, hurriedly trying to let go, but the pain made it difficult to muster any strength. Hey, are you alright? Song Jiaru instinctively stepped forward, crouching down, her voice filled with concern. She reached out her delicate fair hand to gently support the boy's dirty arm, trying to stabilize his body. Just as the boy looked up, borrowing strength to meet her gaze, Song Jiera's eyes peeking out from the mask widened suddenly. Those brows, the curve of that nose, that expression filled with stubbornness yet tinged with confusion and panic. Though his face still bore remnants of baby fat, and his eyes were clear and innocent, the contours of this face were almost identical to the one she had been staring at day and night, already etched into her soul, bearing an uncanny resemblance. She felt as if she had been struck by a spell, standing frozen in place, staring blankly for a full 3 seconds. Then she suddenly turned her head, looking at the big brother phantom only she could perceive beside her, before quickly swiveling back to the boy who was grimacing in pain. She silently shouted in her heart, "Big brother. He looks just like you. Those brows. This is clearly what you looked like as a child, right?" Su Yunzhou outside the screen facepalmed, utterly unable to watch, internally screaming, "Of course. This is me." He watched the silly version of himself on the screen who had embarrassed himself in front of the future diva due to the fall. An overwhelming sense of social death washed over him across time and space. Song Jiaru gazed at the boy's face that resembled Big Brother with an extremely complicated expression. Shock, disbelief, a sense of affection for the familiar, and an indescribable gentleness. She took out a wet tissue and gently wiped away the dirt and blood around the boy's arm and knee. Occasionally her fingertips accidentally brushed against his unblemished skin, sending a slight tingling sensation. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly, her voice sounding especially tender through the mask. "There are small pebbles in the wound, or it could get infected if not cleaned up properly. Would you like me to take you to the infirmary?" That gaze was so tender it could almost drip water, filled with complex emotions that the 14-year-old Su Yunzhou, on the brink of his first crush, could not fully comprehend or withstand. He felt overwhelmed by the proximity of such a fragrant, beautiful sister with a voice as pleasant as a radio and the delightful scent that made him dizzy. His cheeks turned bright red and his heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat at any moment. "Thank you, sister. I am fine, no need to go to the infirmary." He stammered, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in immediately. Song Jiaru was amused by his awkwardness, but upon seeing the injury on his knee, her smile turned into concern. Her gaze fell again on the boy's face that resembled Big Brother, as if she had made some kind of decision. She lifted her hand and unfastened a necklace from her neck, a simple silver design with a small feather-shaped pendant. This was a necklace Su Yunzhou had specially chosen for her back on Chuanxi Road, claiming that the feathers symbolized freedom and flight. "This for you." Song Jiaru took the boy's dirt-stained hand, insisting on placing the necklace, still warm from her body and scented faintly, into his palm. Her tone carried a softness that brooked no refusal. "Take good care of it, all right? It might bring you good luck." "Huh, this is too precious. I can't accept it." The boy Su Yunzhou looked at the necklace in his hand, hurriedly trying to refuse. "Take it." Song Jiera's tone was gentle yet firm. She leaned slightly closer, allowing the boy to clearly see her long curled eyelashes and the reflection of his panicked self in her beautiful eyes. "But you must promise me 2 things. The youth blinked curiously and asked, "What is it?" Song Jiaru looked at his face that resembled that of an elder brother and suppressed the urge to pinch his cheek, saying earnestly, "First, you must become a man of integrity, someone who stands tall and speaks honestly. Especially when it comes to promises made to girls, you must never go back on your word, understand?" The youth felt his cheeks flush under her focused gaze and instinctively straightened his still slender back. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou touched his nose, realizing she meant for him to fulfill the promise. Secondly, she deliberately elongated her tone, observing the youth nervously swallowing his saliva, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. "You must never learn to curse like others. Especially not in front of girls, do you understand? That's not cool at all." "I understand, sister." The youth hurriedly assured, his ears reddening as if they could bleed, his heart racing like a drum. "That's a good boy." Song Jiaru smiled in satisfaction, her brows and eyes curving into attractive crescents. Her gaze fell on the necklace in his hand, and she naturally took it, saying, "This pendant suits you well, ooh, I hope you can always soar freely." As she spoke, she gently wrapped her arms around the youth's neck to put it on him. This action brought her incredibly close, the fresh scent of her hair wafting lightly, her warm breath brushing against his ear. The youth felt his entire body stiffen, his heart pounding like a drum, forgetting even to breathe. He felt a rush of heat surge to his head, his whole being igniting with warmth. In front of the screen, Su Yunzhou sighed with a hand on his forehead, saying, "Song Jiaru, you can't keep teasing him just because he looks like me. That kid is probably going to have some indescribable dreams tonight." Song Jiaru silently replied, in her heart feigning innocence, "Will it be like that? I don't understand. I just couldn't help it because he looks so much like my elder brother." Just then her phone in her bag rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. She naturally reached out, ruffling the youth's soft black hair, the texture indeed as soft as she had imagined. Sorry. She gently finished her words and walked a few steps away to answer the call. The youth stood there entranced, gazing at her grace. The evening breeze lifted her chestnut hair, outlining the delicate curve of her neck. He was engulfed in a tremendous daze with only one thought in his mind: this sister. Smells so good, looks so beautiful. Like a fairy who walked out of an anime. Hey, Su Yunzhou. You lucky dog. You fell and ended up with a fairy sister. And you even got a token of affection. What kind of luck did you stumble upon, you brat? That sister just now was wearing a mask, but those eyes, that figure, that aura. Absolutely movie star level. Su Yunzhou, you better confess, did you secretly get close to some senior from an art school? At that moment his teammates gathered around, their eyes bulging with envy and jealousy as they looked at the obviously expensive necklace, teasing him incessantly. Get lost. What token of affection? Stop spouting nonsense. The youth Su Yunzhou blushed like a cooked shrimp, hastily pulling his collar higher to cover the necklace that seemed to still carry her warmth. His heart was pounding wildly, a strange emotion mingled with embarrassment and secret delight spreading in his chest. In front of the screen, Su Yunzhou stared at this marvelous encounter across time and space, falling into a prolonged silence. This fragment of memory buried by the years suddenly came alive as if cast under a spell. On that evening when the sunset melted into gold, the sound of phoenix tree leaves rustling filled the air, mixed with the unique scent of grass and the sweat of youth. That fleeting glimpse, a mysterious figure akin to the moonlight goddess unexpectedly intruding into his monotonous youth. That first moment, he genuinely felt what it meant to have his heart race, what it meant to feel a glance lasting 1,000 years. That figure who appeared in countless dreams during the deep night, where he mustered the courage to lift her mysterious mask for a glimpse, only to wake up with a jolt, just as his fingertips were about to touch that soft skin, leaving behind an unspeakable awkwardness and restlessness, was none other than the now radiant music industry diva Songjiro. Good job, Songjiro. Su Yunzhou gritted his teeth, yet a trace of inexplicable pride involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth. It seems the date in Binzhou is destined to happen. I need to find you and settle this score. After making me jolt so many times during my entire adolescence, don't you think the instigator should make it up to me? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. What a pity about that necklace. In his love-struck state back then, he actually gave such a meaningful item to Su Qianran as a token of affection. Although the necklace was only worth a few hundred yuan, it was a lucky charm that Songjiro wore closely during her early days, accompanying her through countless stages, witnessing her growth along the way. For fans, this was practically a sacred object. Its symbolic significance and emotional value could no longer be met. For him, it was the only tangible evidence connecting the past and the present, proof of a certain fate, a secret bond unique to the two of them. Ironically, he had fallen for Su Qianran at first sight, not because of anything else, but because during the pandemic she wore a black mask that perfectly mirrored the biggest fantasy of his adolescence. So hopelessly infatuated, he became completely obedient to her. He even foolishly gave away that significant necklace, claiming it was to return it to its rightful owner. Wait. Su Yunzhou suddenly became aware of a terrifying realization. Yesterday, while playing a game, he had commanded Songjiro to stroll around Chuanxi Road, and when he saw a particularly familiar necklace at a handmade silver jewelry stall, he had her buy it. So this necklace was something I bought for myself. Who killed whom? Did I kill myself? This classic line flashed through his mind, leaving him both amused and annoyed. It seems that no matter what, I must find a way to get that necklace back. Su Yunzhou looked at the youthful Songjiro on the screen, his gaze unconsciously softening, filled with a deep affection he hadn't even realized, murmuring, "Jiro, it turns out my first love was actually you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was taken aback himself. Was this conclusion a bit hasty? He suddenly recalled Lin Ruoxuan, the elegant and intelligent older sister he encountered at 11 while traveling in Yunzhou, who had also cast pebbles into the lake of his innocent heart. Good grief, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but facepalm, conducting a soul-searching inquiry within himself. Have I been planting the seeds of being easily attracted to older sisters since childhood? Or is it that the trajectory of my life has long been guided by some invisible force destined to be intertwined with theirs? Is this the cycle of fate, or is there a higher dimensional hand controlling it all behind that mysterious game goddess cultivation? At that moment, Songjiro on the screen, after finishing her call, turned around with crescent-shaped eyes, her tone laced with a sly smile. "Big brother, my first love is also you. You finally admit we are dating." Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yunzhou didn't expect to be overheard, his face turning red, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, who gave you the call?" "It's a newly established media company," Songjiro said excitedly. "I don't know where they got my contact information, but they said they have high hopes for me, want to sign me, and promise to meet any conditions I have." "Oh, what company is so bold?" It's called Qingxing Media, and I think the boss is a newly graduated female college student named Song Jinxian. The company is based in Binzhou," Songjiro said, while looking at the information on her phone. Su Yunzhou smiled. Indeed, all the clues were connected at that moment, forming a clear chain of cause and effect. It must be that Lin Ruoxuan accidentally heard Songjiro sing those two non-existent songs in Chengzhou Jinali before. Although she was too mentally exhausted to ask questions at the time with her character and resources, she would undoubtedly keep a close eye on this mysterious girl afterward. When she saw Songjiro again in a program or report, she would definitely recognize her. She then instructed her cousin Song Jinxian to establish Qingxing Media specifically to sign Song Jiru, allowing for close observation and exploration of potential clues related to the tyrant. Go meet her, Su Yunzhu's voice came through the microphone. Agree to her terms and sign this contract. Song Jiru glanced one last time at the boy with flushed ears and gently waved to him and his teasing teammates. She then turned and blended into the end of the campus tree-lined path. Little did she realize that at the moment she turned, the boy's gaze was fixed on her back, filled with a sense of loss that he couldn't even. A soccer ball deliberately thrown by a teammate hit his shoulder with a thud, but he merely stumbled slightly, turning his head in confusion, as if he felt no pain. It was as if all his senses had withdrawn along with the figure that was fading away. Soon in a nearby cafe's private room, Su Yunzhou accompanied Song Jiru as they awaited the hurried arrival of Song Jinxian. The Song Jinxian before him was entirely different from the cold and domineering persona he had seen during the day. Her face still bore the freshness of just coming out of school, dressed in slightly oversized formal attire, resembling a saleswoman holding a document bag. Her gaze towards Song Jiru was filled with unreserved excitement and admiration. Teacher Song. Hello. My name is Song Jinxuan, and I am the founder of Qingxing Media. She almost rushed forward, grasping Song Jiera's hand with both of hers, her tone enthusiastic to the point of exaggeration. I never expected you would be willing to meet me so soon. I am so excited. We share the same surname, Song, so we must be family from 500 years ago. This is fate. Song Jiru felt a bit embarrassed by her excessive enthusiasm and gently withdrew her hand. Hello, President Song, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Jiru. That won't do. You are my idol. You are the existence that loops in my music playlist. Song Jinxuan's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly pulled out her phone, eagerly unlocking the screen and opening the ringtone settings. Teacher Song, look. My ringtone, all my social media notification sounds, even the alarm that wakes me up every day have all been changed to your lonely brave. Especially that line who says those standing in the light are heroes. Every time I hear it, I feel invigorated, and as she spoke, she was about to press the play button on the spot to prove herself, as if she were about to hold a mini concert in the quiet cafe. Fortunately, Song Jiru was quick to grab her wrist. No, President Song, this isn't the place. Song Jiru felt both amused and helpless, sensing that this young and beautiful boss was not only overly passionate, but also had an inexplicable, naive, and straightforward charm. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou watched Song Jinxuan, who looked like a crazy fangirl, and almost couldn't help but laugh. He stroked his chin, his gaze playful, internally mocking. Song Jinxuan, where is that domineering persona from last night, throwing money around? Now this starry-eyed figure eager to rush forward for an autograph would surely astonish those who had seen her earlier tonight. Wait, wasn't her attitude towards Song Jiru not very friendly last night? Could it be that she has accumulated resentment from being forced awake by lonely brave every day? Song Jinxian was completely unaware that she was being relentlessly mocked by some invisible presence. She carefully took out a beautifully bound plan from her document bag and presented it to Song Jiru with both hands. Teacher Song, I know my company is just starting and is very small, but we have strong capital backing. She lowered her voice, mysteriously sharing the intimacy of a secret. But the investors require confidentiality, saying they want to test my capabilities. But rest assured the funds are absolutely sufficient. She suddenly raised her voice. I dare guarantee with everything I have that I will spare no resources to promote you. This is my preliminary plan, which includes detailed plans for record production and promotional channels over the next 3 years, as well as ideas for venturing into film and fashion. Please take a look. Song Jiru took the heavy plan and instinctively tilted her head, silently asking for Su Yunzhu's opinion with her gaze. Su Yunzhou looked at this sunny girl before him, completely different from the domineering persona who had thrown money around the night before, and smiled. Just sign it. In light of how adorable this President Song was during the day, however, let's add an additional clause. The need for absolute autonomy, including song selection, image positioning, and some promotional decisions. She had to fully cooperate and could not interfere. Song Jiru proposed this condition. To her surprise, Song Jinxian nodded without a second of hesitation, her head bobbing like a garlic masher. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Whatever you say goes, Teacher Song. Our company is here to serve you. You point the way, and well, she thought to herself, my cousin has given a strict order to sign Song Jiru no matter what. If I can't accomplish this task, then there's no hope for further investment. The atmosphere felt as if they were not signing an artist, but rather inviting back a revered figure who needed to be revered. The signing process went unbelievably smoothly. Song Jinxian practically held the signed contract like a precious treasure, her smile radiant. Teacher Song, to celebrate our cooperation, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? I know a particularly good restaurant with a great atmosphere. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly added, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible disappointment and concern. You said you have a flight to catch tonight. No problem, I'll personally take you to the airport. Spending even a moment longer together was good. Seeing her so attentive, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head outside the screen. He impatiently clicked the fast-forward button on the mouse, skipping over the small talk after the signing and the potential emotional farewells on the way to the airport. When the scene stabilized again, it was already past 9 at night, and the setting had shifted to the interior of a moving black business car. The spacious interior felt suffocating. The driver in the front seat wore an expressionless face, while three burly men in black suits sat in the third row resembling three cold statues exuding a dangerous aura. Song Jiru sat alone in the second row, her petite frame appearing even more helpless in the large seat, like a small white rabbit trembling in a wolf pack. Outside the window, the dim streetlights rushed past the buildings along the road, becoming increasingly sparse, and the distant mountain outlines appeared vaguely in the night, clearly heading toward a remote mountainous area far from the city. Su Yunzhu's brow furrowed instantly. Something was off. What was happening? Big brother, you finally came back. Song Jiera's voice tinged with a crying tone, and suppressed fear rang urgently in his mind. As soon as I exited the airport terminal, before I could react, I was surrounded by these people. They said their boss wanted to invite me to a late-night snack. I wanted to refuse, but they didn't give me a chance, half inviting and half pushing me into this car. Boss. 2013. Su Yunzhu's heart sank suddenly, a chill creeping up his spine. He immediately adjusted his perspective, trying to see the license plate outside the window. Chingxx. Combining Song Jiera's description and the timeline, a name that had long turned to dust in history, by 2025 surfaced in his mind. Tycoon. In 2025, this person would have nothing but a few meters of grass on their grave, but in 2013 he was indeed the underground emperor of Yunzhou Road, possessing immense power, acting arrogantly and disregarding the law. If this scourge had set his sights on Song Jiru, Su Yunzhu felt an indescribable panic surge within him, unconsciously tightening his grip on the mouse. Just imagining that possibility sent chills down his spine. It was rumored that more than one top-tier female star had fallen victim to him, forced to swallow their grievances, and even some unsavory videos had leaked, resulting in their disgrace and the destruction of their careers. What to do now? At this time, relying on conventional forces, seeking law enforcement, that would probably yield little effect, and might even backfire, exacerbating the conflict and pushing the isolated Song Jiru into a deeper danger. Jiru, stay calm. Is your phone still with you? Su Yunzhu's voice came through the invisible connection, a hint of barely perceptible tremor betraying his forced composure. Song Jiru tightly gripped her iPhone 5. Yes. The other party was so confident, completely unconcerned about her plea for help, resembling a local emperor in this territory. This reckless arrogance only made the situation more precarious. Su Yunzhu forced himself to think quickly. Immediately send a message to Song Jinxian. Tell her you've been forcibly taken by Su Kun's people, and have her contact her cousin Lin Ruoxuan at once. He had to grasp every possible lifeline, no matter how slim the hope. What? Jingxuan's cousin is Lin Ruoxuan. Song Jiera's beautiful eyes widened, shock temporarily overriding her fear. Big brother, what is going on? Is now the time to be concerned about gossip? Su Yunzhu was nearly going crazy. He quickly exited the game interface and opened that cursed system all. His gaze swept rapidly over the rows of flashing skill icons, mentally cursing super hacker experience card. What good is hacking into the other party's system right now? Should I send a virus meme to Su Kuan's phone? Soul artist experience card. Should I draw a portrait of Su Kuan on site for entertainment? Peak ball skills experience card. Do I expect Jiru to gamble and win basketball games against these scumbags to gain her freedom? He is Su Kuan, not Kai Shu Kuan. Swan Lake dancer experience card. Should I perform a little swan dance at Su Kun's banquet to awaken his conscience? The only seemingly reliable Kung Fu master experience card could indeed fight, but the opponent had the advantage in numbers, and in such a confined environment, even if he could take down a few in an instant, it would be hard to ensure Jiru wouldn't get hurt, and it would surely provoke the enemy, leading to devastating retaliation afterwards. Damn it. Why is this mall filled with useless things? Su Yunzhu muttered irritably. He was not discouraged and immediately opened a web page attempting to search how Song Jiru had navigated this crisis in the past. However, there were no relevant reports, as if this incident had never occurred. Was it that it was a close call and went unrecorded, or had something happened before but was never exposed? Su Yunzhu felt a headache coming on, and the unknown brought greater fear. At this moment on the screen, Song Jiera's phone rang, the name Song Jinxian flashing on the screen. She immediately answered, as if grasping a lifeline. Teacher Song. On the other end, Song Jingxuan's voice came through surprisingly calm, even carrying a hint of strange composure. Don't worry, I've already spoken to my cousin. She replied with just 5 words. Song Jiru and the Su Yunzhu outside the screen both held their breath. She said, it's fine, don't worry. It's fine, don't worry. Just such lightly spoken 5 words. Su Yunzhu was stunned, a sense of absurdity washing over him. What did Lin Ruoxuan mean by that? Although she was wealthy, her business empire and core connections were rooted in Yunzhou and Shanghai, and had her reach extended to the tangled underground forces of Qingzhou. As far as he knew, her only connection to Qingzhou was that she had visited a few times for tourism, and she had never made any substantial investments here. Song Jingxuan's voice continued, her tone more meaningful. My cousin also said that the person has already made all. You can rest assured to go with them. At most you will be a bit frightened, just consider it a form of training. Song Jiru abruptly turned her head, looking towards the direction of Su Yunzhu's phantom, her eyes filled with inquiry. Big brother, is she talking about you? Su Yunzhu forced a smile. Did Lin Ruoxuan think of him as an omniscient deity? If he had such abilities, would he still need to be anxious here? Just as his mind raced, the business car slowed down gradually, finally stopping in front of a spacious, brightly lit villa. With high walls and a grand courtyard, it was impressive, yet exuded a sense of sternness and isolation. The car door was opened from the outside and a man in a black suit with an expressionless face gestured, "Miss Song, Brother Cohen has been waiting for a long time." Song Jiaru took a deep breath, glanced at her phone, then looked towards the direction of Su Yunzhu's phantom, biting her lip tightly. Ultimately, she gathered all her courage and stepped out of the car as if walking towards the gallows. The villa's interior was extravagantly luxurious, resplendent with gold and glitter, yet it radiated a sense of vulgarity and oppression typical of parvenus. Genuine leather sofas, mahogany furniture, and cheap prints of tiger descending the mountain hung on the walls. The man named Su Kuan was in his 40s, slightly plump, wearing a silk tang suit, and playing with a shiny bead bracelet as he sat in the main seat of the sofa. Upon seeing Song Jiaru enter, his small eyes suddenly sparkled with greed, and he stood up, extending his thick palm. "Miss Song, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. You are indeed even more stunning than on television." His gaze moved over Song Jiaru like a sticky tongue, filled with possessiveness. Song Jiaru trembled in fear, instinctively taking half a step back, not daring to touch that hand. "Mister. So I'm not sure why you called me. What is it about?" Su Kuan, seeing her flinch, was not angry. Instead, he chuckled with someone like Miss Song emerging from Yunzhou. "It brings glory to me, Su. So I specially organized a banquet to celebrate your victory and to make a friend. Thank you for your kindness, mister." Song Jiaru forced back her fear, trying to keep her voice steady. "It's getting late, and I have class tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I would like to leave first." "Leave?" Su Kuan's facial flesh trembled, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Miss Song, I've gone to great lengths to invite you here at this late hour, and you're saying you want to leave. Doesn't this show a lack of respect for me, Su Kuan?" He extended 3 short, thick fingers, shaking them as his tone brimmed with patronage and temptation. 3 million. Consider it a meeting gift. Spend the evening drinking with me, chat, and deepen our emotional exchange. Afterwards, you will definitely not be treated poorly. This kind of monetary promise was the most common tactic in their circle to lure top female stars down the path. Once a certain popular female star had succumbed to immense temptation and became a tool for her wealthy benefactor to entertain distinguished guests. Song Jiaru's face turned even paler. She bit her lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm, resolutely shaking her head. "I'm sorry, mister. So I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I can't accept this money. Please let me leave." After being rejected continuously, the fake smile on Su Kuan's face vanished, instantly replaced by a menacing glare. "Miss Song, it seems you do not understand that in this piece of land in Yunzhou, my words, Su Kuan's, are the law." He smiled sinisterly, gesturing around. "Look at this place that's picturesque, but if someone goes missing, it can take days for them to be found in the lake, you know." The blatant death threat made Song Jiaru tremble all over. "Mister. Su, how much do you need?" I'll try my best to come up with it." Slap. Su Kuan slammed the beads in his hand down on the mahogany tea table, creating a piercing sound. "You want to drink wine without paying the penalty?" The tremendous noise and the oppressive presence of a group of burly men nearly shattered Song Jiaru's psychological defenses. She looked helplessly towards the direction of Su Yunzhu's phantom, her heart crying out in anguish, "Big brother, I can barely hold on." Damn. Su Yunzhu was furious, wishing he could immediately jump into the screen and turn that fat pig into minced meat. But with a calmness that exceeded all limits, his perspective was like the most precise scanner, rapidly analyzing the scene. The positions of doors and windows, distribution of bodyguards, blind spots, the heavy ashtray on the tea table, possible escape routes. "Jiru, get ready." His voice carried a determination of no retreat. "Wait for my signal. I'll take over your body, and we'll charge out. The target is to grab a car. The keys are likely with the driver or that guy at the door. First, they needed to escape this den of demons. At worst, they would flee immediately afterwards and go straight to Lin Ruoxuan." After all, according to history, Su Kuan's downfall was just a year away. Song Jiaru responded firmly in her heart, filled with unwavering trust and determination. "Okay. Big brother, I leave this body to you. Even if it ends in a fish dead net broken scenario, I don't mind." Just as Su Yunzhu's finger was about to press the exchange button in the mall, and Song Jiaru's muscles were tensed with her breath nearly halted in a moment of crisis, a sudden sharp screeching sound of tires echoed from outside the villa gate. The sound was like several high-performance vehicles urgently braking at the same time. Following closely were the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps, authoritative shouts, and the panicked voices of Su Kuan's subordinates trying to intervene, but being forcefully suppressed. Su Kuan frowned, visibly displeased. "What's going on outside? Who the hell dares to cause trouble here?" A subordinate rushed in, stumbling over his words as he reported. It's old Master Liu. He came with people and burst right in." "Old Master Liu? Which Liu?" Su Kuan didn't initially react, but soon seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically. "Liu. Old Master Liu Yuan. Why has he come?" Liu Yuan, the true power figure of the southwestern military district, the one whom Su Kuan needed to look up to with utmost caution. He stood at the pinnacle of Su Kuan's pyramid of understanding, someone to be revered from afar. Su Kuan's brow furrowed instantly, all his earlier arrogance vanished, and fine beads of cold sweat sprang forth on his forehead. He quickly put on a face of utmost flattery, and fear hurriedly running out to greet him. There stood a tall and imposing elder radiating authority, even without anger, walking in with a few attendants dressed in military uniforms. It was indeed Liu Yuan. His gaze was sharp, immediately spotting Su Kuan, who was bowing and scraping, and without a word, he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. "You scoundrel!" Liu Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, filled with unmasked fury and disdain. How dare you use such despicable means to bully a young girl under the open sky? I see that head of yours is no longer wanted. Su Kuan staggered from the blow, half of his face swelling instantly, a clear 5-finger mark appearing. Yet he didn't even dare to cover his face and cry out in pain, only lowering his head, even more humbly, repeatedly bowing. Old Master Lu, please calm your anger. I was momentarily bewitched. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at him again, turning his gaze to the still shocked Song Juru, his angry expression instantly softening, replaced by a very kind and benevolent demeanor. Student Song, I apologize for frightening you. I'm late, please forgive me. Song Juru was completely bewildered, her mind a blank, staring at this imposing yet exceptionally polite elder. Military uniform. She noticed the attire of the attendants beside her, feeling slightly relieved, yet still immensely confused. Lu Yuan did not answer directly, merely smiling gently, but his gaze drifted past her, looking towards the direction of there. An elderly woman was walking slowly toward them. She appeared to be around 90, yet showed none of the typical frailty. Her hair was neatly styled, her face gaunt, and what was most shocking was that she wasn't holding an ordinary cane, but rather a heavy-looking broadsword. The blade struck the ground, producing a steady thud sound. Lu Yuan hurried over, his tone filled with concern and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Second, and I can handle things here, but it's late and the roads are treacherous. You needn't come here. The elderly woman snorted coldly, her voice not loud, but carrying a metallic resonance. If I don't come, how can I see for myself? Over the years, how many comrades and compatriots have fought bravely and sacrificed countless fine young men only to exchange for this new era of daxia. We hope that future generations can live uprightly. It has only been a few years since we have enjoyed peace, yet someone dares to openly commit such acts of bullying against a weak girl. This is utterly lawless. Su Kuan felt as if his head was buzzing upon seeing the elderly woman holding the broadsword. How did this living ancestor come in person? Who exactly have I offended? Could it be this Song Juru? He looked at Song Juru with an absurd expression. Lu Yuan quickly explained in a low voice, trying to soothe her. Second, aunt, during this period of rapid economic development, there are inevitably some dark corners where the sunlight does not reach, mixing the good with the bad. Rest assured, the trend is irreversible. In a few years, these monsters will surely be cleansed. The elderly woman, however, paid no mind, too disinterested to even look at the paralyzed Su Kuan and his silent subordinates. She directly handed the broadsword, symbolic of countless glorious years, to Lu Yuan beside her, then walked up to the still shocked Song Juru. She extended her hand, weathered by time, and gently held Song Jiere's icy, trembling hand. Child. Her voice softened, carrying the unique kindness of an elder. It's all right with me here. I will never allow anyone to... She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crumpled Su Kuan and his group of subdued subordinates. As for these people, they have their own fate. Song Juru, though still filled with confusion, felt the calming aura from the elder, and her tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. A wave of bittersweet relief washed over her, and she whispered, "Thank you, Grandma." At the same time, she anxiously called out in her heart, Big brother, big brother. Who is this Grandma? She is so powerful, holding a broadsword." Su Yunzhou watched this legendary elder through the screen and quickly recognized her. He knew this person, named Wu Xiaoyun, the third female general among the founding heroes of daxia. During the war against the Japanese pirates, she began by organizing a team of women soldiers, fought fiercely, participated in numerous crucial battles, and achieved remarkable military feats. She is a living legend. But how did she end up here? How did she coincidentally get involved in this matter? Trust her, she is Wu Xiaoyun. Do you remember that discussion topic about the development of armed forces behind enemy lines in your modern history final exam last semester? It had points about her and her Yun character detachment. Song Juru gasped in her mind, her eyes widening. Oh my god, it's really her. The person from the textbook. How could she come to save me? After the immense shock, a feeling of indescribable gratitude and security enveloped her, and she emotionally said, Big brother, was this all your arrangement? Su Yunzhou awkwardly rubbed his nose outside the screen, feeling a bit puzzled. Does this have anything to do with me? Wu Xiaoyun was oblivious to Song Jiere's subtle psychological movements, simply tenderly patting her hand. Let's go, child, this place is murky and corrupt, not suitable for staying long. Grandma will take you home, ensuring your safety. Song Juru nodded vigorously, staying closely beside the elder. Okay, thank you, Grandma. Under the personal escort of Wu Xiaoyun and Lu Yuan, Song Juru got into a Hongqi sedan. About half an hour later, the car safely arrived at her home community. At home, Aunt Yang and Song Jiere's mother Zhang Ying had been waiting anxiously for a long time. To celebrate her daughter's victory in the good voice competition, Zhang Ying had canceled her evening engagements and prepared a feast. But after waiting and waiting, not only had her daughter not returned, but initially no one answered the phone, and later, it was simply out of service. Zhang Ying's heart sank bit by bit, various bad thoughts flashing through her mind. Is Juru back? Hearing the doorbell ring, Zhang Ying almost dashed to the door, her anxious heart finally settling. The door opened, and besides her daughter, who looked slightly fatigued but unharmed, there stood an elder in military uniform and an extraordinary-looking elderly woman with silver hair. Zhang Ying was dumbfounded, momentarily unable to react. Mom. Song Juru saw her mother, and the strength she had been holding on to instantly crumbled, rushing into Zhang Ying's embrace, with tears of grievance and fear. I'm back. This is Grandpa Lu, and this is Grandma Wu. They brought me back. Zhang Ying was even more confused, gently patting her daughter's back to soothe her, while looking at the two strikingly distinct. Seeing this, Lu Yuan solemnly raised his hand and gave her a standard military salute, the action clean and precise. Meanwhile, Wu Ziyan's gaze lingered complexly on Song Jiru, her eyes seemingly filled with countless unsaid words. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but step forward, her voice filled with an indescribable excitement. Jiru, please pass a message to the gentleman for me, just say. The task he entrusted to me over 70 years ago, student Wu Xiuyun has never dared to forget. Note this world is set in a semi-virtual parallel world with geographical and historical similarities and differences. The biggest divergence is the absence of the Qing dynasty, as Princess Chongping, daughter of Chongzhen, rose to power and fought against the Manchu invasions, prolonging the Ming dynasty for over 200 years. Sir, over 70 years ago. The combination of these two phrases left Song Jiru and Su Yunzhou, who was outside the screen, stunned, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Wu Xiuyun paused for a moment, and the water glimmered rapidly in her weathered eyes as her voice trembled slightly. When can he see me again? Even if just for a moment. As she spoke, tears filled her aged eyes, not merely the sorrow of an ordinary elderly person, but the profound longing of a soul that had held on to a promise through the long years, waiting almost a lifetime. Grandma Wu, the sir you mentioned is. Song Jiru instinctively turned around to look at Su Yun's shadow behind her, which only she could perceive, and in her heart, she quietly asked, Brother, is she talking about you? Wu Xiuyun realized that there were outsiders present, and that it was not appropriate to speak more deeply. She quickly restrained her exposed emotions, her tone carrying a cautious plea. Jiru, I live at the Chengzhou Hotel nearby. Tomorrow, if you are free, can you come by and keep this old bone company for a chat? Song Jiru looked at the hope and tears in the old woman's eyes, and hurriedly nodded. Grandma, Wu, please don't say that. I will definitely come to accompany you tomorrow. I'll take you for a nice stroll around Chengzhou. After sending the two elderly people off, Zhang Ying closed the door, her confusion deepening, and she grabbed her daughter's hand, asking, Ruru, who exactly are they? The way that old gentleman saluted and the aura of that old lady. They feel like no ordinary people. Song Jiru hesitated for a moment, took out her tablet, quickly searched for Wu Ziyan's photo and official introduction, and handed it to her mother. Zhang Ying took the tablet, examined it closely, and especially upon seeing the words founding father and remarkable achievements, she gasped sharply, her eyes widening, her voice changing pitch. Wu Xiuyun. The General Wu from the founding of the country. Ruru, how do you know her? Song Jiru did not dare to disclose the heart-stopping events of the night, fearing to frighten her mother. Instead, she vaguely fabricated a reason. I just happened to meet Grandma Wu on the plane. She said she liked listening to me sing, and we hit it off, so she gave me a ride back. After chatting with her mother briefly and calming her down, Song Jiru hurried into her room, not even taking the time to shower, and shut the door, urgently calling out in her heart, Brother, what on earth is going on? The Sir Grandma Wu mentioned must be you, right? The mission from over 70 years ago. This is too unbelievable. Su Yunzhou, in front of the screen, looked at Wu Ziyan's remarkable achievements on the browser and recalled her heartfelt sir, just now feeling his scalp tingle. He coughed lightly, forcing himself to remain calm. Well, you can ask General Wu in person tomorrow, and it will be clear. Yet inside he was screaming in panic. What the hell? I don't know anything. Thank you, brother, for always protecting me. Song Jiru's voice pulled him back from the storm within. She looked around the room, filled with youthful energy and a sense of security. Her tense nerves finally relaxed after closing the door, enveloped in a feeling of relief and stability after a near escape. She kicked off her shoes, collapsed onto her soft bed, spread her arms wide, and playfully pouted into the air. Brother, can you? I was really scared tonight. Su Yunzhou looked at the innocent girl on the screen, who was completely reliant on him, and shook his head with a bitter smile. I would like to. Oh, I've been wanting to for over a decade. Song Jiru's eyes immediately curved into crescents. Over a decade. How exaggerated. I was just in kindergarten back then, right? Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something significant, winking mischievously. Oh, brother, you weren't hiding nearby and planning something back then, were you? Su Yunzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. The two were in completely different dimensions of time, and indeed they couldn't connect. Song Jiru lay quietly on the bed for a while, feeling her heartbeat gradually calm. Tonight had been too much. From narrowly escaping abduction to meeting the mysterious old general, her chaotic thoughts needed time to settle. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. She stood up, deliberately pouting her little face and raising a finger. No peeking, okay? Song Jiru exhaled softly and turned to walk into the bathroom. Not long after the sound of water stopped, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Wrapped in a silk bathrobe, she emerged from the steamy atmosphere, her bare feet leaving shallow, wet marks on the floor. She didn't turn on the main light, only the mirror light cast a warm, hazy glow around her, outlining her silhouette in a particularly soft manner. She stood quietly in front of the mirror, but her gaze did not linger on herself. Instead, it locked onto Su Yun's brother. Her voice was softer than usual, carrying a hint of hoarseness. After looking at me for so long, do you think my figure is getting better? Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou took a deep breath, feeling the air in the room becoming thin. In the middle of the night, watching the national goddess freshly out of the bath ask such questions through the screen was sheer torture. He could only emit a vague syllable, his atoms, apple involuntarily rolling. Receiving a response, Song Jiru seemed to be encouraged. She extended her slender finger slowly, drawing a heart shape on the foggy mirror. Brother, I was so scared tonight. I'm afraid I will be taken by someone else before I see you. I belong only to you. If that kind of thing happens, I'd rather die. Don't say such foolish things. Su Yunzhou immediately clicked on the reward, and a gentle light hand appeared out of nowhere, softly caressing the top of her head, bringing a reassuring power. Promise me no matter what happens in the future, staying alive is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. You girl, why do you think so? Antiquated. Those external things, the so-called purity, are nothing compared to life. Remember, live well, live happily, and don't forget we have an appointment in 2025. Song Jiru fell silent for a moment, then raised her hand, gently untying the bathrobe's sash. The silky fabric slid down her shoulders, pooling at her feet, revealing her youthful and captivating body in the mirror. She looked at Su Yunzhou through the mirror, her eyes shimmering with water. Brother, we promised in 2025. I will hold a concert in Binzhou. I will book the Conxiao Romance Suite at Sushui Mountain Villa early. I checked, it's in a vintage Republic of China style, very elegant and romantic. You will definitely like it. By then, come find me a few days in advance, don't wait until the day of the concert, okay? She paused, her gaze through the mirror, tightly grasping Su Yunzhou's attention. I want to be with you. Right in front of the mirror. Looking at you. As she spoke, she adjusted her body's posture and angle. From the mirror's perspective, it was perfectly aligned with Su Yunzhou's shadow, as if the two were intimately close. All of me. She breathed, her voice trembling with emotion, like the most sincere vow from the inside out, from body to soul, has long belonged to you. I have been waiting for you. To personally verify. Su Yunzhou leaned back sharply in his chair, taking a deep breath. This girl had become dangerously bold. Usually pure and charming, he never expected such a side of her. He watched Song Jiru in front of the mirror as she tried out several poses, each movement innocent, yet earnest, radiating deadly allure. After quite a while, she finally stopped, her cheeks as red as ripe cherries, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet filled with anticipation. Brother. Good night. Looking at the screen, Song Jiru finally curled up in bed, holding a soft pillow, sleeping like an innocent child. Su Yunzhou did not immediately click fast forward. He turned to gaze out at the dark night beyond the window. A thought surged like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Right now, Song Jiru was just 5 kilometers away at Sushui Mountain Villa, waiting for him to knock on her door. Su Yunzhou walked to the window, pushed it open, and let the cool night breeze brush against his face, yet it could not disperse the heat swelling in his heart. Should he go? Going now would be just right for her to properly compensate him for the countless restless nights in his adolescence that were and the audacious temptation he had just witnessed in front of the mirror, that shivering voice of acceptance. Thinking of Song Jiru, whom he saw at the club that night, she had shed some of her youthful innocence, gaining the charm and allure of a mature woman, every smile and frown radiating an irresistible attraction. Su Yunzhou's heart was torn, and countless intimate and lingering images flashed uncontrollably in his mind, making his breath feel heavier. Should he go or not? In the end, reason struggled to take the upper hand, and he shook his head forcefully, trying to dispel those alluring fantasies. It's already almost 4 in the morning. Waking her up would not only be rude, but would also seem too impatient. Let's continue to watch the plot unfold. We still don't know what crucial twists lie ahead. Moreover, the sudden appearance of General Wu Shiyun, the mysteries surrounding her must also be unraveled, as they could very well relate to the underlying logic of the entire game. Anyway, she's just next door. At most, he could wait until daybreak to block her door. With curiosity, he returned to the desk, moved the mouse, and clicked fast forward. The scene shifted, and time jumped to the following morning. Early in the morning, Song Jiru arrived at the Rongqing Hotel suite, where Wu Shiyun was staying, carrying a carefully prepared small gift. Grandma Wu, thank you for saving my life yesterday. This is just a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you like it. Song Jiru presented the gift with both hands, her tone sincere. Wu Shiyun looked at the vibrant girl before her, filled with emotion, and gently held Song Jiru's hand. Jiru, you are, but actually you don't need to thank me. She paused, her gaze distant, as if penetrating through time and space. If you must thank, yesterday I went to rescue you because it was a task he entrusted to me over 70 years ago. He instructed me to ensure your safety on this day. Song Jiru was completely stunned, her red lips slightly parted, almost thinking she had misheard him. Over 70 years ago. Is he a deity? Who else could possibly orchestrate such a long-term plan? Wu Shiyun did not directly answer the question about deities. Her gaze, filled with an almost instinctive sense, crossed over Song Jiru's shoulder and fell upon that void beside her, a place that could only be sensed if one firmly believed in its existence. Her eyes instantly became exceptionally complex, filled with uncontrollable excitement and a nearly devout admiration, her voice trembling slightly. Is he really there? Song Jiru was once again at a loss for how to respond. However, Wu Shiyun seemed to have found some confirmation in her subtle expressions, nodding firmly, tears quickly welling up in her eyes, her voice choked. Yes. It was Shaolin who told me. Is the gentleman always with you? Song Jiru's heart shook. Shaolin. Could it be Lin Ruoxuan, the business queen who once possessed her brother? Could it be? This esteemed old lady, known for her remarkable accomplishments, was once cultivated by her brother's possession. The gentleman is indeed referring to her brother. She instinctively glanced again at the direction of Su Yunzhou's phantom. This tiny movement seemed like a bright light that completely confirmed Wu Zuyin's suspicion. She could no longer suppress the emotions accumulated over half a century. Tears burst forth, cascading down her wrinkled face, etched with the marks of history. With choked sobs, she asked the void, gentleman. Is that you? Is it really you? Student Wu Shiyun, now 9-3, you have been gone from me for Over 70 years. Please let me see you let Xiao Yun see you once more. Xiao Yun still needs your guidance. Su Yunzhou fell completely silent before the screen, his mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. This. The renowned founding general Wu Xiaoyun is actually my student. The nurturing character that only appears in the levels behind the game Goddess Cultivation. An SS or level historical figure that I haven't unlocked yet, but I have only played to Song Jiera's part. I have no idea what story transpired between her and me. Indeed, the past, present, and future exist simultaneously, or perhaps they intertwine in a way I cannot comprehend. He suddenly recalled Lin Ruoxuan's steadfast judgment and unusual calm from yesterday. No wonder Lin Ruoxuan is so certain that he has arranged everything. It must be that during this past year, she has not returned empty-handed in her search for the tyrant. Upon meeting Song Jieru and hearing those two non-existent songs, she encountered someone who knew more and earlier informed, and from her, she learned about this fateful arrangement that transcended over 70 years. Song Jieru watched as Wu Xiaoyun called out gentlemen to the air, tears streaming down her face. Her own eyes quickly reddened as she looked toward the direction of Su Yunzhu's phantom, her voice choked. Brother. It turns out that so long ago you were already planning for me, instructing Grandma Wu to come and save me. Thank you, truly thank you. Did I save the galaxy in my past life, and that's why fate has sent you to protect me in this life. Su Yunzhou looked at the two, an old lady and a young girl who were both in tears on the screen, feeling a mix of emotions, and said to Song Jieru in as light-hearted a tone as possible. Hee, silly girl, who are we to each other? Saying this is too distant. Alright, stop crying, accompany this long-awaited old lady well. Hearing Su Yunzhu's words, Song Jieru nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears of emotion and showing Wu Xiaoyun a warm smile. Grandma Wu, the weather is great today, as shall I take you out for a walk? Chengzhou has many interesting places like Jinli Ancient Street and the Wuhou Shrine. Ooh, I believe you will like them. Wu Ziyun's eyes flashed with gratitude and reminiscence as she held Song Jiera's hand. Good child, Grandma will follow your arrangement. Speaking of which, back in the day the gentleman took me to some places as well. Although the country was torn apart and the winds were turbulent, as long as the gentleman was there to guide me, even the hardest roads felt filled with hope. Thus the two of them, under Su Yunzhu's silent accompaniment, strolled along the flagstone path, ingenely savoring the bustling atmosphere of the market. In the Wuhou Shrine, it was as if Wu Ziyun's floodgates of memories had been opened, and those memories, spanning over 70 years, began to flow slowly. Her gaze was sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle, completely immersed in that tumultuous era. That year I was 16, my family was harmed by the Japanese invaders, and I hid alone in a cave, cold and hungry, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Wu Ziyun's voice carried the weight of time, yet was extraordinarily clear. Just when I was at my most desperate, the gentleman. He appeared out of nowhere, coming to my side. Song Jieru held her breath, nervously asking, and then? At first I was terrified, thinking I had seen a ghost. Wu Xiaoyun smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothing out. But the gentleman's voice was very gentle. He told me not to be afraid, saying I was a rare talent among the stars, and he was there to guide me. He taught me to read, to understand principles, and most remarkably, he taught me martial arts, marksmanship, and strategy. Song Jieru was entranced, as if she could see that smoke-filled era, a frail girl growing step by step into a heroic figure under the guidance of an invisible mentor. In battle, that is when it becomes truly miraculous. Wu Xiaoyun exclaimed, still filled with an incredulous awe. It seems that the master, he has eyes that can see for miles. He could tell me where the pirates lay in ambush, how their forces were arranged, and even the character flaws of their commander. Time and again we seemed to have the foresight of prophets, avoiding traps and striking at the enemy's vital points. Those battles were truly exhilarating. Our team always managed to defeat larger forces with fewer numbers, overcoming strength with strategy. The Brotherhood praised me, Wu Xiaoyun, as a female, Zhuge Liang, a master of warfare. But little did they know I stood behind a true immortal. The master, he is the only 5-star general in our team. Without him, there would be no Wu Xiaoyun today, nor that fearsome women's army that struck terror into the hearts of our enemies. Song Jieru frequently turned her head, gazing at Su Yunzhou with eyes full of admiration and emotion. Her heart stirred. Big brother, it turns out that long ago you were already guarding this land, guiding heroes forward. Your life has been so magnificent, so remarkable. Wu Xiaoyun continued, immersed in memories. The master, although sometimes strict, would punish me when I didn't do well, making me learn through a little hardship. She instinctively rubbed her wrist, as if she still felt the lingering pain from the system's punishment back then, but I know he did it for my own good. He always gave me strength and direction when I needed it most. Her voice gradually lowered, filled with endless longing. Later, as the situation improved and our forces grew stronger, the need for the master's direct guidance slowly diminished. Until one day he vanished without a trace, just as he had come. He left me with a single phrase, saying that on October 9, 2013, at 11 p.m., in Villeneuve, 3 of the west suburbs of Chengzhou, a girl named Song Jieru would need my help, and I must protect her at all costs. I have kept this in my heart. In fact, we arrived the day before yesterday, preparing the area, and waited until those people brought you here before we appeared. At this point, Wu Xiaoyun looked again at the empty space beside Song Jieru, her eyes glistening with tears. Master, the task you entrusted to me, Xiao Yun, has completed. Over 70 years I have never dared to forget. You, when will you come to see me again? Song Jiru was already moved to tears, tightly grasping Wu Zuyan's calloused hands that had held weapons and driven the wheels of history choked up as she said, "Grandma Wu He. You must remember. He is right here listening. He must be immensely proud and honored to have a student like you." As she spoke, she looked in the direction of Su Yunzhou, her eyes pleading, "Big brother, may I draw a portrait of you for Grandma Wu to see?" Su Yunzhou nodded, wanting to confirm whether the almost omniscient master spoken of was indeed his future self. Song Jiru received permission and was about to take action when she lowered her head in frustration. But I'm not very good at drawing, I can't get it right." Su Yunzhu's voice echoed in her mind, "No, you can draw." Understanding Su Yunzhu's meaning, Song Jiru hurried to a nearby shop, buying sketch paper, charcoal pencils, and a basic watercolor set. They found a quiet, elegant tea house and reserved a quiet private room. Ding! Consumed 1,000 mall coins successfully exchanged for a 5-minute Soul Artist Experience card. Song Jiru picked up the charcoal pencil, her wrist lightly hovering over the pure white paper. Just as she began to outline Su Yunzhu's face, Wu Zuyan's breath caught sharply, her aged fingers tightening unconsciously. Her gaze was fixed on the smoothly gliding tip of the pencil, as if gazing at a miracle. The charcoal made a soft scratching sound, quickly outlining a full forehead and a straight nose. It's the master's bone structure," Wu Xiaoyun murmured, her voice already choked with emotion. Tears pooled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back, afraid of missing any detail. As Song Jiru began to depict the eyes and brows, that gentle yet distant arch, that wise and tranquil gaze. "Yes, it's this pair of eyes." Wu Zuyan's tears finally broke free, sliding down her wrinkled cheeks. She trembled as she reached out, trying to touch the brows and eyes of the person in the drawing, as if reconnecting with memories from 70 years ago. When the master looks at people, it's like this, both gentle and as if he can see through everything. Song Jiru was completely absorbed in her creation, her hand moving continuously. She began to add color to the sketch, the ochre-toned skin making the figure come alive, the ultramarine outlining the Zhongshan suit sharply and neatly. Even the clothing preferences haven't changed. Wu Xian was in tears, trembling all over. The master always wore the Zhongshan suit, saying it was convenient for movement and presentable. Su Yunzhou was slightly taken aback, realizing he really needed to buy a Zhongshan suit tomorrow. As the last touch of color was applied, the image of Su Yunzhou in the drawing became vivid, as if he would step out from the paper any moment now. "It's done," Song Jiru softly said, awakening from that mystical state as she set down her brush. Wu Xiaoyun was already in tears. She shakily rose, bowing deeply to the drawing and to the empty space beside Song Jiru, using all her strength. Xiaoyun has finally seen you again." She cried like a child lost for many years, finally finding home. 73 years of spring and autumn. Xiaoyun has never dared to forget your teachings. Thank you for allowing Xiaoyun to see you again. Su Yunzhou. I seem to still be alive, right? As night deepened, after bidding farewell to Wu Xiaoyun, Song Jiru leaned against the car window, letting the evening breeze caress her face. She stole glances at the invisible presence beside her, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. Admiration doubled, yet mixed with a hint of undeniable loss. "Big brother." Her voice was as soft as if afraid to disturb the night, filled with rare timidity. "After hearing Grandma Wu's story, I finally realized there are people in this world who live so magnificently. And then there's Sister Lin Ruoxuan, who built a commercial empire that changed the way of life in the world. And what about me?" She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "I seem to have only sung a few songs. Big brother, am I the most useless one among those you have helped, eh?" Su Yunzhou, in front of the screen, sensed the change in her emotions, a feeling of insignificance in the face of a grand narrative and a noble mission. "Silly girl, what are you daydreaming about again?" His voice seemed to carry a power to soothe the mind. "Remember, achievements are never measured by a single standard." Grandma Wu stood tall during the tumultuous times, safeguarding the homeland. Lin Ruoxuan thrived in the business world, driving the transformation of the era. "And what about you?" He paused, his tone filled with guidance and admiration. "With your voice, you have comforted countless weary souls, giving many the courage and joy to face difficulties. Your stage is also a battlefield. The hope and strength you convey are equally changing the world, just in a different way. Isn't that another form of greatness? Who says only those in the light are heroes? Have you forgotten the songs you've sung?" Song Jiru listened in a daze, her eyes gradually brightening with a hint of uncertain hope. "Big brother, do you really think so? Is my existence also valuable?" "Of course." Su Yun's tone was incredibly affirming. "Every talent deserves respect, and every effort shines brightly. You are you, the unique Song Jiru, with no need to compare yourself to anyone else. In my eyes, you are equally radiant." Song Jiru nodded vigorously, as if shedding a heavy burden, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. "I understand. Big brother, I will keep working hard. Thank you." In the days that followed, with Song Jinxian and the capital behind her working tirelessly, along with the experienced and highly capable manager Chang Yuan joining the team, Song Jiru's career entered a golden period of rapid development. A professional team tailored her image, connected her with top resources, and planned her development path. From album production, MV shooting, to brand endorsements and media exposure, everything proceeded in an orderly and efficient manner. Su Yunzhou watched the increasingly busy figure on the screen, thriving under the spotlight, knowing that the specific guidance he could provide in the professional field was limited. Her wings had already grown strong enough to soar in a broader sky. Thus he took on more of a role as a lyricist and composer. He sent her classic works from different periods belonging to singer Songjuru in roughly chronological order. 9 Heaven's mystic art, the light years beyond the wind, has risen the thief of time. One song after another, whether ethereal, warm, or grand, perfectly resonated with her own growth and the team's planning, continuously solidifying her status and reputation as a powerful singer. Yunzhou frequently clicked the fast-forward button, skipping over repetitive practices, busy schedules, and social engagements, selectively focusing on key moments, new song releases, important award ceremonies, major performances. Although he knew that with each fast-forward it meant the countdown to separation was accelerating. Yet he felt no lingering sadness, replaced instead by an overwhelming excitement and anticipation. For after dawn, the reunion in reality was just ahead. This anticipation diluted all feelings of separation. Shortly after the start of her third year, Song Jinxian called, barely containing her excitement. Juru, the Spring Festival Gala Director Group, has sent an invitation. Songjuru paused for a moment, only then realizing she had finally reached this step. She did not feel ecstatic, but instinctively turned back to look at the void behind her eyes filled with fear and reluctance. Big brother. The Spring Festival Gala invited me. She had a strong premonition. Looking at the attribute panel recently sent by Big Brother, that 90 points representing passing was just one step away. The moment she stepped onto the Spring Festival Gala stage might be when he leaves. Yunzhou smiled. Very good, you are about to step onto the next level. In the next moment, however, Songjuru suddenly dashed into the changing room, locked the door, curled up in a small corner, and her suppressed sobs echoed in the empty room. Yunzhou fell silent. He could not embrace her, and could only click the reward button over and over, almost obsessively, letting that warm virtual glow envelop her trembling back, attempting to convey even a shred of comfort. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sobbing gradually ceased. She lifted her head, hastily wiping away her tears, her eyes determined and resolute. Big brother, I'm going. She suddenly smiled, her tear-streaked face possessing a tragic kind of determination, just like they say in a Chinese odyssey. Putting down the golden hoop won't save you, but wearing it won't allow you to love. I will wear the golden hoop, waiting for you to take it off for me. Yunzhou looked out at the darkness before dawn and solemnly promised, okay, the dawn will come soon. Songjuru did not pursue the deeper meaning of dawn. She took a deep breath and asked, what will we sing this time? The stars and the sea. I've prepared it for you long ago. When the sheet music and lyrics appeared in the void, Songjuru softly hummed. Every time you walk towards me, tell me about the stars and the sea, the distant light walking with me. Will our love be blown to the sea by the wind, never to return? As she sang the last line, tears burst forth again. She suddenly turned back, staring intensely into the void, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Big brother, what does this lyric mean? Never to return. Are you bidding me farewell? What about the promise of 2025? Were you just lying to me? Just like the 16-year promise left by Zilong Nu at the Valley of No Love, was it just a lie to help me survive? Yunzhou's heart jolted, quickly denying, don't think too much, that's not what I meant. But she could not hear him, biting her pale lips, each word spoken with determination, as if making a blood oath. Big brother, listen. If on May 24th, 2025, I don't see you that night, I will jump from the broken bridge into Westlake. It'll take all this starlight to find you in the true stars and the sea. Yunzhou could only support his forehead, secretly relieved he had come back to see the follow-up, though otherwise if he impulsively decided not to go it would have been disastrous. When the demo of the stars and the sea was delivered, it immediately caused a nuclear explosion of sensation in the Spring Festival Gala Director Group. This song is simply born for this era. The music director stood up excitedly. The melody is grand and magnificent, the lyrics are heartfelt and full of power, embodying both personal love and a broader emotional sentiment. This is definitely a show-stopping bomb. The director group immediately decided the golden time before midnight reserved for Juru. This song will be the highlight of this year. In no time, the entire team was crazily operating around this divine song. Top-notch arrangements, a dreamlike starry stage, and Songjuru practiced like crazy. She polished every word, every breath, every glance repeatedly, because she knew this was not just a performance. This was her love letter to him, her final plea to him, and a grand farewell. Time flew, and the New Year's Eve of 2015 arrived as promised, amidst the expectations of millions of Chinese people. That night, the Spring Festival Gala stage was a dazzling starry spectacle. Lu Dahua passionately performed The Way Home, expressing the voice of wanderers, Mo1, and Wei Qian softly sang, When You Are Old, tendering the passage of time. The Spoon Brothers teamed up with the dinosaur legend, igniting the crowd, with Little Apple kicking off the era of square dance hits. The Suntabefamous Shun Li and Ma Teng's skit, appeasing their preferences, was filled with clever lines, making everyone laugh. Yet everyone sensed that tonight the one destined to shine might very well be the music industry's rising star, Songjuru. In the backstage, Songjuru had completed her makeup. She wore a custom-made starry blue gown adorned with countless shimmering sequins, as if she were cloaked in the entire galaxy. She looked at herself in the mirror, also watching the fading shadow within. Elder brother. She silently recited in her heart, holding back tears that swirled wildly in her eyes, blurring her vision. Is the time here? Are you really leaving? No one answered. Only the familiar, comforting aura in the air was withdrawing at a resolute pace. She took a deep breath, swallowing all her sorrow, fear, and affection, transforming it into a resolute determination to step onto the battlefield. Next, please enjoy the song, Stars in the Sea, performed by Songjiro. The host's announcement echoed throughout the land. The spotlight suddenly lit up, cutting a path of light through the darkness towards the center of the stage. Songjiro, dragging the brilliant river of stars, stepped forward, walking towards the focal point of everyone's attention. With each step it felt as if she were treading upon the beats of a heart. The musical prelude poured forth like a cascading river of stars flowing gently. She raised the microphone, her clear and powerful voice instantly piercing through all the noise, striking the soul. I wish to become a star guarding the buzzing beneath the sea. Just those two lines, that ethereal and firm voice, left countless viewers in front of their televisions breathless. At the moment she sang those two lines, she clearly felt the presence that had accompanied her through countless days and nights, that warm existence which supported her through all confusion and timidity, flickered like a poor signal on a snowy screen, then extinguished. It was empty, completely empty behind her. That feeling was akin to having a rib forcefully extracted from her body, the intense phantom pain nearly suffocating her on stage. He had left, truly left. Without even a goodbye, he vanished from her world. But she did not stop. She could not stop. This was the song he had given her final confession to him. She turned all her pain, all her love, all her despair into a more fervent and frantic song. I am racing towards you, you are, the stars and the sea. In the high notes, she sang with all her heart, pouring out her soul, as if using all her strength to fulfill that destined void promise. In the instant she tilted her head and sang, a tear that had been held back for too long finally broke free. The crystal-clear tear traced down her exquisite face, refracting like shattered diamonds under the spotlight, before falling heavily onto the stage. On stage, she was the new star, admired by all, radiating brilliance and basking in glory. Within her soul, her world was collapsing, standing alone amidst the ruins, enduring this heart-wrenching, unknown farewell. She persisted until the last note was sung. Amidst the thunderous, unceasing applause, she turned around, bowed deeply to the empty space behind her, revealing a heartbreakingly beautiful smile, glistening with tears. Goodbye, elder brother, goodbye, my first love. That night, Songjiro Stars and Sea and Songjiro Tears at Spring Festival erupted across the internet with terrifying intensity. I cried listening. I really cried. That tear struck straight into my heart. Who was she looking at through the lens? That gaze is too heartbreaking. This is absolutely the most shocking live performance in the history of the Spring Festival Gala. No exceptions. That still shot of her singing with tears streaming down with the starry river behind her was wildly shared and recreated online, becoming the most classic moment of that year's Spring Festival Gala without exception. No one knew that the surging tears flowed for a heart-wrenching, interdimensional farewell and companionship. She finally donned her own golden hoop, becoming the nation's song queen, while also losing her Zixia. Of course, not all gazes directed at her in this world were filled with admiration and emotion. For instance, in a certain cell of Chengdu's first detention center, Tycoon, wearing the yellow vest symbolizing death row inmates, and shackled at his feet, curled up in the corner of the common bunk, staring intently at the flickering television above. On the screen, the woman he once viewed as a plaything, who directly led to his family's ruin, stood at the pinnacle of the world, receiving the cheers of the crowd. Boundless regret and anger rolled in his murky eyes. In front of the screen, Yunzhou watched as Songjiro stepped onto that stage, a surge of indescribable melancholy uncontrollably rising in his heart. He quietly listened to her sing, watching her hold back tears, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, that familiar system notification sound rang out again, cold and mechanical. Ding. Songjiro's overall charm value has stabilized and exceeded 90, with hidden talent, heavenly voice activation, reaching 90. Songjiro has been crowned as the goddess of song. Reward settlement 2000 mall coins. You can say one last blessing to her, after which you will move on to the next cultivation target, Sunua. Hidden talent, limitless will. Would you like to enter immediately? Su Yun's his finger hovered above the keyboard, not descending for a long time. Unlike the naivete and helplessness of when he first left a message for Lin Ruoxuan, this time, he pondered more. He absolutely could not let Songjiro fall into self-doubt and mental turmoil. He had to give her a definite, hopeful future. Suddenly, a relieved smile crept across his lips, his fingertips dancing lightly on the keyboard. Songjiro, I don't want to wait until May 24th, 2025 to see you again. Let's move our meeting one day earlier. How about May 23rd? If you plan to stay at Shoshue Villa that day, remember to wear a mask and walk to the breakfast stall between Yuang Tomb and Mingwe Tower. The vendor is a bespectacled uncle. I want to eat your tofu. No, I want to treat you to tofu pudding. Let's part ways for a while. In the next decade, be happy. I will wait for you by West Lake, and then we can go see the real stars and the sea together. After finishing this message, Su Yunzhou let out a long breath, as if he had unloaded a 1,000-pound burden. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 in the morning. He glanced at the new target, Su Nuo, and the Limitless will tag, murmuring to himself, this name, this talent. Sounds like a tough character. Could it be that I have to train her to become an Olympic champion or a Special Forces king? He casually opened a webpage to search for Su Nuo. There were quite a few people with that name. The encyclopedia had over 50 entries, some of which were athletes, but their achievements were far from top tier. It seemed none matched the system's expectations. It seems this lady is not simple. Oh, she is a hidden boss. He yawned. Forget it, the new chapter will open tomorrow. First let me get some sleep and recharge. He turned off the computer and dived into the soft bedding, entering a dream with boundless imaginations about tomorrow. After all, when dawn breaks, he still needed to go to West Lake to fulfill a 10-year promise. Backstage of the Spring Festival Gala, Song Jiru had just stepped off the stage when Song Jinxian and Chang Yuan rushed over like two whirlwinds, excitedly embracing her tightly. Jiru, it's perfect. Tonight's performance is absolutely epic. Did you hear? The audience outside is shouting your name. You have conquered the entire world. Before Song Jiru could respond, the last words left by Su Yunzhou echoed in her mind. About the agreement to meet a day in advance. Tears sprang forth uncontrollably once again. Big brother. Thank you. She silently cried in her heart. Thank you for giving me all the courage and hope to keep living. If it weren't for this agreement supporting me, I truly don't know how I would have endured the days and nights without you. Song Jinxian remained oblivious to her current mix of joy and sorrow, still lost in immense excitement, mysteriously pulling her over. By the way, Jiru, tonight a heavyweight special guest is arriving. My cousin, the true mastermind behind Xingxing Media, the founder of the new generation, specially adjusted her international schedule and flew back from Europe just to meet you. Only then did Song Jiru lift her tear-filled eyes, following the direction indicated by Song Jinxian. She saw a woman in a high-end custom white suit walking gracefully through the bustling crowd towards her. She had an upright posture and walked gracefully, causing those around her to instinctively quiet down and make way. At 25, her beauty was breathtaking. In her brows there was a hint of aloofness and calmness that came from long being in power, her presence so commanding that it was hard to look directly at her. Song Jiera's pupils suddenly constricted. This was precisely the legendary queen, Lin Ruoxuan, whom her brother had sought numerous times, sparking countless curiosities and feelings of jealousy within her. Lin Ruoxuan stopped in front of Song Jiru and elegantly extended her right hand. Congratulations, teacher Song. After tonight, the pinnacle throne of the Chinese music scene will be forever engraved with your name. Your voice possesses the power to define the aesthetics of this era. Her gaze fell on Song Jiera's tear-streaked, yet even more charming face, a fleeting complex emotion passing through her eyes before transforming into admiration. Song Jiru quickly shook her hand. President Lin, you flatter me. I wouldn't be where I am today without your and the company's strong support. Capital is merely a booster. Lin Ruoxuan gently shook her head, her tone firm. To soar into the skies, it relies on teacher Song's irreplaceable talent and strength. We merely recognized this value in advance and made the right investment, mutually achieving success. At this point, her tone suddenly took on a hint of apology. I must say I have actually wanted to meet you for a long time. It's just, she pointed to her heart and revealed a helpless smile. My situation you must know a bit about. That day in Jinli you also saw. My current state cannot withstand too much stimulation. Song Jiru recalled the previous visits to Wu Xiaoyun, where she had inquired about Lin Ruoxuan's news for Su Yunzhou, the elderly man who had spent his life in the military side, and said Xiaolin is very ill. Xiaolin always wanted to find you, but you have seen her mental state. She is such a proud person. Perhaps she could accept her man being with another younger and more beautiful woman, but what she cannot endure is, he exists yet she cannot see him, and even has to convey words through others. That kind of helpless jealousy and despair torments her more than any outright competition. Her medical team absolutely forbids her from being subjected to such stimulation. Su Yunzhou, watching from the screen, remained silent for a long time before finally managing a bitter smile. Indeed, this is more cruel than being cheated on. To attach oneself to another woman in search of her is truly too cruel. It's like keeping the original cat outside, forcing her to watch her owner pamper a new cat inside, while she doesn't even have the right to scratch at the door. It was only recently, after a long period of psychological treatment, that the doctors finally nodded, believing her mental defenses had been rebuilt enough to face various emergencies, allowing her to meet Song Jiru. Song Jiru nodded. President Lin, I understand. She suddenly thought of a suffocating possibility. Perhaps her brother hadn't truly left, but like he had left Lin Ruoxuan back, then he was now attached to another younger girl who needed him even more. As soon as this thought emerged, she felt a stab of pain. Lin Ruoxuan's gaze drifted over her shoulder to the void behind her, her lips trembling slightly. Is he watching us from there? She finally mustered the courage of a lifetime to confront this fact. Song Jiera's eyes welled with tears as she shook her head, her tone filled with endless desolation. He just left. Lin Ruoxuan felt as if struck by lightning. Her hands began to tremble violently. Sure enough, she understood what I was asking. And this truly is the tyrant's style, suddenly leaving when reaching the pinnacle. She suppressed her surging emotions. Did he leave? Any final words? Song Jiru looked into Lin Ruoxuan's eyes filled with obsession and pain, softly saying, he told me to be happy and said that he would come to see me one day. Boom. This sentence exploded in Lin Ruoxuan's mind like a thunderclap. She trembled violently, nearly losing her balance. An assistant rushed forward in panic. God. President Lin, don't think about it. Quickly get the medicine. Lin Ruoxuan pushed the assistant away, her face as white as paper, her heart wrenched. He never said he would come to see me. When he left, he said nothing, as if it were a final farewell. So it turns out. In his heart, I ultimately can't compare to her. I climbed to the peak of the world with all my might just to have him appear before me, yet he easily promised another woman a reunion. No, that is not my tyrant. No, absolutely not. My tyrant. Must be left behind in some corner. I must find him. I need to find him right now. Seeing that she realized she might have caused a major disaster, Song Jiru hurriedly stepped forward to support her other arm, urgently explaining. I'm sorry, President Lin, you've misunderstood. He has always been looking for you. He has asked me many times for your news. But he can't find you. Your phone is a dead number. Your whereabouts are confidential. He doesn't not want to see you, but it's just that he can't find you. Lin Ruoxuan suddenly closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. When she opened her eyes again, her face once again wore an impeccable mask of calm, her voice returning to its usual cool and distant tone. Teacher Song, congratulations once again on your successful performance tonight. However, I believe the he you mentioned is not the same as the he I have been waiting for. I lost my composure, sorry. Song Jiru stood stunned in place, unable to fully comprehend this abrupt turn. But when she saw the pleading look from Lin Ruoxuan's assistant behind her, she instantly understood something and could only swallow back all the words that came to her lips, nodding obediently. Lin Ruoxuan walked alone to the window, gazing at the faintly visible astronomical observatory of Yunzhou. Her back still exuded an imposing presence, as if the woman on the verge of collapse just moments ago had never existed. That untouchable obsession was once again sealed tightly behind an unbreakable shell. At this moment, Song Jiru suddenly understood that sometimes the deepest obsession is not the unattainable desire, but the unwillingness to face a possibly more brutal truth. He came, he left, and perhaps he loves another more. May 23, 2025. In Shanghai, that old villa hidden deep in the phoenix trees. Lin Ruoxuan woke up punctually at 5:45. This is an ironclad rule etched into her biological clock, unchanged for 15 years. She wore a silk nightgown and walked up to the huge oil painting that occupied an entire wall. As if completing a sacred ritual, she waved at the enormous oil painting on the bedroom wall, a hint of childlike playfulness gracing her lips. Tyrant, good morning. I will obediently go for a run today. You mustn't shock me, okay? In that moment, she seemed to transform back into the little girl who had just finished her college entrance exams, acting spoiled and stubborn towards the air. Before changing clothes, she instinctively swiped over her phone screen, her gaze fixating on the video sent by Song Jinxian at 1 in the morning, footage of Su Yunzhou singing at KTV. When Lin Ruoxuan's fingertips softly touched the screen and opened the video that arrived in the middle of the night. You are in your prime, while I am destitute. The familiar melody, accompanied by a slightly hoarse voice, pierced through her eardrums, causing her body to tremble violently. On that fateful night in 2008, when she followed the tyrant's instructions and bought the lottery ticket that won the jackpot, the voice that only she could hear hummed this very song in that tone. Although Su Yunzhuo's singing technique in the video was flawless and the pitch impeccable, the carefree nonchalance, those few iconic vocal transitions, and even the subtle pauses while breathing, all mirrored the habits of that mysterious existence deep within her memories. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Lin Ruoxuan's heart raced suddenly, her mind racing through more doubts. The Bitcoin wallet password known only to her, and the tyrant, the digital asset held for over a decade, seemingly predicted to skyrocket. All of this felt like. She abruptly grabbed her phone, disregarding that it was only 6 o'clock, and directly dialed the number of Song Jinxuan, this lazy cat, Jinxian. What on earth is going on? Why is Su Yunzhou singing this song? On the other end of the line, Song Jinxuan's sleepy complaint came through. Sister. What time is it? It's just a song, isn't it? He can sing whatever he wants. Does it really require your literary analysis? Yet she snorted coldly in her heart. Just before he was saying there were no romantic feelings between men and women. What a joke. Now just hearing a song makes her so anxious. Lin Ruoxuan forced herself to take a deep breath, striving to regain her calm voice. What else did he say last night? Song Jinxian yawned and casually replied. Oh right, that lunatic asked me to relay that he wants to invite you to Yunzhou for a cup of blue electric coffee. Who does he think he is? He really doesn't know the limits, daring to call you like that. Don't worry, sis, I will definitely find someone to deal with him. Hello. Sister. Why did you hang up? Blue electric coffee. Those 4 words exploded in Lin Ruoxuan's mind like She hung up the phone, standing there in a daze, her gaze once again fixed on the oil painting on the wall, as if she wanted to see through the eyes of the person in the painting to uncover the truth behind the fog. For a long time, she couldn't recover from the immense shock. These were clearly words spoken by the tyrant, a reference that only they Su Yunzhou. Does he even know this? What on earth is going on? This Su Yunzhou, she had watched him grow up. Her attention on him was merely because of that face that closely resembled the tyrant, making it unbearable for her to see any pain reflected on it, so she secretly offered some insignificant care. She had never been so foolish as to equate Su Yunzhou with the tyrant. At most, during certain nights consumed by loneliness, she had briefly and despicably entertained the thought of using him as an emotional substitute. But why? Why have all the clues recently bizarrely pointed to the same absurd conclusion? He, Su Yunzhou, is very likely the tyrant himself. She couldn't make sense of it, no matter how hard she tried. She wasn't stubbornly skeptical of metaphysics, nor had she not considered the possibility that Su Yunzhou might be the reincarnation of the tyrant. But it simply doesn't add up. Because in the year the tyrant completely vanished from her world, Su Yunzhou was already an 11-year-old boy. The timelines do not match at all. From the perspective of reason and logic, it simply doesn't make sense. But, what if? No, I must find out the truth today. She trembled as she picked up her phone again, retrieving the number she had saved for a long time, but had never dialed. Note Suyun. Her finger hovered over the dial key. This queen who once decisively navigated the business world was now as anxious as a prisoner awaiting judgment. Finally, she closed her eyes and pressed down. Beep, beep. Yunzhou had just shut down his computer, barely having slept for 2 hours, when he was violently awakened by a relentless barrage of calls. What the hell, it's so early. Who is this blind person? You better have something important. He cursed as he grabbed his phone, still bleary-eyed, only to see a dozen crimson missed calls on the screen, all from the same strange number from Shanghai. A sudden ominous premonition jolted him awake, and he immediately called back. The phone was answered almost instantly. On the other end, a voice desperately trying to suppress itself, but still trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse, came through. Tyrant. This long-lost exclusive term between them made Yunzhuo's heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions, and spoke in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. Yes, it's me. I've returned. I've returned. Just those simple 4 words were like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of emotions sealed for 13 years. On the other end of the line, there was first a deathly silence, then an uncontrollable sobbing sound. Emerged a woman, shedding all her strong facades, revealing her most primal vulnerability. I don't understand. I truly cannot comprehend all of this. Lin Ruoxuan's voice was filled with panic and helplessness, like a lost child. Is this a miracle, or have I gone mad? But I want to see you right now. Immediately. Right away. I'm begging you. Let me see you now. I need to confirm that you are real. Okay, I want to see you too very much. Yunzhuo's voice was so gentle it seemed it could drip water. Rest assured, this is not your hallucination, nor is it a recurrence of your old ailment. All of this is real. Wait for me. 1 hour. No, 40 minutes. Give me the address. Her tone carried a desperate urgency, as if she was ready to burn the boats behind her, and he could clearly hear the roar of a supercar engine and the howling wind on the other end. I'm already on the Hubin Expressway. The car just passed Dongtang service area. Yunzhou held his phone, momentarily speechless, his mind a mix of laughter and tears. What is this about? I just arranged breakfast with Song Jieru, and Lin Ruoxuan is coming in a supercar, not even giving me a chance to manage my time. This Shura field is opening too abruptly, isn't it? But after a moment's thought, he forced himself to comfort. A 35-year-old business tycoon, a 31-year-old pop diva. After so many years, they should have matured and become reasonable, right? Surely they wouldn't make things difficult for me, a little brother who is only 26 at heart, right? Yes, he steadied his mind and reported the place he just arranged with another woman, feeling complex emotions. Then let's meet at the breakfast stall by the West Lake next to Minghua Tower in front of Yuangtung. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning from the Night Color Club last night, Song Jieru spent the night in a state of nearly self-torturing clarity. No, not just last night. During these 3 nights of preparing for the concert in Binzhou, she had neurotically gone to the suite door countless times, repeatedly checking that door, left open for someone special, even tirelessly reminding the hotel front desk. If anyone looks for me, regardless of age or gender, no matter how late, even if it's 3 in the morning, please notify me immediately. Yet until the night outside was gradually diluted, there was still dead silence outside the door. All hope remained in that breakfast appointment, as remote as a bubble. 10 years. Close to 4,000 days and nights. She had questioned more than once whether the words, "Let's meet a day earlier, let's have breakfast together," spoken after her brother left, were merely a hallucination from her deep obsession, a beautiful delusion she was unwilling to wake from. After all, over the past decade, there were moments when she felt as if she could hear that familiar voice, imbued with a hint of languid mockery, echoing in her ears, guiding her to some time and place, both real and illusory, tormenting her as she traveled thousands of miles in hope, only to return empty-handed, heartbroken. But even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, even if this turned out to be another self-deceiving gamble destined to fail, this was the faith that had sustained her through these long 10 years. At 6 in the morning, the morning mist by West Lake had yet to disperse, carrying a refreshing chill. Song Jieru rose, showered with cold water, and then changed into her treasured battle outfit, a simple white hoodie and fitted blue jeans that she had cherished for 10 years. It was the style that her big brother admired the most in her memories, and it was also the most familiar coordinate of her youth. Putting on her mask and hat, tightly wrapping her stunning beauty along with her swirling emotions, she stepped out of the Shui mountain villa alone. Joggers passed her by, their footsteps rhythmic. In a daze, she felt as if she had been pulled back to the days when her big brother forced her to jog in the morning, and she could almost hear that lazy yet unquestionable command echoing in her ears. Back then I thought it was torment, but now I realize. It was a beautiful time that I can never return to, one that was guarded for me. Here, only a kilometer away from the promised Yuangtung, yet she walked as if traversing her entire youth. Sweat silently soaked her temples, and her heart pounded wildly in her chest, each beat pulling at every nerve in her. Each step she took was balanced on the edge of hope's blade and the abyss of fear. She yearned for him at the finish line, yet feared that it would be completely empty, terrified that the decade-long wait and belief would ultimately be nothing more than a whimsical fantasy she had woven, fragile enough to burst at a touch. The outline of the Yuangtung began to emerge in the morning mist. Not far away, the steam from a breakfast stall wafted up, the scent of soy milk and fried dough sticks mingling with the morning's humidity, creating the most ordinary yet warm scene of humanity. Just as she stopped in her tracks, her gaze wandering through the moment of this human warmth, suddenly it froze. After the curling steam, a young man stood there. He was dressed in a particularly flashy ether leisure outfit that stood out in the chilly morning tall, and with an extraordinary aura that seemed out of place amidst the bustling atmosphere, yet curiously integrated into this tableau. This face, this distinct brow and eye contour. Song Jiera's heart skipped a beat followed by a frantic thumping, as if it were trying to leap out of her throat. Was this her big brother? Or was it Su Yunzhou the Duck King she had met briefly at the conference last night who had been teased by Chang Yuan and was finally taken away by Song Jinxian? Or was it that boy from over a decade ago who had awkwardly fallen in front of her on the playground of Binzhou No. 5 middle school? His ears flushed red. A kind of fear more afraid as she neared home surged up, and she almost dragged her weak legs trembling as she approached using every ounce of strength to squeeze out a call tinged with a tempting sob. Big brother, is it you? The young man turned his head at the sound, and it was indeed Su Yunzhou. He revealed an incredibly familiar smile that carried a hint of lazy mischief, causing the tears she had stored up for years to almost burst forth in an instant. Then with utmost ease he waved his hand, his tone light, as if they were merely meeting for morning tea. Jiru, you're here. Sit here, it's a bit hidden, so we won't be photographed by tourists. His tone seemed casual, but little did anyone know that beneath his calm exterior an inner tempest was raging. It's really Song Jiru. The living, breathing Song Jiru. The one who under my personal training transformed from a socially anxious timid girl into a pop music goddess. She really came. Just because of those few words before the game ended at dawn, she really appeared at this breakfast stall 10 years. Indeed, everything that happened in that game, every night and day of companionship and guidance was true and real. Song Jiru felt as if struck by lightning, her whole being frozen in place. This voice, this casual tone. Moreover, he not only knew she would come, but also confidently called her name. She had disguised herself so well that even her closest assistant wouldn't recognize her. No doubt. It must be her big brother. This outfit he's wearing. He loved this simple, yet subtly luxurious style back then. He could wear a virtual skin for ages until she couldn't stand it anymore and would act cute, or even threaten to stop working, then he would finally change into another skin, always teasing, little manager, you really manage too much. Song Jiera's heart raced wildly, the intensity making her eardrums throb. She still couldn't quite believe it, fearing this was just an overly real dream that would shatter upon a touch. Like a small beast lured into a hunter's trap, she stiffly walked to face him and slowly sat down. Above her mask, those pair of stunning eyes filled with extreme shock, cautious probing, and disbelieving joy were fixed on him, as if he might disappear with a blink, leaving her speechless. Su Yunzhou, however, paid no mind to her nearless off-control silence, smiling to himself, waving at the busy owner boss 2 bowls of tofu, putting extra osmanthus syrup sweet. All right. Song Jiru's heart sank suddenly, as if she had plunged from the peak of emotional tide into an icy abyss. Her big brother knew. She was from Bashu, used to the spicy and savory flavors since childhood, and had always been unaccustomed to sweet tofu pudding, considering it heresy. He used to laugh at her, calling her little chili pepper, saying her taste buds were soaked in red oil. Watching Su Yunzhou skillfully mix the bright red syrup into the bowl of tender tofu pudding, she bit her lower lip hard, almost tasting the blood. Sure enough, was she still just deceiving herself? The person in front of her was not really him. Su Yunzhou, however, seemed oblivious to her oddness, pushing the mixed tofu pudding towards her, his tone tinged with affection. Actually, I wanted to find you several hours ago. At Qiushui Mountain Villa, our promised place, I remember it all. But I was afraid of disturbing your rest too late, and I was also worried that your security was strict and would treat me like a crazy fan, stopping me outside. After waiting for 10 years, what's a few more hours? So I came here to wait for you. Song Jiru felt her mind go buzz and instantly turned blank. He knew everything. Could it be that the living, breathing young man in front of her with a hint of world weariness was truly the one who played the roles of God, mentor, and first love in her life, the big brother? Su Yunzhou looked at her adorable expression of complete bewilderment, the corner of his mouth lifting into a scheming grin as he pushed the sweet tofu pudding toward her again, his tone a bit domineering. Hemph, I told you before, sweet tofu pudding is the true way of life, the cosmic truth. Quick, let me taste it. No refusal. The last shred of doubt in Song Jiru's heart was completely shattered, her vision blurred in an instant, tears streaming down as she trembled looking at Su Yunzhou, her voice choked. Big brother. She instinctively stood up, wanting to touch this tangible dream. Don't move. Su Yunzhou softly commanded, then raised his slightly trembling hand slowly and firmly, leaning toward her masked face. Countless times in dreams he had reached out to remove that mask and see her face, but always woke up at the crucial moment, leaving behind a room full of regret. Today would he wake up again? Song Jiru watched as his hand drew closer, feeling the blood in her body boiling. She trembled uncontrollably, her skin slightly flushed from extreme tension and anticipation, her heart racing so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. But she did not flinch. In fact, she seemed as if under a freezing spell, slightly tilting her exquisitely flawless face, waiting with utter submission and a kind of near-sacrificial desire for that touch that spanned 10 years. Song Jiru could clearly feel the warm fingers gliding gently over her sensitive ear, lightly hooking the strap of. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be paused. She could hear her heart pounding like a drum, feeling the subtle tremor transmitted from his fingertips. He was also nervous. In the soft morning light of West Lake, amidst the gentle swaying of willow branches in the breeze that hand steadily and slowly pulled down, Like the most poignant slow-motion scene in a movie, a stunningly beautiful face marked by traces of dried tears, shock, and a decade of suppressed joy was completely and utterly exposed to his gaze. She could even feel the cool morning air brushing against her flushed cheeks, sending a shiver down her spine. Wow, this guy's girlfriend is truly beautiful. The vendor next to them stared, unable to look away, forgetting to stir the soy milk in his hand. She looks just like a movie star. Yunzhou stared at the increasingly captivating face, drenched in tears, his breath quickening, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor, yet clearly reaching her ears. Do you remember? You won the best voice championship that evening at Yunzhou. No. 5 middle school, and I told you. My first love was you. This sentence carried a power that transcended time, completely shattering all of Song Jiere's psychological defenses. Brother. The tears that had accumulated for 10 years burst forth. She choked, suddenly reaching out to tightly grasp his hand resting by her cheek. Warm. It was real. It was tangible, solid. This was not a dream. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself into his arms, tightly embracing this real, existing body, bursting into loud sobs. In her cries there was a decade of grievances, endless longing, and a sense of relief after surviving calamity. She cried out like a child who had wandered in the wilderness for too long, finally finding home. Brother. I finally can hold you. It's real. It's real. You have a body now. Boo-hoo. I'm not dreaming, right? Right? As she cried, she confirmed incoherently, her hands wandering randomly over his back, as if to verify the existence of every part of this body. Yes, it's really me. No fake at all. Yunzhou was slightly swayed by her fragrant soft body, but quickly steadied himself. Feeling her delicate curves trembling from her intense, crying, the hot tears quickly soaked into the fabric of his shoulder, that warmth seemed to sear directly into his heart. He too was swept by waves of emotion, his arms naturally and firmly wrapping around her slender waist, gently patting her back, like soothing a frightened little beast. This feeling was even better than he had imagined through the screen countless times. For her, it was a long wait of 10 years. For him, wasn't it also a yearning over the years that spanned from youthful innocence to youthful indulgence? Today he had finally personally removed her mask and truly embraced this vibrant, emotional flesh and blood person. This was not one of those dreams that abruptly ended in the deep of night, leaving behind only regret. I miss you so much. Thinking of you every day. After a long while, Song Jieru seemed unwilling to let go, her arms tightening, as if she wanted to meld him into her very bones, her body restlessly shifting in his embrace. Wait, this can't be the singer's song. Song Jieru, right? The vendor, rubbing his eyes, finally saw Song Jiere's profile, clearly his eyes widening in shock, nearly dropping the spoon he was holding into the pot. He looked at Yunzhou in disbelief, his voice lowered. This guy really has skills, being able to make a big star cry like this, and holding her so tightly. They were so immersed in the immense joy and excitement of their reunion that aside from the nearby vendor, they were completely unaware of a stylishly dressed woman preparing to go to work who had stopped in her tracks a little distance away. She looked at Yunzhou in surprise, quickly pulling out her phone, snapping several pictures, then opening WeChat to find the contact labeled Su Qianran. Something big has happened. You need to see this. Isn't that your Yunzhou? He's hugging another woman by Westlake early in the morning. Look at that woman's figure, it's stunning. Damn it, as expected, when a man has money, he turns bad. You better investigate thoroughly, don't let this scumbag trick you into being a fool. Yunzhou sensed a gaze, but did not realize that it belonged to Su Qianran's friend Han Fei. With a helpless yet affectionate smile, he lowered his head, half-jokingly warning her, "Hey Song, the diva, tone it down. It seems there are paparazzi cameras pointed at us. If we keep hugging like this, the trending topic tomorrow could be Songju early morning by Westlake with mysterious man in passionate embrace. I don't mind the fame, I'm just worried about the goddess image you've worked hard to maintain." Song Jieru buried her flushed face in his neck, shaking her head vigorously, whimpering playfully, "I don't care. Let them take pictures. I'll announce my retirement at the concert tomorrow. I just want to hold you. Do you know how long I've waited? Do you know how I endured those nights over the past decade thinking of you to the point of madness, only able to sleep by leaning on memories and fantasies?" Her words were filled with raw, unabashed implications and invitations, igniting a fire that instantly ignited Su Yunzhu's long-suppressed desire. At that moment, a cool female voice interrupted. "Ahem, it seems I'm not here at the right time." Song Jiere's body stiffened abruptly like a child caught stealing candy, jolting away from Su Yunzhou as if electrocuted, hurriedly wiping the tears from her face. She looked at Lin Ruoxuan, who had silently appeared, stammering, "Lin. President Lin, why are you here too? Are you also here to find him? My goodness." The vendor's eyes went wide, staring at Lin Ruoxuan, who suddenly appeared with an even more powerful aura, her beauty and grace rivaling Song Jiere's, even adding a touch of elegance and maturity from the passage of time. He looked at the two women, finally landing his gaze on Su Yunzhou, who was surrounded by them, murmuring, "This guy. Isn't he some heir from a hidden aristocratic family out here experiencing life?" Su Yunzhou looked up and saw Lin Ruoxuan standing quietly beside him, his heart racing once more, a feeling of solid validation and excitement washing over him, mixed with a sense of immense accomplishment, as if he were witnessing the growth of his daughter. Lin Ruoxuan, the first game character he had raised. The girl whom he had relentlessly driven with electric shocks, tenderly comforted with light hands, and who had spent countless late nights with him working through tedious reports, ultimately questioning him in a fragile voice at the pinnacle of glory on Nasdaq. She indeed existed. standing vividly and brilliantly right in front of him. Looking at Lin Ruoxuan's familiar, yet sharpened expression forged by the ups and downs of business, then glancing at the beside Song Jiru, who was too shy to lift her head, yet instinctively grasping his hand for support. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment, transcending reality, washed over him. Indeed, everything was real. He was the creator who had genuinely intervened and personally shaped the legendary lives of these two women. He was the most mysterious, powerful, and indispensable golden finger in their destinies. This overwhelming sense of accomplishment surpassing reality and witnessing the birth of legends made every cell in his body tremble. He looked at Lin Ruoxuan, who was trying to maintain her composure, but whose eyes were likewise turbulent, and smiled. "No, you came at just the right time." Lin Ruoxuan clearly understood the ambiguous and suggestive undertone of the remark, and a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks. She quietly gazed at Su Yunzhou, suppressing the impulse to throw herself into his arms like Song Jiru, her voice trembling ever so slightly as she asked the question that had lingered in her heart for over a decade. "I need an explanation. A reasonable explanation regarding the tyrant Su Yunzhou and everything that has happened." Taking a deep breath as if to release the weight of 13 years all at once, she fixed her ardent gaze on him and uttered the weighty promise, "If you can convince me." She paused, her chest rising and falling with excitement before finally saying each word with gravity, "Then everything I possess will belong to you. Because it was always yours to begin with." Su Yunzhou watched her, noticing how she maintained a facade of calm despite the storm raging within her, and found it amusing. He teased deliberately, "President Lin is still so overtly domineering. However, I remember the last time I saw you, you were not like this." A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was on Jinli Ancient Street in Yunzhou, where a certain someone who claimed to be a queen suddenly cried like a child in public after hearing a song with snot and tears all over her face, which startled both Jia Ru and me at that time. Lin Ruoxuan's mind exploded with clarity as that vague memory became strikingly clear. The version of herself that had lost control and collapsed in public upon hearing a familiar song. So the tyrant had been watching right beside her. He saw everything. Her heart raced with excitement as she stared intensely at Su Yunzhou, desperately holding back the urge to rush over, grab his collar, and demand answers. Because of the man before her, she had secretly monitored and investigated for many years, always believing he was merely an inconsequential youth who looked the same. "You explain this to me. I don't understand, not at all. The timeline doesn't match, nothing adds up." Unlike Song Jiera's almost faith-like acceptance, she was accustomed to control, accustomed to logic, having investigated for too many years and been disappointed for too long to immediately transfer her feelings from that omnipotent tyrant to the mortal in front of her, whom she had once scorned. At this moment, the sun rose higher with golden rays illuminating West Lake, attracting more and more tourists. Soon numerous curious, probing, and awestruck gazes subtly drifted toward this distinctly poised trio. Su Yunzhou frowned slightly, glancing around. "This isn't a good place to talk, too many people around. The Mingweb building nearby has tea rooms. Let's go up, reserve a private room, and sit down to chat slowly." "All right." Lin Ruoxuan already took out her phone, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, her tone returning to her usual calm and efficient demeanor. "I'll arrange it." Su Yunzhou turned to the stall to scan the code and pay, but the bespectacled uncle waved his hand and smiled widely. No need, consider it my treat for a few esteemed guests." "Hee, I still have to thank you all. My little stall will probably become popular starting tomorrow. I've already planned to launch the sweet tofu pudding set of the Tearful Diva tomorrow, and I'll do a live stream called the West Lake Breakfast Shop Encountering the Goddess. I'm definitely riding this wave of traffic." Su Yunzhou was speechless. Binzhou truly deserved its reputation as the capital of e-commerce. Even the uncle selling snacks by the roadside had such a keen business sense, playing with trends and concepts masterfully. In just a few sentences, Lin Ruoxuan looked up, her gaze calm as she addressed him succinctly. "The top-level viewing box." Su Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, recognizing the efficiency of money and power. The group said no more and swiftly rose to proceed to the nearby Mingwei building. The well-trained attendants had clearly been briefed beforehand, respectfully leading them to the top floor. The private room was extremely spacious, decorated with an ancient elegance, the scent of sandalwood wafting gently soothing to the senses. Beyond the massive carved windows lay the vast misty panorama of West Lake, its beauty encompassing both lake. The heavy wooden door was gently closed behind them by the attendant, producing a dull click sound, completely isolating them from the disturbances and prying eyes of the outside world. Inside the private room, a subtle, almost stagnant silence fell. The fragrance of tea floated in the air, and the two queens at the pinnacle of their respective fields now resembled believers awaiting final judgment, their gazes fixated on Su Yunzhou, who sat centrally waiting for him to unveil the ultimate mystery of fate. Su Yunzhou calmly picked up a purple clay teapot and personally poured 3 cups of tea, the amber liquid gently rippling in the jade-like porcelain cups. He pushed 2 of the cups in front of Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiru. Then he lifted his own cup, gazing distantly out at the lake view, as if organizing his thoughts, or perhaps reminiscing about ancient times. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Actually, I am an immortal, or rather, a cultivator. Note, I simply can't understand how so many people could think of cultivation novels when it's so obvious he's just trying to pull one over. After all, in this society, if you say you have a system or can time travel, you're likely to be seen as insane, But when it comes to metaphysical matters, well, there are still plenty who believe in so-called masters. Thus, this is the most reasonable explanation. This was the carefully prepared rhetoric he devised after deep consideration over the past few days. The strange goddess cultivation game was his greatest secret and trump card, involving incomprehensible dimensions and powers that he could never allow anyone to know. And the concept of cultivation under the influence of today's online culture is much easier to understand and accept than systems or high-dimensional beings, and it perfectly explains the various contradictions and illogical aspects of his existence. Cultivator. As expected, just as Su Yunzhou anticipated, although both women were shocked, they did not seem overly. This answer in a way confirmed the guesses that had long existed deep within their hearts. Song Jiaru covered her lips with her little hand, her bright almond eyes sparkling with excitement as she murmured, "That's about what I thought. Big brother, did you achieve perfect virtue and are now reincarnated as a human? But how did you suddenly become so?" She instinctively gestured to Su Yunzhuo's now mature and tall figure, implying how his physical age had suddenly increased so dramatically. This was also what Lin Ruoxuan found most perplexing. If Su Yunzhou was the reincarnation of the tyrant, the timeline simply didn't match up, and it made no sense. Su Yunzhou smiled slightly, knowing that the most crucial part, the part he needed to fabricate, was coming. He calmly began his performance. Well, for beings who have reached a certain level of cultivation, they do not only have a single. He carefully chose his words, trying to sound profound and cryptic. We can understand it as having two bodies, law body and mortal body. He raised two fingers and spoke slowly. My law body to a certain extent can transcend the constraints of time, wandering through the river of history. One of its missions is to search for those who possess great fortunes, extraordinary destinies, yet are temporarily shrouded in dust, the destined individuals. His gaze gently swept over Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiaru, for example, you too, and Xiao Yun, as well as many others you do not yet know. By guiding and helping you to walk the destined path, this not only aids you, but is also an important way for me to accumulate virtue in my cultivation journey. When you achieve accomplishments, the virtue you gain will help me refine my cultivation and solidify my Tao foundation. He paused, observing the increasingly focused and bewildered expressions on the two women, knowing they had accepted this premise. After all, through Lin Ruoxuan's side missions accompanying her in various business negotiations and public speeches, he had indeed honed his persuasion skills. Thus he pointed to himself, his tone carrying a hint of worldly warmth. And in my current state, Su Yunzhou, 26 years old, I have a complete ordinary person's growth experience and identification. This is the fundamental phase I need to undergo in this world, as well as a crucial, even perilous part of my cultivation, commonly referred to as. He deliberately paused, emphasizing his tone, the red dust tribulation. The red dust tribulation. Lin Ruoxuan softly repeated the term, her beautiful brows slightly easing. During those days of confusion and pain, she indeed encountered a wealth of metaphysics, philosophy, and even online novels attempting to find answers. She was not unfamiliar with this term, understanding that it was a trial cultivators must endure before breaking through their realms. She pondered for a moment. Do you mean to say that you are now a fusion of law body and mortal body, and you remembered us? Can cultivators get married? Lin Zong is not wrong. Su Yunzhou continued his preaching. When the accumulation of merits reaches a certain level, one must seal away past memories and most of their divine powers, experiencing life, aging, illness, and death, as a pure mortal, tasting the joys and sorrows of love and hate. Only through enduring the most profound tribulations and temptations and refining one's Tao heart amidst the vast mortal world can one break free from shackles and glimpse a higher realm. He looked at Lin Ruoxuan, his tone particularly sincere. So when Lin Zong was searching for me all over the world, it was not that I did not wish to respond. But at that time, Su Yunzhu's consciousness was completely submerged in the sea of mortal suffering, experiencing a tribulation that could not be skipped, one that had to be personally tasted. Until recently, some key opportunities appeared. For instance, he turned his head, glancing at Song Jiaru, who was so anxious she could hardly breathe. For instance, Jiaru, your concert is nearing Binzhou, and the gravitational pull of the space-time coordinates has dramatically increased. Not to mention, Lin Zong, your unwavering search for over a decade has formed a resonant wave with me, coupled with my own cultivation naturally loosening. A multitude of factors intertwined, allowing my Dharma body to preliminarily merge with this physical body again, reminding me of everything from the past. Song Jiaru's heart suddenly tightened at this point, and a more terrifying question surged in her mind, almost spilling from her lips, her voice trembling. So, elder brother, your memories have returned. Does that mean you will soon attain the Tao and become immortal, then leave us and return to heaven? She already envisioned Su Yunzhou clad in white ascending with clouds beneath his feet, causing her nose to feel sour instantly. Although Lin Ruoxuan said nothing, her suddenly tightened fingers also revealed her inner tension and unease. Su Yunzhou looked at the two women, who seemed to be facing great judgment, and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Not at all. Since the tribulation of mortal life has begun, it must be traversed step by step, completing this life fully. I must experience life like a true, ordinary person, struggling in this mundane world, tasting its sweetness and bitterness until my natural life comes to an end. Really? Song Jiaru's heart was instantly filled with immense joy, her bright eyes shining astonishingly. Her cheeks flushed, yet filled with bold courage, she timidly asked the lingering question, so, elder brother, in this life, Can you get married? Or, do you want to get married? After asking, her ears and neck turned red, and she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Who could have imagined that the music industry's goddess, who had never even had a rumor, would suddenly transform into a marriage fanatic in private? This contrast made the two burst into laughter. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxuan's lips curled into a teasing smile as she casually dropped a heavy bomb. Oh, Mr. Su, aren't you getting married next month? Does teacher Song not know? That prospective bride is, well, objectively speaking, quite pretty. Off. Song Jiera's small face instantly drooped, her bright eyes misting over with disappointment as she looked at Su Yunzhou with a pitiful gaze. Is this also a part of the tribulation of mortal life that must be experienced? Can it not be someone else? She murmured softly, her heart a mix of sourness and bitterness as she began to uncontrollably daydream. Would it still be too late to crash the wedding? Would elder brother think I am too unreasonable? If all else fails, is it true that the tribulation of mortal life is meant to test more melodramatic emotional entanglements like a third party intervening or marital discord? For elder brother's cultivation to proceed smoothly, I could bear the blame. Su Yunzhou was amused by Lin Ruoxuan's words. Lin Zong truly cares for me, attending to every detail, knowing everything like the back of her hand. Have you been secretly observing me all this time? Lin Ruoxuan met his gaze filled with laughter, looking at the face that carried her entire youthful obsession. Her heart, filled with emotion, she simply admitted, yes, since you started university, I have had someone observing you in secret, recording your growth process. Indeed, I still have the high-definition surveillance screenshot from when you first took Su Qianran to a hotel, blushing and fumbling as you registered your ID at the front desk. Su Yunzhou, who was drinking tea, suddenly choked, nearly spraying it out of his nose. What the heck? How many dark secrets does this crazy woman still have in her hands? Seeing his awkward expression, Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Even during my most obsessive and desperate days, I seriously considered whether to find an opportunity to secretly borrow some of your genetic material to have a child, just to leave a memory. She said, shaking her head regretfully. Looking back now, if I had known that you were Yung, our child could already be in elementary school by now, able to help you run errands and buy soy sauce. Su Yunzhou, hearing this, buried his face in his hands, a wave of fear washing over him, cold sweat nearly breaking out. Good heavens. If one day a lively child suddenly appears calling him dad, should he laugh or cry? Lin Ruoxuan was indeed still the same as in his memories. To achieve her goals, her methods were ruthless. Song Jiera couldn't help but pout. Lin Zong, you never told me you found someone who looks exactly like elder brother. If it were me, I would have recognized it long ago. Lin Ruoxuan took a sip of tea, calmly countering. Teacher Song, didn't you also not tell me that you were coming to Binzhou for a concert, that it was already arranged? Su Yunzhou looked at them, sparring with words, helplessly shaking his head. It seems Lin Zong's attention towards me is still insufficient. Didn't you know that I am single again? Moreover, it was on the very day I got my marriage certificate that I was directly greened off. Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiera simultaneously froze their faces, displaying disbelief. Such a melodramatic plot actually happening to someone they viewed as nearly divine. Is this the concrete manifestation of the tribulation of mortal life he spoke of? Isn't this a bit too tragic? The two women exchanged glances, once again scrutinizing Su Yunzhou, seeing his calm expression, mentioning this matter without a hint of turbulence, as if recounting someone else's story. They instantly understood and nodded secretly. No wonder he is a cultivator. His mental state has reached perfection. Even facing such disgrace, he remains unfazed. This composure is truly admirable. Only then did Su Yunzhou turn his head, leisurely looking at Song Jiera, intentionally probing. By the way, Song Daichao, you just whispered change person. Were you planning to change to whom? Song Jiera's face instantly flushed again. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tapping against each other, her voice growing smaller. I meant a little star in the entertainment circle named Shun Mingyue. She's quite popular, and we're particularly close. I wanted to introduce her to elder brother. She's only 23 this year, very beautiful, I think. She should be the type elder brother would like. You should know her, right? Su Yunzhou stifled a laugh, continuing to tease her, as if seriously considering her proposal. Oh, Shin Mingyue, I have a bit of an impression. I watched her movie last year. Her acting is quite good. Are there any other candidates? Song Jiera's head drooped even lower, with a voice as thin as a thread, daring to say, if elder brother doesn't mind if the girl is a few years older than you. There is a somewhat well-known singer. Would you consider? Lin Ruoxuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, saying, Teacher Song, you might as well just take out. Su Yunzhou watched the two distinctly styled women candidly express their feelings, a subtle sense of accomplishment spreading within him. However, he quickly reined in his emotions, pondering how should he interact with them next. This situation is too precarious. It could easily turn into a hellish scenario. Moreover, he did not wish to hurt anyone. It would be best to let them gradually adjust to his now unremarkable identity. Perhaps in due time, when the filters of memory gradually fade, and they realize he is merely an ordinary man who gets hungry, tired, and has various minor ailments, the obsession stemming from mystery and reliance will naturally dissipate. Then it would not be too late to discuss matters further. He smiled gently, his tone calm, yet tinged with a serious distance. Jiera General Manager Lin, there is something I hope you both can understand. The current me is just an ordinary man, no longer the omnipotent big brother from your memories, nor the strategic tyrant. I hope you can realize this. Upon hearing this, Song Jiero instinctively grasped Su Yun's sleeve, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment, saying, "Big brother, I want to be with you not for any particular reason." Her voice trembled slightly, yet was exceptionally resolute. "It is because you occupied my entire youth you are a part. I do not know if this feeling qualifies as love, but I am very clear that since fate has allowed me to find you again, I will absolutely not let go again, even if it means." She seemed to expend all her strength to say this, then quickly glanced at the silent Lin Ruoxuan beside her, her voice lowering, even if it requires me to accompany General Manager Lin to take care of you." This astonishingly compromising confession left Su Yunzhou stunned. He saw the glimmer of tears in her eyes filled with 10 years of waiting and obsession. Lin Ruoxuan quietly observed the scene, her eyes revealing a hint of complex sorrow. She gently sipped her tea, the corners of her lips curling into a barely visible arc. "Tyrant." She reverted to this title unique to their relationship, filled with reverence and intimacy, as if to grasp a fragment of the past. "I do not understand what cultivation or worldly tribulations are, but at this moment my greatest wish is to see you find happiness." Her gaze slowly shifted between Su Yunzhou and Song Jiero, ultimately resting on Su Yun's face, carrying a sense of almost relieved calm. "You and Teacher Song truly complement each other. She is pure brave, and her heart and eyes are filled with you. I believe that with her by your side, she will surely take good care of you, making your journey through this world less arduous." Song Jiero looked at Lin Ruoxuan in surprise, unable to help but exclaim, "General Manager Lin, what about you? Did you not just say you wanted to have a child with Big Brother?" Lin Ruoxuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, lowering her gaze as her slender fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of her cup. "As for me, I'm too old, I've long passed the age for romance." "Not at all," Song Jiero hurriedly retorted, looking sincerely at Lin Ruoxuan. "General Manager Lin, you look, even with that skin and aura, people would believe you are a college student." Lin Ruoxuan merely smiled faintly, her smile failing to reach her eyes. "Moreover, my world is too complicated. I am trapped within it, and cannot extricate myself, nor can I accompany him wholeheartedly like Teacher Song. If he were by my side, he might even be drawn into it, facing unnecessary dangers. So well." She changed her tone, her voice becoming calm and resolute. "But I guarantee that as long as I am here, no one in this world will disturb your lives. Furthermore, I will go back and draft a will transferring most of my assets to the tyrant as a wedding gift for you both." Song Jiero furrowed her brows tightly. "What will? What gift? General Manager Lin, what do you mean by this? Why do you sound like you are making arrangements?" Su Yunzhou was equally taken aback. Lin Ruoxuan had been remarkably low profile in the business world these past few years, with hardly any public reports or movements. What does it mean to be unable to extricate herself? What exactly is she doing now? Moreover, drafting a will at 35. The implications of her words were filled with strangeness and an ominous premonition. He was about to inquire further when, buzz buzz buzz. Lin Ruoxuan's phone on the table suddenly vibrated urgently, the screen lighting up to display the name and message preview of Song Jinxian. Simultaneously, Su Yun's phone in his pocket also vibrated. He pulled out his phone and found a friend request on WeChat with the accompanying message, shockingly from Shen Mingwei. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Song Jiero was quite proactive, pushing the substitute candidate over so quickly. However, when he accepted the friend request and saw the first message from the other party, the smile on his face instantly froze. "Remind General Manager Lin that the brake oil pipe of her customized bulletproof red Ferrari has been tampered with. She should immediately send someone to check it and avoid using it. Additionally, do not disclose the source of the information or you will not receive the next alert." In the morning, Su Qianran rubbed her throbbing temples and sat up irritably. After returning home last night, before she could digest the humiliation she suffered at the KTV, her parents' incessant nagging poured into her ears like a spell, unceasing. "Ranran, have you heard? Su Yunzhou actually sold that wedding house. Where's the money? You need to ask for it quickly. Your brother's wedding bride price is still a long way off. Also, what about that new boyfriend you mentioned, Chen Beichen? Isn't his family quite wealthy? Why has he never brought you home to meet?" Su Qianran just wanted to explode at that moment, and could only cover her ears to escape back to her room, cursing Su Yunzhou a million times in her heart. However, waking up from the hangover and regaining her rationality, the more terrifying memories of last night resurfaced. She had actually confronted Song Jinxian in front of so many people, even pointing at her nose and cursing. "It's over." Just recalling that scene made Su Qianran feel a suffocating sense of dread. What was Song Jinxian? Eliminating a small character like her would be easier than squashing an ant. How could the other party tolerate her staying in this? She instinctively wanted to seek help from Chen Beichen, but just as her fingers brushed the phone, the screen lit up, first revealing a message from her best friend Han Fei, along with a video, clearly taken from a covert angle. The moment she opened the video, Su Qianran's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of rage surging to her head. In the footage, Su Yunzhou was intimately hugging a tall and graceful woman. Although she couldn't see the woman's face from the back, it was definitely not Song Jinxian. Su Yunzhou. She nearly spat out the name through gritted teeth, her nails digging deeply into her palm. "I can understand you getting involved with Song Jinxian for our family's financial gain, but to flirt with another vixen early in the morning. Do you need to squander all our over 10 million before feeling satisfied? In her fury, she decided to hand over this ironclad evidence to Song Jinxian to let her see Su Yunzhou's true colors. This way wouldn't she and Song Jinxian become victims in the same boat? Perhaps she could even gain merit from this and get a promotion and raise. With that thought, Su Qianran couldn't wait any longer and immediately got up to prepare to go to the company. Su Qianran's parents' house is nearly 10 kilometers from the company, and with the clock ticking towards her clock in time, she gritted her teeth and despite the pain in her wallet ordered a private car. Stepping into the office area, the gazes from all directions felt like barbed arrows, openly filled with mockery and excitement to watch the show. Yesterday's farce between her and Zhang Xiaoyu, where the main wife caught the mistress, had evidently become the most sensational topic of conversation during breaks in the entire company. Su Qianran forced herself to lift her chin, ignoring the piercing gazes, and headed straight for the department manager, speaking urgently. Manager, I have something very important to report to Director Song immediately. A phone report is also fine. The department manager raised an eyebrow, his tone as cold, as if dismissing a beggar. Su Qianran, you don't have that authority. Director Song is very busy. Su Qianran had anticipated this, quickly revealing her trump card and lowering her voice. Tell her, it's about Su Yunzhou. It's extremely important. The manager shot her a suspicious glance, but ultimately picked up the internal phone. Soon after, a brief message from Song Jinxian popped up on Su Qianran's internal communication tool. Su Qianran immediately sent over the ironclad evidence video. Director Song, take a look at this. Su Yunzhou has gone too far, he has deceived us. Message sent successfully. She couldn't help but hum with satisfaction. Su Yunzhou, you were caught cheating by Song Jinxian. Can a woman of her status tolerate any sand in her eyes? How could she not kick you out? By then you would be left with nothing, forced to come back and beg me, right? Anyway, we both have our secrets outside. We can always even the score and return to the past, right? In the president's office, Song Jinxian opened the video and frowned at the intimate posture of the two in the frame. After all, she was still displeased from Su Yunzhou's ruthless rejection the night before. I won't be the only one unhappy. With a mischievous mindset, she lightly tapped her finger and directly forwarded the video to Lin Ruoxuan, adding a note. Cousin, look, this is the person you asked me to pay special attention to. Causing such a scandal early in the morning is truly absurd. On the other side, after sending the video, Su Qianran noticed the other party had not replied for a long time. Her heart began to race. She simply forwarded the video to Chun Beichen, adding a tone of grievance and anger. Beichen, look. Su Yunzhou has no intention of marrying me properly. He has someone else out there. Can this be used as evidence to claim his marital home? Chun Beichen's reply was surprisingly quick, but his tone was filled with unprecedented shock, even somewhat incoherent. What? You mean the person in the video is Su Yunzhou? That bastard. What on earth is going on? Su Qianran was taken aback by his reaction. Quick look at the trending topics. Chun Beichen almost shouted this message. Su Qianran's heart sank, and she hurriedly shook her trembling fingers to open Weibo, where the explosive headline glaring at her was, Song Jiru meets mysterious man at West Lake. Suspected romance exposed. She clicked on other clearer and more angles of the video and photos taken by passersby. Although the man's face wasn't captured or was pixelated, the woman beside him with her excellent demeanor. That highly recognizable face, could it be anyone but the music industry diva Song Jiru? Comparing the shadowy figure of the female lead in the blurry video she had with her attire. Everything matched perfectly. Su Qianran felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, a buzzing in her ears, and she could barely steady her phone. Song Jiru. The person Su Yunzhou is secretly meeting is actually Song Jiru, the goddess of countless people's dreams, standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. She suddenly recalled that night at KTV when Song Jiru appeared out of nowhere. Could it be? Could it be that she was there to find Su Yunzhou, but was intercepted by Song Jinxian, who barged in? What on earth is going on? Su Yunzhou is just an ordinary, somewhat cowardly programmer, right? How is it that first it was Song Jinxuan, and now it's Song Jiru? Either of these two women is someone that Su Qianran and even Chun Beichen would need to look up to. How can Su... In the top-floor private room of the Mingwei building, the fragrance of tea still lingered. Lin Ruoxuan looked at her phone. A smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth as she turned the screen towards Song Jiru. Teacher Song, didn't you seem so eager earlier? Look, now you're really trending. Song Jiru meets mysterious man at West Lake is now marked with a hot tag. Song Jiru just glanced at it and, seemingly unconcerned, picked up her teacup, speaking lightly. It doesn't matter, it's just the right opportunity to retire from the industry. Tomorrow night's concert, I will announce it directly on stage. From now on, I will just accompany my elder brother and make up for the time I have been absent. Lin Ruoxuan, upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling, looked at her teasingly. Oh, I almost forgot earlier you were so eager to introduce that up-and-coming flower to Yunzhou, right? How did you change your mind so quickly? Song Jiru's cheeks flushed slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm, muttering softly, well, that depends on which one my elder brother ultimately chooses. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Su Yunzhou, carrying a hint of barely detectable nervousness and hope. At that moment, Su Yunzhou, who had been looking down at his phone, suddenly raised his head and spoke abruptly. Where is Shun Mingyu? I want to see her. This statement was like thunder on a clear day, leaving Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiru stunned. The air in the private room seemed to freeze for a moment. Song Jiru was the first to react, her heart suddenly aching, her voice tinged with a hint of imperceptible grievance and disappointment. She should still be in Yunzhou for her events. I can contact her right away. Elder brother do. Do you like her type? Right, she is closer to your age and quite lively. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, feeling as if her previous little thoughts and courageous confession had suddenly become a one-sided joke. Oh. Su Yunzhou, holding his phone, looked at the suddenly changing expressions of the two women and immediately realized they had misunderstood. He paused for a moment, seemingly weighing something, then waved his hand. It's not like that, let's not talk about her for now. He suddenly shifted his gaze sharply to Lin Ruoxuan. Lin, you drove that red Ferrari here today, right? Lin Ruoxuan was slightly taken aback, instinctively nodding yes. She was astonished knowing her car was parked in a hidden spot outside. Su Yunzhou shouldn't have been able to see it. Indeed, the tyrant was still the same tyrant, always able to perceive things she was unaware of. Su Yunzhou's expression turned serious, his tone carrying a sense of urgency. Your bodyguard team should be on standby nearby, right? Immediately have someone you trust take professional equipment and thoroughly check your car from the chassis to the control system. He couldn't yet figure out the origins and intentions of the suddenly appearing Shen Mingyue, but when it comes to life and death, it's better to believe than to doubt. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan's complexion slightly changed. Without further questions, she immediately picked up her phone and quietly instructed a few words. A few minutes later, a series of 3 respectful and orderly knocks sounded at the door of the private room. After receiving permission, a young woman dressed in a sharp professional outfit looking like an ordinary high-level assistant quickly walked in. She glanced at Su Yunzhou and Song Jiru, hesitating to speak. Lin Ruoxuan raised her hand to make a gesture, her tone instantly regaining its unique calmness and authority. Let's get straight to the point, there are no outsiders here. Only then did the assistant report in a deep voice with a clear tone of fear and guilt. President Lin, it is our serious dereliction of duty. We found an extremely concealed professional cut on the brake oil pipe of your car's left front wheel. This cut was designed with great malice. It would not show any obvious abnormalities at low speeds in the city, but once on the highway, the heat generated from prolonged braking would cause the brake fluid temperature to rise sharply and expand, leading to a continuous increase in internal pressure. This cut would then start to leak slowly, ultimately causing the brakes to fail completely at a critical moment. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and we have urgently addressed the issue and checked all accompanying vehicles. Lin Ruoxuan's hand holding the teacup paused imperceptibly, and a chill rose from the depths of her heart. She instantly realized that her previous carefree high-speed driving was akin to walking before the gates of death. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, her voice icy. Have you found out who did this? The assistant immediately replied. In conjunction with the anonymous warning letter we received last time, we can basically confirm it was the work of the Aogu Group. On the surface, they are using lawsuits and inciting the Nordic authorities to investigate our subsidiary companies, while secretly, they have also contacted the infamous AU assassin organization. Indeed, there is a huge bounty on you in the dark web. What happened today is likely their first probing attack. Lin Ruoxuan still maintained her ICCO demeanor in front of others, but her gaze had grown colder. She nodded slightly, indicating the assistant to go down and strengthen the security. Song Jiera's face turned pale with fear as she nervously grasped Lin Ruoxuan's arm. President Lin, this is too dangerous. You must be extra careful. She vaguely understood some circumstances. Over the years, Lin Ruoxuan had been known in the international tech circle as the Eastern Mad Queen, acting decisively and ruthlessly, expanding boldly and trampling on the core interests of many established international tech giants, blocking the financial paths of too many people. Lin Ruoxuan patted her hand in return, revealing a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it's a minor issue. Domestically, they don't dare to act brazenly, and at most they'll play some underhanded tricks. Then her gaze turned to Su Yunzhou, her eyes filled with gratitude and tenderness. Tyrant, thank you once again for saving. Su Yunzhou frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. It's likely that your hurried schedule today caused a brief lapse in the security system, allowing them to seize this fleeting opportunity. Lin Ruoxuan, you were too reckless today. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Lin Ruoxuan heard him revert to calling her Ruoxuan, as he did in the past. She suddenly beamed with a smile, the expression shedding all the calculations and coldness of the business world, carrying a hint of girlish purity, as she softly said, to see Tyrant again, even if I were to die, it would be worth it. Su Yunzhou looked at this mature woman before him, who at this moment resembled an innocent schoolgirl, revealing such passionate sentiments to him, not caring for life and death. He couldn't help but feel his ears heat up and his cheeks flushed. He awkwardly averted his gaze, pretending to be serious. What nonsense. You're fine, you mustn't come to harm. President Lin had previously promised to buy the tallest building in Yunzhou for me as a palace. I remember it clearly, you can't go back on your word. Lin Ruoxuan blinked, the last trace of doubt in her heart completely dissipated. Indeed, he is 100% her tyrant, recalling even the bold promises made in her youthful exuberance. Her lips curled up in pleasure, her tone is relaxed, as if discussing buying a cup of coffee. All right, give me a day, and the ownership will officially be changed to your name. Su Yunzhou. He initially intended to make a joke, but did not expect her to be serious. At this moment, his phone vibrated again, still from the mysterious Shen Mingyue. Immediately switched to a backup vehicle. You personally drive President Lin back to Shanghai. With you beside her, she won't come to harm. Remember, you must drive yourself. Su Yunzhou's eyes narrowed and his fingers quickly replied, who exactly are you? What is your purpose? The other party quickly sent a series of seemingly random English words. Su Yunzhou glanced at it, and his heart jolted. These words were part of the mnemonic for a new Bitcoin cold wallet he had created. No one else knew about it except him. He instantly understood, shaking his head with a smile. Already having made a conclusion, he replied, "All right, I understand." "Then thank him for me. He asked me to tell you you're welcome. Also, he has already transferred 30 Bitcoin from your wallet as a reward for this life-saving. Thank you, my master. Hug emoji master." Su Yunzhou looked at the phone screen. Not only was he not angry about the Bitcoin transfer, but instead showed a knowing smile tinged with anticipation. He had basically guessed that this Shin Mingyue was very likely the target character from the game Goddess Cultivation, yet to be unlocked in subsequent levels. No wonder Shin Mingyue had risen in the entertainment industry in recent years like a rocket with resources so good, they seemed otherworldly, hinting at a new generation leader poised to challenge for the Best Actress title. So it turns out the future me is assisting in the background. And now it's the future me, through her conveying crucial warning information to the present me. He put away his phone and said to Lin Ruoxuan seriously, "Ruoxuan, I have received some certain news that someone is plotting against you. I will drive you back to Shanghai now." Lin Ruoxuan did not hesitate at all, immediately nodding, her eyes filled with complete trust. "All right, I will listen to you." Song Jiru panicked upon hearing this, biting her lip, looking pitifully at Su Yunzhou. "Brother, then what about my concert tomorrow? You won't come?" Su Yunzhou looked at her wrong little face, feeling reluctant in his heart, but still prioritized the bigger picture. "Don't worry, the concert starts tomorrow night. There is still more than a day left. I will safely deliver President Lin, and once I handle everything, I will rush back immediately. You prepare well and adjust your state." Song Jiru nodded. With you taking care of President Lin, she will definitely be fine." Su Yunzhou felt something was off. It was normal for Song Jiru to have blind confidence in him. But how could that Shin Mingyue, or rather the future version of himself, have such trust in the present him? What else is there that I don't know? The answer should lie in the game. The situation was urgent, and they quickly headed downstairs with, under Lin Ruoxuan's guidance, the three of them got into a backup red Ferrari that looked exactly the same. He first drove Song Jiru to Binzhou Sports Center to finalize arrangements with the concert organizer. On the way, he noticed that Lin Ruoxuan had 3 vehicles of the same model and color, with the other 2 forming a tight protective formation around his car. Su Yunzhou examined the convoy through the rearview mirror and said in a deep voice, "Let's take a detour to my place first. I need to bring some important items." Lin Ruoxuan had no questions. "All right, I'll follow your lead." When the car stopped in front of an old residential building, Lin Ruoxuan hesitated for a moment and softly asked, "Can I go up and take a look? I want to see the place where you live." She wanted to touch the traces of his real life to fill the long void of missing years. Su Yunzhou rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "The place is a bit small and messy, don't mind it." Lin Ruoxuan, however, mustered her courage, gently held Su Yunzhou's hand, her face slightly flushed. If those rivals in the business world saw her like this, they would surely be astounded. This woman whom they mocked as mad and extreme also had this shy side. The soft touch and slightly cool temperature from her palm intertwined, causing Su Yunzhou's heart to race uncontrollably. Next, would they be alone together? This time it was no longer a virtual interaction through a screen, but a real experience, feeling each other's breath and the initial scenes of the Goddess Cultivation game uncontrollably flashed before his eyes. The naive girl who would rub her arms in grievance after being electrocuted, the one who was unguarded in front of the camera, the intimate moments that once belonged solely to him and her. A wave of emotions surged forth, breaking through the dam of rationality. He couldn't help but pull Lin Ruoxuan gently into his embrace. When her body truly pressed against his chest, feeling the incredible curves aligning perfectly with the memories in his mind, Su Yunzhou's breath hitched. Indeed, as magnificent as witnessed in the game. Lin Ruoxuan nestled in Su Yunzhou's embrace, her cheeks deeply buried in his broad chest, greedily absorbing the reassuring scent emanating from him, as if she were trying to make up for the warmth she had missed for 13 years all at once. Her voice was muffled, tinged with a barely noticeable sob and intense jealousy. "Hold me tighter. Don't push me away. I beg you." She tightened her arms around his waist. "Just now seeing Song Jiru hold you so naturally, I was truly envious." Su Yunzhou's heart softened. Ignoring the fact that they were still standing at the old stairwell, he cupped her delicate face in his hands, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Xuan, do you remember? Years ago you asked me what it feels like to kiss." Lin Ruoxuan's heart skipped a beat under his fiery gaze, her breath quickening involuntarily, her cheeks turning crimson as she nodded gently. "I remember. You said you would teach me later." That tempting promise had echoed in countless youthful dreams of hers. Su Yunzhou spoke softly. "Yes, it's time to—" Before his words faded, he had already lowered his head. Lin Ruoxuan heard a loud bang in her mind, as if fireworks had exploded. After an unknown amount of time, both of them panting, Su Yunzhou reluctantly released her, resting his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse. "Let's go inside." They staggered up the narrow stairs, one in front of the other, arriving at a shabby rental apartment of merely 20 square meters. As soon as the door closed, Su Yunzhou gently pressed her onto the bed. Lin Ruoxuan's gaze was dazed, caught between passion and reality. A trace of unease quietly surfaced. She looked at the familiar yet strange young man before her, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Am I too old?" The 9-year age difference felt like an invisible chasm at this moment, making her feel timid. Su Yunzhou chuckled softly, his fingertips gently brushing her flushed cheek. "In my eyes, you will always be that little Xian who would jump in pain and plead for mercy after sneaking a sip of milk tea." His words acted like the most effective calming pill, instantly shattering all of Lin Ruoxuan's insecurities. She suddenly stretched out her arms, tightly wrapping them around Su Yunzhu's neck, burying her face in his neck, pleading in a tone that was almost desperate. Tyrant. Please, give me a child. I'm afraid, there's not much time left. I'm afraid this is just another dream. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible fear, as if she were making funeral arrangements. Su Yunzhu paused, his brows furrowing tightly, as he propped himself up to look at her seriously. What happened? What are you really afraid? Lin Ruoxuan shook her head vigorously, her urgency bordering on obsession. I'll explain more on the way. Right now. Don't waste time, please. She tilted her head up, using her actions to stop his questioning. Su Yunzhu felt his mind in turmoil due to her resolute attitude and the deep-seated fear in her eyes, yet he could not resist this fervent invitation. He sighed, just about to continue when his fingers brushed against the button of her collar. Suddenly a loud and abrupt crash sounded from outside the window, as if something had slammed against the glass. Both of them froze simultaneously. Lin Ruoxuan instantly sat up, her gaze darting to the window. She saw a bird crash against the window ledge, and then fly away, feathers scattering, while in the distance a glint of light, like a lens, flashed by. Her expression instantly turned cold, her voice regaining the calm and vigilance of her usual self. It seems I have indeed been targeted. This place is no longer safe. Su Yunzhu immediately snapped to attention, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He nodded, quickly straightening his clothes. I'll gather the essentials, we'll leave right away. He swiftly began packing, primarily his laptop, knowing that many confusions needed answers from it. Lin Ruoxuan also got out of bed, her gaze involuntarily sweeping over the room once more. Simple furnishings, a slightly cramped space, old furniture. All of it clashed with the information that Song Jinxian had reported about the purchased wedding house. She frowned slightly, unable to suppress her curiosity. Wait, Jinxian clearly reported earlier that you had already bought a— How could you force yourself to live in such a place? She simply couldn't understand. Even if she had instructed Song Jinxian to provide limited assistance funding, it shouldn't lead him to such a dire situation. Su Yunzhu chuckled nonchalantly, his tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation, as if he had seen through the world's affairs. It's the trials of the mortal realm. One must endure some hardships. Lin Ruoxuan immediately understood. This must surely be related to his troubled marriage, and that woman named The thought that the tyrant she revered and cautiously dared not offend had been so mistreated by a mundane woman surged a wave of pain and anger within her. Do you need me to have my lawyer help you deal with the follow-up troubles? I can make her pay the price she deserves if you're willing. Her tone carried a hint of cold, murderous intent. Su Yunzhu knew she was more than capable of this, and at a remarkably high efficiency. It just so happened that he had been meaning to find a lawyer a couple of days ago to handle their debt disputes, but various matters had delayed him. Now he wouldn't have to expend his energy on that couple. He nodded, his tone calm. That's fine, then I'll trouble you. I don't want to see any related news again. Lin Ruoxuan smiled dangerously at this. Rest assured, I will make her repent for the rest of her life. Su Yunzhu watched her instantly switch back to her decisive businesswoman mode, the cold aura radiating from her, making him secretly feel a chill. They said no more, swiftly gathering their things and heading out. The car quickly drove onto the highway towards Hu City. Su Yunzhu held the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, finally asking the question that had been weighing on his heart. Xuan, can you tell me now? What happened to you all these years? Just now you mentioned that there isn't much time and those assassinations targeting you. What? Lin Ruoxuan leaned against the passenger seat, glancing at the rapidly passing scenery outside, her gaze becoming somewhat distant and complex. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly spoke. I've done many things over the years. She paused, her tone calm. Many people want me dead. Especially the Augustus family. Su Yunzhu's brows furrowed. He seemed to have seen that name in financial news, a top-tier financial family entrenched in North America, with a global reach, historically significant, and with immeasurable influence. Lin Ruoxuan continued, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. To put it simply, I have overturned the table they relied on for survival, and dismantled the altar they held sacred and untouchable. Why? Because you disappeared. She looked at Su Yunzhu, her eyes complex and unutterable. I searched for you for several years, trying to prove your existence from hope to despair. Everyone said I was crazy, hearing voices that I had a mental issue. Although the doctor later said my mental state was stable, I know. Her voice gradually lowered, carrying a sort of resigned calm. I have completely lost my mind. Without being able to find you, my life lost its meaning. So, I had to find something to do to fill that enormous void. Do you remember when you told me technology should not be the scepter of oligarchs, but a torch illuminating the mundane world? So, I followed through in my own way, stirring the entire world from the shadows. I initiated a plan codenamed Wallbreaker, providing research and development funding to many top scientific institutions in the country. Lin Ruoxuan's tone was as calm as discussing the weather, yet the content was enough to shock anyone. Its sole mission is to target the core technological barriers of those Western giants, particularly the Augustus family, and their allies, the patents they regard as cash cows used to strangle the global industrial chain. We will crack it, imitate it, or even directly copy it. A cold curve formed at the corner of her lips. At their most critical moment, we will throw it directly into the ocean of technology. That is an open-source platform I established for global developers. Free, unlimited. After all, we are not commercializing it, so it's hard to define our liabilities. Su Yunzhu's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. He fully understood what this meant. This was not merely about grabbing a piece of the pie, it was about blowing up the entire cake factory of the opponent along with revealing all the secret recipes to the public. This is digging up the ancestral graves of those century-old giants. But upon reflection, isn't this also a great technological liberation? Those cutting-edge technologies that have been monopolized for decades, those exorbitant patent fees that have deterred countless companies, those technological barriers hindering industry development, are being shattered one by this seemingly weak woman. He never expected that the arrogant words he had spoken back then would be executed by her in such a radical manner. For example, he needed a more concrete concept to understand her crazy war. Lin Ruoxuan's tone was nonchalant. For instance, the Augustus family has controlled a key polymer synthesis pathway for high-end photoresists for 70 years. They charge astronomical patent fees, globally choking the entire industry's throat. My team found a new synthesis method 3 years ago that is not only a substitute, but also more cost-effective. She paused, a trace of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Then 1 week before they were about to sign a new round of exorbitant licensing agreements with a major country, I publicly released the optimized production line design on the ocean of technology. In one night, their stock value evaporated by $12 billion, and the family heir responsible for that business reportedly went straight to the hospital. Su Yunzhou inhaled sharply. Indeed, she was insane. Much crazier than he had imagined. No wonder he couldn't find any recent news about her. It turned out she was trying to hide herself. After all, at such a scale, every single incident would be enough for them to go to any lengths to take her life. Fortunately, she was in the country. Had it been overseas, she might have been reborn multiple times by now. This is not all, Lin Ruoxuan continued, as if speaking of a trivial matter. They united several giants attempting to build a new monopoly on the next generation of artificial intelligence frameworks, investing hundreds of billions of dollars. Little did they know, I had already planted moles within their core team. 3 months before their launch, I preemptively disclosed an optimized open-source framework based on their research, rendering their years of investment and planning into nothing. Her gaze grew increasingly cold and vacant. There is also their monopoly in biopharmaceuticals, the patents they rely on to control exorbitantly priced drugs for certain rare diseases. Everything I have set my sights on has been nearly devoid of exception. Although I gained no benefits from it, and even spent a large amount of money, I just enjoyed doing this. They have given me many nicknames, calling me the Eastern Mad Queen and Black Widow. Those who are friendly in the country call me Lin Chai Chai. Su Yunzhou took a deep breath and sincerely praised. Well done. Lin Ruoxuan's voice finally carried a hint of barely detectable trembling. It is not that I am a saint wishing to benefit humanity. I just don't know where you have gone, and I don't know how to find you. All I can do is use this most extreme method. I want to pierce the heavens. I want to see when I stir things up enough. Will you be unable to stand it and come back to take care of me? Su Yunzhou felt somewhat sentimental and gently said, well, I see that, so I have returned. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of a black SUV, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He could even vaguely sense while passing by a seemingly tranquil countryside villa the faint cold light reflecting off the lens of a telescope on the rooftop. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. The other party seemed to be waiting, or rather was wary of something. Was it because of the tightly secured escort convoy, or because of him? With me around, I won't let anyone harm you. Su Yunzhu's voice was steady and assured, carrying a strange, reassuring power. Because I am an immortal. If this sentence were to come from someone else, it would only seem absurd and laughable. But spoken from him, combined with the previous incredible warning, it inexplicably relaxed the tense strings of Lin Ruoxuan's heart. She had an almost instinctive absolute trust and reliance on him. Su Yunzhou was not blindly confident. After receiving news from Shun Mingyue, he understood that at least he had not encountered any trouble in the future. Therefore, everything encountered so far was not a problem. The car finally slowly drove into the renowned Tang Palace in the western suburbs of Hu City. This is a truly exclusive domain for the powerful, where towering ancient trees conceal the depths, and each building represents considerable energy and heritage. After undergoing detailed inspections at 3 heavily armed checkpoints and the layered scans of at least 5 advanced electronic monitoring systems in the shadows, the vehicle finally stopped in front of an old Western-style house, with distinct Shanghai characteristics aged by time. Once we are here, no outsider can enter unless a world war breaks out. Lin Ruoxuan's slightly tense nerves finally relaxed completely, her tone carrying the composure and certainty of returning to an absolutely safe domain. Stepping into the brightly lit hall, a middle-aged housekeeper dressed in a light blue qipao, exuding a gentle temperament, immediately came to greet them. Miss, lunch is ready. When she saw that a handsome young man was standing beside Lin Ruoxuan, a hint of surprise uncontrollably flashed across her face. She had served the Lin family for nearly a decade, and it was the first time she had seen the young lady bring a male back home, and in such a naturally intimate manner. Lin Ruoxuan, however, was completely unaware of the housekeeper's astonishment, or rather didn't care at all. She looked up at Su Yunzhou, her usually calm and wise eyes shimmering with moisture. Tyrant, do you want to eat first? She paused, her gaze flowing, her voice lowering a bit. Or do you want to eat me? Su Yunzhou nearly choked on his own saliva, glancing instinctively at the housekeeper beside them, who was already dumbfounded and awkwardly coughed. You decide. However, Lin Ruoxuan had already unceremoniously grabbed his wrist and pulled him straight toward the master bedroom, leaving the housekeeper when you standing alone in place watching the figures of the two disappear around the corner of the stairs. Her shock lingered for a long time. Having served Lin Ruoxuan for many years, she had witnessed her cold decisiveness in business and accompanied her through the loneliness of late-night solitude, yet she had never seen her so lively, even with a hint of youthful capriciousness. This young man. When you frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that face was exceptionally familiar. Yes, it was almost identical to the portrait that occupied half the wall in the young lattice bedroom. So it turns out that the young lattice white moonlight has returned. Perhaps this is the future master they need to serve wholeheartedly. Su Yunzhou was almost half pushed and half allowed into Lin Ruoxuan's bedroom. The room was astonishingly spacious, exuding understated luxury and her unique taste with a cold, crisp fragrance in the air that mirrored her essence. However, his gaze was instantly drawn to the wall facing the large bed. Depicted in the painting was a young man with striking features, a straight nose, and a hint of a lazy, aloof smile at the corners of his lips. Who else could it be but Su Yunzhou? He was completely certain of what Song Jinxian had previously mentioned, the so-called first love photo cherished by Lin Ruoxuan. It felt as if something both soft and sharp had struck his heart, intertwining feelings of sourness, excitement, heartache, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction that threatened to overwhelm him. Before he could examine more details in the painting, Lin Ruoxuan had already turned around and with a click deftly locked the heavy solid wood door behind her. Then she turned back, accompanied by a waft of alluring fragrance, gently pushing him down onto the large bed covered with expensive dark gray velvet sheets. The mattress was extremely soft, causing his body to sink slightly. She followed closely, leaning down, her inky black hair cascading like a waterfall, a few strands playfully brushing against his cheek and neck, bringing a tingling and beguiling sensation. Her warm breath was close enough to feel, and in those beautiful eyes, usually so calm and composed, flames of restrained passion burned, mixed with deep affection, pent-up grievances, fervent desire, and a near reckless courage. Tyrant, her voice trembled slightly, her red lips close to his ear, the warm breath like feathers brushing against his nerves, fragrant as orchids. Now. It's time to properly examine the woman you've created and nurtured according to your preferences. Next, just like the parting words Su Yunzhou gave to Lin Ruoxuan back in the day, they truly became one, inseparable from. However, the subsequent experience made Su Yunzhou finally understand the embodiment of the term madly beautiful woman, even exceeding its usual implications. Her enthusiasm was laced with a certain initial awkwardness, yet mixed with long-suppressed madness and disregard like the wildest horse, making him a self-proclaimed experiencer of the worldly tribulations and cultivation, nearly unable to withstand it, almost collapsing under the onslaught. As the wind calmed and the rain ceased, Lin Ruoxuan lazily leaned against Su Yunzhu's shoulder, murmuring to herself, from now on, I can finally let Aunt One and the others rightfully call me Madam instead of Miss. Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly, wrapping his arm around her smooth back, already thinking about the title. Lin Ruoxuan nuzzled against his shoulder, her nose filled with his scent, her voice revealing a rare vulnerability, unmasking her emotions. Tyrant, do you know? All these years, what I miss the most is those days back in the college town when we started our first milk tea shop from scratch together. I really want to open a small shop again, not having to worry about anything, just quietly basking in the sun with you every day, inhaling the sweet fragrance of milk tea. Upon hearing this, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but feel a complex emotion rising in his heart. Lin Ruoxuan back then had a sparkle in her eyes filled with the purest longing and vitality for life. How could she now conceal such an unrelenting weariness and frost in her gaze? He tightened his arms, holding her closer, using a relaxed tone to dispel the hint of melancholy. All right, I've thought of a name for the shop. Let's call it Shanghai Housewife. How about that? Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but raise her head and lightly punch his chest, feigning annoyance. Hey, Tyrant, you are still as vulgar as ever. But I like it. The two of them only appeared in the dining room, close to 2 in the afternoon. Lunch had long been prepared anew under One Yes direction, and she stood by, keenly sensing that her mistress had undergone some subtle yet profound change. The queen who once dominated the business world cold as ice seemed to have vanished. At this moment, Lin Ruoxuan, with hints of lingering spring affection and languor in her eyes, surprisingly took the initiative to serve food to the young man beside her, naturally placing the deboned fish into his plate, looking at him with an unabashed, almost fawning soft light in her eyes. Wen Yu's heart shook violently. Was this really the Lin Ruoxuan who remained unyielding even in the face of some heads of state, and never yielded an inch at the negotiation table? After the meal, Lin Ruoxuan made an astonishing move that left Wen Yu speechless. She picked up a napkin and personally carefully wiped the corner of Su Yunzhu's mouth, her tone carrying a hint of apology. I can't accompany you this afternoon. I must immediately convene an emergency meeting with the core team and relevant departments regarding the matter of the breaks and the situation with Augustus. Su Yunzhu looked at her slightly fatigued yet spirited appearance and couldn't help but chuckle teasingly, saying, Can you still walk? Lin Ruoxuan glared at him playfully, her eyes lacking any intimidation, but rather exuding. She leaned closer to his ear, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, laced with provocation and anticipation, you should rest well this afternoon and gather your energy. Tonight I'll come back to properly deal with you. After saying this, she turned to Wen Yu, regaining a hint of her usual coolness, yet her tone was unprecedentedly serious. Aunt Wen, please take good care of Mr. Su for me. From today onward, whether I am present or not, his words are my words. Any of his requests must be fulfilled without need. She paused, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yunzhou, adding with a hint of indulgence in her tone, even if he wants to tear down this house for reconstruction or turn the koi pond in the yard into a swimming pool, it's all up to him. When Yes' heart trembled, she bowed respectfully, yes, miss. Yet inside she was already tumultuous. Is this the power of the white moonlight? To be able to make the miss go this far. But, this Mr. Su looked quite young, seemingly much younger than the miss could it be. Men age particularly well maintained. After Lin Ruoxuan hurriedly left, Su Yunzhou smiled. At when you sang, Antwin, could you please help me find a quiet room? I have some matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot be disturbed. When you immediately replied, Mr. Su, please follow me. The Miss study is the quietest with the best soundproofing and equipment. She led Su Yunzhou to Lin Ruoxuan's luxurious study rich in books comparable to a private library. Su Yunzhou looked around nodding in satisfaction, then made another request that left when you stunned. Antwin, could you also prepare 10 pounds of cooked beef as well as some energy drinks? I will need them soon. 10 pounds. When you instinctively assessed Su Yunzhou's upright, yet not overly sturdy frame, such an appetite seemed rather astonishing. During the lull while waiting for his meal, Su Yunzhou finally had a moment to attend to the messages had previously ignored. Shenjie, a real estate agent and friend, had messaged, Brother Zhou, shall I still hold those premium tickets to Song Tianho's concert tomorrow night? I pulled them off with great difficulty. Su Yunzhou's lips curved faintly. Where did he need tickets anymore? Song Jiaru would likely escort him in personally hand in hand. No need, I'll pass. You and your wife go and enjoy yourselves. Shenjie replied, slightly disappointed. Bro, do you know what Song Jiaru just posted on Weibo? A silhouette of a diamond ring. Caption, tomorrow I will wear the most beautiful wedding gown. The entire internet has erupted. 6 of the top 10 trending topics are about her. Everyone's scrambling to identify the man she clung to so tightly by Westlake today. This is unquestionably the most explosive announcement in the entertainment industry this year. There were also several messages from Song Jiaru herself. Tentative, hopeful. Big brother, can you guess why I'll wear a wedding gown at the concert? Tomorrow night. You'll be there on time, won't you? Every detail, from lighting to song selection, has been meticulously crafted for you. As Su Yunzhou raised his finger to reply, a soft knock sounded at the study door. When you entered personally, pushing a silver service trolley followed by 2 maids. Neatly arranged upon it were exquisitely sliced premium beef and an array of functional beverages. Mr. Su, everything you requested is prepared. When you said respectfully. Su Yunzhou nodded, his expression solemn. And when I am about to undertake an important cultivation session. Under no circumstances, not even if the sky collapses, may anyone disturb me. He emphasized firmly. Even if Ruoxuan returns, please inform her that she may send any urgent messages, but absolutely no knocking or calling. When you bowed her head in quiet understanding. Understood. I will ensure no disturbance whatsoever. Having settled all arrangements, Su Yunzhou closed the heavy solid wood door and locked it from within. Seated calmly in the hushed, opulent study, where sandalwood incense curled like whispered prayers, he opened his laptop, readying himself for the next battle across dimensions. The icon of Goddess Cultivation Game shimmered softly on the screen, alluring and enigmatic. Upon launching the game, Su Yunzhou immediately checked the new heroine's information panel. Current heroine, Su Nua, temporal anchor December 9th, 2015, location Neon City, the Chasm Bar, birth year, 1999, current age 16, height, 158 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms. Education, junior high school graduate, beauty score, 88100, naturally exquisite, though chronic malnutrition and exhaustion have dulled part of her radiance. Physique score 68100, still developing. Slender, unformed, faintly adolescent knowledge. Score 32100, standard DSIA, compulsory education plus self-taught cybersecurity skills, Aura score 48100, a solitary pride forged in despair, resilience far beyond her years, influence score 1100, like moss in a shadowed crevice. Unseen, unacknowledged, overall charisma 47. 4100, a rare, uncut gem awaiting refinement, hidden talent, limitless willpower, inactive, available funds 200, JPY remnant essay. A girl from Desya living in Neon City. Intriguing. Su Yunzhou murmured to himself, eyes fixed on the game's interface. The scene unfolded in a quintessential Japanese dive bar, the chasm, steeped in melancholy decay. His viewpoint centered on a teenage girl wearing an oversized faded server uniform. She was mechanically polishing a glass, her profile sharply defined in the dim light. Exquisitely delicate, yet her downcast eyes held a desolation utterly alien to 16 Springs. Is this Su Nua, he mused? That defiant, story-laden gaze. She's weathered more than most ever do. With a subtle mental nudge, he adjusted his perspective, and his virtual form slumped casually onto a slightly greasy bar stool before the counter. Almost the instant he settled Su Nua's motion, polishing the glass, paused imperceptibly. She lifted her head. Her cool, clear eyes swept toward the entrance, sharp with suspicion, then flickered to the old wind chime hanging above the door. It hung perfectly still, yet she approached anyway, menu in hand, and asked in fluent, toneless Japanese, Okiyakusama gachaman wa. Sir, may I take your order? Su Yunzhou blinked, then realized the game featured real-time translation. Impressive. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Su Nua recoiled sharply, 2 quick instinctive steps backward. Her stark, black and white eyes locked onto the floor beneath his stool, the place where a shadow should have fallen. There was nothing. Her gaze then darted sideways, to several drunken patrons staring at her bewildered, as if she were speaking to empty air. Not a flicker of panic crossed her face. Only swift, chilling comprehension. Without a word, she turned and retreated behind the bar. Su Yunzhou followed curiously. Why run away? I'm taking your order. She kept her head lowered, scrubbing the same glass again, and again, voice low, unervingly calm. Because you're not human. You cast no shadow, and those drunks think I've lost my mind. They can't see you. This time Su Yunzhou was genuinely such perception, such instantaneous deduction. Was this truly a 16-year-old? And in this dim clamor, then aren't you afraid of me? Su Yunzhou leaned in intrigued. This opening was infinitely more compelling than his previous heroine's tantrums or tears. Su Nuo finally lifted her eyes, just once. Her gaze was flat and different, as if appraising a stone by the roadside. Her voice carried no tremor, afraid. In this world the living are far more terrifying. A faint sardonic twist tugged at her lips. Can a ghost possibly be more revolting than those sanctimonious flesh-devouring mortals? Su Yunzhou felt momentarily winded. What abyss had this girl endured to forge such world-weary cynicism? He cleared his throat, attempting to reclaim some system-like gravitas. Ahem. To put it plainly, you may regard me as your exclusive system, or perhaps akin to Fujiwara no Sai from Hikaru no Go. Only you perceive me. I am here to guide you to supremacy, to shatter this wretched fate. Su Nuo listened, and let out the softest, most dismissive snort through her nose. I don't need you. Why not? Su Yunzhou felt his system's dignity bristle. Finally she met his gaze directly. The living lie. They deceive me, humiliate me, betray me. And you, a specter of unknown origin, why should I trust you? Su Yunzhou. A tightness pressed against his chest. Unyielding. Unbendable. Fine. She'd won this round. Enough. Forcibly twisted fruit never ripens sweetly, and haste scorches even the tenderest tofu. He said no more. His spectral form simply reclined, drifting silently aside, watching her move through the cramped, grimy bar like a silent, tireless current. She worked with startling efficiency, silent as stone, ignoring drunken leers and clumsy advances alike, radiating an aura of glacial aloofness. Do not approach. After a long wait, she finally wrapped up her work right at midnight. The portly bar owner, wearing a nauseating fake smile, handed her a thin envelope. Nookin, you've worked hard. Hey, race yourself. With an expressionless face, she took the envelope and right in front of the owner pulled out the crumpled bills, counting them carefully. 100,000 yen. Su Yunzhou quickly converted it in his mind, roughly 5,000 RMB. In the soaring prices of Edo in 2015, was this amount even enough for a beggar? Thanks. Nuo carefully tucked away this meager hope into her inner pocket, her voice still flat and unchanged. The owner seized the opportunity to extend his greasy hand, attempting to touch her pale, yet captivating cheek, leering as he lowered his voice. Nookin, do you want to earn more? How about we chat in the back? I guarantee it's much easier than scrubbing glasses here. Nuo's gaze instantly turned icy as she deftly sidestepped, her eyes chillingly cold. No need. After saying this, she grabbed the old, slightly rickety umbrella leaning against the wall, pushed open the door without looking back, and resolutely plunged into the bitterly cold, snowy night, leaving the owner with a thin yet upright silhouette. The bar owner watched her figure disappear into the wind and snow, his fake smile collapsing in an instant, replaced by a... He pulled out his phone and quickly edited a message to send. Same place. A blocker let her see some colors. Get the money back. The snow wasn't heavy, but it felt exceptionally cold, as if it were seeping into one's bones. Nuo held the broken umbrella as she walked down the desolate street, the snow crunching softly beneath her feet. Suddenly she stopped, not looking back, and coldly addressed the empty space behind her. How long are you going to follow me? Su Yun's hiss, voice laced with amusement, echoed in her mind. Until you stand atop the world, becoming someone everyone needs to look up to. This is my mission and your destiny. Nuo let out a scoff as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world, tightening her thin coat, and continued to trudge on. Just around the corner, she entered a dimly lit small park, where three flashy youths sporting cheap tattoos on their arms emerged from the shadows, blocking her path with ill intent. Hey, isn't this the pretentious little lady from the Gap Bar? We've been waiting for you. It's payday today, let's be generous and lend some money for us to enjoy. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money, or... The leader, a blonde thug, grinned lewdly as he stepped forward, his gaze roaming over her. Otherwise, he'll strip you and toss you at the door of a brothel in Kabukicho, making you infamous. Su Yunzhou chuckled. He was well acquainted with this scenario. His voice, leisurely and amused, reverberated in Nuo's mind. It was that fat pig of a boss who called them. I saw it clearly, he sent the message. So little Nuo, why not call out System Daddy and plead with me? I could be merciful and help you deal with these three pests, who I guarantee they'll avoid you in the future. Nuo's response was still her trademark brusqueness that could infuriate anyone. No need. Just as the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly sharpened, resembling a cornered young beast, erupting with astonishing ferocity. She swiftly wielded the old long-handled umbrella as a weapon, the tip aiming straight at the face of the closest blonde thug. Utilizing the narrow benches and bare tree trunks in the park as cover, she moved with ghostly agility, the broken umbrella thrusting and sweeping, targeting vulnerable areas like the groin and eyes, embodying a life-or-death combat style. The thug's fists hit her with dull thuds as she gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound, only retaliating with a fiercer swing of her umbrella. In the end, the three thugs seemed caught off guard by her tenacity. Fearing a real injury would complicate matters, they spat a few curses and reluctantly retreated. However, Nua also paid a painful price. Her lip split, and bleeding, one cheek swollen, her already tattered school uniform further disheveled, caked in mud and snow. Su Yunzhou watched from the side, secretly clicking his tongue, the dissatisfaction from being repeatedly rebuffed transforming into a complex sentiment. This girl. She's truly tough. Nua, seemingly unaffected by the pain, expressionless, wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, bent down to pick up the deformed umbrella, and dragging her pain-ridden body walked towards the chaotic, dilapidated area of budget hotels just a street away from the bustling commercial district of Shinjuku. She approached a dilapidated wooden building emitting a musty and urine smell and knocked on the peeling wooden door. Creak, the door opened a crack, revealing a disheveled, middle-aged man reeking of cheap liquor, his nose red. Upon seeing Nua's disheveled appearance, his murky eyes showed no concern, only deep impatience and disgust, as he lowered his voice and scolded, "Damn girl. What a mess you've made coming back. Have you been causing trouble again? I've told you countless times to behave." Nua lowered her head, her long bangs hiding her emotions, her voice dull and numb. "I fell. Where's the money? It's payday today, don't think you can fool me." The uncle impatiently extended his hand, his fingers rough and dirty. Nua silently, almost obediently, pulled out the envelope containing 100,000 yen from her inner pocket and handed it over. He snatched it away, skillfully extracting all the bills, counting them quickly in the faint light seeping through the door crack. Then, as if bestowing charity, he pulled out a 10th Sandian bill from the stack, roughly stuffing it back into Nua's hand, his tone as if it were a matter of course. This month isn't too bad. Take this little money so you don't starve. Remember rent, utilities, management fees. You're still far from covering it. If you don't earn enough next month, let's see how I deal with you." Nua did not argue, nor did she even lift her head. She merely tightened her grip on the pitifully thin bill, then, with heavy steps, silently squeezed through the door, along the creaking, cluttered, narrow staircase, making her way to the so-called room that was less than 5 square meters, where even breathing felt oppressive. Closing the door, Nua took off the old coat, soaked in mud and snow, almost dripping, tossing it with apparent casualness, yet with precision, onto the corner where an old router flickered intermittently. Su Yunzhou's virtual perspective instantly captured a faint, abnormal red light visible through the fabric seams. "Is that fat landlord secretly filming you?" He directly pointed out this nauseating truth without any circumlocution. Nua didn't even raise her eyelids, beginning to unbutton the sweater inside her, tone flat. "Yeah. He's a pervert." Her eyes, too mature for her age, held no fear, only an almost numb annoyance, and an acceptance forced upon her by her inability to change her circumstances. Subsequently, she surprisingly pulled out a pair of high-end triangular headphones from her tattered backpack, skillfully placed. Su Yunzhou recognized the headphones. They boasted excellent sound quality and were not cheap for an average person. It seemed this girl had plenty of stories hidden behind her. Soon an impassioned and powerful melody began to faintly resonate through the headphones. It was the song "The Lone Warrior" by Song Jiru, encapsulating solitude and resistance. "Do you really like this song?" Su Yunzhou tried to find a point of entry to break the suffocating silence. "I'm quite familiar with Song Jiru. If you want, I can take you to meet her anytime, and she can sing for you in person." Su Nua was about to turn on the old laptop with a damaged shell when she heard Su Yunzhou say he wanted to take her to meet Song Jiru, and her finger hovered over the power button for a moment. Without raising her head, she replied coldly, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Are you that free? Do you have to be like a ghost, sticking to me 24 hours a day, spying on everything I do?" Su Yunzhou's virtual image shrugged as it stands. "Yes. This is my job." Finally turning her head, Su Nua shot him a glance with her cold eyes, her tone laced with undisguised disdain. "You're even more perverted than that fat pig downstairs." Su Yunzhou. He felt as if his virtual image was nearly choked by her words, causing a data glitch. This girl had a master-level ability to insult. The grandiose words he had prepared, such as "the chosen one" and "destined person," appeared so pale and ridiculous before her cold and hard demeanor. Looking at the long-forgotten flickering blue punishment button on the game interface, Su Yunzhou felt a tingle in his fingers, a primal impulse named temptation stirring within him. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had electrocuted anyone, and he somewhat missed the feeling of control. Ever since discovering that the characters in the game were alive, his heart, which once cherished beauty, had prevented him from using this simple and brutal motivational method on Song Jiru. "Hey Su Nua." Su Yunzhou's voice carried a hint of deliberately created pressure. "I'm here to help you. Refusing my guidance will result in punishment." He attempted to re-establish the authority expected of a system. Su Nua's fingers never paused on the keyboard for even half a second, her brows not twitching, as if what she heard was not a threat, but a greeting. "Go ahead." "Very well. Quite tough." Su Yunzhou no longer hesitated and precisely clicked the punishment button. Easy. A faint blue arc of electricity instantly exploded across her slender back. Ugh. Su Nua's body stiffened suddenly, and a violent spasm caused her to curl up uncontrollably, her thin fingers gripping the rough edge of the table tightly, her knuckles losing color and turning pale from the force. Fine beads of cold sweat almost instantly seeped from her forehead and nose, gathering into droplets that rolled down. But she gritted her teeth, not letting out even a muffled groan. As the electric effect passed, she lay on the table gasping heavily for a few seconds, then suddenly raised her head, staring in Su Yunzhou's direction, a near provocative smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. "Is this it?" Su Yunzhou raised an eyebrow. "Oh, not satisfied yet." Without hesitation, he clicked the punishment button again, this time directly increasing the intensity. Crackle. An even stronger, more destructive current instantly coursed through her body, which had yet to fully recover. The more intense current coursed through her, and Su Nua curled up in pain, grabbing a towel beside her and stuffing it in her mouth to prevent herself from screaming, her body shaking violently. As the punishment ended, she gasped heavily, sweat soaking her bangs, yet she lifted her head and gritted her teeth, saying, "Refreshing. Bring it on." Su Yunzhou was utterly speechless, even feeling a bit broken. This extreme will talent. Was it not meant to overcome difficulties, but rather specifically designed to counter him, this system? This girl was simply a stubborn and unyielding stone, impervious to reason. Su Yunzhou stared at the defiant figure on the screen, mentally complaining, what on earth is wrong with this girl? When a normal person encounters supernatural phenomena, shouldn't they either scream in terror or dance with joy, feeling like the chosen one? What kind of nonsense is her whatever lives, just one life attitude? Does she really think of me as that kind of water ghost who needs to find a scapegoat to transcend? That's why she is on high alert, rejecting all my sweet words, not giving me any chance, fearing I'll trick her into becoming a substitute. Damn it, I have traversed ancient and modern times, raised a business queen worth billions, produced a pop diva with explosive national recognition, and yet today, I have to face a Waterloo at the hands of this 16-year-old brat. What will become of my dignity? Seeing that he had not moved for a long time and seemed unwilling to continue electrotherapy, Su Nua decided not to waste any more energy arguing with him. She struggled, using her last bit of strength to climb back onto the creaky old chair, nearly throwing herself down in front. Turning it on, the screen glowed dimly, casting a pale light on her wan face. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the residual numbness from the electric shocks, then began to type on the keyboard with unusual focus, as if the 2 rounds of shocks that would make an ordinary person cry were merely insignificant background noise. Su Yunzhou suppressed his frustration and leaned closer to the virtual screen, raising an eyebrow. She was actually using Python to write a fairly complex web crawler program, currently stuck on a debugging error, progress halted. Almost instinctively, his professional habit kicked in, and he pointed out the key issue based on the error message from the compiler, his voice carrying the calmness characteristic of a techie. "Hey, kid, your loop boundary condition is wrong. The end index of range is an open interval. You counted 1 too many, causing an index out of bounds." Su Nua furrowed her brows, staring at the place he pointed out, hesitating for a moment on the keyboard. Then, with a hint of uncertainty, she asked, "Open interval? You mean range 0? A len list actually won't include the value of len list itself." "Exactly." Su Yunzhou confirmed, "It ends at len list 1. If you try to access len list, it will definitely throw an error." Following this line of thought, she quickly modified the loop's termination condition. Her finger hovered over the enter key for a moment, then she pressed it down decisively. The command line window on the screen scrolled rapidly, and finally, it displayed, "Run successful." For the first time, she turned her head voluntarily, looking directly at Su Yunzhou, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in her eyes. "You know how to program? So you're a ghost who keeps up with the times." Su Yunzhou felt like he had finally seen the light after enduring a long wait, his tone carrying a hint of long-lost pride typical of a tech nerd, his tail almost wagging up to the sky. "It's just my old profession. Back when I was coding, you probably didn't even know where to play in the mud." Finally found a breakthrough. Indeed, mastering math and science makes one fearless in the world. Su Nua instantly tagged him with a brand new specific label, a programmer ghost who had died from overwork due to the 996 system, leaving their spirit to linger in the human realm, filled with resentment, yet still retaining their professional skills. She pressed her lips together as if making a decision and awkwardly spoke, "Teach me." Su Yunzhou almost laughed in exasperation when he heard that blunt, unbidden "teach me," without even a please, and muttered with incredulity, "Teach you." He drifted half a turn in the cramped space, where she could barely turn, his tone laced with obvious displeasure. "Fine then. I'm not running a charity here. Call me something pleasant, teacher or master. Is that too much to ask?" he said. Su Nua kept her eyes on the screen where her code had just run successfully, not bothering to look back, her voice as stiff as stone. "Teacher." Su Yunzhou replied, the cadence making him sound more like "you-know-ho" or "hey," and he was thoroughly resigned. If the damn game did not force him to play through this mission, he truly would not bother tending to this prickly, rebellious girl who was his own age. Thinking of Xianxian and Ruru, how sweet and compliant they were, coquettish and dependent, even performing thank you dances, nothing like this little stone who did nothing but rile him and seemed intent on driving him mad. Enough, he decided to endure it, treating it as a trial intrinsic to this system life, a stubborn rock to be subdued on the path of cultivation. "All right, in light of your apparent sincerity." He refocused on her code editor and adopted a somewhat more serious tone. "You are trying to write a crawler to scrape transaction data from that gray form, not a bad idea. But their anti-scraping defenses are no joke. If you recklessly charge in with the request library, you'll simply get blocked." Su Nua's brow knit tightly. This was the biggest problem she faced. "Then what should I do?" he asked. "Think flexibly. Don't be single-minded." Su Yunzhou began to instruct, "Try using tools like Selenium to emulate a real user's browser behavior, or more cleverly see whether the service exposes a data API for its mobile app. Even reverse engineering the app's communication protocol would be far more efficient than your current headstrong approach. In network security, offense and defense go hand in hand. You cannot rely solely on brute force." Su Nua's eyes lit up, and she fell silent, her fingers instantly flying across the keyboard to try the new approaches he had suggested. She learned with astonishing speed and insight, often a slight nudge from him was enough for her to extrapolate and adapt. Watching her fingers blur across the keys, Yunzhou thought to himself that with such speed and concentration, she might well become a legendary hacker capable of breaching the Pentagon. The problem was that he himself only knew a little and was by no means a top-tier technician. If the lessons deepened, would he not be exposed as inadequate? Wait a moment, the game store actually offered a Hacker Master experience card, though it only lasts 5 minutes and is outrageously expensive. If all else failed, he could package the problem and hand it to Lin Ruoxuan, though she surely commanded a top professional team that could solve it. Unnoticed, the ink-dark night outside began to fade, and the eastern sky took on the pale flush of dawn. Su Nuo finally succeeded in fetching the fragment of data she wanted. It was only a small step, but for the first time a near-satisfied expression flickered across her pale face, fleeting as it was. She could not hold on, and collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard tatami, almost instantly sinking into sleep. She did not have to attend school during the day. Nominally enrolled in a correspondence high school located in Zuli district, she only needed to show her face once a month and submit cursory reports. That schooling served as a legal cover for her to remain in Nihon, and was a necessary formality arranged by the so-called distant uncle downstairs, Shaolin Ba, who maintained the pretense of guardian to collect some government subsidies. As the day brightened, the building called Xingfu Manor and its surroundings began to hum with irritating noise. Neighbors arguing, a drunken mumble downstairs, the screech of motorcycles, and indistinct television static. Su Nuo tossed and turned on the narrow tatami, half asleep and half awake from the racket. Her brow furrowed as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. Her body twitched slightly before she jolted awake and shot up. Her eyes hollow, carrying the dazed terror of someone just released from a nightmare, she murmured unconsciously, "Father, mother, where are you?" Su Yunzhou, who had been watching her quietly, understood at once and felt a swell of complex emotion. It seemed her past was more tragic than he had imagined. Some catastrophic upheaval must have befallen her family to send her to this foreign land and entrust her to such an unreliable so-called relative. That expensive-looking pair of headphones made sense now. Perhaps one of the few possessions left from before the family misfortune. No wonder she resisted him so. Those who have been savaged by life no longer believe in sudden good fortune and instinctively fear to accept it. He moved a thought and gently tapped the softly glowing reward button. A great hand of gentle light manifested and brushed her sweat-damp hair, dispelling the shock and chill left by the night. Under that comforting touch, Su Nuo instinctively narrowed her eyes like a petted cat, and her taut body relaxed for the next second. She snapped, fully awake, springing away like a startled rabbit, clutching the thin blanket and glaring towards Su Yunzhou with incredulity. You're still here. Was last night not a dream?" Su Yun's apparition emitted a low, pleased laugh, as if to say, "You finally accept it as real as it gets. Since you're awake, why not talk for a bit? Where in Daxiao are you from?" Su Nuo quickly stifled her momentary vulnerability, returned to her cold, hard demeanor, and turned away, nothing to talk about. Her refusal was curt. Su Yunzhou paid it no mind and shifted to a more practical subject. "All right, then let's talk about, have you ever thought about moving out of this godforsaken place? With such a schedule and living conditions, you will not develop properly, and your health will only worsen. You're still young and still developing. You cannot continue like this." Su Nuo listened as if she had heard the biggest joke, a scornful hum tugging at her lips. "You, a Daxiao native, know nothing about how things work here in Nihon." She held up 2 fingers. "First, without the downstairs so-called guardian's consent and paperwork, I, an underage foreigner, cannot legally sign any formal rental contract on my own. Second," she paused, her tone chillingly pragmatic, "even if I could sign between deposit key money, the first few months' rent, and basic living expenses, I would need at least 1 million yen just to scrape by." 1 million, do you understand?" Seeing her expression that said, "You simply don't know the hardships of life," Su Yunzhou laughed rather than got angry, his tone as casual as discussing breakfast. "That's it. I thought it would be something serious." Su Yun's ethereal figure floated beside her old computer, his tone brimming with confidence. "Identity issues. Is the cybersecurity technology you're studying merely for show? With my guidance, constructing a virtual identity for you in the online world and bypassing some conventional checks in a short time is far from impossible." He paused, his voice suffused with temptation. "As for money, little girl, it seems you haven't quite grasped the situation. With me around, you need not worry about such mundane matters. Tell me, do you wish to become the hidden stock market prodigy of Edo tomorrow, or do you want to drain an illegal fund pool from a dark organization overnight? A mere 1 million yen is just a drop in the bucket." Su Nuo was taken aback, looking at Su Yunzhou with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Her experiences taught her that there were no gifts without reason in this world. All came with corresponding costs. What was this enigmatic presence, whether ghost or demon, scheming with such kindness? Was it to seize her flesh or her soul? Yet hope ignited in her eyes. As long as you can make me strong enough to take revenge on my enemies, I am willing to offer my body or my soul to you." Su Yunzhou chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I repeat, I am not the kind of spirit who needs a scapegoat to attain rebirth. Nor am I an outer demon that survives by devouring souls. I am here to genuinely help you defy fate. Your only cost is your growth." He followed up on her words. "By the way, who is your enemy?" Su Nuo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She fell silent for a moment, then turned to type a name into the search box, her movements tinged with contemplative hesitation. Then a photo abruptly appeared on the screen. It was of a serious-looking man in a suit from Neon. "Him." Su Nuo's voice was icy, yet a trace of complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Su Yunzhou gazed at the familiar face on the screen, and this time, it was his turn to fall silent. Wu Gongjin, a high-ranking official in the neon political arena, known for his hardline style. Moreover, according to the historical timeline, he knew this Wu Gongjin would indeed meet an unusual assassination in 2016. The official culprit was a seemingly mentally unstable middle-aged man, but whether there was more to the story, he could not yet. However, since Su Nua's target was him, Su Yunzhou was quite willing to lend a hand. The reason was simple: this fellow was an extremely stubborn far-right figure who historically caused considerable trouble for neighboring countries. Interesting. Su Yunzhou's voice held a playful tone. This target is well chosen. I accept this deal. Before he finished speaking, his consciousness quickly purchased the top hacker experience card in the game store. Come, let me show you what true top-tier hacking skills are like. Consent to my request for consciousness synchronization. Su Nua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. In the next instant, she felt her consciousness being pulled into a vortex, temporarily relinquishing control of her body. Then her hands seemed to be endowed with magic, creating two afterimages on the keyboard, while the command window on the screen switched and scrolled at a speed that the naked eye could hardly follow. Countless data streams cascaded down like a waterfall, and the firewall was breached layer by layer, as if made of paper. Soon a series of encrypted, confidential documents were downloaded. Detailed personal information about Wu Gongjin, secret mistress information, minute-by-minute itinerary arrangements, and even some unsavory financial transaction records. This data, if leaked, could trigger a major earthquake in the political arena, causing many to resign in shame. As the effects of the experience card wore off, Su Yunzhou's consciousness swiftly withdrew. So what do you think? Su Nua did not answer immediately. Her eyes remained glued to the screen, but not on Wu Gongjin's data. Rather, she was rapidly browsing and memorizing the command history and techniques left by Su Yunzhou's operations. Those complex commands, clever bypass methods, precise exploitations, made her heart race. So, this is how you bypass certificate verification. This zero-day vulnerability in the library. He knows it so well. Using low-level system APIs to hide processes. This is so ingenious. Her brain operated at an unprecedented speed, greedily recording every character and every line of thought. Many things were beyond her current level of comprehension, but that didn't matter. She would first swallow everything whole, just as she was immersed in this sudden technological enlightenment. Ah, Baka, what the hell is this? Suddenly, a piercing scream akin to a pig being slaughtered erupted from downstairs, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if something had been knocked over and someone had seemingly fallen to the ground. Su Nua was jolted back to reality by the noise, instinctively glancing back. She saw Su Yunzhou's ethereal figure floating leisurely, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A small punishment to give him a wake-up call. His tone was casual, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Su Nua instantly understood. It was this old demon's doing. Just after he downloaded Wu Gongjin's data, he had hacked into the computer in that perverse room downstairs before leaving her body. Imagining Xiao Linba possibly facing some unspeakable scenes, his blood boiling, and revealing his disgraceful demeanor, just as a friend like Sadako or Kayako suddenly crawled out of the screen for a face-to-face scare. That scene. Puffed. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh was like the thawing of glaciers heralding the arrival of spring. She instinctively covered her mouth with the back of her hand, but could not hide her snow-white teeth, nor could she conceal her usually cold and distant apricot eyes, which had transformed into a beautiful crescent shape, glimmering with an unprecedented genuine and bright light. Su Yunzhou was slightly taken aback, secretly praising this girl. When she smiles, her beauty is truly stunning. It would be a waste to keep that cold face all the time. He couldn't help but laugh along. It seems our collaboration is off to a good start. Su Nua nodded vigorously, her gaze no longer filled with hostility. As before, teacher, thank you. Su Yunzhou was touched that this girl actually said thank you to him. He stroked his chin, swiftly shifting his thoughts to money-making mode. Next, the preliminary plan is to make money first, addressing your basic survival needs. He suddenly realized that Su Nua's situation was vastly different from Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jiru. She didn't have a normal family background or social connections to shield her. If a large income suddenly appeared, it would likely attract the attention of certain organizations or even darker forces, making it a death sentence. A reasonable and safe entry point was essential. By the way, what were your plans for today? He asked, intending to find opportunities within her current life trajectory. Su Nua had already tempered her smile, though the frost at the corners of her eyes had noticeably eased. This afternoon, he'll go to the Shinsugo salon to wash the stones and tidy up. In the evening, he'll hand out flyers outside the Jinwan casino, then work at a bar afterward. Su Yunzhou mentally filtered out the casino. Too deep, too dangerous, and unsuitable as a starting point. His gaze fixed on the Shinsugo salon. You play Go? A thought stirred in him as he sensed an excellent opportunity. Yes. Su knew. Nodded, her tone, even yet laced with an almost imperceptible pride. Amateur 5 Dan. When I was a child, my family even hired a teacher for me. He was fairly well known. She withheld further details, such as the fact that her first teacher was now the 8-crown king of Daxia's Go world, the prodigy, Gu Dali 9 Dan. Gu Dali agreed to take such a young pupil not only because she had shown extraordinary aptitude, but largely because her family then wielded entwined influence throughout the Bashu region. Amateur 5 Dan. That's respectable. Su Yun's eyes brightened. Then you could play for stakes. You'd earn a fair sum if you win a game right. Su Nua shook her head clear-headed. At my level I can cow amateur enthusiasts, but the gambling ghost circle hides masters like dragons and tigers. If I meet a true expert, I'll lose everything. Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly and absolute confidence in his voice. With me here, how could you possibly lose? Su Nua, unconvinced, cast him a suspicious glance. This programmer also plays Go. Must be boasting. You don't believe me. Seeing her doubt only raised his spirits. Come, let's play a game. Let me show you what despair feels like. Fine. Su Nua's competitive streak flared. She opened the Go software on the computer with a clean, efficient motion. Su Yun's his tone was casual, as if offering a candy. You place 5 stones first. Su Nua. She almost thought she had misheard, snapping her head up and fixing him with a look that asked if he or she had lost their mind. You want me to place 5 stones first? Do you even understand Go? Unless you are an active professional at High Dan, that is courting death. Su Yunzhou laughed softly. The virtual figure of him seemed a few inches taller, his voice carrying a serene condescension. Don't say you. If today's world champion sat here before me, he'd still have to place 2 or 3 stones first. At the same time, he snatched up his phone, instantly downloaded a top Go AI called Jui, and signed up for a lifetime VIP. He had money now and spared no trifles. A plan crystallized in his mind. At once, AI domination of the Go world was a post-2016 phenomenon. In the present year of 2015, a Su Nua, empowered by Jui, would be nothing less than a walking Go deity. Undeniably the best in the world. Even when AlphaGo first emerged in 2016, it could not have overcome a Jui that had iterated through several updated versions. Although the Japanese Go community's overall strength and influence were waning, the prizes for traditional matches remained generous and attention was still paid. More importantly, a beautiful young female player from Daxiao sweeping the Japanese scene with an irresistible, crushing dominance. Such publicity, such influence, such contrast would be the perfect stage for crafting a goddess. He also remembered while browsing Wu Gongjin's information that the man sometimes played the part of a cultural figurehead at high-end Go events, an entree perhaps in higher circles. 3 birds with 1 stone, perhaps more. Let this novice who only knows how to capture stones carry Su Nua, a girl burdened with a bloody vendetta, to conquer the 2015 Go world. Enough boasting, show your skill. Su Nua set down 5 black stones on the board defiantly. The match began. 10 or 15 minutes later. Su Nua stared at her screen as her great black group was slaughtered, scattered upon the board like dying embers. She froze. Her slender fingers hovered above the mouse, trembling unconsciously. This was utter domination. The opponent's moves were uncanny calculations reaching depths that horrified her. Many sequences she could not even comprehend, only a coldness crawling up her spine. What are you? She murmured, her gaze towards Su Yunzhou utterly changed, filled with shock and incredulity. You really are Zhuowei. No, you're stronger than Zhuowei. Su Yunzhou watched the young woman's expression of complete awe, with satisfaction, a knowing, inscrutable curve at the corners of his virtual mouth. He swept his hand. Come, I'll take you to cleanse the Nihon Go scene. The Shinsu Go salon was tucked on the 2nd floor of an old mixed-use building. Its facade was small but carried a tranquil elegance amid the bustle. It was run by a couple who loved Go, Tengza Heya and his wife Tengza Jie. More than a business, it was a spiritual refuge for nearby players. A few months earlier, Su Nua had timidly come to the door, haltingly asking in accented Japanese, "Excuse me, do you need a Go teacher?" She had no identification. Her Japanese faltered, and though she held an amateur 5-dan certificate, several Go schools had but Tengza Jie, looking at her delicate, yet worn face, softened. There remains in this girl the manner of good upbringing, like a noble lady fallen to the mundane world. Jie guessed faintly that the child's family must have suffered great upheaval, forcing her to seek refuge in this foreign land. We don't actually teach Go here. But, Jie smiled gently. We do need someone to tidy the equipment and clean. If you don't mind, Nookin, would you like to help out here for now? From that day on, Su Nua became the salon's cleaning girl. She was taciturn, but her Go strength ranked in the salon. When not busy, she curled up on a corner, tatami nose buried in thick books like computer network security technology or Python programming. That focused posture clashed with the salon's leisurely atmosphere, yet somehow harmonized strangely. People liked this quiet, hard-working Daxiao girl with a hint of mystery. That afternoon, Su Nua arrived as usual. Tengza's sister, she greeted softly. Nookin is here. Thank you for your hard work. Rest for a while. Tengza Jie smiled warmly. Su Nu nodded, her gaze already sharp as it swept the salon and quickly settled on a board surrounded by a few people. Across the board, a young man with glasses frowned at the position, sighing over the game. His opponent, a bald, middle-aged man, fanning himself with easy confidence, was the target of Su Nua's visit. And Tianxia was a regular here, his strength near professional level, often playing for stakes. At Su Nua's earlier level, he would have to give 2 to 3 stones. The game ended swiftly and predictably, and Tianxia won. The bespectacled youth smiled ruefully and handed over 2 Tintasandian notes. Mister, and next time you should give 4 stones, right? And Tianxia laughed heartily and shook his head modestly. No, 3 stones is the limit. Anything more, and there. Su Nua smirked at Su Yunzhou. That bald man could have given the previous player at least 5 stones. Winning 20,000 and still acting modest. What a fraud. Su Yun's voice was amused. I saw it. Go ahead, let that swindler pay the price. Su Nua took a deep breath and walked to the chess table, sitting down opposite Tianxia. And Tianxia was somewhat surprised, adjusting his glasses. Oh, Nukin, would you like to play a game with me? However, I usually play. Su Nua said nothing, silently pulling out a small cloth pouch from her pocket and neatly pressing all her cash, wrinkled 30,000 yen, into one corner of the board. This was her entire fortune at the moment. And Tianxia was taken aback and hesitated, saying, "Shall we decide who goes first?" He frequently visited this place and was aware of Su Nua's general skill level. If they decided who went first, he was almost certain he wouldn't lose. Su Nua simply nodded firmly, her gaze as calm as a still pond. At this point, even the elderly man in the corner who was recording the game looked over and began to voice his objections. "Nukin, don't be impulsive. And Tian is quite formidable. Yes, little girl, it's not easy to earn that money. Don't just give it away. And Tian, how can you play with a little girl for stakes?" And deciding who goes first, Tung Zayui also rushed over upon hearing the commotion, anxiously calling out, "Nukin." And Tianxia felt a bit embarrassed by the comments, but seeing the 30,000 yen on the board, he couldn't bear to back down, so he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Since Nukin is interested, I'll play a game with you. Please take care of me." The game officially began, and Su Yunzhou's ethereal figure sat beside the board, guiding Su Nua's moves with his finger. Just a few moves and the onlookers began to murmur in confusion. Opening with 3-3. How could Nukin play such a move? Isn't this a common move for beginners? Is she too nervous? Oh no, it seems that 30,000 yen is going to go down the... Even Su Nua was anxiously stamping her foot in her consciousness. "Old dang. Master, what are you doing? This opening with 3-3 is going to make me look like a fool. If I lose, I'll really be out of money this month." Su Yunzhou's ethereal figure was lounging with one leg crossed, leisurely sipping a drink for energy, while watching the app show Su Nua's black pieces had a winning probability of 98. What's the panic? Let me show you what a dimensional reduction strike looks like. Su Nua could only tough it out, placing her pieces step by step in ways that seemed unfathomable to others as guided by Su Yunzhou's finger. And Tianxia initially maintained a relaxed smile, thinking the little girl had indeed lost her composure. However, as the game progressed, his smile gradually stiffened, the pace of his fan slowing down, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He found that his familiar tactics and anticipated attacks were easily countered by seemingly unreasonable and slightly sneaky moves from the opponent. In just over 100 moves, a large dragon of nearly 30 pieces he had built had no way to survive. How is this possible? He rubbed his slick, sweaty head, incredulous. I didn't foresee the intricacies here. Nukin, let's play another game. Su Nua lifted her clear eyes to look at him, her voice calm, yet filled with undeniable strength. All right. For this game, the stakes will be 60,000 yen. What? And Tianxia's breath caught, looking at the frail girl before him, then glancing at the grim situation on the board. A mix of anger and defiance surged within him. Fine. 60,000 it is. The second game started even faster and ended quicker as well. And Tianxia tried to change his strategy, but the opponent seemed to have calculated everything, effortlessly controlling the situation. If he hesitated for even a moment, the board was already in dire straits. In less than 70 moves, he lost another large dragon. I lost. And Tianxia scratched his head in dismay, still unable to grasp where he had gone wrong. Everyone was stunned by this bizarre scene. My goodness. Nukin. She won against Tian. Twice. Going first. Winning 2 games in a row. This game. I can't understand it, but Nukin seems to have completely transformed. This girl is deep and full of... Su Nua silently gathered the 9 Fukuzawa Yukichi notes handed to her along with her capital. A total of 120,000 yen felt heavy in her hands. Thank you for the lesson. She nodded slightly, carefully putting the cash into her inner pocket. The heavy sensation pressed against her chest, making her heartbeat feel particularly strong. As she exited the Go Salon, it was dusk, and the sky of Edo was dyed a warm orange. The setting sun's rays filtered through the eaves of the traditional townhouses, perfectly outlining a soft golden edge on her profile. She instinctively squinted, realizing it had been a long time since she paused to feel the warmth of the sunlight, instead of calculating when it would set to rush off to her next part-time job. Su Yunzhou coughed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of subtle concern. Now that you have money, don't just stand there, hurry up and buy something decent to eat. I can see you, a little bean sprout would blow away in the wind. It's truly a sight to behold. Su Nua replied softly, her voice slightly softer than usual. Thank you, master. She walked into the familiar Lawson convenience store at the street corner. Through the bright glass window, she picked up the special thick-cut pork cutlet rice, priced at 980 yen. The golden crispy pork cutlet was almost bursting out of its packaging, the sauce rich, and the side dishes plentiful. This was the first time in 3 months that she had dared to buy a bento exceeding 500 yen for herself. Holding the warm bento, she suddenly remembered something, and asked seriously, Master, would you like me to buy you one too? I can find a quiet park and carve a spiritual seat for you, offering it on time, every day. Su Yunzhou. Thank you, but no need. Is filial piety the key to strength? In the end, Su Nua sat down on a bench in a nearby small park, carefully opening the bento box, and the enticing aroma immediately wafted out. She took small bites of the long-awaited hot food, savoring the satisfaction of the crispy exterior and the tender, juicy pork melting in her mouth. Hesitating for a moment, she softly opened her mouth and asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. Master, why did you come to my side? Is it like Sawa choosing to cultivate Kinto wanting to mold me into a vessel to carry your go will and climb to some? Su Yun's ethereal figure sat beside her shaking his head, his tone carrying a nonchalant air. No. What you want to do is your own choice. Well, but regarding the path of go, he paused, carrying a hint of superiority typical of a spoiler. In about half a year, humans will be completely dominated by computers on the board, and ITLL lose its meaning. You should focus on honing your computer skills. That is the future. Su Nua nodded, swallowing the food in her mouth, falling into silence for a moment before speaking softly. Master, do I really not have to pay any price? It had been a long time since anyone had treated her so kindly for no reason. I'm a bit scared. Su Yunzhou looked at her guarded profile, feeling a stir in his heart, and after some thought he said, actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I am a practitioner currently accumulating merits in the mortal world. Once I achieve enough merit, I can regain my physical form, but by then I will become a truly ordinary person with no more abilities. If you see me, then please remember our relationship today and take care of that ordinary me as your repayment. Oh, I understand. Su Nua confirmed in her heart that indeed he was that kind of spirit who needed to accumulate merit. By the way, Master, tomorrow shall we switch to another Go house? Yes. Su Yun's voice carried a leisurely smile. Betting on Go has a touch of cultured elegance in Neon. Most players are respectable office workers or elderly gentlemen enjoying their retirement, losing tens of thousands of yen to a foreign girl, mostly just considering it a small allowance for the younger generation, unlike those gamblers in casinos who lose their temper and shout yammied, even seeking revenge. Su Nua replied in a neutral tone. Then he'll bring a long introduction to algorithms so I can read it while they take their time pondering, not wasting time. Su Yunzhou face-bombed. You're so bold, girl. Aren't you afraid those old men will get angry and chase after you shouting baka all over the street? In the following days, Su Nua decisively quit her jobs washing glasses at a bar and distributing flyers at a casino, fully immersing herself in the grand undertaking of sweeping through the Jianghu chess hall. With Su Yunzhou, the human-shaped AlphaGo, in charge, she felt as if she had activated a cheat code for dimensional suppression, winning every battle and watching her wallet swell at an astonishing rate. Nights were dedicated to unyielding hacker training sessions. Under Su Yunzhu's meticulous guidance, paired with the occasional divine temporary boost from the hacker experience card, she purchased Su Nua's cybersecurity skills soared like she was riding a rocket. One late night, after Su Nua effortlessly breached the firewall of a large enterprise in Neon, leaving behind a cute emoticon as a mark in the core server, Su Yunzhou felt both gratified and helpless, realizing that her hidden talents were being rapidly depleted by this monstrous disciple. What to do if the disciple is too smart? Asking online, it's quite urgent. She had no choice but to take out her phone and text Lin Ruoxuan, Queen Xian, I'm researching cybersecurity technology and urgently need a more skilled master to guide me. Can you help recommend someone? Lin Ruoxuan's reply was astonishingly quick, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. You're not actually thinking of going back to work, are you? Is this part of the necessary journey through the mortal tribulation? What if I don't go back to work? Su Yunzhou naturally followed up, if I don't work, will you support me? Lin Ruoxuan, I'll support you. Su Yunzhou chuckled and quickly replied with the classic line, you should take care of yourself first, little fool. Lin Ruoxuan immediately sent a pitiful crying emoji with tears. I can't take care of myself, I need you to take care of me. If you come work for me, I'll pay you 1 billion yen a month. I'm begging you, don't leave me, my system daddy. Su Yunzhou. This is simply extravagant. However, this queen has transformed back into the little Ruoxuan who relied on him back. Then, this contrast is a bit hard to resist. He rubbed his nose and replied, well, why not call me when you get back? It feels different through the screen. Besides, I'm just itching to study some technology. After all, it's the foundation of this identity. Alright, I'll help you find someone right away. Lin Ruoxuan's efficiency was as astonishingly high as ever. Just 5 minutes later, the phone screen lit up with a friend request from someone with the username consisting of a solitary proud. The verification message was breathlessly brief, I am King. Su Yunzhou felt a slight tremor in her fingers upon seeing this name. King. A living legend recognized as the second most powerful figure in dark web technology. The legend who once single-handedly paralyzed a certain country's financial system and is still globally wanted by the FBI, yet not even a shadow could be grasped of this top-tier deity. And the one who always overshadowed him, shrouded in mystery, known only by the singular Chinese character Go, was even more elusive, with industry speculation suggesting that this person likely hailed from Neon, adept at merging Eastern metaphysics with cutting-edge technology. Go, Weiqi. Su Yunzhou pondered thoughtfully, turning her gaze to the computer. In the game, the cold light from the screen illuminated Su Nua's excessively youthful, yet already strikingly beautiful profile. She was fully engrossed, casually flipping through the pages of a thick introduction to algorithms, while effortlessly making moves annihilating the so-called amateur kings in their chess hall. An absurd yet entirely reasonable thought crossed her mind. No way could the future Go really be this little monster. This speculation invigorated him, leading him to invest even more effort into teaching Su Nua, pouring in all his enthusiasm. From then on, the guidance transformed into a dual master model between Su Yunzhou and K. Su Yunzhou was responsible for interpreting, guiding, and conducting preliminary filtering and explanations based on her understanding of Su Nua. K would then provide deeper theoretical support, practical case studies, and techniques for risk avoidance. The two of them, one light and one dark unexpectedly formed an excellent synergy. However, Kay the great god suffered. 2 hours later, Kay finally couldn't hold it in anymore and sent a voice message tinged with a breakdown. Mr. Sue, I must be frank. The questions you raise here average 1 per minute. The depth and breadth are comparable to top-level academic discussions. This is no longer a matter of learning speed. This is information overload. This is consciousness uploading. Are you using a time accelerator over there? Su Yunzhou rubbed her nose, unable to respond. She couldn't possibly tell this great god that she was currently in a semi-transcendental state, with the flow of time in her mental world differing from the outside world. Moreover, there was Su Yunzhou and Su Nua's colorful chess endeavor. The most fruitful harvest came on Christmas Eve 2 weeks later at a chess hall run by a South Korean in Yunzhou. When that girl from the Great Xia, dressed in a faded old coat, but clutching a thick introduction to algorithms, casually turned the pages with her slender fingers that seemed as if they could snap at any moment, while effortlessly defeating the so-called amateur kings in their chess hall, that deep-seated national pride was thoroughly ignited. Oh no way. This can't be happening. It must be luck. Let me try. It has to be a coincidence. What? One after another, the South Korean chess players, unwilling to accept defeat, stepped forward to challenge, only to be defeated one after another, yelling in frustration, their faces turning as red as pickled cabbage. The strategies and calculations they prided themselves on appeared clumsy and laughable in the face of Su Yunzhu's avant-garde chess principles. But their stubbornness, unique to South Koreans, kept them from admitting defeat as they lined up to challenge, practically queuing to give money to Su Nua. That day, Su Nua earned a staggering 500,000 yen just from the colorful rewards. TSK Tisk, thanks to the enthusiastic sponsorship from the Ashiba. At this rate, moving out of your pigsty will be possible by tomorrow. Su Yunzhu's voice carried unabashed praise, and Su Nua nodded, seriously clutching the introduction to algorithms, which had almost become her signature self-defense weapon. Additionally, teacher, I just simulated the construction of a new asymmetric encryption algorithm module in my mind, utilizing some properties of elliptic curves. Can you help me verify the logical closure and potential vulnerabilities when I get back? Su Yunzhou once again rubbed her forehead. Luckily, those South Koreans can't hear it, otherwise hearing you slaughter their national pride with Go, while writing code in mathematics, they can't understand in your mind, they'd probably explode collectively on the spot. On the way back, the neon lights began to glow, illuminating the Ginza streets in a dazzling array of colors. Passing a chic fashion store, a mannequin dressed in a high-quality cashmere coat radiated a soft sheen under the warm yellow lights. Su Nua's footsteps paused imperceptibly for a moment, her gaze lingering on the coat for half a second before returning to her usual indifference, as if that warm temptation had never existed. On such a cold day, why not go in and buy a decent coat? Su Yunzhou suggested. Su Nua shook her head, her voice flat. If the fat pig downstairs finds out, I'll have to hand over most of my money. She had long accustomed herself to hiding any additional income that might attract attention. It was her instinct for survival in the mire. Su Yunzhou fell silent for a moment, realizing this was indeed a conundrum without a solution. In recent days, he had occasionally tried to indirectly inquire about her background. The girl simply replied in an overly calm tone that it was due to the invasion of the Wu Palace, which led to her family's down. However, she couldn't explain why a politician from Neon could crush a respectable merchant family from the Great Xia across the sea. She was too young at that time and didn't understand many things. Su Yunzhou watched as the girl spent her days surrounded by cold code, swirling secondhand smoke, and middle-aged chess enthusiasts filled with commercialism. In her eyes, apart from the obsession for revenge, there was hardly any sparkle that should belong to a 16-year-old girl. She resembled a bowstring stretched to its limits, silently tightening herself, making one worry that they might hear the sound of her snapping at any moment. As he pondered, Su Yunzhuo's gaze swept across the distant night sky, fixing on the brilliantly lit, slowly rotating giant Ferris wheel of the Edo castle. The massive wheel outlined a dreamlike halo against the night, creating a vibrant tapestry that contrasted with the lively commotion of the amusement park below. A thought flashed through his mind. Hey Ano, Su Yunzhuo's voice shed some of its usual mockery, taking on a softer moi. Su Nua didn't lift her head as her mind instinctively calculated the most economical train route and timing for their return. You? Su Yunzhuo paused. How long has it been since you played like a normal girl, purely and freely? Play. Su Nua echoed the word, her eyes momentarily clouded and dim, as if it were a foreign term long removed from her lives dictionary. I don't remember, she finally replied dryly, her tone revealing no emotion. No, I can't stand it any longer. Even studying requires sustainable development. Being too tense will break. Even geniuses need to relax. The goal has been temporarily changed. Su Yunzhou immediately transformed into an overbearing system enforcing love. Take me to the amusement park, execute it immediately. Otherwise you'll face high voltage. Su Nua abruptly stopped, instinctively raising her head towards the shimmering. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, as if through him she glimpsed a gentle figure from long ago, who had once bent down to say to her, we won't practice piano today, mommy will take you to the amusement park to ride the carousel, okay? That image flashed by so quickly it was impossible to grasp. Thus they stood before the dazzling neon daiba, a dreamlike kingdom of lights. The colorful lights of the Ferris wheel adorned the night sky like jewels, while the roller coaster tracks carved thrilling arcs, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of takoyaki and crepes. Girls dressed in various JK uniforms and yukatas laughed and darted between the attractions, creating an atmosphere filled with neon comic-style youthful tales. Su Yunzhou waved his hand grandly. Today let's experience the daily life of neon high school students. Yet he soon felt deep regret for this humanitarian decision. He finally understood the terrifying aspect of the talent known as extreme will. What he envisioned was Su Nuo, sitting in the slowly ascending cabin of the Ferris wheel, gazing at the night view spread out like a galaxy outside the window, her face lit up with the innocent longing smile of a 16-year-old girl. But the reality was Su Nuo sat in the slowly rising cabin staring at the dazzling sea of lights outside. She remained silent for a few seconds, then tilted her head, as if discovering an interesting phenomenon, calmly analyzing. So from a height, the city's network topology looks like this. The density of signal-based stations and the coupling degree of major traffic nodes are surprisingly high. This perspective and height are quite suitable for contemplating the architecture of distributed system disaster recovery backups. Su Yunzhou crazily complained. Hey, we came here to relax, not to work overtime. Su Nuo blinked, her tone flat. Oh, then let's do something exciting. Su Yunzhou stubbornly replied, all right. He then watched as Su Nuo silently walked towards the super pirate ship, known as the King of Centrifugal Force. Su Yunzhou shook violently in front of the screen, feeling like a cat thrown into a washing machine, his soul swaying. Then came even more insane attractions: screaming flying machine, vertical drop prison, rapid river volcano coaster. After each ride, Su Nuo remained unfazed, and occasionally the corners of her mouth would lift slightly, almost as if to say, is that all? In the midst of the drop tower's terrifying descent, the strong wind blew her bangs back. Yet she analyzed clearly in the wind, the force during this drop combined with the irregular tremors caused by wind resistance. It resembles the cliff-like drop in a monitoring curve during a DDoS attack on a server. Meanwhile, Su Yunzhou, experiencing all this from a first-person perspective, felt as though he was about to regurgitate the beef he had just eaten. He felt like a novice playing a 3D game for the first time, wishing to sing "I Will Conquer" while clutching a trash can. Stop. Ying Dai. Stop for a moment. Su Yunzhou felt as if his soul was about to be flung out of the earth. Oh no, can we do something more age-appropriate? Like the carousel. Those kawaii girls in JK uniforms are having so much fun. Su Nuo gracefully jumped down from the recently halted roller coaster renowned as the most thrilling in all of Neon, and casually fixed her slightly disheveled ponytail, casting him a glance that said, "You're really weak, isn't it true? You're just a ghost with no physical form, and you're still afraid of these. Fine, given how weak you are, let's finish with something gentler, more suited to your identity." More suited to my identity. Su Yunzhou momentarily found himself at a loss. Thus, as midnight approached and the amusement park was about to close, Su Nuo walked into the famously haunted house themed around hospital grievances, said to be able to scare anyone to death. 5 minutes later, Su Nuo walked past a staff member dressed as the slit-mouthed woman who pounced and screamed at her, even kindly reminding them, "Your fake blood's viscosity is off and the color is too bright. Real oxidized blood isn't this color or texture. I suggest adjusting the ratio of glycerin and pigment." She glanced back at Su Yunzhou, who was trembling behind, her eyes mostly shut, unable to hold back her soul-searching question. "Aren't you a big ghost from the summer? How can you be scared to open your eyes by these poorly made fake ghosts in neon?" Su Yunzhou. "You're the ghost. You're scarier than any ghost. For me, this is simply watching a fully immersive 4D Max horror movie. Who can endure this? Also, are your nerves made of vibranium with titanium alloy? You've turned a horror film into a product quality inspection scene." He paused, his voice carrying a hint of indulgence and resignation he wasn't even aware of. Forget it, I won't argue with you, little monster. Speak up, what else do you want to play? Something normal. Tomorrow I will risk my life to accompany you again, just once more." Su Nuo's footsteps stopped by a wooden rack filled with wish plaques. She looked up at the cold moon in the night sky, its light, like water, casting on her overly pale face, outlining a... She clearly enunciated a word: gun. After a pause, she added, her tone imbued with an earnestness and determination beyond her years, her eyes shining strikingly under the moonlight, "A real gun. I want to learn how to shoot, how to assemble, how to maintain. Teacher, could you teach me?" Su Yunzhou fell silent on the other end of the screen. In his heart, there was no doubt left. He was nearly 100% certain. That far-right politician Wu Gongjin, who had died mysteriously in 2016, was to be sent off by this little ghost in the future. But this little ghost would only be 17 next year, and would her hands already be stained with blood? No, perhaps in her heart it was not blood at all, but merely a necessary step to eradicate the inner demon. After a moment, he sighed, his voice carrying a calmness that bore the weight of a heavy fate. "I understand, Anna. This is your destiny, and I respect your choice." He paused. "But with your current status as an illegal resident, you can't even enter the most basic shooting club. Let's do this next week. We will go to Kyoto. I will help you resolve your identity issues, allowing you to engage openly in everything you wish to learn." "Thank you," Su Nuo said softly, the two words carrying a depth of warmth that was much gentler than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of dependency. She hesitated for a moment, her voice even softer. "Teacher, thank you for being with me. It has been such a long time since anyone asked me what I wanted to do, what I wanted to play. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? In the future, just tell me what you want to do, and I will always be with you." Upon hearing this, Su Nuo's face revealed an extremely complex expression. It held warmth, buried guilt, and a hint of the fear of loss. She smiled faintly, and under the moonlight her smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet fragile enough to evoke pity. She did not speak again, only softly replied with AMM. That night, they returned to the shabby, cramped dwelling. Su Nua, as usual, opened her computer and began coding, while Su Yunzhou watched beside her, occasionally offering pointers. However, as time passed, he began to feel a bit bored and let his mind drift fast-forwarding through this study time. She almost immediately sensed the disappearance of the watchful gaze that had enveloped her. Her fingers hovering over the keyboard paused slightly. A mix of disappointment and a panic of being abandoned surged within her. Then, as if to dispel this unsettling emptiness, or perhaps to prove something, she quietly accessed a specific deep layer of the dark web. With the rapid advancement of her hacking skills honed under Su Yunzhuo's thorough teachings and her own extraordinary talent, she precisely filtered through information and then, seeking a thrill, accepted several tasks marked high-risk, high-reward consequences at one's own risk, considering it a solid practice, she told herself. The targets were databases of several multinational companies known for their impenetrable security, aiming to steal specified, highly sensitive commercial technology materials. Her operations flowed smoothly like a dancer in the dark night. However, each time she used the techniques he taught her to bypass firewall detection, images of him holding her hand and patiently explaining the principles of vulnerabilities flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Each time, she successfully gained core access, his gentle promise of "I will accompany you as you grow" echoed uncontrollably in her ears. That tenderness was like poison, intoxicating her and instilling fear within her. When the last task was completed and she looked at the 100 newly added bitcoins in her encrypted wallet, Su Nua felt no joy at all. She slowly turned her head, gazing towards the void, where Su Yunzhuo's consciousness usually resided, her eyes swirling with extremely complex emotions, dependency, guilt, and a bit of deeply buried fear. Teacher, if one day you find out the truth that I have been deceiving you, would you still treat me with such gentleness? Or would you find me disgusting? Would you hate me? Leave me? No. The moment that thought arose, it was crushed by an almost insane obsession. I absolutely cannot allow such a situation to occur. Even if I fall into a deeper hell, even if I bear more sins, I must not let this ray of light that has penetrated into my cold life disappear. Her gaze suddenly turned icy like a drawn demon blade. Her fingers danced across the keyboard like a gust of wind, calling up all the secret information that could be gathered about Wu Gongjin, including his travel habits, security weaknesses, and political rivalries. Her gaze lingered for a moment on his seemingly righteous official photo, a chilling intent brewing within her. Then she accessed a more secretive corner of the dark web, one that required special permits to enter, and found an intelligence section belonging to a neon underworld organization called New Moon Group. Comprehensive information indicated that they had long-standing grievances with Wu Gongjin and the political factions behind him, with intense conflicts of interest and continuous friction. On the dark web, one could even find internal leaks of bounties placed on Wu Gongjin. It's you all. Su Nua's lips curled into a cold and ruthless arc. In order to continue this charade of deep master-student affection, to prevent my teacher from becoming angry, disappointed, and ultimately leaving after discovering the truth. Therefore, Wu Gongjin, although there is no direct enmity between us, you must die. She began to calmly edit information using layered proxies to disguise her IP, filtering out Wu Gongjin's travel weaknesses and security loopholes, and sending them to a public contact channel of the New Moon Group. After completing all of this, she closed all windows and cleared her operational traces. In the room, only the faint glow of the screen and the distant neon outside remained. She hugged her cold knees tightly, burying her face into them, her shoulders barely perceptibly trembling. During this time, Su Nua swept through the major Go clubs in Edo, becoming a force to be reckoned with. As if God blocks the gods, Buddha blocks the Buddhas. The Go circle is neither too large nor too small, especially in this information age. News of the mysterious Daxia girl with an unusual style winning against numerous amateur masters in Edo, never suffering a defeat, spread rapidly in the Neon Go community, even making it to the hot topic list of several Go forums. Have you heard? A little girl from Daxia has recently emerged, defeating many skilled players in the Go club. Is that true? Is Sai from Hikaru no Go manifesting in reality? That's too exaggerated. Not just that. It is said that she plays while holding a thick introduction to algorithms, almost like a machine on the chessboard. Initially, this was just a fun anecdote that amateur players and friends enjoyed discussing. Most of the high-ranking professional players, upon hearing it during their leisure, merely chuckled and treated it as a light diversion in their tedious training, not taking it to heart. However, when several top students who were highly regarded by the Edo Go Institute and preparing to challenge professional ranks also lost to that girl one after another and brought their game records to their respective teachers, the nature of the matter changed. Jiangsu Mingren, please, you must take a look at this girl's game record. It's too bizarre. It's simply not human. Even the most promising contenders for this year's professional ranking, Jintu Huanliang and Taya Tokahiro, lost, being completely overwhelmed in the middle game, unable to find any rhythm. Her moves seemed to be from the future. A player from Taiwan, Huang Minghui, even rushed directly into the tea room of his teacher, Wang Liqing 9 Dan. Wang Liqing was unquestionably the #1 figure in the Neon Go scene in the early 21st century. Though he gradually faded from the front line due to physical and energy reasons, the aging lion still retained its might. His sharp eye and rich experience remained top-notch in the Go world. He took the game records initially just browsing casually, but as he continued his expression grew serious. After pondering for a long while he raised his head, his eyes already ignited with fervor. If this Miss Su Nua comes to the Go Institute again, Wang Liqing instructed his disciples, be sure to invite her to meet me. Just say, I Wang Liqing wish to play a game with her. Understood. Huang Minghui suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, bowing deeply, his voice slightly strained with excitement. I will definitely relay the message. I will make sure to deliver the message. 2 days later, Luo once again stepped into the second-floor game room of the Edo Go Institute, a space reserved for amateurs. Just as she was preparing to seek out a suitable patron, as usual, Huang Minghui, who had been waiting there, immediately hurried forward and bowed deeply with formal respect. Miss Su Nua, my sincerest apologies for the intrusion. After our last game, I submitted the Kifu to my teacher Heninbo, Wang Liqing, for review. He was profoundly impressed by your Go talent and expressed a strong desire to meet you in person. Might you be willing to join him for a friendly game in the tea chamber upstairs? Heninbo Wang Liqing. For the first time, astonishment flickered across Su Nua's usually impassive crystalline features. That was Wang Liqing, the legendary master who once stood atop the world of Go, claiming multiple world championships. The very name she had revered as a child, gazing up at his portrait in Go textbooks. Now a figure of such stature, the living embodiment of Go divinity, had personally requested a match with her. Instinctively, she urgently summoned her ultimate mentor within her mind's eye. Elder Master, it's Wang Liqing, the two-time world champion Heninbo Wang Liqing. He wants to play me. Should we go, or not? Her confidence wavered, a genuine uncertainty gripped her heart. After all, she had secretly searched historical records of renowned Go masters, and found no trace of anyone named Su Yunzhou. To her spectral mentor was at best an exceptionally gifted yet reclusive amateur. She well knew between professional and amateur lay an unbridgeable chasm, a gulf dividing two entirely separate worlds. Upon hearing this, Su Yunzhou nonchalantly dug his ear and replied with utter indifference, Wang Liqing. Who's that? Is he truly formidable? Even so, how formidable could he possibly be? Oh right, I vaguely recall him now, an aging faded Go player. Go ahead then. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. As if his earlier remark lacked sufficient weight, he added airily, never mind Wang Liqing. Even Ku Bao, China's so-called dragon per game prodigy, or Li Xiaoyan of Korea, famed for his zombie style, would have to offer me 2 or 3 stones before daring to sit across from me. Ku Bao and Li Xiaoyan. Su Nua's inner world surged with another tidal wave of shock. They were the undisputed apex of today's Go world, the towering figures worshipped as deities by countless fans. Across all history, few could rival their supremacy. Yet her elder mentor spoke of them as if they were toddlers still learning to capture stones in their neighbor's backyard. Had her master's skill truly ascended to such a transcendent height, gazing down upon all mortals from an unfathomable peak? Was he even human? Had he descended from the stars? Bolstered by her elder mentor's audacious assurance, Su Nua's trepidation dissolved, instantly replaced by a subtle, steely resolve. Let me see just how extraordinary you truly are. She met Huang Minghui's expectant gaze and answered crisply, very well, lead the way. Following him, she entered an elegant incense-scented tea chamber nestled deep within the institute. Dressed impeccably in a sharp suit and radiating vitality, Heninbo Wang Liqing sat calmly beside the Goban, his presence deep and still as an ancient abyss. Adding to Su Nua's quiet pressure, several distinguished middle-aged men and women sat upright on either side of the chamber. They were professional Go players, mostly ethnic Chinese. Among them, Su Nua recognized faces she'd seen in magazines: Wang Mingwan, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey, hailed, as did Wang Liqing, from Taiwan. The Kifu brought back by the Institute's trainees had already stirred tremendous waves among the overseas Chinese Go community. After repeated analysis, they unanimously concluded that this young woman's style was bizarrely elusive, her calculations astonishingly profound and precise, utterly beyond conventional comprehension, as though she played from another dimension entirely. Now, witnessing Heninbo Wang Liqing himself step onto the board to test this sudden meteoric dark horse, every observer brimmed with irrepressible curiosity, eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary prowess of this girl who had shaken the Go world to its core. Su Nua took a slow, steadying breath, stilled her wandering thoughts, and seated herself silently opposite Wang Liqing, offering a slight respectful nod. Master Wang, good day. With gentle warmth he smiled. Miss Su Nua, please, no formalities. Having studied your games, I couldn't resist the urge to test my own skill against yours. I hope you'll forgive this old man's impromptu. You're far too kind. Hesitating only briefly, she chose survival above all else, and spoke boldly. However, I rely on Go to earn my livelihood. So, might we add a modest wager to our game? At these words, the observing professionals exchanged glances, astonished, incredulous, faintly bewildered. To play against Heninbo Wang Liqing was a dream for countless players, yet she thought first of money, and to wager against a former world champion. Was this young woman's mind truly sound? Wang Liqing blinked, then burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with even deeper admiration. He admired her candor and purity. Fascinating. Here's my proposal. Should you win, I'll give you 1 million yen. Should you lose? He paused, his gaze piercing and intense. You shall become my disciple. What say you? I will personally guide your training. Rigorous, systematic, professional. Agreed. Without hesitation, Su Nua nodded. Win, and she earned cash; a lose, and she gained the finest mentorship imaginable. Either way, she stood to gain. Wang Liqing scooped up a handful of stones. Shall we determine who plays black? The onlookers trembled inwardly. Zhen, equal terms. Heninbo Wang had consented to play an even game with a young woman of unknown origin. Though her Kifu suggested formidable strength, seeing Wang Liqing treat her with such solemnity left them deeply unsettled and awestruck. The draw awarded Su Nua black. As the game commenced under Su Yunzhou's guidance, augmented by the supreme AI Jue, her black stones delivered strikes of transcendent precision defying temporal boundaries. Wang Liqing's expression shifted gradually, from calm benevolence to growing gravity, then to rapt, unwavering concentration. His periods of deep contemplation lengthened. He discovered that his most trusted Josekis crumbled helplessly before her ruthless victory-obsessed efficiency go, a style indifferent to convention governed solely by outcome. The observing professionals watched spellbound, whispering low, awestruck, bewildered exchanges among themselves. This time Su Nua graciously honored her senior. She set aside her copy of Introduction to Algorithms, fixing her gaze steadily on the board, her posture impeccable, her focus absolute. By the middle game, Wang Liqing's great dragon lay slaughtered, his defeat inevitable. He stared at the board for a long silent moment, then gently placed 2 stones beside it, releasing a long resonant sigh layered with complexity. Ancient Millennium Genius. Shaking his head, he wore an expression of serene acceptance, an overwhelming reverent admiration. I yield, utterly sincerely. Lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Su Nua. Miss Su Nua, your go has revealed to me an entirely new world. With all due respect, your talent is nothing short of staggering. In your moves, I glimpse echoes of many past masters' explorations, yet your vision is wholly original, self-contained. To reach such heights without formal professional training at so tender an age, truly, ancient millennium genius. Given time, your achievements may rival those of my own teacher, the revered Showa saint Wu Qingyan, who forged an era and is venerated as a deity by generations of players. To many, Master Wu stands unchallenged as the greatest Go player of all time, past, present, and future. The entire tatami room was silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Several professional players exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Wang Liqing, a 9th Dan player, actually lost to a high school girl. Moreover, he gave such a high evaluation, comparable to Wu Qingyuan. This was no simple praise, it was almost a prophecy of a legend's birth. Su Nua felt a tumultuous wave in her heart, hard to calm. She won. She really won. And it was a mid-game dragon slaughter victory. This old master is too strong. He managed to make a former world champion convinced, even giving the evaluation of comparable to Wu Qingyuan. Doesn't that mean he is unparalleled throughout history? Who exactly is she? She maintained her composure on the surface, slightly bowed, her tone still flat. It was Wang Laoshe who was gracious. Wang Liqing waved his hand, smiling, more gently signaling Huang Minghui to take out a prepared envelope containing exactly 1 million yen in cash, handing it to her with both hands. Su Nusen, this is what you deserve. With the extraordinary talent and exceptional strength you have displayed, continuing to linger in the amateur Go scene would be like hiding a pearl in dust, a waste of extraordinary potential. His tone became serious. Have you seriously considered becoming a professional Go player? With your strength, once you enter the professional arena, you could stir the entire landscape of Go around the world. If you are willing, Ming Wanson and I can jointly act as your sponsors and recommend you to participate in the special talent adopt. The nearby Wang Mingwan, also a 9th Dan player, chimed in cheerfully, yes, Su Nusen. In recent years, even Zhang Su, the Chinese players we have in Japan, have gradually been overshadowed by the new generation of locals. We really need fresh blood like you, full of vigor, to break the deadlock and revive our prestige. In Japan, there are mainly 2 paths to becoming a professional Go player. One is to gradually become a student and participate in the annual professional examination. The other is the more stringent special talent adoption recommendation system, which requires the joint recommendation of top professional players and evaluation through matches against today's top-tier players like Zhang Su and Yamashita Kigo. Wang Liqing's actions undoubtedly opened a shortcut to professionalism for Su Nua. Becoming a professional player, Su Nua's heart was not particularly eager. She felt that hiding behind the internet, navigating through codes and technology, seemed freer, more in line with her secret path of revenge. But she knew she needed to consult the mastermind behind the scenes. Teacher, what do you think? Su Yun's calm voice sounded, haven't you always wanted to seek revenge on Wu Gongjin? Becoming a professional player would bring you closer to that opportunity. However, don't reveal your status as an illegal resident for now. Oh, I will figure out a way to solve it. Wu Gongjin. Hearing this name, Su Nua felt a bitterness in her heart. Because he was not Su Nua's true enemy, back then, he was merely a substitute she had grabbed when Su Yunzhou pressed her for answers, a guise to cover the truth. Could it be that she really had to follow through on that hasty lie step by step, even changing the trajectory of her life? Forget it. A sense of helpless determination flashed through her mind. It had come to this, so she could only keep it from her teacher and take it step by step. Su Nua raised her eyes to Wang Liqing and Wang Mingwan, her gaze still cold, her tone steady, revealing no significant joy. Thank you very much for your regard and kindness, Teacher Wang. However, becoming a professional player is a major decision regarding my life path. I need some time to consider it carefully and discuss it with my family. Is that all right? Wang Liqing nodded and understanding, his eyes filled with even more appreciation. Being calm and composed, not arrogant, is a good trait. Of course, that is only right. I look forward to seeing you on the professional stage soon. Surely you will bring a refreshing new wave to the Go world, which has been quiet for too long. Wang Mingwan also smiled and added, Su Nusin, I wonder if this old man has the honor today to ask you for a match. Let's play according to your rules, a 1 million yen honorarium. These top players at the peak of their careers often earn nearly 100 million yen a year, sometimes even breaking 100 million, so this amount was indeed nothing. However, hearing this from a long-established 9th dan player directed at a teenage girl felt quite absurd, causing the nearby professional players watching to have strange expressions, yet they had nothing to say. After all, in the Go world, strength is king, and that previous match had already proven everything. The critical point was that Su Nuo merely nodded calmly, showing no humility or refusal that a typical junior should have, directly responding, all right. When someone was eager to give money, why would she pretend to stop them? She in fact needed the money. The outcome was beyond doubt. After Wang Mingwan, the 9th dan player, helplessly conceded, the atmosphere in the room could no longer be described as subtle, it was downright strange with a hint of fervor. At this moment, another elder who had been sitting in the corner slowly stood up. His movement made even Wang Liqing unconsciously straighten his back. This person had an even more formidable background, being Wang Liqing's senior brother, the stalwart of the Go community, Lin Haifeng, a 9th dan player. Su Nuo, my young friend. Lin Haifeng's voice was strong. I would also like to learn a match from you. The entire tatami room froze completely. In the end, under the numbness of the audience's repeatedly refreshed worldview and the complex gaze that regarded her as a non-human monster, Su Nuo left the now thoroughly frozen tatami room with 3 million yen in cash. Walking on the bustling street, Su Nuo gazed at the towering red Edo Tower in the distance, the setting sun casting a warm golden light over it. She couldn't help but softly ask in her consciousness, teacher, how can you be so strong? Su Yunzhou laughed, his laughter carrying the superiority of mastering core technology. The answer you should have figured out by now. Do you remember? Over a month ago, Google's AI AlphaGo crushed the European champion Fan Hui 5-0. The technology one possess is several generations ahead of that initial AlphaGo. Using this future weapon against today's human players is naturally a dimensionality reduction attack, a piece of cake. Su Nuo was enlightened, murmuring, I see. Technology can indeed change and even conquer everything. Su Yun's voice was encouraging and planning. Yes, next you should prepare well and get ready to welcome your new life. Tomorrow we will set off to Kyoto, and once I help you completely resolve your identity issue, you can openly move out of that hellish place and start a brand new life belonging to Su Nuo. At that time, I will teach you everything I know, all that you wish to learn, without reservation. All right, teacher. Su Nuo replied. Then a hint of confusion arose, but I don't quite understand, why must we specifically go? Using technical means to resolve identity issues ultimately cannot withstand the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. It is easy to expose. I have an old acquaintance in Kyoto with whom I have a deep relationship, and I can seek her help. Su Yunzhou was referring to Lin Ruoxuan. He recalled today when Lin Ruoxuan had confided in him, saying she had been searching for him like a madwoman for these years, visiting all the places they had been together, sitting under the starry sky in Dunhuang, until dawn, nearly freezing in the snowy nights of the Alps, kneeling for a long time in front of the Abu Simbel temple. She said it was because he casually praised the decor of an ice cream shop back in Kyoto. She had actually managed to find the descendant of that century-old shop and bought the entire place. What was even more foolish was that she stubbornly insisted everything inside must remain the same. The wood grain at the bar, the Yukio replicas on the walls, even the angle of the trimmed maple tree outside. Every detail had to be frozen in the afternoon of early 2010, captured in the moment he existed. What a complete fool. Su Yunzhou sighed inwardly. As for Lin Ruoxuan now, at the end of 2015, after years of intervention and adjustment by a top-notch medical team, her mental state had stabilized. Therefore, reaching out to her through someone from that shop to ask her to use some resources to solve a legal identity issue for Su Nuo should be a piece of cake. Su Yunzhou was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of sparks would ignite when Su Nuo interacted with Lin Ruoxuan. Yet what intrigued him even more was that today Lin Ruoxuan had revealed so many long-buried past events to him, recounting everything from their first meeting to their parting, yet she had not mentioned the name Su Nuo at all. Had she been so emotionally overwhelmed at that time that she forgot to mention this trivial detail? Or was it that she had not been able to successfully contact her during this trip to Kyoto? Or perhaps, the most perplexing possibility of all, the past was not immutable, it could change. If this was the case, then many of his previous understandings would be completely overturned. For he had always believed that this world was predetermined, that the past, present, and future existed simultaneously, and that everything he did in this game was merely filling in the already determined gaps in history. But if history could change due to his involvement, then many things would be inexplicable. Hence he had to go to Kyoto. This was not just for Su Nuo's identity, but also to verify certain crucial rules. Su Nuo, oblivious to his swirling thoughts, simply nodded in silence, accepting his arrangements. Her gaze was drawn to a flower shop by the roadside, and her steps unconsciously came to a halt. In the display window, a vibrant pot of aspidistra caught her eye. It looked so resilient, full of life, as if it could thrive in any environment. Just like her. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the shop door and walked in. Moments later she emerged cradling the pot of aspidistra that oddly complemented her temperament. Then she turned and walked towards Happiness Manor. Beside her Su Yunzhou walked in step with her. One large and one small, one solid, and one ethereal, their shadows gradually moved towards the unknown path under the gradually brightening lights of Edo. The next morning Su Nuwa boarded the Shinkansen heading to Kyoto. The scenery outside the window transitioned from the dense buildings of Edo to the rural houses and distant mountains. For some reason, as the train continued westward and Kyoto drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of restlessness and gloom quietly enveloped her. She gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the window, her silence deeper than usual. "What's wrong, Arno? Are you carsick? Or did you not sleep well last night?" Su Yunzhou sensed her unusual silence. Su Nuwa merely shook her head slightly, her gaze still fixed outside the window, offering no explanation. She herself could not articulate where this gloom stemmed from, as if the very air of Kyoto had prematurely conveyed unsettling news to her soul. The train finally arrived in Kyoto. The atmosphere of the ancient capital swept over her, starkly different from the hurried, concrete jungle of Edo. Time here seemed deliberately slowed down, the stone pavements, the machiya houses, and the occasional sounds of temple bells, all infused with a long and desolate Tang-style elegance. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou directly pulled up the navigation on his phone, guiding Su Nuwa through the maze-like ancient alleys with a clear goal, finding the old shop Qingling and that sold matcha ice cream. Soon he spotted a shop in the distance with a deep blue norin hanging at its entrance. However, the scene at the shop's entrance was somewhat unexpected. A not-so-short line of people snaked out, mostly young tourists and foreign visitors, their faces beaming with excitement and expectation, conversing in hushed tones in various languages. "This is the place," Su Yunzhu's voice rang out, carrying a sense of confirmation, yet also a hint of indescribable sentiment. Indeed, everything was as Lin Ruoxuan had said, stubbornly maintaining its original state. The two of them moved a little closer. Upon seeing the scene unfolding at the shop's entrance, even Su Yunzhou couldn't help. Before the shop, a cheerful and nimble person was helping the staff serve bowl after bowl of vibrant green matcha ice cream, while also taking photos with the pleasantly surprised tourists. It was none other than Song Jiru, the music queen, who had recently taken Asia by storm, achieving national acclaim after her stunning performance of Stars and Seas during the Spring Festival Gala earlier this year. She was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, her face free of makeup, warmly greeting each customer in line in alternating Chinese and English, causing suppressed excitement to erupt among the crowd. Su Yunzhou was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. Right according to the timeline, Song Jiru had contacted Lin Ruoxuan after her Spring Festival performance earlier this year. Lin Ruoxuan must have mentioned this shop she had praised to her. Song Jiru probably came here to unwind during a break between engagements, or perhaps Lin Ruoxuan had called her here to relax and check on the shop. That's good, Su Yunzhou thought. This made things simpler. Directly contacting Lin Ruoxuan through Song Jiru was far more efficient and reliable than going through an unaware shop manager. He couldn't help but smile and said to the visibly downcast Su Nuwa, "Look, that's Song Jiru. She's an old friend of mine. Arno, go get in line. When it's your turn, just tell her that you know me, that I sent you to find her. Don't worry, she's a really nice person and will take good care of you. In the evening, let her treat you to a nice meal. Let's have a good time." He thought that having the extremely approachable Song Jiru take care of this overly gloomy little one might help Su Nuwa lighten up. At the same time, he felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. What would Song Jiru's expression be if she suddenly heard that Big Brother had news and sent someone to find her? Would she be caught off guard? Imagining her possible astonishment and joy, perhaps even the glistening in her eyes, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but smile broadly. "Oh," Su Nuwa responded softly, her mood still low, even darker than before. But she did not object, merely walking quietly to the end of the line like a soulless puppet. The line moved slowly forward. The air was filled with the sweet scent of matcha and cream, along with the excited whisper. Su Nuwa kept her head down, her gaze fixed on the tips of her faded canvas shoes, her fists tightly clenched. The number of people in front of her was dwindling. Only 2 or 3 people remained. She could almost clearly see the curled lashes of Song Jiru, the delicate white fingers receiving the ice cream bowl, and hear her soft melodious voice saying, "Here's your matcha ice cream. Please take care, it's cold. Have a pleasant journey." Yet just as it was about to be her turn, Su Nuwa suddenly lifted her head. It was not out of Su Yunzhu's directive, nor from curiosity or admiration for the queen. It was a violent action driven by a nearly instinctive sharp emotion. Her gaze, no longer the usual coldness or numbness, was now filled with hatred, piercing unreservedly toward the radiant woman basking in the sunlight, adored by the crowd. It was her. This face, this name. Song Jiru. You smile brightly, standing in the sunlight and under the gaze of thousands, enjoying the gifts of fate and the love of the world. Yet because of you, my family has been shattered. I have fallen from the clouds into the mire like the most despicable rat struggling for survival in the sewers of a foreign land covered in filth. A torrent of mixed emotions, deep-seated hatred, profound inferiority, and the panic of confronting the enemy, who turned out to be a close friend of the teacher, suddenly breached her psychological defenses. She suddenly turned around, almost awkwardly squeezing out of the line, bumping into several tourists waiting, and plunged into a nearby dark alley without looking back. The darkness instantly swallowed her figure. As Song Jiru handed a bowl of matcha ice cream to the previous customer, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her heart. A smile faltered on her stunning face as she instinctively lifted her head, her gaze catching a final glimpse of the girl hastily fleeing into the alley. In that fleeting moment, the breathtaking sight of her cold profile and the eyes that upon turning back seemed filled with a deep-seated hatred. The emotions within those eyes were so intense that they caused her to hold her breath instantly. Her gesture of handing over the ice cream halted. That girl. The way she looked at me. It felt like she wanted to kill me. Do I know her? She furrowed her delicate brows, shaking her head, trying to dispel the strange feeling, thinking perhaps it was just the fatigue from her recent busy schedule, causing hallucinations. However, in the next second, just as she was about to put on her professional smile again, she suddenly froze in place. A familiar and soul-deep flutter surged into her heart without warning. She abruptly looked up again, not towards the alley, but at the empty space where the girl had just stood. It was him. Song. He had been silently watching her from right there. In a voice only she could hear, trembling with suppressed emotion and choking back tears, she murmured, "Big brother. Is it really you? Are you watching me? Is it you? Finally come back to see me." In the air, only the lingering bitterness of matcha floated, accompanied by the distant sound of the Duck River flowing with no one responding. Yunzhou was also utterly stunned. Just moments ago, he had been gazing at the smiling figure in the sunlight through the screen, even instinctively raising his hand. "Jiru, big brother is here to see you." He had already imagined the shock, joy, and even tears that Song Jiru might express waiting for Su Nua to approach and set off the scene with "The teacher asked me to find you." But what happened? That little brat Su Nua turned and ran away as if she had seen a ghost. His perspective was forced to shift abruptly, the scene shaking before finally freezing at the dark alley, leaving him bewildered. What the hell? Su Yunz's mind was filled with questions. Just yesterday, she had been getting pumped up listening to Song Jiera's Lonely Warrior. Why did she act like she had encountered her father's enemy upon seeing the real deal? The contrast was simply too surreal. He was completely at a loss. Su Nua ran for an unknown amount of time, until at the entrance of a secluded little temple overgrown with moss on the stone steps her energy was completely spent, and she collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. Then, without any warning, wow! She suddenly buried her face in her knees and began to cry loudly like a child who had suffered great injustice. Su Yunz's figure slowly appeared beside her, watching the usually stubborn girl, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling any irritation from being interrupted dissipate, leaving only helplessness. It turned out this little brat could cry too. Su Yunzhu sighed, his voice gentle. "Anua, what happened?" Su Nua cried for a long time, then wiped her tears with the back of her hand, choking back her sobs, her voice intermittent. "Teacher. I'm scared. Scared of Song Jiru. She's a very nice person, she won't hurt you. I'm scared that you'll leave with her and won't want me anymore." "You're being silly, how could that happen? Don't think nonsense." "But you will." Su Nua suddenly raised her voice, her tone filled with tears and thick jealousy, tinged with a hint of despair. "Did you think I wouldn't notice the way you were staring at her? If I were you, I would like her even more. She's so tall, so fair, so beautiful, like she could shine, living so nobly and so purely. She's a big star, cherished and loved by everyone under the sun. And what about me? What am I? Dirty and grimy, only able to hide in dark corners, scheming against others, filled with hatred. A rat. How could I compare to her?" Su Yunzhu was momentarily speechless, finally realizing the root of the problem. He almost forgot that when a woman gets jealous, it knows no age or logic. He had no choice but to soften his voice, coaxing her with utmost patience. "That's not true, Nunu. Don't think like that. You're very pretty, but it's just that life has been hard for you, and your nutrition hasn't kept up. Take care of yourself in the future, and you'll definitely look even better than now." "Teacher." Su Nua suddenly interrupted him, lifting her tear-stained face and asking a question that almost caused Su Yunzhu to short-circuit. "If one day both I and Song Jiru fell into the river, who would you save first?" Su Yunzhu. What the hell? How could this legendary choose between girlfriend and mother death question be asked in such an absurd way at the entrance of a foreign temple by a 16-year-old girl? Is the atmosphere too skewed? Su Nua noticed he was silent, and her tears, which had just stopped, filled her eyes once more, her tone filled with grievance and the accusation of, "I knew it. You see? You hesitated. You must save her first. I understand now. You used to accompany me like this, teaching me things right. It was you who turned her from an ordinary person into the dazzling star she is now. Did you write songs for her? Help her plan her career? Or—" Her words suddenly stopped abruptly, as if she had bitten her tongue. A more terrifying thought poured over her like cold water, instantly waking her up, yet she dared not face it, her eyes suddenly becoming hollow. The Song Jiru of that year was clearly just a budding artist with shallow roots. The terrifying power behind her that could easily topple her father, cause enormous enterprises to collapse overnight, and plunge the entire family into an abyss. Where did it come from? And back then, was the teacher by her side, guiding her just as he was guiding me now? What role did that teacher play in this tragedy that led to my family's ruin? What kind of effect did you have? She did not dare to think deeply, as she did not dare to confront it all, because she feared that if she thought further, the answers would utterly destroy the only warmth and support she had left. That was more unbearable to her than death. Su Yunzhu was a bit dazed by her nonsensical accusation and sudden silence, scratching his head instinctively. He didn't know how to respond to this, admitting it would mean completely blowing up this little jealous pot. But it seemed he couldn't deny it either. Su Nua took a deep breath and spoke in an unusually calm, even fatigued tone. Teacher, let's go back to Edo. She lifted her eyes, gazing at the ancient city's winter sky, gray and seemingly frozen Kyoto. I don't want to stay here. Not for a moment. Su Yunzhou sighed, facing the unavoidable reality. What about your identity issues? Aren't you going to find my old acquaintance? I have my ways. Su Nua stood up, wiping away the last traces of tears from her face with the back of her hand, her eyes gathering a nearly obsessive cold light. I won't ask for help, and I certainly won't ask them. She emphasized the word them heavily, clearly marking a line. After saying that, she walked straight towards the Shinkansen station she had come from. Her silhouette was slender, yet carried a decisiveness akin to a lone wolf. That night in the dilapidated attic of the Jiang household, which was permeated with a musty smell, Su Nua sat before an old laptop, her back straight. Suddenly she spoke with a decisive resolution. Teacher, I have made my decision. She paused, her gaze unwavering on the screen. I want to join the New Moon Group. Only organizations like theirs, deeply rooted in the local underworld, have the capability to grant me a completely... Without waiting for Su Yunzhou's response, perhaps afraid of hearing discouragement, she skillfully delved into the depths of the dark web, bypassing several encrypted nodes, ultimately locating a hidden contact window marked with the New Moon emblem. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a full 3 seconds, then, with a flash of determination in her eyes, she quickly typed line after line in the chat box. If you can provide me with a legitimate identity that can withstand scrutiny at any level, I am willing to join you and provide the technical support you require. Moreover, I am willing to assist you in completing the assassination mission of Wu Gongjin. Consider this my letter of allegiance, though I have already devised a detailed assassination plan. I firmly believe that no one can execute this task more perfectly than I can. The following link is my proof of capability and a brief background summary with the decryption method attached. After typing the final character, her finger heavily pressed the enter key. The message was sent successfully. She closed her eyes and slowly exhaled. Wu Gongjin must be killed by me. Only in this way will the teacher be convinced that he is my sworn enemy. Today in Kyoto, in front of Songjiru, my reaction was too abnormal, bordering on foolishness. My evident hatred and panic could not have escaped the teacher's notice. After all, he is so perceptive. So I can only use this letter of allegiance to make the teacher completely believe me, so that he won't be angry and will not leave me. Su Yunzhou quietly watched all this unfold without a word of protest. Indeed, with the extreme willpower, Su Nua's fate was never just that of a super hacker hidden behind data. She was a blade destined to be unsheathed and drink blood. Joining an organization like New Moon and personally assassinating Wu Gongjin might just be the true beginning of her story. Only an organization like New Moon could help her seek revenge and withdraw unscathed. And the events that occurred today have now found their answers. The top assassin who took on the task of assassinating Lin Ruoxuan is probably this very girl Su Nua, who is gradually pushing herself into darkness. Thus she chose to give up at the final moment simply because she saw herself beside the target. Although it remains uncertain how far Su Nua will walk down this bloodstained path and what formidable figure she will become, he is now confident that no matter how deeply she is stained by darkness, that blade will never be turned against him. Thinking of this, Su Yunzhou spoke softly, Arno, thank you. Su Nua turned her head in confusion, gazing into the void. What are you thanking me for? Su Yunzhou smiled, the depth of his laugh, carrying meanings she could not comprehend. Thank you. For showing mercy. Showing mercy. Su Nua's heart jolted. The teacher knew. He realized the surging, almost uncontrollable murderous intent she had towards Songjiru just then in Kyoto. Just as her emotions were in turmoil, almost about to blurt out her questions. Ding. The window of the New Moon emblem on the computer flickered. A new message popped up from unknown contact data received. Decrypting. How interesting. I didn't expect the recently famous to actually be such a young and beautiful girl. The conditions can be met. Your value after preliminary assessment far exceeds our expectations. Someone will come to pick you up at your current residence before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please keep your communication open. Welcome to officially step into the shadow of New Moon. Here you will be provided with the sturdiest refuge, as well as the stage to showcase your talents that you have longed for. Su Nua opened her eyes, looking at the line of text on the screen, her face still devoid of expression. She simply reached out and decisively shut down the laptop. The room was plunged into darkness. Only the distant neon lights of the city outside cast a blurred halo on the ceiling, gently swaying. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. That will be a clear and cruel dividing line separating the past from the future. Teacher, Su Nua's voice sounded in the darkness, very soft, yet carrying a resigned calm. I am about to completely fall into darkness. Unlike Songjiru, she stands in the center of a radiant stage, loved and cherished by all. And I. She paused, a hint of self-mockery chilling her voice. Perhaps in this lifetime, I will never see what the true sun looks like again. In the future, when others mention me, they will probably say, that is a demon destined for hell. What nonsense. Su Yunzhou shook his head. Who says that those who walk in darkness must be demons? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva went to the deepest part of the hell. The boundaries of good and evil in this world have always been vague, not purely black and white. Even in a place like New Moon, I believe Arno will still be Arno, knowing what should be done and what should not, and will never become someone she despises. Su Nua was taken aback. She fell silent for a few seconds before asking softly with a hint of disbelief, Teacher, why do you trust me so much? even though I speak lies and harbor ill intentions. Su Yunzhou smiled and pressed the reward button. A gentle large hand's silhouette vaguely emerged in the darkness, bringing a comforting warmth that softly brushed over Su Nua's head. Because my Arno is inherently a good child. His voice carried an unabashed, almost indulgent trust. Moreover, because I see the future. No matter how complicated and rugged the path you take in the future or how much you feel out of control, you will persist in being yourself. You will not betray what I have taught you nor betray your own heart. In the darkness, Su Nua's vision blurred in an instant due to tears. She suddenly buried her face deep in her arms, biting her lip hard, forcing back the warmth that was almost overflowing from her eyes. I cannot cry. Today in front of the temple in Kyoto, I already cried like a weak child, indulging myself for the first time in 3 years. And it must be the last time. From now on, tears are a luxury and weakness is a deadly poison. I no longer have the right to possess them. She took a deep breath, then in a tone almost like an oath whispered to the void, Teacher, no matter what I become in the future, no matter how much dirt I have on my hands, I will never do anything that would hurt you or disappoint you. Her voice trailed off, carrying a heavy pain that she might not fully understand herself. And I will never let you experience the kind of pain I once endured. She was referring, of course, to the pain of suddenly losing all her loved ones and her world collapsing. Su Yunzhou vaguely guessed what she meant, but at the same time felt something was off. This promise seemed overly heavy. The next morning at 7:40 a.m., the sky was gray and dim like a dirty rag that had not been washed. Su Nua had already packed her luggage, though there wasn't much to pack, just a few old clothes, the laptop that was barely held together with tape, and a dozen books of yellowed computer and mathematics classics. These were all her possessions, pitifully meager. Finally, she bent down, carefully cradling the lush green pot hose in her arms. Before long, a low yet resonant engine roar echoed from below, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated environment of Happiness Manor. She walked to the window, gently pulling back a bit of the curtain to look down. There at the entrance of the dilapidated apartment in the narrow and dirty street stood 2 pitch-black Toyota Century cars. The sleek and imposing lines of the cars, their surfaces as polished as black jade, created a glaring contrast with the surrounding rusted metal and piles of garbage. Beside the cars stood 3 women. They were dressed uniformly in black suit skirts, their faces obscured by dark sunglasses that concealed any trace of emotion. They did not converse or make any unnecessary movements. They simply stood silently waiting. The landlord Xiao Linba was roused by the commotion downstairs, rubbing his bleary, puffy eyes as he cursed and flung open the battered wooden door. He snapped, "What is all this noise?" His grumbling trailed off. At the sight of 3 black-clad women at the threshold, cold of bearing, lithe of form, his murky yellow eyes instantly gleamed with a lecherous greed. Leering, he sidled forward to make conversation. "Pretty ladies, who are you looking for? I know everyone around here. It's cold out. Want to come in? I have fine tea." The 3 women tilted their heads almost imperceptibly in perfect unison. Behind dark glasses, their gazes swept over Xiao Linba's repellent face with contempt. Not one of them bothered to answer. Footsteps sounded on the stairwell. Su Nua descended the cramped steps, expressionless, hauling a suitcase and cradling a pot of bright green waniyanking. All 3 black-clad women fixed their attention on her. Though they had studied the encrypted dossier on the target before departure, seeing her in person still produced a faint, involuntary surprise. She was far too young. Her features were delicate, her frame slim and fragile. Holding the potted plant, she even gave off a faint air of a schoolgirl. The surprise, however, vanished in an instant. They had been trained to the highest standards and knew well that judging by appearance was a grave error. The direct order from higher in the organization still echoed, "Target Su Nua. Assessment Special, a level potential." She displayed rare talents and immediate combat worth beyond her years in certain fields. This recruitment is to be handled with the protocol of integrating a cadre reserve. Core requirements: accord courtesy, observe, ensure voluntary enlistment. Under no circumstances tolerate neglect, probing, or coercion. The sight of Su Nua preparing to leave at once replaced Xiao Linba's fleeting lust with a fiercer, possessive fury. His face darkened, and his voice rose in customary brutishness. "Hey, you brat. Where do you think you're going with that suitcase? Did I say you could leave? Who do you think you are?" Su Nua stopped, turned her head, and cast him a cold glance. Such utter disregard enraged Xiao Linba completely. "If you think you can just walk away." He waved his stubby arms, spitting invective. "You've eaten and slept under my roof these past 2 years. I paid to sort your identity and to grease the smuggler's palms. All told, I've covered everything. At the very least, you owe me 10 million yen. He thundered that she would not set foot outside until she cleared her debt. As he spat obscenities and reached to grab her arm, as he always had, the woman closest to him moved. Her motion was ghostly and lightning fast. Even someone watching from outside would have seen only a blurred black streak. She had slid in like a specter, her right hand clamping the grubby collar of Xiao Linba's sleep shirt with the grip of iron. The force tightened, instantly choking off his unfinished curses and cries. He choked, eyes bulging, his face flushing a dark livid red. Without pausing, the woman produced a white towel with her left hand and stuffed it into his gaping mouth, sealing it tight. With a twist of her waist, she hoisted his fat, heavy body like a burlap sack and hauled him back into the room. There was a dull thud as she shut the door with her heel. From start to finish, the whole episode lasted barely 2 or 3. Muffled, teeth-grinding sounds of fists meeting flesh came from within, interspersed with stifled, agonized groans and the chaotic noises of a body striking furniture. Miss Su Nua, sorry for the scare. Please get in the car. Another black-clad woman had already opened the rear door of it. Su Nua nodded without a word, clutching the wani yanking as she bent and sank into the soft leather seat. The door closed. One world was left behind outside the closed door, another unknown world unfurled inside the vehicle. She watched the cityscape blur and recede, becoming stranger by the mile, and in a low voice in her mind said, "Teacher, I am finally away from there." The tone carried little joy and more the quiet confirmation of a farewell to a past chapter. The car did not head toward the bustling city center, but out toward the suburbs, winding onto a tranquil mountain road and stopping at a modest, tasteful onsen in whose wooden sign read closed. "Miss Su Nua, please. Our Yuexia Hall leader, Lady Yuexia Ji, is awaiting you inside." A black-clad woman opened the car door for her. Su Nua had some prior limited understanding. Yuexia Hall was one of the most central divisions within the Xinyue group, responsible for building intelligence networks and analyzing information. It was natural that she had been directly recommended to meet the hall leader. She was led through a corridor so quiet that only footsteps echoed. They stopped before a sliding door painted with a faint ink landscape. The guide bowed slightly and slid the door open to reveal a Japanese-style indoor onsen, rock-lined pools, and rising steam. The most arresting sight was the pale figure in the pool reclining lazily against the smooth rock with her back to the entrance. She appeared to be around 30 years old. The skin of her shoulders and arms above the water was as white as fine mutton fat, jade glimmering with a moist luster. Her curves appeared and vanished in the hazy steam and rippling surface, exuding the particular charm and seductiveness of a mature woman. Along one side of her slender waist was a delicate, otherworldly crescent moon tattoo in inkwash style, silently proclaiming her identity, the Xinyue group leader of Yuexia Hall, Yuexia Ji. As if she had heard the door, Yuexia Ji turned and beckoned with a curl of her finger. "Miss Su Nua, the water feels wonderful. Come down and let me have a proper look at our Xinyue group's future ghost girl." At the poolside, a middle-aged woman in a simple pale purple kimono had already been kneeling, respectfully waiting. Seeing Su Nua, she immediately bowed in the most formal manner and intoned, "Honored sister, the bath is prepared." Su Nua halted. Blushing at Yuexia Ji's seductive form, she instinctively said to Su Yunzhou, "Teacher, perhaps you should step aside for a moment." Su Yunzhou floated at once to stand before Su Nua, eyes forward, posture stern. "No. Nua, this is your first solitary contact with the upper reaches of such an extreme organization. You are unfamiliar with the terrain, there may be unknown dangers. I must remain on the highest alert, ready to respond to any sudden development." He paused, then added in a heavy, earnest tone, "Rest assured you are still young. In my eyes you are a child. I have basic professional ethics and a line I will not cross. I will not look at you improperly. Trust my character." At Su Nua, she glanced toward the direction where Su Yunzhou's attention had fixed. His gaze was burning, intently studying the elegant lines of Yuexia Ji in the pool. "Humph. Right, you are not looking at me. But your eyes are practically glued to that Yuexia Ji. Your breathing is all wrong. Men and their words, what liars." She spat the thought, inwardly calling him an old lecher, a sour little sting in her chest. Then she sighed softly to her. "Well, let him look if he must. After all, it's not Songjiru he's ogling." But Su Yunzhou's next words made her heart give a small jolt. "Also, a Nua, that fgup, ahem. Yuexia Ji choosing to meet you here is itself a show of distrust. It guarantees you carry no listening devices and allows her to observe your bodily reactions, micro-expression scars, tattoos, and the like at once. This was the occupational paranoia of an intelligence operative and a demonstration of power. So I cannot leave. I must ensure your safety and help analyze her every move. Yes. To obtain first-hand direct intelligence, I will now float to her front and scout her micro-expressions and body language." Su Nua fell silent for a moment, knowing her teacher was right. Any lapse here could be fatal. But she protested inwardly, "Must you get so close? You're practically pressed up against her already, for heaven's sake." Suddenly, without warning, Yuexia Ji in the pool shivered ever so slightly and hugged her arms to her chest. A faint question flickered through her alluring phoenix-like eyes. "Huh, what's that unpleasant feeling nearby?" Su Nua began to shed her old clothes, stepping barefoot onto the warm, smooth pebble steps, and waded into the pool, swimming towards the figure within. Under the moonlight, Ji turned around, the water rippling in alluring curves across her chest. She gazed at the approaching young woman, her enchanting phoenix eyes betraying a hint of unmistakable interest, perhaps even appreciation, like an art connoisseur beholding an unrefined gem. "At last I see you." She reached out, taking Su Nua's slightly cold wrist due to her nervousness. "You are even more endearing than I imagined. Sister represents the organization in welcoming you, formally stepping into the realm of the new moon." Su Nua felt shy, her gaze wandering with no place to settle, only able to lower her eyes to the blurred reflections of the two in the water, softly responding. Ji seemed quite pleased with her youthful yet composed demeanor, finally releasing her hand. She elegantly turned to fetch a slender-necked porcelain bottle and 2 light blue wine glasses from the wooden stand by the pool. Pouring wine. The clear liquid fell into the cups, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. 1 cup was offered to Su Nua, while she picked up another for herself. "So to new beginnings. Ji raised her cup, the porcelain glasses gently clinking together, producing a crisp chime cheer. The clear liquor slid down her throat, the warm liquid tracing her tongue, only to be followed by a sharp sensation surging up. Su Nua frowned slightly in discomfort, her eyes misting from the physiological rejection, yet she forced herself to swallow. A warm flow spread from her stomach, strangely soothing some of her tension. From today onwards, Ji put down her empty cup, her lazy charm slightly fading, her tone becoming formal. Your name is Tong Guanua. She spoke smoothly, recounting a well-prepared story. Your father, Tong Guijian, he was a late sociology professor at Kyoto University, with simple and clear interpersonal relationships. Your mother, Suya, one was a piano teacher from Taiwan, gentle and elegant. They both passed away in an unfortunate car accident when you were 8, leaving the young you behind. You grew up in Kyoto, raised by your grandmother, Tong Guihizi. She was a traditional kimono tailor who passed away last autumn due to illness. Since then you have had no direct blood relatives in the world. You have an introverted personality, somewhat reclusive, yet you are exceptionally talented, especially in Go and computers, consistently ranking at the top of your studies, though rarely engaging deeply with others. To your classmates and teachers, you are a quiet, somewhat mysterious, genius young woman. This background is clean, with a clear lineage and key individuals properly managed, capable of withstanding routine and even a certain degree of in-depth investigation. The organization will arrange all relevant documents, academic records, and neighborhood memories for you. Ji looked at her. Do you like this name and story, Nua? Su Nua. No, from this moment on, in both the official and dark worlds, she is Tong Guanua. She took a deep breath, the steam from the hot spring filling her lungs, bringing a sense of settled heat. I like it. Thank you. She complied with the implied closeness of the other party's address. Ji accepted gladly, her smile deepening. Now back to the main topic. Nua, the data shows that you insist on personally dealing with Wu Gongjin. While from the perspective of concealment and success rate you are indeed the most perfect candidate, we can think of some higher-ups in the organization believe that given your astonishing talents in computer networking, it would be best not to take personal risks. Of course we respect your choice. She looked into Tong Guanua's eyes. Do you genuinely wish to personally end him, at the risk of exposure and possibly paying an unimaginable price? Tong Guanua almost instinctively shot a quick glance at Su Yunzhou, who was distracted beside her. Damn, old dang. Isn't he just a bit older? Is it really necessary to look at it this way? She cursed inwardly, a surge of sourness and embarrassment unexpectedly easing her tension in facing Jas' probing questions. I must personally kill him. He is my irreconcilable enemy. This is one of the most important reasons if I cannot personally bring this to an end, I cannot serve the organization with peace of mind. Tong Guanua repeated this lie that had long taken root in her heart, as if with each repetition this lie anchored itself deeper within her, intertwining with her hatred for Song Jia, Ru, making it indistinguishable. Ji nodded thoughtfully, seemingly accepting this motive filled with personal grievances and sufficiently intense. In the world of the extreme path, such obsessive hatred is often more reliable than any calculation of interest driving a person to the end. Very well. With a clear goal there is the power to drive. Based on your wishes and conditions, we have tailored a route for you. Her voice was clear and organized. First, you need to accept Wang Licheng's proposal. Participate in the special exam for talented individuals as the Go Genius Girl Tong Guanua and become a professional player. This will become your best cover and social card. Meanwhile, the organization will immediately begin comprehensive and intensive training for you. Not only killing techniques, but also advanced disguise, close-range killing skills, the use and maintenance of various weapons, crisis response, psychological warfare. You will be very busy, Tong Guanua. When you start participating in various Go competitions, Wu Gongjin, as a frequent guest or special invitee at certain events, you will naturally have many encounters, even opportunities to play against him at the same table. At that time, based on the specific situation such as his security level and your training progress, the most precise action plan will be developed. Just like playing chess. Ji picked up a decorative pebble from the edge of the pool and gently tossed it into the water. Plop. Ripples spread out in circles. Layout, placing a piece, calculating, waiting. Then at a moment no one expects, she suddenly closed her 5 fingers into a fist, a single strike, a certain kill. She looked at Tong Guanua. Do you understand? Tong Guanua nodded. Water droplets dripped from her wet hair tips, tracing down her cheek, like silent tears or a baptism of rebirth. I understand, sister. Her voice was soft, yet carried a determination that severed any retreat. From this moment on, her direction was set, the gears began to mesh. Everything had spiraled out of control. Yet, in her heart, she softly spoke to the shadow beside her, which had finally shifted its gaze back a little. Teacher, to ensure you continue to believe in me, to keep you by my side. I am willing to play this role until the end. Even if the end is hell. Jean nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation, her smile taking on a hint of inscrutability. However, before starting this long road, there is a small task you need to complete. This is the first lesson of entry. Tong Guanua's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Yet Ji said no more. She extended her index finger, gently resting it on her rosy lips, making a playful gesture of keeping it secret, her brows and eyes curving with charm. In a little while you will know. This is... She slightly parted her red lips, uttering a few words, the first lesson of entry. Now enjoy this rare, final moment of relaxation. My dear little Nua. For the next hour, Tong Guanua was taken to a beautifully decorated lounge. A woman in a kimono had long been kneeling beside her, silently drying her body and changing her into new soft and comfortable undergarments and casual clothes. The phrase "the first lesson" from Yunzhou along with her enigmatic smile loomed over Tongu Nua like a dark cloud. What could it possibly mean? A physical fitness test? A loyalty trial? Or perhaps something more direct and bloody? She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Suddenly Tongu Nua noticed Su Yunzhou wiping his nose and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, why do you have a tissue?" Su Yunzhou's phantom seemed to clear his throat, speaking in a serious tone. "It's nothing. The humidity here is too high, causing some discomfort in my nasal mucosa." Could it be a cold? Tongu Nua eyed him suspiciously. Can a ghost catch a cold? Su Yunzhou decisively shifted away from this dangerous topic, his tone returning to seriousness. "What's wrong? You seem restless. Are you worried about what comes next?" Tongu Nua bit her lip, hesitantly whispering, "Teacher, what exactly does she want me to do?" Su Yunzhou fell silent for a moment, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls towards some distant point before slowly uttering a word, an oath of allegiance. Since ancient times, to truly step into organizations that walk the fine line between gray and black, one must inevitably face this hurdle. Skills, talents, and oaths of hatred. All can serve as stepping stones, but none are chains. Only by jointly bearing unshakable sins and holding each other's compromising secrets can interests and destinies be truly bound together, weaving a net from which no one can easily escape. Even in the underworld, where a certain degree of legitimacy and emphasis on surface order exists, this hurdle, it may just be in a more exquisite and civilized form, but the essence has never changed. Soon Tongu Nua was led by a woman in black into a concealed elevator that descended to the entrance of a dimly lit. Inside, suppressed sounds of muffled whimpering and the rustling of ropes scraping against the floor could be heard. The guiding woman stepped aside and opened the door for her. "Please." The voice was calm and undisturbed. Tongu Nua took a deep breath and stepped inside. The basement's light was pale, carrying a faint musty odor mixed with a hint of blood. Her pupils suddenly constricted. In the center, bound to an isolated metal chair, was a figure she recognized. It was her landlord, Shaolinba. He had a cloth stuffed in his mouth, fresh bruises on his face, disheveled hair, and his pajamas were wrinkled and dirty. Upon seeing Tongu Nua enter, Shaolinba eyes widened in sheer terror, which was quickly replaced by a violent even with his mouth blocked, he let out a low growl from his throat, desperately writhing like a maggot. His eyes were fixated on Tongu Nua, nearly aflame with the most venomous curses. "Bitch, how dare you betray me? When I get out of here, I'll make you pay." The guiding woman silently retreated like a shadow. Another figure, however, elegantly stepped out from the shadows beside the door. It was Yunzhou. She had changed into a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a few strands cascading down her neck, making her porcelain skin appear even whiter than snow. She was toying with an object, a Walther P99 handgun, its body reflecting a bluish metallic sheen under the cold white light. Click, click. She casually inspected the firearm, her movements as practiced as breathing. Loading the magazine and chambering around, the sound of metal components clicking together echoed hauntingly in the silence of the basement. She then gently placed the cold weapon into Tongu Nua's slightly trembling hands. "Nua," Yunzhou's voice was as gentle as coaxing a child. "The first thing you need to do is very simple." She leaned in slightly to help adjust her grip, her ample bosom pressing against Tongu Nua's stiff arm, her warm breath carrying a fragrance. "Look into his eyes. Then, pull the trigger, and that will be enough." She paused, a seductive curve appearing on her red lips as she added, "Once you do it, I will reward you, okay?" Before her words could fade, she truly turned her face and pressed a soft kiss on Tongu Nua's icy pale cheek. It was moist and cool, carrying the sweet scent of lip balm, but it made Tongu Nua's hair stand on end. Yunzhou straightened up, elegantly turned, and left the basement, as if leaving behind 2 children to play a game. Click. The heavy metal door closed behind her. Shaolinba realized that the situation far exceeded his imagination, and his struggles weakened, replaced by utter despair. The look in his eyes towards Tongu Nua shifted from resentment to pleading and abject supplication. He desperately shook his head, making gasping sounds in his throat, as if crying or begging for mercy. Tongu Nua's breathing became heavy. She could feel the cold and weight of the metal in her palm, and smell the faint, deathly aroma of gun oil. She slowly and stiffly turned her head to look at Su Yunzhou's phantom beside her. Her lips moved several times before she uttered a dry, hoarse voice. "Teacher, do you have something to say to me?" Su Yunzhou's phantom was silent for a moment. He looked at the gun, then at the man bound to the chair who had once bullied and oppressed her. Finally, his gaze fell on the girl's pale but determined profile. "Nua, this path is your own choice. From the moment you sent that message and got into that car, there was no turning back." Tongu Nua closed her eyes. In the darkness, countless fragments of memories surged forth. The musty smell that could never dissipate from the loft of Happiness House mixed with the scent of instant noodles and dust. A Shaolinba drunkenly kicking open the door, throwing her harshly to the ground, cursing her as a money-losing product and a star that brings misfortune to her parents. The whips that struck her back when he forced her to work at the izakaya, the greed and calculation reflected in his eyes as he weighed her meager paycheck, the countless late nights when she returned with a weary body feeling that sticky, nauseating gaze in the darkness, as if it could peel off her clothes. and deeper, more distant darkness. Her mother's face, illuminated by moonlight on the midnight beach, looked pale. She tightly held her young promise, tears streaming down in large drops, falling on her neck, scalding her. Nua. Remember Uncle Xiao Linba? He used to be your father's subordinate. He was sent to Neon because he committed a crime. Your father helped him a lot before giving him a lot of money. Uncle Linba promised me over the phone that he would take good care of you. Her mother's voice was choked, carrying her last hopes, and despair whispering repeatedly in her ear. Once you get there, you must be obedient. You must listen to Uncle Linba. He will protect you. Treat you like his own daughter. Will you protect me? Tongu Nua suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao Linba seemed to sense something and struggled even harder, making a gasping sound like a dying animal filled with pleading. Tongu Nua gripped the gun tightly with both hands, raising her arm, the muzzle aimed at the man's forehead. The action felt a bit unfamiliar, yet it was extraordinarily steady. Her eyes were so hollow that they reflected nothing. Her index finger pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled and thunderous gunshot exploded in the confined space of the basement, deafening. On the chair, Xiao Linba struggles, and sounds abruptly ceased. His head jerked back violently, a shocking blood hole appearing on his forehead, and his gaze instantly lost its focus. Tongu Nua's arm was numbed by the recoil, but she held onto the gun tightly, without letting go. She watched the rapidly lifeless body, observing the spreading bloodstains, her face devoid of any expression. There was no thrill, no fear, no disgust. Only a cold numbness. A few drops of warm liquid splattered onto her cheek. She blankly raised her hand and wiped it. The tip of her finger stained with a shocking crimson. The metallic scent invaded. Teacher. She suddenly spoke softly, her voice drifting as if it came from a distant place. Is there blood on my Su Yunzhao's phantom silently gazed at her. Watching the girl who had just taken a life with her own hands, her face splattered with blood, her expression vacant, yet standing upright. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe his forehead, his face turning somewhat pale outside the screen. As expected, Su Nua's talent was extraordinary. Her first experience of killing was so smooth and serene. If it were him, he would have probably been scared to the point of wetting himself. But he merely nodded slowly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Tongu Nua surprisingly tugged at the corners of her mouth. It was not a smile. It resembled a confirmation, a brand. Oh, she replied softly, lowering her eyelids. Then, let's keep it this way. That night in the Idagawa port area, a black Toyota Century silently slid into its designated parking spot in the underground garage, the elevator going straight to the top floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a dazzling galaxy spilled down. Countless lights stretched out beneath her, the winding traffic transformed into golden and red light trails, the skyscrapers resembling glowing building blocks, and the distant Idagawa Tower outlined a red silhouette against the night sky. The room was suffocatingly spacious. In a minimalist modern style with gray and white tones, every piece of furniture was displayed like a work of art. It was light years away from the cluttered, moldy Happiness Manor attic she had just escaped. Your luggage has been arranged. The black-clad woman who brought her up bowed. The wardrobe is ready for you. If you need anything, please press the call button. The door gently closed. Tongu Nua stood in the center of the living room like a child who had wandered into a giant's realm. She walked barefoot toward the wardrobe that occupied an entire wall. The sensor lights automatically lit up as she approached. The wardrobe doors slid open silently, revealing a collection of clothes prepared for her. From simple everyday clothes to sharply tailored blazers, from soft knitted dresses to several slightly more mature silk shirts, even the wool coat she hesitated to buy in Ginza was there. She was worthy of such treatment. Not to mention that the Crescent Moon organization had already evaluated her as a special class, a potential technical genius. Just the assassination mission for the old fox Wuganjin was worth a bounty of 100 million yen. Tongu Nua took a long shower, seemingly wanting to wash away some invisible scent. Then she changed into a soft silk robe and walked to the window, standing quietly. In the distance, the sound of temple bells faintly echoed, deep and distant, cleansing the noise of the mundane world. Dong, dong, dong. That was the New Year's Eve bell ringing 108 times from a temple in the suburbs. It is said that each chime can dispel a kind of worldly worry, welcoming the new year with a pure body. The old year is coming to an end. Tongu Nua stood quietly. The window glass was like a giant black mirror, clearly reflecting her silhouette. The girl had a slender figure, the robe outlining her still-forming youthful curves. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the hot water, but her lips remained pale. And those eyes were clear, calm, yet as cold as a frozen lake on a winter night. The girl in the reflection was beautiful, unfamiliar. Like a luxury item, meticulously polished, properly placed, and marked with a price tag. Like Tongu Nua. After a long while, she raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching the cool glass surface, slowly tracing the outline of her reflection. Then she softly spoke, "Teacher, if you don't mind. This sinful me. Could you please hug me?" Her voice was light, dissolving into the endless splendor of lights and the faint sound of bells outside the window. Outside the screen, Su Yunzhou silently watched it all. He watched the girl's lonely figure, observing her reflections, eyes seeking warmth in the void. Somewhere in his heart, something was gently pricked. He moved the mouse, the cursor hovering over the reward button. Without hesitation, he gently clicked it. In the game, a large hand, made of gentle light, gradually materialized before Tongu Nua. The palm gently rested on her head, gliding slowly and tenderly through her slightly damp hair again and again. The action was as gentle as soothing a frightened little beast. Tonggu Nua's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. Then she slightly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyes. Her tense shoulders gradually relaxed almost imperceptibly with each gentle caress of the virtual palm, as if finally shedding a 1,000-pound burden. Su Yunzhou watched for a long time, until the girl in the game slowly turned and walked toward the large soft bed that seemed almost unreal. He exited the game and turned off the computer. The screen went dark. In the room, only the faint glow of the city outside the window remained. It was now 7:30 in the evening. Su Yunzhou sat in the darkness for an unknown amount of time. The embers of the game screen seemed to linger on his retina. The orange-eared flames of the gun's muzzle explosion, the splattering warm crimson, the suddenly hollow eyes of the girl when she pulled the trigger. And after that, this luxurious penthouse cage and the vast sea of light outside the window that made her appear so small and lonely. These scenes replayed in his mind like a silent film without a soundtrack, the taste complex and hard to articulate, until the phone screen suddenly lit up in the darkness, vibrating. He picked it up. It was a message from Lin Ruoxuan. Old Wu entrusted his great-granddaughter to call me. She said, I felt. The sir has returned. Let me see him. Let me see the sir one last time. Su Yunzhou stared at the few lines of text on the phone screen for a full 30 seconds. Wu Shuyun, the legendary founding female general who appeared in Song Jiera's story, wielding a broadsword to save her from peril. The girl who was said to have been guided by the sir over 70 years ago. And now that 103-year-old elder in the final flicker of her life specifically requested to see the sir. To see him. Su Yunzhou pushed back his chair and stood up. When he reached the living room, Lin Ruoxuan was already waiting. Old Wu had been in a coma or semi-comatose state for most of the time due to organ failure and various age-related diseases for a month. She paused. After all, she is already 103 years old. The doctors had long said that to last this long is already a medical miracle. But Lin Ruoxuan's voice lowered. Perhaps due to some obsession, she has been holding on, clinging to life. This afternoon around 4 o'clock, she suddenly woke up. Her consciousness was very clear, and she could even accurately call out the names of the caregivers. Then she insisted on contacting me, and had her great-granddaughter dial my number saying she wanted to see the sir. Su Yunzhou listened in silence. To meet a legendary elder who was said to be his student from over 70 years ago, yet he had no memory of her. What would he say when he saw her? It left him utterly at a loss. However, he had to go to resolve this fate for his future self, ensuring this elder wouldn't depart with regrets. Where is she? Su Yunzhou asked. Not far. Old Wu has been quietly recuperating in Shanghai in her late. Lin Ruoxuan provided an address located in the western suburbs, and added, I've already contacted her family. They know you're coming, and said you can go anytime. However, she looked at Su Yunzhou, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. The attending physician privately told me that Old Wu's sudden awakening, while her vital signs are temporarily stable, is likely a last flicker of life. This may truly be her last meeting with you. Su Yunzhou nodded, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him at that moment. By the way, he suddenly recalled, can you take me to buy a Zhongshan suit first? Since he was to perform, he needed the full attire. Lin Ruoxuan gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. No need. I have one in my bedroom prepared long ago. She turned and walked toward the master bedroom, shortly returning with a dark gray Zhongshan suit. After seeing the treasured portrait of you at Old Wu's home back then, Lin Ruoxuan handed him the clothes, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. I had several tailored to match the style of the portrait. Su Yunzhou accepted the clothes, his fingers brushing over the delicate wool blend fabric. Portrait. He recalled the sketch Song Jiera once drew of Wu Shuyun, in which he was wearing a Zhongshan suit looking handsome. It turned out the foreshadowing had been laid long ago. When he emerged dressed, Lin Ruoxuan was waiting for him at the entrance. She looked him over, and a flicker of something passed through her eyes before quickly fading. It suits you well, she said softly. Let's go. The black armored car exited the underground garage, leaving the city and taking the elevated road toward the western suburbs. Outside, the city lights gradually thinned, replaced by vast fields sinking into darkness and scattered village lights. The car was quiet, filled only with the low hum of the engine and the soft sound of the air conditioning. How did you come to know Old Wu? Su Yunzhou broke the silence, his gaze fixed on the winding road ahead. Lin Ruoxuan leaned against the passenger seat, chuckling softly at the memory. During those years searching for you, I felt like a madwoman. I asked many people, following countless leads. People from both domestic and international circles, scientific and metaphysical, Buddhist monks and Taoist priests, even a few shamans who were said to be able to communicate with spirits. She turned her head and glanced at Su Yunzhou. After all, your appearance was beyond scientific explanation. I had to exhaust all possible methods. She turned her head back, gazing at the swiftly passing night outside. Later, perhaps the year after I met Song Jiera in Yunzhou, a girl studying at Cambridge contacted me. She said she was a friend of a master, and from there she heard about the person I had been searching for, finding the description quite familiar. She told me that her great-grandmother, Old Wu, had shared some stories with her, and the gentlemen in those tales resembled the experiences I had described. Lin Ruoxuan's voice was soft, like recounting an ancient legend. Later, she returned to the country and took me to meet Old Wu. That was my first time meeting this legendary figure. We talked for an entire afternoon. Listening to her recount how the gentleman who appeared out of nowhere over 70 years ago taught her, how he gave her strength in her most desperate times, and how he quietly departed just as she was about to succeed, leaving behind a message that transcended over 70 years. She paused, turning her gaze to Su Yunzhou with a complex expression. It was then that I realized you. Or rather, the gentleman, what you did extended far beyond helping just one person. You had already begun to alter the course of history long before. Su Yunzhou's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. And then, oi. Later, Lin Ruoxuan smiled, her expression tinged with sentimentality. Old Wu became the greatest supporter of my wall breaker project. Without her leveraging those connections and networks accumulated over decades from behind the scenes, as a mere businessman, there were many things I simply could not push through. For example, academician Qin Shi, the first to receive the Nobel Prize in Medicine in Dachau, was personally invited by. There were also her former students and acquaintances in the military research institutes and various critical departments. Many of her descendants hold important positions, most of whom have collaborated with me. Su Yunzhou nodded. Indeed. He had sensed long ago that Lin Ruoxuan's ability to advance the wall breaker project to such a level in just a few years was not merely due to capital power. It turned out that the roots had already deeply embedded into the most solid soil of this land. Lin Ruoxuan looked at his calm profile and suddenly chuckled softly. Actually, you should already know all this, right? Old Wu said that before you left you had instructed her. If one day in the future a girl named Lin Ruoxuan came looking for you, she hoped you could help her. What the hell? Not again. Su Yunzhou's hand stiffened on the steering wheel, and he could only mumble an indistinct, oh, that was something from over 80 years ago. He thought. He had to keep up the pretense. Even if he personally knew nothing about it now, he had to hold up the facade for his. In the western suburbs of Shanghai Shi Mountain. A typical Jiangnan garden-style old residence with white walls, dark tiles, and curved eaves. At this moment, the interior and exterior were densely packed with people. Men and women, young and old, in various attire. Some in suits, others dressed simply, and some even in military uniforms. They were the descendants of Wu Shiyun. This legendary female general had married a patriotic businessman surnamed Su in Shanghai under the guidance of the gentleman, and the two had spent half a lifetime together in love. Though her husband had long passed away over 20 years ago, she left behind 7 children, over 20 grandchildren, and many more scattered great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren like stars. In addition, there were several old friends who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Also white-haired and unsteady, yet insistent on sending off this old comrade and sister for the last journey. At this moment, they quietly gathered inside and outside the residence, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others silently waited. Everyone had been psychologically prepared for Old Wu's serious illness. At 103 years old, having weathered storms, and with a full house of descendants, this was a farewell that was challenging for ordinary people to attain. For many, this gathering felt more like a rare family reunion. With over 100 branches and leaves, they were usually scattered across the world, each with their own lives, and some branches had long fallen into obscurity. At this moment, some were genuinely grieving, some were performing their duties, and others harbored ulterior motives, hoping to seize this opportunity to perhaps seek some assistance or favor in the elders' final moments. For instance, among 3 people in a corner of the crowd, a middle-aged man in his 60s wearing a common civil service jacket was speaking softly with a couple beside him. The couple appeared to be in their 50s, dressed neatly, but not extravagantly, with expressions of mild reservation and curiosity peering toward the deeper part of the residence. The middle-aged man pointed inside, lowering his voice. Did you see them? Those in military uniforms. The youngest one has 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder, a colonel. The one beside him in a Zhongshan suit is the deputy director of the Shanghai Development and Reform Commission at the deputy and that bespectacled lady is academician Qin Shi. He paused, a hint of emotion in his tone. Even after all these years, the connections Old Wu has are still so formidable. The man from the couple swallowed hard, asking quietly, Uncle Chen, so our family really has a connection to Old Wu? The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Chen, named Su Chen, was a department-level cadre in a certain bureau in Binzhou. He nodded, then shook his head. There is a connection, but it's distant. Old Wu's husband was my grandfather's cousin, so it has already been 5 generations since your branch. If it weren't for this business trip to Shanghai, chatting over tea with a leader surnamed Su, I wouldn't even have known about this connection. His wife tugged at her husband's sleeve softly, saying, if I had known. We should have called Yunzhou to come too. Let him meet these people for his future. This couple was named Su Chongshan and Yang Wenwei. Su Chen glanced at them without answering, his gaze returning to the inner residence, thoughtful. Do you know who they are waiting for now? Su Chen shook his head. No. If it were those few, the place would have been cleared and locked down long ago, and there's no way we, the distant relatives, would still be standing here, chatting in the breeze. He paused, glancing at the couple whose expressions were tense. Suddenly feeling a bit playful, he lowered his voice and half-jokingly said, they are waiting for Yunzhou. The air froze for 2 seconds. Su Zhongshan and Yang Wenwei were both stunned, their eyes wide as if they had heard an incredible tale. After a few seconds, Su Zhongshan was the first to react. He burst into laughter, waving his hand, the wrinkles on his face relaxing. Uncle Chen, your joke almost gave me a heart attack. Yang Wenwei also clutched her chest, her tone laced with lingering fear. Right. I thought that kid had caused some trouble again to make so many leaders wait to interrogate him. As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the figures deep within the courtyard, quickly averting her gaze, as if afraid of being. Having finished laughing, Su Zhongshan couldn't help but ask, so who are they really waiting for? Su Chen restrained his playful demeanor and straightened his collar. According to the hints from the Su family, it seems they are waiting for a very special guest. Yang Wenhui couldn't help but ask, a special guest? Who is it? Su Chun turned back, looked at them, and lowered his voice. I'm not clear on who exactly, but it's related to a connection from Wu Lao's youth. He carefully chose his words. This afternoon when I accompanied the Su family into the ancestral hall to offer incense, I saw on the offering table besides the ancestral tablets, there was also a hand-painted portrait displayed separately. The portrait was in a glass frame polished to a shine. Inside was a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit looking to be in his early 20s with striking features. He paused, his gaze lingering on Su Zhongshan's face for a moment, his tone somewhat nuanced. Interestingly, he looks exactly like your Yunzhou. At that moment, I found this matter too intriguing, which is why I hurriedly called you, urging you to come over no matter what. If there's a chance later you can see for yourselves, and perhaps you could even strike up a conversation with Wu Lao. That would be much better than just being a programmer. Yang Wenhui exclaimed softly, her eyes widening slightly. What a coincidence. I really want to see it now. Su Zhongshan also found it curious and asked, by the way, who is the person in the portrait? Su Chen nodded, his voice lowered further. I asked. They said that was Wu Lao's teacher when she was young. Teacher? Husband? Yang Wenhui was confused. No, it means mentor guide. Su Chun explained, according to Wu Lao herself, when she was 16 her entire family perished in a war. It was this teacher who appeared out of nowhere, taught her martial arts and military strategy, pulling her back from the brink of death, guiding her to become the later female general who founded the nation. He paused, adding, before Wu Lao fell into a coma, she gave one last instruction. Wait for the teacher to come. Therefore the people gathered here tonight are either waiting for the teacher himself or his descendants and inheritors. Su Zhongshan listened in astonishment, instinctively calculating, Wu Lao is 103 this year, as she met her teacher when she was 16, which was over 80 years ago. The man in the photo looks to be in his early 20s. If he were alive today, wouldn't he also be over 100 years old? Not just that. Su Chen shook his head. By calculation, he would be closer in age to the legendary Zhang Sanfeng. The three were momentarily speechless. The night wind swept through the courtyard, bringing with it the faint fragrance of osmanthus from afar alongside the hushed conversations from the main hall. Yang Wenhui gazed deep into the courtyard, murmuring, so, what kind of person would the descendant of this teacher they are waiting for be? She couldn't imagine. What kind of demeanor and background must a successor be to be remembered by a founding female general for over 80 years, allowing so many prominent figures to quietly wait in the night? Before her words fell, someone's coming. From the side hall someone whispered. In an instant the entire courtyard seemed, all the whispered conversations, footsteps, and even the sound of fabric rustling vanished. All gazes, as if drawn by invisible threads, turned in unison toward the entrance of the old residence. The end of the flagstone path illuminated by lanterns, warm and dim. The beams of the car headlights sliced through the night, coming closer. A black Porsche Panamera slowly drove in, its tires crunching softly over the stones. The car door opened. The first to step out was a tall woman wearing a baseball cap and a mask, but the pair of strikingly bright eyes visible beneath the cap, along with her figure which was hard to conceal, even in a trench coat, made many recognize her instantly. It was the songstress Songjiru. Following her, another young woman emerged from the passenger seat, sporting short hair and a sharp navy blue suit with a hint of sharpness in her brows. She was none other than Song Jinxuan, the head of Qingxing Media. As soon as the two got out of the car, they drew the attention of most. Song Jinxian frowned slightly, lowering her voice to speak to Song Jiru. Teacher Song, tomorrow's concert in Binzhou has sold out all 30,000 tickets, and the rehearsal is all arranged. Why did you insist on coming here? If the media catches wind of this, who knows what stories they'll come up with? Song Jiru pulled down her hat brim, her voice low but firm. Grandma, Wu has woken up, how can I not come? You know about that incident back then. Song Jinxian sighed, her tone softening somewhat, but still laced with professional concern. I know you value loyalty, but you have to think about the team too. Yesterday you wore a wedding dress to the club in the middle of the night, and it was okay that no one took pictures. But this morning when that photo of you and Su Yunzhou by Westlake got leaked, all major platforms exploded, the fan club's leaders were almost frantic, and our phones haven't stopped ringing with calls for reassurance. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. You're a national idol, oh every step must be calculated. Song Jiru turned her head, glancing at Song Jinxian from beneath the brim of her hat. That gaze was calm, yet it left Song Jinxuan's words stuck in her throat. If there are losses, Song Jiru said, her voice not loud, but clear, I will compensate. The penalty fee, public relations costs, all expenses incurred due to my recklessness will come from my personal account. Song Jinxian opened her mouth, looking into Song Jiru's eyes, ultimately swallowing all her persuasive words, only letting out a gentle sigh. As they spoke, many had already recognized Song Jiru. Teacher Song Jiru is here. Several individuals from the artistic community with ties to the Su family approached, greeting her in hushed tones. Su Sini, the great-granddaughter of Wu Xiuyun, a woman in her late 20s with a capable demeanor and dressed in a black suit, quickly walked out from the main hall. She wore an obvious expression of fatigue, her eyes slightly red, but her manner remained courteous. Teacher Song, you've come. Su Sini's voice was somewhat weary but polite. Song Jiru grasped her hand, urgently asking, Sini grandma, Wu has woken up, right? Can I see her? Su Sini hesitated for a moment, gently shaking her head. Grandma has woken up, but she said. She paused, lowering her voice. Before the teacher arrives, she doesn't want to see, she said. She needs to conserve her strength waiting for the teacher. Song Jiru's eyes instantly brightened, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Then has he come? Su Sini nodded. President Lin just called saying he has picked him up and is on the way. Song Jiru let out a long sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll wait outside. She released Su Sini's hand surveying the courtyard. Under the lights stood many people, many of whom were familiar faces. Figures from the political, business, and artistic circles, some of whom had crossed paths on various occasions, and some had even collaborated. Song Jiru adjusted her breathing, removed her mask, and approached the crowd, slightly bowing to several esteemed elders. Good evening, everyone, teachers and seniors. She intentionally walked toward the elders standing under the corridor. Lu Yuan, who had back in Yunzhou, brought Wu Lao to rescue her from Su Kun's clutches. Grandpa Lu, she greeted softly. Lu Yuan looked at her, a hint of warmth showing on his serious face as he nodded. Jiru has come. She then walked toward Qin Shui, who was standing beneath the wisteria trellis. Academician Qin, good evening. Qin Shui adjusted her glasses and responded warmly. Jiru, long time no see. You've lost weight again, you need to take care of your health. Song Jiera's voice was gentle and her demeanor elegant, instantly becoming the new focal point of the courtyard. Yet her eyes, hidden beneath the brim of her hat, occasionally darted toward the entrance of the residence, as if waiting for something. Or rather, waiting for someone. Under the fragrant camphor tree in the corner, Yang Wenhui gently tugged at Su Chongshan's sleeve, her eyes following the figure of Song Jiru, as she whispered with excitement, Look, look, that's Song Jiru. She looks even better than on TV, with such fair skin and a tall figure. Su Chongshan also expressed his admiration. Indeed, today has truly opened my eyes. I never expected to see so many people here. Usually I only see them on television. Su Chen added with a smile, Not over there, the one in the light blue dress, did you see her? He tilted his chin slightly. Shen Mingyue, the female lead of the recently popular Yunzhou heroine, is currently on fire. I heard that after filming this drama her worth tripled, and she is now one of the highest paid young actresses in the country. Yang Wenhui gasped, her eyes shining even brighter. It's her. Yunzhou used to really like her in Chess God, as Jiang Nua, the desktop of his computer, had her poster, and he always said she was great at chess with a particularly charming demeanor. She suddenly realized something halfway through, and her voice trailed off, a hint of awkwardness crossing her face. Su Chan, unaware of her discomfort, casually continued. By the way, isn't Yunzhou getting married next month? Has the date been set? It's so fast it feels like just yesterday he was still a half-grown child. Yang Wenhui's smile froze on her face. Su Chongshan also felt uneasy, mumbling a vague "ahu," and was about to find a topic to change the subject when he suddenly froze. Because the very Shen Mingyue who had just been conversing not far away turned around and walked directly towards their corner. Yang Wenhui instinctively glanced left and right. The three of them stood in the most secluded corner of the garden with nothing around but a few sparse clusters of bamboo and a moss-covered rock. But Shen Mingyue did not stop her steps. She maneuvered through the scattered crowd, walked up to the three of them, and halted. Then she raised her hand and removed her sunglasses. A face that was exquisitely flawless and known to millions on screen was exposed without any cover under the dim light. With porcelain white skin, picturesque features, a straight nose, and naturally soft pink lips, she appeared even more vivid and enchanting than on screen. She first looked at Yang Wenhui, then at Su Chongshan, and finally turned to Su Chun, her lips curling into a gentle and obedient smile. Hello, Aunt Yang, Uncle Su. She nodded politely at Su Chongshan and Yang Wenhui, her demeanor as natural as if she had greeted them countless times before. Then she turned to Su Chun, her smile deepening with just the right amount of respect. And hello, Grandpa Su. Yang Wenhui. Su Chongshan. Su Chun. The three of them froze simultaneously. Their minds felt like they had pressed the pause button, blanking out entirely. The sounds of the wind, distant murmurs, and the creaking of the swaying lanterns all vanished. The world was left with only the overly beautiful face before them and that exceedingly bizarre dress. A few seconds later, Yang Wenhui was the first to regain her senses. Her lips moved, yet no sound emerged. She could only stutter out a few words. Hello. You are even more beautiful than on TV. This clumsy and awkward remark was the most instinctive reaction of an ordinary middle-aged woman encountering a star. Yet Shen Mingyu's smile widened, her eyes crescent-shaped. Thank you, Aunt. Su Chongshan finally found his voice, but his question carried a huge sense of confusion. Miss Shun. Do you know us? His voice was somewhat dry, his gaze scanning Shen Mingyu's face, trying to find even a hint of a joke or a mistake. There was none. Shen Mingyu's gaze was calm and gentle, even carrying a certain intimacy. Just then another voice interrupted. Mingyue. Song Jiru had approached without them noticing. She looked at Shen Mingyue, then at the three visibly awkward strangers, her beautiful brows slightly raised in surprise. How come you are here too? Shen Mingyue turned around, politely nodding to Song Jiru. Teacher Song. I've met Grandma Wu a few times. I heard she woke up, so I came to see her. Just in time. Academician Qin is here too. I have something to discuss with her. Song Jiru responded with an "oh," but her eyes instinctively and quickly scanned the empty space behind Shen Mingyue. She had always harbored a doubt in her heart. When she first met Shen Mingyue, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this girl. The aura was very much like when elder brother was around. So she had probed a few times later on, even bringing it up deliberately in front of Su Yunzhou this morning, saying she wanted to introduce Shen Mingyue to him. But now that she had already seen the true form of elder brother, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Song Jiru glanced at Shen Mingyue, then at the three seemingly ordinary middle-aged people behind her, collected her thoughts, smiled, and looked at the three. By the way, are these three uncles? and answer friends? She asked casually purely to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. But Shen Mingyue suddenly reached out, naturally linking her arm with Yang Wenhui's. Then she turned her face towards Song Jiru, revealing a dazzling smile that was almost blinding, her voice bright. These are my future in-laws. Yang Wenhui. Su Chongshan. Su Chun. The three of them froze again. This time, even their expressions were frozen. Su Chongshan's mouth slightly opened, Yang Wenhui's hand remained suspended in midair, and Su Chen's calm demeanor, finally, shattered, revealing a look of confusion, as if he were thinking, did I hear that wrong? Song Jiru was also taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. When did you get a boyfriend? You've hidden it so well, not a whisper of it got out, even I was kept in the dark. Shen Mingyue blinked her smile, carrying a hint of mischief like a kitten that had stolen a fish. Actually, I've always had one, it's just that his work is quite special, and we agreed to keep it confidential for the time being, so it hasn't been publicly announced. She paused, then added in a tone as casual as if chatting, and he's the kind of person who prefers to keep a low profile and doesn't like being in the spotlight. Song Jiru nodded in understanding. In the entertainment industry, it was common for stars to keep their marriages and relationships secret, especially for rising young actresses who often did so to protect their careers. The last shred of doubt in her heart dissipated entirely. It seemed she had been overthinking before. That sense of familiarity was likely just an illusion. She waved her hand, her tone relaxed. Well, you talk to Uncle, and I have a few friends to greet over there. Shen Mingyue nodded obediently. Okay, teacher Song, you busy? As she watched Song Jiru leave Shen Mingyue, then turned her head to look at the three, who were now completely dazed. Yang Wenhui opened her mouth cautiously and asked, young lady, what does this mean? Her brain had completely crashed, unable to process the information exceeding her cognitive limits. Su Chongshan, however, looked thoughtfully at Shen Mingyue and suddenly asked, did you just seem to know us? This was the most bizarre part. How could Shen Mingyue recognize them at a glance and call them so naturally? Shen Mingyue released Yang Wenhui's hand, but still stood very close. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the couple, and uttered a line that would completely shatter the three's worldview. I am Yunzhou's girlfriend. She paused for a moment, adding with a hint of complaint, hasn't he mentioned me to you yet? Yang Wenhui. Su Chongshan. Su Chun. What is this? What kind of plot is this? That kid Su Yunzhou just broke up with Su Qianran a couple of days ago, and now he's suddenly dating a big star girlfriend. Who on earth cheated first? Su Chongshan's mind exploded with fury, a wave of anger surging to the top of his head. I knew it. That kid has not spoken a single truth. What does being cheated on even mean? It's all nonsense. It's likely that this kid was the one playing both sides, and was discovered by Su Qianran turning the tables on her. No wonder they didn't let me go upstairs when I stopped them at the entrance of the community the other day. They were afraid of being exposed. I must interrogate him thoroughly when I get back. Wait a minute. Hold on. The key question is, how on earth did that kid manage to chase after Shen Mingyue? Su Yunzhou, a small programmer from Binzhou with an unpaid mortgage and only decent looks. What gives him the right to publicly announce his relationship with this top-tier star with millions of fans in such a setting? Shen Mingyue observed the vivid expressions on the faces of the three and gently held Yang Wenhui's hand, her voice soft. And don't be nervous. Yunzhou is much more capable than you think. When he arrives, you'll understand. Moi. Yang Wenhui was taken aback and instinctively took out her phone from her pocket. Is Yunzhou coming here? I'll call him to ask. Her fingers trembled slightly as she swiped the screen, just about to dial. Shen Mingyue gently pressed her hand down, shaking her head, her smile deepening. No need to call. He's already on his way. She lifted her chin, gesturing towards the entrance of the courtyard, her tone firm. How could the true protagonist of today's event be absent? As soon as she finished speaking, the headlights of a car illuminated the entrance of the courtyard again. Another car slowly. The black car gleamed steadily under the lantern light. Its design was not ostentatious, but those in the know could tell at a glance that it had a custom chassis and special window glass. In the courtyard, someone quietly remarked, "That's President Lin's car." Immediately another voice rang out, filled with barely contained excitement and a kind of almost reverent awe. Is the gentleman in the car? All conversations abruptly ceased at that moment. It wasn't a gradual quieting, but as if an invisible hand had seized their throats in an instant. Hundreds of gazes all simultaneously turned towards the slowly stabilizing black sedan. The night breeze seemed to sense something and suddenly halted. The leaves of the camphor tree were motionless. The world seemed to have been paused. Only the sound of heartbeats thundered in everyone's chest. The car door opened. A person stepped out from the driver's seat. Lin Ruoxuan. She was not an unfamiliar face here. Over the years, due to the Wall Breaker project and her close relationship with Elder Wu, she had visited this old residence multiple times. Many core members of the Wu family and elders who had close ties with the Su family recognized this young, yet remarkably skilled and influential female leader in the business world. Seeing her, many people slightly nodded in acknowledgement, quietly calling out, "President Lin." The respectful tone conveyed their regard for a significant business partner. But there was no surprise. Lin Ruoxuan's presence tonight was anticipated by many. Then, all eyes shifted past Lin Ruoxuan, as if drawn by a magnet, landing firmly on the young man who had just stepped out of the passenger seat. In that instant, the air seemed to be sucked out. Time froze. Breathing stopped. Thoughts halted. That face appeared to be merely in his late 20s, with refined features, a straight nose, and clearly defined lips. His demeanor was calm, even somewhat distant, dressed in a tailored gray Zhongshan suit, accentuating his tall and upright stature. He walked half a step behind Lin Ruoxuan like a junior or assistant. Yet nearly everyone from the Su family, regardless of age or status, regardless of their previous thoughts or discussions, reacted instinctively upon seeing that face. They simultaneously set down what they were doing, putting down teacups, stopping their conversations, putting away their phones, and standing up straight. Then they slightly nodded in the direction of that young man. The movement was so synchronized it felt rehearsed, yet it also bore an instinctual solemnity and respect that had been cultivated over decades. There was no clamor, no gasps, not even a single word spoken. Only a silent collective acknowledgement. Because this was the gentleman whom the ancestor had waited over 70 years to meet, even at the end of their life. For his portrait, the one hand painted by the ancestor and kept in the center of the family shrine for decades, had circulated within the family for over half a century. Every child of the Su family had in their youth been led by their elders, pointing at that yellowed portrait amidst the swirling incense in the shrine, listening to a story about war, hope, and how an invisible gentleman guided a girl to become a general in dire times. Then over a decade ago, after returning from Bashu, the ancestor seemed to have regained much of their vigor and presented this painting was clearer, more lifelike, and more vivid than the rough lines of her earlier work. The person in the painting had smiling eyes, a warmth mingled with distance, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, as if his gaze could penetrate the paper, looking at everyone who gazed upon him. And that face matched exactly with the young man stepping out of the car and walking closer at this moment. No difference whatsoever. It was as if time had paused for him for 70 years, leaving no trace. A celestial being returned to the mortal realm. Immortal. Time travel. Of course, the vast majority of those present were modernly educated elites established in their respective fields. They were not superstitious and would not easily believe in spirits or immortality secrets. Most leaned towards believing that this young man was not the actual gentleman from the portrait who transcended time, but very likely a descendant or some kind of inexplicable successor. But regardless, the ancestor's obsession was real. The person in the painting had truly existed. That gratitude and guidance that transcended war and peace, blood and flowers, despair and hope was real. The feelings that the ancestor had remembered, repaid, and waited for throughout their life were real. Therefore, even if he was a descendant, the respect that should be given must be. Su Yunzhuo's steps hesitated imperceptibly the moment he entered the courtyard. He froze. There were. Moreover, he saw several completely unexpected faces. First, he spotted the Moonlight Princess. That woman with an astonishing figure, easily recognizable even in a crowd. Tonight she wore a champagne-colored satin qipao, her long hair elegantly styled up, exposing her graceful neck. She was accompanying a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor like a refined lady or virtuous partner. This was a stark contrast to the leather-clad woman playing with a gun and smiling dangerously at the hot spring villa. Su Yunzhou couldn't help but frown. How could a leader from the Neon Crescent group be here? What identity did she use to sneak in? A spy? Or could it be that someone within the Su family had undisclosed ties with the Extreme Path organization? He quickly averted his gaze, no longer looking at her. He would definitely have Lin Ruoxuan investigate this matter later. But for now, he couldn't alert the snake. Next, he saw Song Jiru and Song Jinxian. This was not surprising. Given the short distance from Binzhou, it was normal for Song Jiru to come, considering her relationship with Elder Wu. At this moment, Song Jinxian was standing beside Song Jiru, sneering. Teacher Song, so you're here for such a man. Look how close he is with my cousin. Your taste. Oh. But Song Jiru was not listening at all. She had already rushed over, her steps quickened, almost breaking into a run. President Lin, big brother, you're here. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes sparkling as if stars had fallen, staring straight at Su Yunzhou. Her heart rate. Song Jinxian was completely stunned. She watched as Song Jiru, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, nearly leaped towards that man. Her posture, her gaze, and her slightly leaning body language revealed none of the aloofness and distance of a national diva or stage queen. She was entirely like an ordinary girl experiencing her first feelings of love and unable to resist wanting to get closer to her crush. What shocked her even more was that her cousin Lin Ruoxuan not only showed no sign of displeasure or objection, but instead naturally stepped aside, allowing the proximity. As if accustomed to such scenes, even tacitly permitting such closeness. Song Jingshuan's gaze, as if pulled by an invisible thread, returned to Su Yunzhou. This time it was no longer the condescending scrutiny from last night in the club box, nor the casual attitude of "this man looks decent, I can have some fun with him." Instead, she examined him thoroughly and meticulously from head to toe. Then came total bewilderment and confusion. What kind of magic did this man possess? He looked good, handsome and gentle with a tall stature. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he had the aura of a young master from an old scholarly family, making him stand out in the crowd. But that was all there was to it. In the entertainment industry, among the circles of fame and wealth, how hard could it be to find a few young men with top-notch appearances, outstanding temperaments, impressive educations, and backgrounds who also knew how to charm people? Given Song Jiera's current status and influence along with her cousin's wealth, what kind of man could she not find? Even an absurd thought uncontrollably popped into Song Jingshuan's mind. It almost seemed like these two proud women were prepared to share the same man. Two women serving one man. What era is this? What kind of international joke is this? Wait, Song Jinxian suddenly shivered, a layer of fine sweat instantly breaking out on her back. She suddenly recalled a few days ago when she spoke on the phone with her cousin who had instructed that Su Yunzhou, you don't need to pay special attention to him anymore. At that time, she naturally thought her cousin had finally lost interest in him. So when she saw the drunk Su Yunzhou last night at the club, she felt emboldened by the alcohol to approach him, even entertaining the thought of, since my cousin doesn't want him, I might as well pick him up and tame him, which could be quite interesting. What if her cousin found out about last night? Would she mind? Song Jinxian instinctively shrank her neck, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. At that moment, Su Xini, the great-granddaughter of Wu Xiaoyun, had already approached swiftly. Her gaze first nodded in greeting towards Lin Ruoxuan, her voice laced with respect. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Then her eyes seemed magnetically drawn, uncontrollably locking onto Su Yunzhuo's face. She scrutinized him from his brows to his nose bridge, from his lips to his chin, observing him closely, almost greedily, as if confirming a legend, verifying a miracle. Then, taking a deep breath, she turned to Lin Ruoxuan, the usually decisive and authoritative executive at Morgan on Hong Kong Island, her voice trembling noticeably. Mr. Lin, is this the gentleman? She paused, seemingly unable to contain herself, quickly glanced back at Su Yunzhou, and then softly added, her tone filled with incredulous awe. He looks just like the painting in the ancestral hall. It's simply identical. Realizing she had lost composure, she hurriedly bowed slightly. I apologize, I shouldn't have asked that question. It's just, the impact is too overwhelming. I grew up hearing stories about this gentleman and looking at that painting. Never imagined. Lin Ruoxuan nodded, her expression calm, as if she had long anticipated such reactions. Yes, he is the person that old Wu wanted to meet. Time is of the essence, we must not keep the elder waiting. All right, please follow me, everyone. Su Xini stepped aside, extending her hand to lead the way, her demeanor respectful. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but look back, casting a deep glance at Su Yunzhou, and in the most solemn tone softly added, well, sir, please. Su Yunzhou maintained a calm and unperturbed demeanor, slightly nodding. Yet inside he was frantically reminding himself, I must keep my expression steady. This is the moment to test my acting skills. I have seen the world. I am him, he is me. I must not panic. Once the three figures vanished behind the intricately carved wooden door of the main hall, the air in the courtyard seemed to solidify before it began to flow again. Yet the solemn atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even denser. This is the gentleman. In person, he looks too much like him. He seems to have stepped out of the painting. Someone lowered their voice, their tone filled with disbelief. But if it is really him, how old would he be now? He must be over 120 or 30 years old. How is that possible? Science simply cannot explain this. But that face, it is truly identical to the portrait that has been enshrined for nearly a century in the ancestral. Even the feeling in his eyes is the same. How can this be a coincidence? In the corners of the courtyard, whispers of astonishment began to rise. Amidst the crowd, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses exuding a gentle and refined aura, who had been quietly standing under the wisteria trellis, was now in tears. She tightly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably, tears rolling down in large drops, instantly soaking the handkerchief and the fabric of her chest. A concerned friend nearby noticed her unusual behavior, displaying worry, wanting to step forward to help and comfort her, but she stubbornly waved her hand, indicating that she was fine and needed no assistance. Her gaze was fixated on the spot behind the door where Su Yunzhou had disappeared. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured to herself repeatedly, it can't be wrong. It's him. My only true God. He has finally come. He truly has come. It was 1970 in the southwestern mountainous region during the cold winter of the work-study school. 13-year-old, she curled up in the corner of the earthen Kong, holding her father's scorching hand. Her father had been in a coma for a day, his lips were cracked and dry, and a terrifying wheezing sound escaped his chest with each breath. Outside, the north wind howled like a vengeful spirit. The only barefoot doctor had come half an hour ago, felt her father's pulse, lifted his eyelids for a look, and finally, just sighed heavily, shaking his head as he left. Before he left, he looked at the hopeful little Shu Yi, and only uttered 4 words, leave it to fate. Then there was nothing but boundless, suffocating silence. Only the sound of the wind, her father's labored breathing, and the frantic beating of her own heart remained. She dared not cry. Her tears had long run dry. Since her father collapsed in the field yesterday afternoon, her tears had dried up. She simply held her father's hand tightly, as if that would transfer her life energy to him. Just when she felt she would also freeze and die with the silence and cold, that voice unannounced resonated clearly in her deadened mind. It did not enter through her ears, it emerged directly from the depths of her consciousness. Gentle, tranquil, imbued with a strange rhythm that could soothe all restlessness. 13-year-old, she trembled violently, fearfully glancing around the dim, dilapidated earthen house, thinking she was finally hallucinating at the brink of collapse due to extreme fear and fatigue. Then she saw a beam of light. No, not light. It was a presence more concrete than light. It was a deity dressed in a sharp Zhongshan suit, as if stepping out from the rippling air, silently appearing in this dilapidated house, suffused with the aura of death. 13-year-old Qin Shu, he forgot to breathe, forgot to blink. Her large eyes, filled with days of fear and despair, were now wide open, clearly reflecting the warm and sacred halo, as well as the deity, who seemed to have stepped out of a traditional painting. He looked so clean, completely out of place with this broken house, her dirt-smeared face, and her father, who was on the verge of death. The deity slowly walked up to her and slightly bent down. Then a large hand formed from warm light, semi-transparent, and radiating a soothing glow, gently caressed her little head, which was covered in dust, tear stains, and despair. The touch was warm, like a hot water bottle suddenly wrapped around frostbitten hands and feet on a winter night, like the first sip of hot porridge when one is famished, like the flow of blood felt anew by a dying person. That warmth gently poured in from the Baihui point at the top of her head, instantly spreading throughout her limbs, dispelling the bone-deep cold. She wanted to reach out and touch him. Her small trembling fingers, dirty and frostbitten, cautiously reached forward with unmatched reverence and awe. Her fingertips touched that warm halo. Then, they passed through it. Like probing into a warm mist, warmth emanated from her fingertips, yet she could grasp nothing. There was no fabric texture, no skin contact. She felt no solid entity. Indeed, he was not human. He was the deity spoken of in her grandmother's stories, possessing boundless magical power. He had come to help her. He truly had come to save her father. She suddenly withdrew her hand, kneeling on the cold, hard earthen ground, her dirty little hands pressed together in prayer, raising her tear-streaked, dusty face, and with all her might, she cried out hoarsely, "Please. I beg you, deity, save my father. Save him. I am willing to do anything. Let me do anything. You can take my life. I beg you. I beg you." "All right." The deity gently nodded. Then he instructed her to go to the corner of the warehouse and find the old radio that had been stripped down to its shell. He taught her to identify those oddly shaped electronic components, to assemble them bit by bit with the iron wire she found, and discarded needles from the clinic according to principles she could not comprehend at all. For 48 hours without sleep, her fingers were cut frozen stiff, and her eyes were bloodshot. The guards at the work-study school thought the child had gone mad, talking to the air and fiddling with a heap of junk. On the third day at dawn, the makeshift, laughably rudimentary machine she had pieced together actually displayed a weak but rhythmic waveform on the screen. That was her father's heartbeat. Immediately after, the deity's voice resonated once more. Simultaneously, in the void before her, light and shadow slowly outlined the form of a plant. Serrated leaves, deep purple vines, unremarkable small white flowers, and a brown rhizome the thickness of her thumb buried deep in the soil. The deity told her, "Go to the back mountain and find this vine. Take its rhizome, wash it, slice it, and boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Be careful, the rhizome is slightly toxic. It must be boiled for a full 2 hours to remove the toxicity and preserve its medicinal properties." Every detail was crystal clear. She could even see the texture of the cut surface of the rhizome. Like a drowning person grasping the last straw of hope, no grasping the solid rope leading to survival personally handed by the deity, she rushed into the piercingly cold wind and snow just before dawn without a hint of hesitation. Relying on the deity's meticulous description and the images in her mind, she indeed found the deep purple vine, which remained resilient in the bitter cold in a shadowy, snow-covered crevice of rocks on the back mountain. She took the rhizome, smashed the ice in the glacial river to wash it clean, carefully sliced it with a rusty sickle blade, and lit a small fire while guarding the only broken clay pot. For 4 hours to the exact second, her eyes were strained like a rabbit's, intently watching the rolling brown medicinal liquid in the pot, carefully controlling the weak flame in the stove. When that bowl of concentrated hope, emitting a peculiar bitter smell, was gradually fed into her father's cracked lips, a miracle occurred. The alarming heat on her father's forehead began to visibly dissipate at a slow, yet perceptible speed. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, the rise and fall of his chest had evidently become deeper and stronger, and the torturous wheezing sound had significantly weakened. At that moment, 13-year-old Qin Shu knelt once more before the earthen Kong, bowing heavily and piously 3 times, her forehead pressed against the cold, rough earth, producing a muffled thud, thud, thud sound 3 times. It hurt, but the lamp in her heart, named Faith, was completely ignited by this pain and the real miracle before her. From then on, it never went out. That deity not only saved her father's life, he also became the only light that illuminated her entire cold, desolate, suffocating world during her long and dark years at the work-study school, which seemed to have no end. The only warmth, the only deity. The years at the work-study school were long and dreary. During the day, it was labor, so exhausting one could not stand straight, endless ideological study and criticism meetings. At night, when everyone fell into a deep sleep, when the north wind howled in the wilderness, and when mice rustled in the corners, it was her secret, true moment of redemption. In the dead of night, the deity, like the strictest, yet most knowledgeable and patient and mysterious mentor, systematically taught her. There were no textbooks, no blackboards, no paper or pens. All knowledge directly formed clear concepts and images in her mind. From the most basic physics and chemistry formulas to the cutting-edge field of molecular biology, which was almost untouched in the country at that time, she absorbed everything greedily like a parched sponge. She secretly recorded the timeless knowledge on cigarette paper and scrap newspaper, hiding them in wall crevices and under her pillow. Deity, why did you come to my side? Why did you choose to help such an inconspicuous little girl like me? She wants to. That voice fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Because this world needs you." She was taken aback. Your eyes can inherently see the order of the microscopic world that others cannot see. Your mind possesses the talent to understand the most intricate and complex codes of life. And your heart. This pause made her heart skip a beat inexplicably. Then she heard an unprecedentedly gentle tone. Your heart is resilient enough to withstand pressures and darkness that ordinary people cannot imagine. And warm enough. After experiencing the deepest malice and coldness, you still wish to believe, to save, to give. Finally, that sentence, like the oldest prophecy and the most solemn charge, was deeply engraved into her 13-year-old, still-forming soul. I, on behalf of those who will be saved by your knowledge, your hands, and your benevolence in the future, thank you in advance. She knelt alone by the earthen Kong, unable to move for a long time. That sentence echoed, collided, and resonated in her empty chest, stirring up infinite strength. It was no longer an ethereal oracle. It became a covenant. It became a lighthouse. It became the strongest foundation supporting her through decades of storms, hardships, glory, and solitude.